This is Audible.
Royal Guard Publishing presents Dragonkin Dungeon 1. Written by Jace Cannon and Marcus Sloss. Performed by Jonathan Waters and Amber Hart. Chapter 1. Bartending is a hell of a job. The sun hadn't even gone down yet, and I already was boosting my second patron out of the door. "Oi, I didn't do nothing," the man protested, stumbling out into the street outside the tavern. I didn't bother to argue with him. He wasn't a regular. None of these guys were. The Unity Festival had brought thousands of new faces to town, and most of them wanted to get drunk. This particular guy had tried to pick a fight over a card game by stabbing a knife through the winning pair of cards, and I wasn't having it. I held up the silver coin I just nicked from his pocket. "You're right," I said. "You didn't do anything. You paid for your drinks fair and square." I gave the coin a little flourish along the backs of my fingers. "And now you'll leave without making a fuss." The man's eyes went wide, and he pulled out his own pockets. "How did you— The thief! Give that back!" He stomped toward me, because the silver coin was worth twice the tab he'd run up, but no one starts a fight at my bar without paying for it. The Lady Chaser Tavern has a reputation to uphold. I reached to the side of the door for my dragon bone club. Dragon parts were illegal to steal off a dead dragon, but mine had been sold willingly through a dragon's death contract. It was engraved with a rune that set things on fire, although only unlucky people ever learned it could do that. The mere sight of the weapon did the trick. The drunkard stopped dead, sized me up, and did the math. I was a head taller and nearly a head wider than he was. Whatever damage the club could do, I would probably double it. The out-of-towner muttered something about festival scammers and wandered off, trailing the air of bitterness behind him. I sighed and put the club back on its rack by the door. An old family friend had engraved the rune into it, and she was a damn good artificer, so the fire magic would only work for me. I faced the Lady Chaser proper, complete with 11 tables, 2 hearths, and 1 stage currently occupied by a pretty singer who'd wisely brought her own bouncer with her. Now, a bar is a rowdy place on any night, but during the Unity Festival, it's a free-for-all. This was my first year owning a tavern during the Furor, and I was regretting it already. I bought the bar as a front for my real purpose, but that had been put on the back talon until the damned festival was over. I had been warned, though. Every year, men and women from all across New Partial took over the taverns of Unity City, all for the express privilege of getting drunk to watch the capstone of the festival, the Battle of First Flame, a match between a human champion and a dragon champion. The dragon always won, of course. Also, no one died. It was a friendly match on account of our long-standing alliance with Dragonkind. However, it's not like humans had much chance against dragons, at least not one-on-one. Typically, the dragon-human matchup made for a low-stakes fight. Being drunk made it more fun, apparently. My bar was one of the few with a distance viewer, a glass pane enchanted with dragon runes to show the match live from the center of Unity City. The match would start in about an hour at sunset, so the 4 stained walls of the Lady Chaser were already bowing out from the number of people squeezing inside the place. Some of those people had already been kicked out of other pubs for drinking too damn much. I paused in the doorway to look back at the street, gathering what remained of my patience. The vista below helped to center me. Unity City built into the earth in a sort of downward cone, leading to the dragon's most sacred cave at the very bottom. The entrance was covered up by the arena where the match would be held. I could see it all from here. But I could also look up to the iron-capped hills surrounding the city. Up there, the sky bled some of its last blue into the dust-choked sky, and I took a bit of peace from that. The sky didn't care what went on down here. To fly in that sky. A loud snort and the clatter of objects hitting cobblestones broke my reverie. I turned to see a horse-sized dragon on the far side of the street, straining against the harness that attached the creature to its wagon. It was a common clay dragon, a variety identified by its red-brown scales. It was leaning away from me, clearly trying to escape its leather straps and flee to someplace far, far away from the lady chaser. Its movements were desperate and wild, even though there was nothing attacking it. I stepped back, putting more distance between the dragon and me. After all, I knew exactly what was making it panic. The red-brown dragon rolled its eyes toward me, and it calmed slightly when it saw that I was retreating. Unfortunately, the damage was done. The creature had already caused half the wagon's load to capsize, and small kegs of wine rolled in the street behind the vehicle. The wagon driver cursed, tugging at the reins, asking what the hell was wrong with the dragon. "I'll take off the reins, just stop it, will ya? Maury, stop!" But Maury, the dragon, was still looking at me, his little bronze eyes wide with fear. He heaved against his reins again, his calm vanishing. Maury wouldn't stop trying to get away, not until I closed the door behind me, and even then, it might not be enough. It was better than nothing, though, so I slipped fully into the shadows and shut the door most of the way. I paused to peer through the crack. "Oi, there we go," the driver said, sounding relieved as Maury settled down low and ruffled his shoulder spikes. Calm had returned, but the dragon was still looking in my direction, suspicious and on edge. At least he wasn't panicking anymore. "What's got into you, Maury?" the driver muttered. "By the great uniter." I stopped listening, because I could barely hear the driver over the singer's trilling anyway, and because it wasn't the first time this had happened. Dragons always panicked at the sight of me. No one, not even the great uniter himself, could ever explain it. But I still hated it, every time. To my left, lanterns flared to life through the windows, illuminating the street outside. The lights painted a golden sheen on the sweat-streaked faces of my patrons, who immediately cheered for the change in lighting, because it meant 1 hour to the Battle of First Flame. I turned back to head behind the bar. Outside, the Unity Festival was in full swing, torches flaring along the rooftops of the city, drums pulsing like a shared heartbeat down every side street, and the scent of roasted boar mingled with the sharper tang of spilled mead pretty much anywhere you went. It was a good night to be out chasing leads. Everyone was drunk, and secrets spilled just as easily as wine. But I was stuck here at the Lady Chaser, and I had a job to do. People were relying on me. Behind the bar, a nervous-looking waitress was hurriedly pouring the ales that I was supposed to be getting for her. She wasn't tall enough to reach the highest kegs, so I reached up to help.
"Oh, Silas, there you are,"
Nella said, stuffing all the words into a single breath.
"Please, I need a full dozen tankards of the dark stuff."
I cracked my back, drew a knife from my belt, and used its handle to strike the spout of the keg full of stout. The spout flew off, and the black beer poured out in a gush, but I had already snatched up Nella's tray of 6 mugs. I spun the tray expertly, filling the cups, and then grabbed another. By this point, half the patrons sitting at the bar were watching me.
"Did you see that?"
"Barely spilled a drop."
How'd he know it was near empty?
As this last was said, the keg petered out, filling my last glass only half full. This one I kept for myself.
I'll never understand how you're able to do that,
Nella said, shaking her head. I tipped out her trays, pouring off the excess beer, although there wasn't much. I was damn good at this trick, and handed the first tray to her. She took it. "When you've sold beer long enough, you get a feel for how full the keg is," I said. But she was already hurrying off to deliver the beers. I couldn't blame her. She had mouths to feed back home, 2 of them, and she didn't want to miss even a minute of a money-making day like this one.
"Well done,"
a voice said, and I blinked. A hooded figure at the end of the bar, which I'd taken to be a man, had just spoken with a woman's voice. She flipped me a coin when I tried to see under the hood, and I snatched the coin out of the air. I blinked. The coin wasn't a copper. It wasn't silver or gold either, but an odd greenish metal. I had a feeling it was worth more than gold. "You're really that impressed?" I asked. I could have sworn her eyes flashed green under the hood. As in, they lit up, vivid green, like a cat's.
"I'm more impressed by the fact that you're dead,"
the woman said. I didn't know how to react to that one, but I tensed. just in case it was a threat. I'm dead? You'd think I'd have noticed. She cocked her head at me, then looked away, taking a sip of her pale wine, but I could still feel those eyes on me. That hood could hide a lot. I shook it off. Drunk people said crazy things all the time. Last week an old woman had proposed marriage to me. She'd been a duchess. At least she'd claimed to be. Everyone was suddenly a duke or duchess when they wanted in someone else's pants. Still, the stranger's comment followed me as I went back to work, pacing from one end of the bar to the other, grabbing this drink and that from the variety of kegs stacked behind me. The bar top itself had been cobbled together from knotted northern oak planks and iron-bound barrels, something I'd built with my own hands. Minutes and orders ticked by until my shirt clung to my back from the heat rising off the crowd and from the fire dancers who were now spinning in the street outside. I didn't mind the noise and chaos. This was the kind of din that I liked. The clamor of people forgetting their troubles for one night, even if it meant drinking more than they could afford and saying things they'd pretend not to remember come dawn. What had that woman said again? I'm more impressed that you're dead? Another round, Silas, my boy, old Brevin bellowed, slapping a copper on the counter with a grin that showed more gap than tooth. And don't water it down this time. I smirked and pulled the lever on the cider keg. That's the second time you've accused me of that tonight, Brevin. Starting to wonder if you're getting old telling the same stories over and over again. Bah, my tongue's sharp enough to shave a dragon's horn off, boy. He shot back, but the old man took the tankard all the same. As he drank, I took a moment to glance out the nearest window. Children darted past outside, joining in the growing parade of revelers now migrating toward the arena. The kids scattered red petals and bright laughter as they went, their faces streaked with fireberry juice and ash. A troop of fiddlers struck up a reel to add some bounce to the drum beats, and several trained spark dragons spat fireworks into the air just out of sight. The creature's orange and red sparks arced overhead to a chorus of cheers, raining down past my window before dying. I poured, joked, and nodded, but I was only half present, as usual. My eyes kept flicking to the kitchen door, as they often did when the crowd got this boisterous. I kept waiting for my mother to step out, stew in hand, her red hair vibrant in the hearth light, her eyes crinkling, ready to slip into a scowl in case anyone needed a good throttling. She loved to be wherever the action was, and she always put on a good show, far better than the fighters down in the arena. I'd only owned this tavern a few months, but she had taken to the place right away.
Who are you looking for?
Came a voice at my elbow, soft and curious, but worried, too. I nearly jumped. I could have sworn the hooded woman had been at the far end of the bar, but now she was right next to me. My mother, I managed. Ugh, that sounded stupid. Now this woman thinks I'm a mama's boy.
Your mother?
The stranger asked.
Does she work here?
No, not really. I mean, she usually drops by on busy nights just to pester me. She loves a crowd, but she's been busy lately. She's a captain of the Queen's Scales, and they've been, The words tumbled out of me, which was odd. What was it about this hooded woman that was getting to me? I still hadn't even seen her face.
What are the Queen's Scales?
The woman asked, and again I could have sworn I saw two flashes of color where her eyes should be. I squinted at her. They're the highest order of knight in New Parcel. Are you not from here? And what's up with your eyes? The woman shrank back.
Nothing,
she said too quickly. Before I could respond, the sky trembled. A sound like thunder, sharper, heavier, made the very walls of the Lady Chaser shudder. The aftermath rippled through the street, the music faltering, dancers freezing mid-spin, even the flames in the street lamps bent in a sudden wind. I straightened, every nerve going tight. I knew that sound. A dragon was coming in for landing. My hand slid beneath the counter, brushing the cold iron of the long knife I stored here on my shifts, not for drunkards, but for other kinds of trouble. The woman gave a soft gasp.
Dragons that size? Right here, in the street?
I threw up the bar divider and left it open as I passed her. The stranger was right. The dragon whose wings had made that wind had to be an airship class, at least, meaning it was as big as a barn, large enough to be contracted for commercial flights. Airship and behemoth-class dragons aren't supposed to land inside city limits, I said, my voice low. Get behind the bar, something's up. Every part of me was moving now, my feet carrying me toward the door, my eyes scanning rooftops and alley shadows, checking to see which way the revelers were looking. Another boom. Closer. More wind. A scream. People weren't used to having giant lizards descend on them. It unlocked a primal fear in us all. But there was only the one scream, so this was just a dragon landing, not attacking. Humans and dragons were on good terms, and any attack would end the accords and put us all back at war with each other. Nobody wanted to see those dark days again.
But aren't you at peace with dragons?
The woman asked, making me startle. She was right behind me. I turned to tell her that these were no ordinary dragon landings. The city architects had built landing pads all over the city, designated expressly for dragons of all sizes to land, and no dragon this size should be landing here. Yet for every rule, there are exceptions. I knew the exception to this one. It has to be a queen's scale, on official palace business, I said, glancing back at the woman. So I guess you'll get to find out what they look like firsthand. It's best to keep back, though. So, if you could just... My next words failed me, because the light had shifted just right. I could now see the woman's face inside of her hood. Pale skin, white hair, and a pair of green horns. What are you? I whispered. That's when the bar door burst open. Chapter 2. The Queen's Scales. The stranger seized my arm in the next moment.
You can't let them have me,
she said.
Please, I have information you need.
I barely heard her over the sound of clanking glasses hitting tables. The hush that followed was louder than the babble it replaced. All eyes turned to the men stomping across the threshold, their boots heavy on the creaky wooden floor. There were 3 of them, and they were big. Part of their size came from the armor they wore, made of dragon scale. Only the richest people in Partial could afford such scale, because it required a death contract with a dragon to purchase it. As these men were a part of the Queen's Scales, their equipment had likely been funded by the crown. At any rate, the dragon armor made a person seem twice as bulky as they really were. The armor also gave them magical powers, dependent on the type of dragon used to make the scale. The men stopped inside the door, lining up to form an impassable wall. One had the straight-backed posture of a soldier. The other 2 moved like blades, twitchy, alert, coiled for violence. All 3 wore visors across their eyes, made of enchanted crystal or glass, which allowed them to see the presence of anything magical. It was the visors that set them apart as Queen's Scales, as well as the 3-talon sigil emblazed in gold across their chest plates. Their eyes flicked to each exit, every window and door and hallway. Nella, the waitress, gave a little squeak of fear. Then, almost as one, the 3 men's eyes locked on the white-haired woman behind me. She turned away, hidden, and yet they saw her anyway. Because they can see magic in her, I realized. Technically, all magic came from dragons, so the woman herself must have some type of dragon aura. Either that, or she had grown the horns using an illicit enchantment. If these scales saw those horns, what would they do? I doubted whatever she'd done to grow the horns had been legal. There she is, the largest man snarled. This guy was wearing red armor, which didn't bode well because it usually meant fire magic. The symbol of the Queen's Scales, a single dragon paw with 3 spread talons, was engraved in gold across his chest plate, marking him as a captain. I stepped forward, palms out and facing the floor, placating. Now, hold on, sirs, let's all be calm here. My mother is Tiff Halstern, a captain of your ranks, and I... Your Sternhart's boy? One of the smaller men said, his eyebrows going high. Shit, the other small guy said. But the bigger man, the captain, was not impressed. Don't be stupid, he snapped at the others. There are worse things in the world than angry redheads. His head swiveled back around to me. We don't give a fated fuck who spawned you. We're here for the woman. Hand her over. I swallowed. Name-dropping my mother usually calmed people down. No one wanted to get on Captain Halstern's bad side. There was a reason the two smaller guys had hesitated, but the big guy was calling the shots here, and he wasn't intimidated. In fact, after his comment, the other two seemed to harden. There are worse things, he'd said. What did that mean? I'm not asking you to leave, I said evenly. I'm just saying we're all on the same side. I don't want trouble. So what is it this woman has done? In normal circumstances, I would have just stepped aside to let the woman be arrested, but her words kept running through my head as I spoke.
You can't let them have me. I have information you need.
But how did she even know that I needed anything? I've been keeping my investigations as quiet as I could. No one should know what I'd really been doing in Unity City for the past 6 weeks. There are no sides when it comes to stolen royalty, the scale said. Now step aside. I hesitated. Stolen royalty? Did this have something to do with the Princess Etonia? My heartbeat stormed in my ears as I fought the urge to glance at the woman behind me. I have information you need. This is about the princess? I asked, stalling for time. Queen Camilla's younger sister, Etonia, had vanished 8 weeks ago, along with a half-dozen of her ladies-in-waiting, all of whom were from important families. Queen Camilla had reacted accordingly, tearing the kingdom apart with dragonfire to search for her lost sister. She had made no progress whatsoever, and neither had her scales. I knew this because my mother had been keeping me apprised of the situation. After all, I'd lost someone too. The scale cleared his sword in his scabbard. Stand aside, I won't ask again. No matter how high up your commoner mother is. I don't answer to her. I answer to the queen. The horned woman touched my arm again. I could feel her shaking. She was terrified, and she wasn't faking it. She was no kidnapper of princesses. But why had she come here, to my tavern? The information I needed? She must know that I'd been secretly searching for the lost princess and her ladies myself. The bigger question was this. How had the scales found her so soon after she had stepped inside my bar? How do you know you have the right woman? I ventured. I was at the end of their patience and I knew it. But I was Sternhart's son. I could get a little more patience out of them than most. That's not your damned concern, the captain snapped. I ran the possibilities through my head. They landed in the street rather than send local agents. That means they think she's extremely dangerous. They want to deal with her now and not later. They also didn't know who I was, so they weren't sent here specifically, or they would have been briefed. That means they must have been scouting for her aerially, scanning the whole city. Those two things together led me to one solid conclusion. This woman must have a dragon aura large enough to be recognized from the sky. That meant a lot of power. But with a visor like theirs, it also meant she was easy to spot. There was only one type of person who could have a dragon aura that size. Someone dragon-touched, bonded directly to the living soul of a dragon. But I'd never seen one of those people with horns like hers, and all of them were registered with the crown. I'll happily step aside if you put your weapons away and approach with wyvern blood bindings instead, I said. This woman won't be any threat to you if you negate her magic. I mean, look at her. She's terrified. She won't hurt you. So let's put the blades away. I didn't get to finish the sentence. The first man thrust his sword toward me. I threw myself backward and sideways to dodge. The air heated, and his blade sizzled as it lit up with wild flames. He scowled and swung again. This time I lost my footing when I dodged, half tripping over a chair and clumsily grappling with the woman so that we both fell out of the path of the flaming blade. The sword sliced down into the empty chair I'd just tripped over. The man raised it again and then pointed it at me. Fire erupted off the sword in a snapping yellow beam. The man's dragon scale must have come from a flame dragon, and it was keyed to his weapon rather than to his hands. He could make the blade catch fire, but he could also throw fire around with it. This time I rolled us both smoothly out of the way, my mind finally settling into fight mode. This was good. If I could get the blade out of his hands, The scale couldn't use magic for the few moments it took him to pick up another weapon, but his armor would still be impervious to almost everything. My fists weren't going to get me very far, and my flame-enchanted bone club would be useless. Still on the floor, I pulled the woman under a table at the same time the table's occupants leaped away. People screamed and shoved past each other in a frenzy to escape. Heat surged around me, thick and rising fast. The screams turned from fear to pain. No, I thought, as thuds sounded around me. People were falling? A queen's scale can't kill citizens. No! I glanced to one side, through heavy and sudden smoke, only to see old Brevin lying dead, his throat cut open, his neck burned to a crisp around the wound. Blood gushed out of the gash, and his eyes stared, seeing nothing. No! These were the queen's men, her chosen fighters, but they served the people as much as they served her. My own mother was one of them, for demon's sakes. Yet they were killing drunkards at a festival? It wasn't even to get at the woman behind me. They were killing anyone that tried to leave. What in Warren's name is going on here?
Please.
I heard the horned woman say, her trembling voice next to my ear as she clung to me.
They will stop at nothing to kill me, and I can't use my power here. She must have gotten to them somehow. Please, defend me.
I didn't know what she meant by she has gotten to them, but I didn't think she meant the queen. I had been lucky enough to meet Queen Camilla in person once, and she would never condone the killing of innocents. This isn't right, I gritted out, swinging an arm back to protect her even as the table vanished above us. Blasted away by more flame. I heard screams now, even more of them, outside the tavern as well as in. I felt stunned, disbelieving, even as the scale leveled his sword at me again. This... My words faded, and I blinked as sensation swelled inside me, intense and expanding, as if I'd inhaled cigar smoke so thick I could have cut through it. I gasped as the fire hurtled off the blade and into my chest, smoke curling behind it. The world condensed, and my arm, the one the woman was gripping, burned with a rippling, yet painless heat. I knew it was fire. I could sense it there, searing my skin off, yet there was no pain. I felt totally fine. I seized hold of a chair and threw it at the captain, deflecting the scale's next strike. This time the gout of flame seared off the sword and struck the oak beam above us. The beam caught fire instantly, embers raining down like sparks from a forge. I seized the chance and surged to my feet, dragging the woman with me. I considered the distance to the door, but we'd get stabbed in the back before we ever made it. My only chance was to attack. With a mindless roar, I drove my scorched fist into the throat of the man in flame armor. I felt the collapse of muscle, the snap of something in his neck as he dropped. Panic consumed me, and for an infinitesimal moment, I could only stand there. No, I didn't just kill a scale. But one of the other men, this one in pale blue armor, was already stepping in, inhaling so deeply that I heard the air enter his lungs. Pale blue armor. Inhaling. I knew what that meant. Ice magic, coming from his mouth. The air between my chest and his mouth seemed to solidify, erupting into a shard of jagged ice as he breathed his magic at me, the same way an ice dragon would have done it. I twisted, but not fast enough. The edge of the ice blade bit into my side, slicing through leather and skin. The impact shocked me, and in that moment, I saw someone slam against the outside of one of the tavern's windows. Their eyes were wide and glazed with death, and they wouldn't be the only one. I still heard screams from the street. In for a copper, in for a gold, I thought, as rage suddenly consumed my every thought. How dare these men attack their own people? How dare they? All they had to do was arrest the hooded woman peacefully. I would have let them do it. Instead, they had offered only death. So they could hardly complain if I gave it right back to them. I flipped a table at the scale with the blue armor. The furniture slammed right into his knees, and I charged him as he cried out. On my way, I grabbed the bone club off the ground where it had fallen as people tried to flee out the door. Those people were dead now, all of them. The patrons, still alive, were the ones running out the back. But I was hearing screams that way too. This is no fluke. They're killing everyone that laid eyes on the horned woman. Even if they never saw her face, they're even killing bystanders just to be sure. What the curses had this woman done? These thoughts galloped through me as I swung the bone club across the skull of the blue-armored scale. Fire erupted from the rune carved into the club, melting away at his helmet. Ice dragons were weak to fire attacks. 2 good hits, and I could get through that armor. He reeled, dazed, his crystal visor cracking. He was still upright, but the strike made him stumble backward into his last remaining partner, who was just stepping back in from outside, his hand raised at me. The first man tumbled into him, throwing off his attack. A burst of vines slithered past my head, emerging from his left hand, which was bare. The third guy had the powers of a mangrove dragon. If one of those vines curled around me, it could snap all my bones in one squeeze. I danced around the first man, stealing his sword from his belt, and I brought it down on the second man's wrist while he was still fighting for balance. The blade, made for a queen's scale, was enchanted to cleave through most anything, and the armor at his wrist gave way. Blood sprayed as I cut his hand clean off. He couldn't cast with it now. But he was still a trained fighter, and the move cost me. Even as he screamed in agony, he managed to knee me in my exposed stomach, folding me over like a limp towel. Air wheezed out of me as I crumpled. "I need healing. Bart, give me a potion," the injured man ranted. To my surprise, the second man answered quickly, barely sounding winded. Fine, here." Damn, they came prepared. If that potion was standard issue, then I had only a minute before the injured guy could repair his hand and cast again. He might lose blood and get woozy, but the strike to his wrist wouldn't do more than that. I tried to rise, panting. The woman was huddled under another table, staring at me with her glowing, wide eyes, as if she couldn't understand what she was looking at. She wasn't staring at the enemies, or at the bloody stump of the scale's hand, but at me. It was the strangest expression in that moment. Not fear, but pure disbelief. That's when I saw her hair in all its glory, spilling out around her horns. Her hood was down, revealing long waves of pure white hair. Once again, I had never seen a dragon-touched person with anything but normal human features. Well, there were rumors that the Great Uniter could do it, but he was one of a kind. Not a scale and not dragon-touched. She has to be something else. Something the scales don't understand, something they don't want people to know about. That's when I understood what she had to be. It made sense. My tavern was close to the mysterious cavern at the heart of Unity City. It led to a place called the Hollow Spire, the ancestral home of the dragons, but humans preferred to call it the Dragon Dungeon. No one, not even dragons, had ever ventured into the dungeon and returned. It was said to be a one-way portal, no matter which way you passed through it. Very few had ever taken the risk. But occasionally, some dragons did leave the dungeon, and from them, we got the stories. According to such tales, there were humans in the dungeon. They lived alongside the dragons, even serving them in exchange for magic. That magic twisted them, giving them dragon traits, like horns. That had to be what this woman was. "You're a dragon agent, right?" I rasped. "Cast something! Do something! Don't your kind have magic?" She looked at me, as if suddenly seeing me, as if she'd been staring at a painting of a beaten-up bartender and had just realized it was actually alive. Her green gaze cleared, her expression reverting to the panic from before. Her eyes caught the spreading firelight, blazing with terror.
"I can't!" she hissed. "My magic is sealed away. My power had no anchor in this world until you stole it from me."
"What the curses does that mean?" I asked, turning around. I didn't expect any answer, but she said,
"The reflection magic you are using. It's my magic. You are using it somehow, while I can't."
There was no time to process this. The scale with ice power was in front of us now. He had fully recovered from my strike, and he stood calm and collected. There was cruelty in his gaze. That's when I realized all the screams had stopped, both within the tavern and without. Everyone who'd been in the Lady Chaser was dead. Old Brevin, Nella, locals and strangers alike. "Traitor," I said, because there was nothing else I could do. "This isn't what a queen's scale is supposed to be." He smiled, and I could see the glow of his ice magic building in his mouth. He would spit another shard at us, and if it was anything like the last one, it would cut straight through me and right into the horned woman. I didn't think. I heaved myself upright and rushed him. His eyes widened, and he took a step back, but the magic was ready. "Run!" I shouted to the woman. Then the man breathed out a shard of ice as long as my arm, and the whole damn thing ran me through. Chapter 3. A lot dead. I had closed on him just enough. The shard hadn't reached her. I'd saved the woman. And I'd doomed myself. The pain didn't come, but the man's smirk did. His eyes dropped to my midsection. I looked down. The spike was buried in my gut, and blood gushed around the near blue crystal. I swayed. My breath hitched. Everything blurred around the edges. Shock, I thought. That's why I don't feel the pain. It's just shock. I've gone into shock. The woman screamed something. My name? How did she even know it? I couldn't hear her over the rush of blood in my ears. "Run," I said again. Why hadn't she run? The scale raised his hand and grabbed my shoulder to shove me away. "Move aside, fool," he said, but I didn't. I brought up my fist in a final act of defiance, and I punched him in the same place he'd killed me. His eyes went wide, his mouth opened, blood splattered out. I blinked, and the man started to choke. He slipped off my hand, his eyes glazing, filmy. He staggered, then fell backward. An ice shard protruded from his stomach. His chest deflated and did not rise again. I stepped back. What? Where had that shard come from, and why wasn't I collapsing too? My gaze fell again, to my stomach, but there was nothing there. The ice shard that I'd seen sticking out of my gut had vanished.
It's true.
The woman breathed behind me.
You really did take it.
I didn't register her words. I patted myself over. Where was it? Where was the shard, the blood, the hole? The wound was gone, closed, no scar, no pain, not even a tear in my leather shirt. But I'd seen it. I know I had. I looked at the man, at the shard, and somehow I knew. It was the same shard that he'd forced into me. "What the demons?" another voice said. I almost thought it was my own voice, but no, it was the third scale. He was staring at his fallen comrade. We both moved at the same time. He thrust his arm at me, and vines slashed through my shirt, into my skin, piercing all the way through my stomach, and into the soft spots, and deeper, twisting inside me. I felt my intestines curl into fatal, bloody knots. But I still punched him in the head, which exploded. His skull burst apart in a flourish of bone and brain and vine, splattering red across the doorframe behind him. His lifeless body slumped, landing amidst a sea of dead bar patrons. And my stomach, my twisted, torn guts, they were still in place, still intact, untouched. Distantly, I heard the clomp of metal greaves down the hallway. The horned woman grabbed my arm from behind.
We have to go. They had someone watching the back.
The woman hissed, and I knew she was right. I had already understood that she was right, and that we had to run. But this? How was this possible? I was taking fatal damage and then using it on other people. I'd never heard of magic like this. Had I gone insane? It didn't matter. It wasn't the time to think. I nodded and burst into a run, tugging her with me. When she fell into step, I let go, and we both bolted out the door, the woman keeping close on my heels. Costumed revelers lay dead in the street before me, blood spreading under their stomachs and throats. I glanced back to find that the entire tavern was wrecked. Through the doorway, I could see scorched tables, spilled ale, broken glass, and torched bodies. A lantern sputtered and died on the outer wall, but the roof was on fire, so that hardly mattered. Aside from the dead, the street was deserted. The Scales dragons must have taken flight after dropping the soldiers off, and any other revelers must have fled or been killed. But commotions like this tended to attract people. There should be at least someone here, perhaps a member of the city guard, yet there was no one. The fourth man, the one guarding the back door, I thought. He must have a power that repels people, or makes illusions. He's the reason there's no one here. My analytical brain took over as I tried to absorb every single detail of the battlefield. Although I had never been a soldier, I had wanted to be one. I'd also been trained in the art of combat. Those lessons had been drilled relentless into me by my tutors. In short, old habits die hard. Yes, the Scales would want to hide this mess from everyone else. They wouldn't want anyone to know what they've done here, so that fourth Scale must have put up an illusion. I wanted to stay, to fight him and defeat him, just as I'd beaten the others. I wanted people to know what had happened here. You go on, I said, stopping in the street. I can't let them get away with this.
You don't understand,
she said.
You can only repel magic. Whoever was here used illusion magic. If he puts up an illusion to hide himself, then stabs you when you're distracted, you'll die. You can't repel physical attacks.
I looked at her, my gaze as sharp as any blade. Well, fuck. Anything else I should know?
Plenty. And if we don't get out of here, I might never get to explain it. Now come on.
This time it was the woman who grabbed my arm. I let her lead me from the empty square. She knew what was happening, and I didn't, and that meant I would be stupid to let her out of my sight until I understood whatever this was. I was vulnerable. I couldn't get myself killed over some misplaced sense of justice. I'll find the last man. I'll kill him later, I told myself. Demons, when my mother returned to find this place in tatters, she would do the finding for me. Nobody messed with Tiff Halstern, and messing with me was the same as messing with her. Usually that embarrassed me, but this time I would happily tell my mother where to start stabbing. She'd be bringing a whole crew of Scales with her, and that last guy wouldn't stand a chance. The thought made a part of me swell with pride as I picked up the pace, moving ahead of the horned woman to lead her through streets that were clearly unfamiliar to her. I'd lived in my mother's shadow all my life, and for good reason. She was a captain of the Scales, and a trusted friend of the great uniter himself. Commoner or not, everyone knew the name Tiff Halstern. She commanded respect wherever she went. But Silas Halstern? I was just a famous woman's kid. Her well-trained kid, sure, educated from birth in every kind of combat, taught by reams upon reams of tutors in all sorts of subjects, but still, I was just some guy. Because of the way dragons always acted around me, no branch of the military would take me. So, I'd become a nobody by choice, using my anonymity to help the kingdom where I could. Bartending paid well enough, and I could do it anywhere, follow any trail and sniff out any evildoer that couldn't be caught by conventional means. That anonymity was gone now. I wasn't a nobody anymore. Today I'd become something else, and I wasn't about to risk that for anything. I was going to make my mother and the great uniter proud, wherever that crazy man was. Within a few minutes, I'd edged the two of us into a new street, blending us into a crowd of festival-goers that had no idea of the massacre a few streets over. Parades ran up and down every main street in Unity City, making it stupidly easy to hide in plain sight. The woman followed me into the crowd, but she said,
Are you mad? There are so many people!
I paused, turned, and yanked off her hood. She gasped as her horns appeared in broad daylight. Nobody else batted an eye. She looked around, confused and frightened, but it didn't take her long to see the horns all around her. Half the people here were wearing costumes. Their horns were more obviously fake, of course. Their horns sprouted from headbands and hats, while hers grew straight out of the skin at her hairline. But so long as no one looked too closely, they would just think she'd done a really good job with her makeup. I spun back around and made a beeline for the nearest costume stall, and she followed without protest. I flipped the stall vendor the strange green coin the woman had given me, and I swept 2 colorful robes off the man's counter, then snatched a couple of hats. He didn't stop me. "What is this made of?" he asked. "No idea?" He should have stopped me, but maybe he was a bit drunk himself because he bit down on the coin instead. I faced my companion and swung the new orange cloak around her shoulders before shoving a golden hat down over her horns so that they poked through the rim. "Hide your hair in that," I said. Her white hair was not abnormal here either. But the remaining scale would have her description. Better that she hide anything that might give her away. As she began stuffing her hair under the wide-brimmed hat, I fastened her cloak with a talon clip, also golden, and then slipped into a vivid blue robe with a long stuffed tail hanging off the back. I was dressed as an ocean dragon, and she was a volcano type. Fire and ice were common costumes for lovers, and for the time being, that's what we'd be. When my own horned hat was secure on my head, I tugged the woman into the flow of traffic, none too soon either, because I glimpsed the colored dragon armor of a queen scale exiting an alley a few paces up the road. This guy's armor was the color of sand, meaning I'd been right. Just like the desert dragon his armor had been made from, he had the power to create illusions. "Head down, stay beside me," I growled. "It might hide your aura from his visor."
It didn't before.
She hissed back, and she wasn't wrong. "Yeah, well, there's 10 times as many people here now," I told her. "Just keep moving, face forward, don't look at him." She seemed to visibly struggle with this instruction, as her head kept twitching toward the man, but she kept her cool. We got past him, and out of the corner of my eye I saw him re-enter the alleyway. Was he leaving? Either way, he must not have seen her.
Where are we going?
She said, after she couldn't hold her breath any longer. "To the arena at the center of town. The Battle of First Flame is happening in a few minutes."
The Battle of what?
I glanced at her, and for the first time I saw her face without shadow or circumstance clouding it. Turns out she was a vision. Green eyes so bright that they actually glowed, fine elegant features, lashes for days, and an oddly cute nose, and porcelain skin so pale that it reminded me of a plant left in the dark for too long. Also a single loose strand of white hair, the color of pearls in shadow. She was my age or younger, in her early 20s somewhere, and she was almost as tall as me. I couldn't tell much more under both her cloaks, which had to be boiling her alive in this heat. But she wasn't complaining. She wasn't even sweating. "The Battle of First Flame is a mock fight between a human and dragon champion," I explained. "It's the capstone of this festival. Don't worry, we don't have to attend, but we can hide in the crowd until we think of where to go." I chose that moment to look back, just in case, and I missed a step. The scale now stood atop a nearby building, his sand armor flashing under the fireworks of a pair of spark dragons. The scale had a finger to his visor, scanning for the woman's aura. From that vantage, he had a good chance of finding it. "We got company, 7 o'clock, I said under my breath. The woman looked at me, wide-eyed.
What does the time have to do with anything?
Right. Not everyone had the same training I did. And did they even have clocks where she came from? "That last guy is on a roof behind us," I explained.
What? Then we should go somewhere else.
She blurted, and she even started yanking me by the sleeve toward an alley. I tugged her back to stop her. "No, those visors can see dragon auras through walls. We're still safer in the crowd."
Are you sure?
"Just calm down. We're almost there."
Almost where?
"Here." I took her by the shoulders and shoved her into a shop, hoping against all hope that the scale wasn't looking our way as I did it. She stumbled through the door, which had been propped open. Inside, 2 guards stood watch over glass cases full of jewelry, while the proprietor looked on, unimpressed.
"Silas?" the old white-haired man said. "I'm sorry, but your line of credit has run out."
"I'm not here for fucking bracelets, Tam," I snapped, hurrying the woman into the back room. "I need the tunnel." The man stepped up from behind his counter, frowning, but I ignored him as I forced my way through an inner door to the back room. He followed but didn't stop me, and his guards did nothing.
"Is this for Mistress Vaughn?" Tam asked, wringing his hands. "Because there's no counterfeits here, not anymore, I swear."
Mistress Vaughn had been one of my tutors, and she had hidey holes everywhere. She also had people beholden to her, posted at every corner of the world. I just need the tunnel, I said again, kneeling to flip a rug off the floor. This revealed a trapdoor, which led to one of many so-called safe houses, although in this case, it was more of a tunnel. Most of them were passageways from one place to another, on account of the fact they had ways both in and out. Mistress Vaughn was nothing if not resourceful. I slid a hand into the trapdoor handle and pulled it up, flinging it back. It banged against the folded rug, and I nodded into the dark below. "In," I said to the woman. She went in, no complaints this time. I followed. "Close it behind us," I instructed Tam, who leaned over the opening, sweating. The man probably did have some counterfeits down here, or in this back room somewhere, but he was also flummoxed by the fact it was me using the tunnel. Mistress Vaughn had declared me to be her protege long ago, so he knew that I was aware of this place, but since when did Silas the bartender ever need to run from anything? Normally it was drunkards and bullies that ran from me. As he hurried to close the door and hide it, I got in a final word. "If a man in sand armor shows up, tell him we went out the back. If he asks what we looked like, just say we looked like we had costumes on." "But you do look like you just have—" "Just do it. Don't give him my name. You don't know me." And the door closed, shrouding us in blackness. I could hear the woman's breathing hard in the dark, and I felt about for her shoulder and shepherded her in the direction I knew led to the whiskey distillery down the road. It was easy enough, just follow the scent of hard liquor.
Why did you tell him to say that? About us just looking like costumed people?
She asked in a hush. The scale can't suspect that Tam knows your horns are real, or he'll kill Tam and both his guards too. It would be easy enough to stage it as a robbery.
But... all right, that makes sense. But who was he?
Just a man my tutor once caught selling counterfeit gemstones. She blackmailed him for the use of his tunnel, which she then lined with wyvern blood. It should fully hide your aura from the scale's view, at least for now.
You say this dampening effect is from wyvern blood?
She could feel it then. Or see it. I couldn't personally see auras or speak Draconic, but the magic inside me did seem to shrink back a little. Wyvern blood could negate any magic on contact. Yeah. Do you have that where you come from?
I know someone with similar magic, but I've never heard of wyverns.
She didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask. In the resulting silence, I focused on feeling my way down the narrow corridor. It was damp here, but not slimy, and nothing skittered over my hands or around my feet, so that was good. I'd been down here several times as a part of my training, as Mistress Vaughn called it, although I had no idea what she thought she was training me for. It wasn't like I could become a queen scale, not when all dragons panicked the moment they laid eyes on me, and I couldn't become a royal assassin or a spy master either. They used dragons and their magic just as much. "Who are you, by the way?" I asked. I mean, I get the air of mystery, but give me a name at least.
Oh.
There was a pause in which I guessed she was inviting a name to give me.
You can call me Seven, I suppose.
7? Okay, you will have to explain that one. I kept my voice low and she copied me, but I didn't think anyone could hear us down here. I was fairly sure we evaded that scale, but I was still wound up tight. I wasn't sure where to go from here, because we were officially on the run. But putting any sort of distance between us and that scale seemed like a pretty good plan. And then what? We run forever? I was now a criminal. The thought made me nauseous. How had it come to this, and so quickly? My lip curled. The scales left no witnesses, so if I kill the last one, then no one will know what I've done.
Well, I am the 7th dragon agent of Envy,
7 said after more deliberation.
I was raised in her care, so I never had a name. She usually just called me Girl.
So she was a dragon agent. She did come from the dungeon. Who's Envy? I asked. A dragon?
Yes.
The way she said that made me suspicious. And this Envy? She has 7 people working for her?
Actually, she has almost 7,000 people on her plane.
This made me stop. I twisted toward her, only to give a start. Her eyes were indeed glowing in the dark. They weren't bright enough to cast light, but I could see them clearly, reflecting light that didn't exist. It seemed to be coming from inside her. This dragon has 7,000 humans working for her in the dragon dungeon? I asked.
Dragon dungeon?
The hollow spire, I corrected. She wouldn't know our human word for the place.
Well, only really 70 of them can be agents. The other 7,000 of them are just people. Subjects. They don't have any of her magic, but they have to do whatever she says.
Wait, back up. Envy has 70 human agents, all of whom get their magic from her, and out of 70 of them, you're number 7? Does that mean you're her 7th best agent? She swallowed loudly, her eyes flickering as they darted.
I'm the 7th child she raised, but I'm the best of them. Most people consider me her main enforcer.
She said the word like she was embarrassed to admit it. Well, shit. She was the best out of all 70? Why are we running then? I asked. If you're so strong, why aren't you fighting this guy yourself?
I already told you. My magic doesn't work on the surface. It is anchored to the hollow spire.
That gave me pause. Does that mean your magic only works in the hollow spire?
Yes. Here I am weak as a babe.
I nodded thoughtfully, and with those eyes, she could probably see me do it. We're headed toward the entrance to the hollow spire, I told her. This tunnel will let us out fairly close to it. If you go through the portal back to your home, you can defend yourself again. The cave leading to the hollow spire was beneath the arena at the center of Unity City. Humans were not allowed to enter there without permission, and of the few that had tried anyway, none had returned. In short, it was a place of draconic mystery, and one only recently discovered by the Great Uniter. The hollow spire was nicknamed the Dragon Dungeon because it was rumored to be a dungeon of sorts, composed of 7 levels, each one ruled by a different ancient dragon with powers well beyond that of the famed 4 demons. However, none of them had ever emerged, at least not since the place was discovered. No one knew for sure what was down there. 7. Don't tell me this Envy Dragon is one of the 7 ancient dragons that rule the hollow spire? I breathed.
You say not to tell you, but it's true. So what do I do?
I gaped at her, judging by the way her glowing eyes widened slightly. She could see my expression just fine. You work for a dragon god? She swallowed.
Well, not anymore, no.
What do you mean, not anymore? I hissed. 7, what are you? What are you doing here? And why did I just throw my whole life away to help you?
Like I said, I used to be Envy's favored agent.
Used to be?
Well, see, I sort of betrayed her.
I stared.
And now she kinda wants me a little bit dead.
I groaned and slumped to the floor, my back against the wall.
Okay, a lot dead.
7 said. Chapter 4. A different kind of human. Any amount of dead is still dead, I told 7. There in the endless dark, barely illuminated by her coruscating green eyes. A dragon goddess. One of the 7 most powerful entities in the world, and she wanted 7 dead. And what was worse, I had helped 7 escape capture. The Queen's scales had probably been working under orders of the ancient dragon herself. The crown was allied to dragons, after all, so Queen Camilla might be trying to catch 7 on Envy's orders. Except that made no sense. I knew Camilla. She was a good person, or at least as good as a monarch could be. She would not condone the slaying of innocents, not even to placate a dragon god. If she were the one hunting Seven, she would be doing it with no loss of civilian life. I also hadn't heard anything about the Crown opening lines of communication into the Hollow Spire. A common person wouldn't know about it if it did happen, of course, but it was hardly common. I had powerful friends, even if I myself was a nobody. Besides, with the entrance to the Hollow Spire being as public as it was, something like that couldn't stay secret for long. Regardless, I was a nobody who had just gone against a dragon god, and the dragons in the dungeon were not beholden to the Accords. They could kill humans at will, if they ever chose to leave. Fuck. I was all kinds of dead.
Well, actually, that's not strictly true.
Seven said. I dropped my head in my hands. What's not true? I sighed.
That any amount of dead is still dead.
Please, Seven, I'm begging you, please start making sense. She put a hand on my shoulder, which threw me off. All this time she'd been the terrified one, cowering and unsure of herself, a foreigner in a foreign land, on the run. But now there was a self-assurance to her gaze that made me see her as she really was, a former agent of a god, the kind of power she must possess. And if she was Envy's most favored...
I betrayed my goddess by coming here and seeking you,
she said.
That means you must help me. You are the only one who can disrupt her plans.
I almost didn't understand the words coming out of her mouth. It was like they'd been strung together in the wrong order. Me? I blurted. Why me?
You are Silas Hallstern, are you not?
She replied. I couldn't tear my eyes off her. Those glowing irises, like emeralds backlit by sunlight, were all I could see in this blackness. I am Silas Hallstern. But how do you know me? I never told you my name.
I was told that you could help me,
Seven said. She shifted in the dark, sitting cross-legged only inches away. She laid her hands on my knees and leaned closer. It was almost intimate, and my heart started racing. But she seemed unaware of what she was doing.
A few months ago, 7 human women were brought before my master, the goddess Envy,
she said.
They were surface humans, but they had not come to the Hollow Spire of their own volition. They were taken there, kidnapped by Envy. I imagine the warriors we fought today were among the kidnappers she used, although I had no idea her reach stretched so far.
As she spoke this last, I remembered what the captain had said to the other scales. There are worse things than an angry redhead. I should think so. What sane human wanted to piss off a god of dragons? No one's sane. Just me. My mouth went dry and I completely forgot Seven's closeness to me. Seven, are you talking about the missing princess and her ladies? Princess Etonia? Are you saying the dragons kidnapped them? Seven shook her head.
Not all the dragons. Just Envy. But she is the most powerful god in the Hollow Spire right now, and gaining more power each day.
But why? To what purpose? She hesitated.
I'm not sure, but I wanted to know. And when I tried to find out from the women themselves, they told me to find you.
Wait, you met them?
I did not have the power to free them, only to speak to them. They were too frightened to tell me anything, which is common among those that Envy holds in thrall. But the women did give me your name, and I came straight here. Unfortunately, Envy noticed I was missing right away and gave chase.
As she spoke, my brows drew lower. You came here to the human world because one of them said to find me. I barely knew any of the women, not even the one I was concerned about. I mean, I'd met some of them, but we had never spoken. There was no reason any of them would ask for me instead of Queen Camilla or the Great Uniter or really anyone else. But Seven confirmed with a nod, and I shook my head at myself. I'd learned almost nothing substantial in the 2 months since the women had gone missing. All I knew was that they had been brought through Unity City, and so I'd purchased a bar with all of my savings, using it as a base of operations in my continued search. It was almost comical. All this time and money I'd spent seeking the kidnappers in secret, and suddenly the culprits came to me.
You do know these women, correct?
Seven asked. I weighed my answer. Only a few of them.
Who are they to you?
She replied. I exhaled to steady myself. It's complicated. But one of the women, Liara, she's my fiancée. I expected this to land hard. Instead, Seven said,
What's a fiancé?
That caught me off wing. We were engaged to be married.
Married? Oh, yes, I've heard of this. When humans mate, it is called marriage, right? You make it into some kind of contract.
I cocked an eyebrow at her. You say this like you aren't human yourself. Or are you human? Those horns are real enough. She flinched, but recovered fast.
Sorry. You're correct that I am human. It's just that I was raised in Envy's care, among dragons, so I know very little about human culture. Add to that the fact that I'm an agent, and it makes me a very different kind of human altogether.
Different how? Enlighten me. I glimpsed the shadow of her hand rising to feel at her horns.
When a hollower human becomes a dragon agent, we undergo physical changes due to the magic we take in.
Well, that explained the horns. But as she spoke, something else occurred to me. The fact that I could understand her. Do they know the Partian tongue down there, then? I asked.
It would seem so. I am speaking the common tongue of humans in the Hollow Spire, and you understand me, so the language must be one and the same. Perhaps this is because our human population hailed from this area centuries ago. But still, it is a little odd. Come to think of it, Lust once did a study.
As Seven spoke, I focused more closely on her words. I hadn't noticed an accent, but she was right. It seemed unlikely that I could understand her so clearly. So I listened, not to the meaning, but to the sounds she was making. Each syllable and the inflection she put on it. And the more I listened, the stranger her speech became, as if she were emphasizing all the wrong words and rolling all the wrong letters. It got so bad that I had to stop, and as soon as my focus went away, she sounded normal again. If I was listening to her, expecting to understand her, then it seemed I could do it. How strange.
But she always was studying random things. That's Lust for you.
Seven finished.
Anyway, this woman, Liara, you said she was to be your mate?
I shook myself. Yes, that's why I was looking for her, and the others.
So, you love her? You would do anything to save her?
I didn't like where this was going. With a low grunt, I moved to stand. Seven rose with me. Like I said, it's complicated, I told her as I once again began to move down the corridor. It was an arranged marriage. An arranged mating, if you will. So I didn't know Liara well at all, but she is my fiancée and it is my responsibility to find her.
That is well, then. She must have been the one to give me your name.
I did not reply, and after a moment, Seven said,
This means I did find the right person. I want to help you save them. Help you defeat Envy for good.
I focused on my steps as we proceeded into the dark. We would come upon the whiskey barrels soon. So that's what you meant when you said you had information for me, I said. You know where the women are being held.
Yes, I am not able to defeat her on my own. But if you could, perhaps, provide an army of magic wielders.
I snorted loud enough to cut her off. Lady, I don't command any armies. I can barely command a room full of drunks.
But, surely, They would not have given your name if you were not capable.
Look, I have no fucking clue why they gave you my name, all right? I said, getting annoyed now, and not necessarily at her. I knew for a fact that Liara had not named me. It had been Princess Atonia who sent poor Seven after me, because Atonia knew I had connections to the Great Uniter himself. After all, the Great Uniter was her father. She was close enough to him to know about me. Unfortunately, the Great Uniter had been missing even longer than the women had been. He'd gone off on some adventure 10 weeks ago, and no one had heard from him since. As I was thinking this, I banged my head on something hollow. I cursed and reeled back, bumping hard into Seven. By some act of fate, the two of us got entangled, our costume hats and horns twisting into each other, and we fell in a heap of thick, invisible cloth. That put me close to her body, much closer than before. I was nearly on top of her, only slightly off-center, and what I did feel set my heart thumping all over again. But, once again, she didn't miss a beat. She continued the conversation as if her tits weren't shoved up hard against my chest.
You mean, you command no one?
She said. I grunted. No, I'm just me.
Well, perhaps it will be enough.
I finally got my arm in place and shoved her off. What are you talking about? I'm no one. What could I possibly do against a god of dragons?
That's what I've been trying to explain all along, Sir Silas,
she said, her hands pressing to my shoulders as I knelt above her, as if to emphasize her words.
As a dragon agent, I can see dragon auras. And when I saw yours...
I scrambled to get all the way off her. What? No. You're not saying I have a dragon aura? That's impossible. I'm not dragon-touched. I've been tested. I'm just some guy. Not only that, but the visors of the Queen's scales hadn't seen a damned thing in me. Several of my tutors had been capable of seeing dragon auras, and none of them had ever said that I had one.
I'm afraid no human could test for this,
she said.
Because you have something much stranger than a common dragon aura. Something only other dragons would recognize.
I almost groaned. Please, just tell me already. Was I secretly dragon-touched by some sort of weird dragon variety? Was I a dragon agent stolen from the Hollow Spire at birth? Was I a dragon that shapeshifted into a human in childhood, then forgot about it? What the absolute fuck was I, that it would impress a woman like Seven so much?
You don't have the aura of a living dragon,
she said.
Silas, you have the aura of a dead one.
Chapter 5. Half naked and still smoking. A dead dragon? What do you mean? My aura looks like a dead dragon? The darkness of the tunnel closed in on all sides, the silence almost ringing. Seven drew breath to answer, but then her face twitched. Eyes darting back the way we'd come.
I hear something.
I frowned and strained to listen, but there was nothing. I don't hear any...
I have far, far better hearing than you do,
she countered.
And I hear something. It's... Oh, talons. It's above us.
Her voice had fallen to a hushed whisper, and I realized how long we had been sitting in this same spot, talking. Long enough for our hunter to zero in on our location and start digging. But this tunnel is lined with wyvern blood, I said, grabbing Seven and moving at a faster clip down past the rows of whiskey barrels. No sooner had I done this than I heard the scatter of pebbles behind me. Shit, he shouldn't have been able to see us.
You're sure this place is shielded with negation magic?
Yes, wyvern blood is basically liquid negation magic. It would have hidden my aura, dead or not, and the scales visors have never seen my aura anyway, but it should hide yours too. Despite these assurances, it was obvious that our assailant had found us. Maybe Mistress Vaughn had forgotten to have the tunnel retouched last year. I doubted that. She was good at what she did, and this place should have kept anything but a behemoth-class dragon hidden. Even an airship class should be able to hide down here, and those big bastards couldn't even fit. Oh. How big is your aura? I snapped.
What?
How damned big? She paused.
I am basically a conduit for the aura of Envy herself. So
her aura is God-sized. Just great. It was no wonder the shielding hadn't done much.
do we go back up?
Seven asked as the rocks falling behind us got larger and louder. The scale really was digging his way toward us. He must be using his dragon mount to do it. I think we have to, I said. It'll buy us the most time. Here. I nearly slammed into the ladder leading up into the distillery. We could keep running, but the scale would hear us and give chase. If we left now, he'd hear only silence, and it would take him a couple minutes to figure out we weren't down here anymore. Only, he could see Seven's aura, so really, there was no protection at all. Hold on, I said, as a large chunk of stone fell behind us. The man had almost gotten into the tunnel. Stay here, just for a moment. Come up the second I tell you to. I moved to climb the ladder, but she grabbed my ankle.
Don't you dare leave me here!
It was the first time she'd been anything but a terrified mouse since I'd met her, and the authority in her voice would have startled me if I wasn't in such a hurry. 2 months, I haven't gotten a single clue as to where my fiancé is, I hissed. You're my only damned lead. I'm not leaving you. With that, I kicked her away, and she let go. Stay, I repeated, before I swung my arm up and punched the trapdoor above me with the side of my fist. The door's latch broke clean out of the floor. I knew exactly how to hit these things to break them. It was yet another part of my Mistress Vaughn's training. She knew how to get in or out of anywhere and anything. It made her the most valuable assassin in the whole of New Partial. I heaved the trapdoor open. This one wasn't covered by a rug, since having a cellar was hardly unheard of in a distillery. No one was in the small room with me, but it's where they washed and stored all the empty barrels. I darted for the door leading out of the storage room, using some of that momentum to kick it open. A shout came from the other side, but I didn't run through. Instead, I reached out and lit the dragon flame sconce next to the door. Its little flame came to life behind the glass at the twist of its enchanted knob. Then, I wrenched it off the wall. Up, Seven, now! I shouted, practically leaping across the room. She scrambled up out of the trapdoor.
He's in the tunnel! I saw...
Good, I cried. Now run up front. Yell that the place is gonna blow. Get everyone out. Then I dropped straight back down into the hole. Back in the tunnel, I could see the hulking shape of a man running toward me, his clanking mass hunched low, silhouetted by the faint light of a hole in the ceiling behind him. He grunted as he forced his way past barrels. I took hold of the nearest plug of a barrel and gave an expert twist. I hadn't tended bar all these years for nothing. The cork popped. Whiskey hissed out. I closed my eyes. If only there'd been time to do something saner than this. Here goes nothing, I thought. Then I let go of the dragon flame. It fell into the whiskey and the fire caught, spreading rapidly up the stream. I hurled myself back up the ladder just as I heard a curse and a clang. The queen's scale never had a fighting chance. Flame exploded underneath me, searing up my legs as the first barrel took. The blast flung me up and out like a damned mine dragon bullet, and I hit the ceiling with a crash. I started to fall, dazed, and then another gout of fire caught me as it erupted from the trapdoor, a second barrel joining the first. I flipped to one side, my costume on fire. I should be burned alive. I should be dead. I certainly looked it, with my skin blackened and bloody, my clothes sizzling away. Yet, once again, there was no pain. I was impervious to magic, and a dragon's flame was magic. Half the lights in Unity City were dragon flame, rather than oil and wick. Fuck, I'm so glad that worked. As yet another explosion sounded below, I clambered to my feet and ran after 7. The distillery proper was still clearing out, dozens of wealthy patrons abandoning their glassware full of the city's best whiskey. They flowed out the door, bewildered and yet somehow orderly, as if they were all surprised that something so banal as an explosion could possibly happen to them. 7 must have done a good job getting everyone to flee, but I didn't see her. She'd gone on ahead. I'd been in this place before, so I knew the back way out, and I ran for it. 10-1, I just killed that scale in the tunnel. But this explosion would bring the city's regular guardsmen, the enforcers, if not more of the magic-wielding scales. It might even attract the attention of a dragon-touched city guardian. I didn't need any elite mages or their personal riot of dragons on my tail. A single scale was bad enough. So I needed to stay low, to find 7 and get us to a safer spot. But out in the street, I couldn't see her anywhere. And her aura... I swallowed. If that scale had seen her aura through a screen of wyvern blood, then 7 had to have a giant aura. Airship class, at the least, but she was probably behemoth, if she was a conduit for the aura of a god. Anywhere she goes, scales and dragon-touched can find her. She knows this. Which meant she had only one choice. She had to run, as far and fast as she could. I cursed and ran toward the arena. There, 7 would find the cavern leading down to the hollow spire. It wasn't safe for her, but neither was here. With her aura, she was a sitting duck in my world. In her world, she could at least use her magic. She knows about the missing women. She's my only lead, and I couldn't let my last lead get away. So I took off, half naked and still smoking. I had to chase her down, even if it meant running straight into the ancestral lair of the dragons, from which no human had ever returned. Chapter 6. This had better work. We'd gotten closer to the arena in our flight through the tunnel. This part of town was richer, with its buildings built of stone, living trees or even glass, all of which had been magically formed into their shapes. Smoke and flames still clung to my costume as I tried to slip into the crowd, ducking between vacated festival booths and weaving past revelers as they fled from the distillery blaze. But unlike before, it was not easy to hide here. The parade had come to a standstill, and the street had been cleared out already. Everyone was either watching the Battle of First Flame on a glass viewer in a tavern, or they were gathered nearer the arena to see the battle play out. I could never quite blend into the crowd, though. It seemed like every other person turned to look at me. All their eyes went wide, and no wonder. I was burning alive, right in front of them. Still, no pain, but the fire hadn't stopped either. Whatever these clothes were made of, it was burning a long time. I stopped to pat out the last open flame, but plenty of the costume was still smoldering. Wait, the ice shard from before. It didn't even leave a hole in my shirt. Once I reflected the magic back, maybe my clothes will burn like this until I release the attack? The thought almost made me trip. Right. I have to reflect this attack on something. I still didn't understand what I could do, but I understood that much. What would happen if I reflected that blast, though? I'd been struck directly by 2 explosions, both originating from dragon flame. Could I release the damage twice? And if I didn't release it, what would happen to me? I tried to dive into the gathered onlookers in my hurry to get to the arena, but the crowd parted instead of letting me in. People with wooden horns and lit torches and colored face paint darted out of my path like I was an eel in a bathtub. So much for going unnoticed. All the same, I was making great time, since the festival goers were clearing my path. I broke into a sprint, and to a man, every person turned to look at me. Whispers followed. The parade's music, drum beats and flutes, and the magical roaring of dragon pipes, all of it petered to a halt when I passed. Any minute now, someone with authority would come running. I had to get to 7 before then. I had to get to her and hide us both until all this blew over. That seemed so impossible, with half the city's eyes glued to my smoldering cloak. I caught some of my audience's hushed words as I ran.
He's on fire, but he's not screaming.
Is that a costume?
Fake blood. It's oil, has to be. He's just burning oil off his clothes.
The rumors somehow outpaced me, and when I was a good 6 blocks from the arena, the entire crowd parted from me, all at once. This time, however, it revealed a man with a cart made of dragon-forged steel, helmed by the blue mount-class dragon that had been contracted to haul it. I moved to avoid the creature, which would rear any moment at the sight of me, as dragons always did. I terrified dragons, all of them, no exceptions. Around me, they became a liability, and I didn't want its panic to hurt anyone. But the driver, a well-dressed man in a top hat, yelled out to me. "Are you late, sir?" he called. "Take my dragon." I slowed, then stopped, turning toward him in bewilderment. He was handsome and refined, wearing a tailored suit, with the dark skin common to lands beyond the sea. "Late? Late for what?" I asked, flummoxed. My gaze raked over the gathered watchers, which had formed a circle around me. Seven was nowhere in sight. It was almost like she was actively hiding from me. She must have heard about me by now, with the rumor mill moving so fast. "For the Battle of First Flame," the cart driver said, frowning. He stepped away from his cart, and I realized he'd been unhooking the dragon. Also, the dragon was watching me. Just watching. It hadn't panicked. "The Battle of—" I trailed off when it dawned on me. "You think I'm the champion?" I said. His frown creased deeper into his wide brow. "Who else could you be? You're in costume, you're in the parade, and you're a flame." It made sense then. The human champion, the one who would fight the dragon in the mock battle of First Flame, was usually wearing something garish, and he or she did get paraded through town beforehand. Also, the battle was going to start any minute. I glanced between the man and his dragon. The dragon watched me with curiosity, but not with fear. What in the fated fuck? I figured, why look a gift dragon in the mouth? I jogged over and took the reins. "Thank you," I said, before mounting the dragon, using the same smooth motion I'd seen my mother and her men use hundreds of times. It was something I'd never been able to do, not even once, because dragons were so terrified of me. But not this one. I slid easily onto its back, in the hollow just behind its folded wings, and just above its largest back spine. The size of that spine marked it as a male, and its coloring suggested that it was a geyser dragon. My chest swelled. I felt a grin break across my face. A feeling of weightlessness came over my insides, like butterflies. I was riding a dragon. Finally. This is what I've always wanted. "To the arena," I said, pointing. It must have been enough direction for the dragon, because it turned in place and began to run down the hill toward the tournament grounds. As it raised up its wings, that butterfly feeling turned hot inside me. My vision began to blur. Heat encroached along my back, my midsection, my legs. I'd put out the flames on my clothes, but the attack itself was still a part of me. I had stored the flame damage for the time being, but I had to release it, and soon. The blue dragon roared, and the crowd made way, allowing the creature to spread its pale wings. I tried to forget the raw elation of the moment, to focus on what I could do to reach Seven, what I could do to defend her, if need be. I had reflection magic now. Any magical strike that hit me, I could reflect it back on someone else. This made the injury vanish right off me. A spike through the gut, legs burned to a crisp. It would all disappear if I just reflected it. Before, I had done it with my right hand by punching that queen's scale in the gut. I flexed my hand, daring it to take off the reins. It made no difference. The ride remained smooth, easy, as if I'd been born atop a dragon. The creature's wings flared as it finished sprinting, and we lifted off. "Good boy," I shouted. "Keep on, straight ahead." With the ground at an incline, the launch quickly brought us over the tops of the houses at the center of the inverted cone that was Unity City. We were a mere 2 blocks from the arena now. The entrance to the hollow spire lay somewhere beneath the wide, metal-crafted platform. Even as I watched, cheers rose up from the spectators in the stands surrounding the arena, a dull roar that barely got past the wind in my ears. The floor of the arena was a vast circle of sand, marked only by large, misshapen chunks of reddish rock. Those were new. Were they part of the landscaping this year? As I watched, a Holler-class black dragon appeared out of thin air, stretching its long neck out into the daylight. Its spikes were violet, as were its wings as it flared them. That had to be the dragon champion, but it was smaller than usual. Almost all the dragon champions in my memory had been airship class at least. This one was about the size of a modest house, while even the smallest airship was the size of a barn. When the dragon opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning, I understood. It was a night dragon, capable of both lightning and invisibility. Those things were not to be trifled with. Yet here I was, flying straight toward it. "Keep low!" I shouted, hoping the dragon could both hear and understand me. They were intelligent, of course, but not all of them bothered to learn Partian commands. But the dragon caught the gist, bringing its wings close to put us into an angled dive. We zoomed toward the night dragon as it opened its mouth to let loose a bone-shaking roar. Near its feet, I could see the circular depression that could slide open and lead down to the hollow spire. Normally, it only opened at the end of the ceremony, when both the human and dragon champion would throw offerings into it. Right now, though, the portal was open, swirling with eerie purple light. I had never heard of it being opened in front of the public before. Had Seven triggered it? But where is she? I don't see her. Shit! I still didn't know for sure if that was where she'd gone. I swore internally as the hole began closing, the subterranean metal door pulling back across the opening. Once it closed, I'd need to petition the queen herself to open the thing. Even if the scales didn't arrest me, which seemed likely at this point, it would still take days to get that kind of permission. If I wanted to go through it, now was the time. I gave the tournament field one more scan. I didn't see the human champion anywhere, but I knew they would appear any moment with enormous fanfare. As per usual, he or she might drop out of the sky or appear in a rain of illusory sparks, or form their own body out of the ground, whatever he or she could manage with their dragon-touched powers. My stomach dropped. The champion was almost always one of the dragon-touched. There was no warrior more powerful, not even a scale, because dragon-touched bonded their souls directly to dragons. And if I didn't drop straight through that portal right now, I might have to fight one. My skin burned. I was running out of time. I needed to release my magic, and I needed to escape. Stay or go, I had to decide. In the end, the answer was simple. 7 or no 7, my fiancée was down there, and if I don't go after her, then I might lose my chance. "Drop me," I said, patting the dragon's shoulder in one of the common rider commands for drop. The dragon turned its head aside to glance back at me. It said, confused. I shrugged out of my costume robe, rapidly going over my crazy plan. I barely knew how this magic worked, but there was a place inside me that already understood it innately. I learned by doing, and I learned fast. I tapped the dragon's shoulder again. "I'll be fine, just drop me." Its wings quivered, like a shrug, and it tucked them in against its body and spun into a barrel roll. I wasn't prepared for that. I must have had the wrong command. I gripped the reins tight as the portal came up fast, the dragon spinning me along with it. It took all the muscle I had to hold on. "I can make this work. I can improvise." "Slow down," I shouted. "Wings out." The dragon knew one of those commands, at least. It leveled out and flared its wings, slowing us sharply. I pinpointed the portal, and I leaped. We had just passed over the gate to the arena, and I went soaring toward the night dragon as my ride banked and flew clear. Until that moment, I'd been acting on instinct. I'd had a plan. But now, I was airborne and plummeting rapidly toward my death. This had better work, I thought, as I flipped my costume robe out in front of me. Then, I punched the fabric and let my magic go free. Chapter 7. Into the Storm. The blast was a big one. It had been stored up from the explosion of dragon flame at the distillery, and it released all at once through my hand. As the burning sensation left my legs and torso, the robe in front of me caught fire in a thumping whoosh. Just as the flame had done in the distillery, the blast created a pocket of compressed air that blew me backward. The flame washed over me, harmless as I collected some of the same magic back again. But more importantly, my fall had slowed. The explosion had shot me backward nearly as fast as I'd been hurtling forward, and I crashed into the sandy earth of the arena with a truncated cry. I felt bones break. I wasn't sure where, but I remained alive as I flipped end over end. This was a bad idea, I thought, as I felt bone after bone break inside me. Oh, fuck, I'm definitely dead. I had been acting on instinct. Bad instinct. What the hell was I thinking, dropping off a dragon at full speed? My physics tutor would have had my head for such a bad calculation. "Let me go!" I heard a voice shriek. It was so clear. The clarity of the dying. I finally came to a stop in what must be a pool of my own blood. After all, hadn't Seven said I couldn't take physical impacts? I could only take magical damage and reflect magical force. But I was alive. I groaned. I tried to sit up. And I did it. I sat right up. I can handle physical damage too? I blinked hard, shielding my eyes from the noonday light. I looked down to find my chest caved in, my legs and my other arm broken. It didn't hurt, but I couldn't use the bad arm at all, and I was barely breathing through the collapse in my chest. So the damage itself could still kill me, either by suffocation or the right kind of paralysis. Lucky for me, my neck hadn't snapped and rendered my whole body immobile. And through it all, I felt nothing. I waited. No pain. But I thought she said I couldn't do this. I wobbled to my feet, my body a mess of damage, with only one leg able to take my weight. It wobbled dangerously, with bits of bone visible that I didn't dare look at closely, and yet I felt totally fine. What in the three fates was this? Seven had said I couldn't take non-magical attacks. Falling out of the sky was as non-magical as it gets, and yet I felt nothing. It was the same as the magical damage had been. Which means if I punch something, it will reflect all this damage off me. I'll be whole again, just like before.
Who in the demons are you?
Asked a gruff female voice. I managed to turn myself around, hobbling like a 100-year-old leper, only to find the real champion not 10 paces behind me, surrounded by a blast radius of sand that now glittered silver. I know her, I thought, but I knew a lot of people. She'd probably worked with my mother or one of my tutors at some point. She must have landed in the middle of that blast radius, turning the sand to steel to make her grand entrance. It occurred to me that she'd gotten started late. I squinted to see her better through my blood-filmed eyes. She wore the customary orange cape and headdress of the human champion, representing the great demon of the spark, the patron dragon of the Unity Festival. Underneath, she was covered head to foot in dull silver dragon armor that matched the sand she had transmuted beneath her. She had been touched by a forged dragon then. She could turn things to metal by touching them. But all of that barely grazed my attention because in the champion's hands, she held a woman in a tattered flame dragon costume. That captive stared at me with her glowing green eyes, but there was something wilder than that. Under the tattered orange cloak, she had wings. The wings were green and bony, with a thin membrane stretched across them. A dragon's wings. Those definitely weren't there before, I thought. She must have literally grown them in the time we'd been apart. "Seven?" I blurted. "How?" Seven blinked, then cried out.
She caught me! I was trying to get to the hollow spire. Please, Silas, help!
The champion wrenched Seven to one side, her fist in Seven's hair, and Seven screamed in pain and surprise, both hands going to her horns. She was trying to pry the champion off, but she was powerless, and I was starting to feel hot all over again. Let her go. I growled, stomping forward.
And you'll do what? Fall apart on me?
The champion asked, but her voice had lost its hard edges. She was shaken.
My friend, you are dead already. Your brain just hasn't caught up to your body yet.
I blinked, or tried to, but nothing happened. The heat was building inside me again, but also pressure on my neck, chest, arms, and legs. I felt like I was vibrating. Seven moaned, her legs collapsing under her, those new wings drooping like desiccated leaves.
Please, let me go.
Seven murmured.
I'm not here to hurt anyone. I didn't take those women. Don't go digging deeper holes for yourself, Cupcake,
the champion said, her pale blue eyes darting to Seven and then back to me. I saw recognition in them. She knows me, and she thinks she's watching me die. But the champion kept speaking, still talking to Seven.
I already know you're an unregistered dragon touched, and that's bad enough. Don't add interrogation to the list of things we'll do to you. Remember, anyone under arrest has the right to remain silent by decree of the Queen.
Unregistered? I thought dimly. Did the champion not know she was looking at a dragon agent? Of course she doesn't. Queen Camilla's people aren't behind the attacks on Seven. Envy's people are, and this proves it. I swallowed, but again my body wasn't working quite right. A shadow fell over me. The night dragon. It was leaning down to look at us.
My goddess demands that I kill the white-haired one,
said the dragon.
Stand aside. I must kill her right now.
I heard the voice in my head, a thing which I had never experienced before in all my life, and yet I knew it was the dragon's voice. The champion looked up at the dragon.
Kill her?
She shook Seven.
You can't. You can't. You will break the accords. Dragons can't kill humans, and vice versa. End of story.
As a dragon touched, the champion was able to speak to dragons, but it wasn't supposed to be something I could do.
I do not know what you speak of,
the dragon said, its voice buzzing lowly.
I am not from your surface world, and my gods do not honor your surface agreements. Step away, or I will kill you as well.
The champion frowned.
You're not from here? What?
My gaze wandered to the red rocks I'd seen scattered across the field, only now I could see that they weren't rocks at all. They were chunks of meat from the real dragon champion. This night dragon had come up out of the portal and killed it. The crowd already knew this. Now that I was listening more closely, I realized that their cheers were shouts of anger, not excitement. They just watched their dragon champion get slaughtered, but the human champion and I had both missed the memo. The champion drew her knife.
If you insist on killing a human,
she growled,
then I insist on defending her. Furthermore, you have killed the dragon champion, and I am honor-bound to avenge him.
The dragon opened its mouth to breathe lightning. I almost panicked, but something occurred to me. Seven, the dragon can't use magic, right? I asked. You said that Hollow Spire powers won't work here, and she came from the Hollow Spire. Despite this, I could see the flicker of light in the dragon's throat.
She's close to the portal,
Seven struggled to say.
She still has a connection.
Well, shit. The champion wouldn't stand a chance if that power released, no matter how much she crouched behind that silver shield of hers. I couldn't let that dragon kill her, or me either. So in the moment before the dragon's breath could release, I turned my face down and punched the ground. Sand sprayed upward as my second whiskey explosion, the one I'd stored from the second blast in the distillery, surged into the earth, forcing sand up and away from me. It forced me back, but I wasted no time in punching the ground again, this time to release all the damage that had been done to me in the fall. It worked. The magic was somehow responding to my will, releasing what I wanted it to release with each strike. Sand sprayed up into the sky, a reverse storm of debris and dust. As before, the reflection cured me of the original damage. The moment my body was back to normal, I raced into the sand cloud and lunged for 7 just as I heard the dragon start to cough somewhere behind me. I caught the champion by surprise. She'd staggered backward from the concussion of the fire blast, and she'd thrown a hand up over her helmet's visor. I brought my arm up low and struck her in the wrist that was still holding 7. With that last punch, I released the blowback flame I'd absorbed in the sky when I'd made my costume explode. It wasn't much, but it was enough to heat up the champion's wrist armor, which burned the skin underneath and forced her to drop 7. I grabbed 7 and shouted, "Run!" 7 groaned, rising to her feet, but she seemed to struggle with every movement. What had the champion done to her? Had she been beaten? She'd been of sound body the last time I'd seen her. All of this felt wrong. The whole day felt wrong.
Where is the portal?
7 said as the rain of sand finished falling back to ground. I realized she was too weak to run, so I scooped her up. I was plenty strong enough now that my bones were all back in the right places. "There's a huge metal door leading to the portal, under the dragon's feet," I said.
Under?
She looked up.
Oh no.
We were running, once again, toward danger, and it was about to breathe lightning right at us. Chapter 8. Challenger. I spun around and dropped low, huddling over 7, trying to shield her by folding her up in my arms. There was more of her now, with the wing bones and membrane, but my fate was tied to hers now, and I had to protect all of her. The dragon's lightning breath struck me in the back. Once again I felt no pain, just the horrifying warping of my flesh, the burning of skin, the haptic buzz of the sky's greatest force. When the bolt finally lapsed, I rose with 7 still cradled in my arms, and I ran directly toward the dragon again, as if nothing had happened.
What? How?
I heard the dragon say. I ignored everything but my purpose, getting to the dragon, or more accurately, to the ground under the dragon. The dragon was no idiot, and in the next moment it vanished. I'd been expecting as much. All dragons had 2 powers, one that came from their breath and one from their body. Night dragons could go invisible as their secondary ability. But I wasn't after the dragon. I was after the entrance to the hollow spire that had closed beneath the creature, and the moment the ground underneath me started to feel different, I stopped running, and I punched the ground. Sand flew up in a sheet as lightning spewed from my fist and spread, zipping across the ground, turning chunks of sand to twisted glass. I had taken the lightning strike to the back, and now I was reflecting it on the doorway to the portal. I think I'm getting the hang of this. Unfortunately, it had no effect on whatever mechanism opened and closed the enormous metal door. Apparently, lightning wasn't the answer. I cursed, and 7 moaned in my arms.
You have to stop,
she murmured. Was it just me, or was she getting weaker? "I can't, they'll kill us," I said, watching the sand around us for the invisible dragon's footprints. In my peripherals, I could see the human champion sprinting toward us, blade drawn. If she laid a hand on 7, she could turn her into dragon-forged steel using her forge power, which would effectively kill her. But if she laid a hand on me, that could work, I thought. If I absorbed the champion's forge attack, I could reflect it back on someone else. Not on her, not in good conscience. The human champion wasn't my enemy. But maybe I could use it on the dragon.
please. No more.
Seven begged. Seven, if I get hit with forge magic, it won't kill me, right? I asked her in a hushed whisper.
I don't know what that is.
If I'm turned to metal, I hissed. She gave a low, exhausted noise, then said,
If you can't trigger the reflection magic by hitting something, then you can't use it.
Well, shit. Forge magic would effectively turn me into a statue, so maybe I shouldn't try to steal it from the champion after all. I scanned the area near us, desperate for another answer, and then I saw it. There was a line in the sand, a faint but visible depression, the place where the two halves of the hollow spire entrance pulled apart. My lightning attack must have split them open, even just slightly. That was something, at least.
Just leave me.
Seven murmured.
Go kill. Envy. Save. Your people. Save mine.
No, I'm not giving up. Not after coming this far, I said. As a patch of sand 2 paces from me shifted, the invisible dragon was moving its foot, but keeping clear of the hollow spire doors. If I guessed the dragon's position correctly, I dropped Seven onto the line in the sand and dove, arms first, into the path of the dragon. It stepped on me. Hard. I survived. The dragon's step, all its physical power, I've stored it. I can release it. With a deep growl of effort, I rolled over. I shouldn't have been able to do it, but once again my body hadn't fully caught up with its own damage. If it was capable of movement, I could still move, because none of the pain was there to stop me. I wobbled back to my feet, my entire left arm and shoulder a bloody, wrecked mess, and I lumbered back towards Seven, moving like a drunkard, but moving all the same. I prayed the dragon would be so surprised that it wouldn't attack again right away. I'd live through it, but I might not be able to punch anything if my other arm got broken. If I couldn't move my hands to trigger this new power, I would be dead, reflection magic or not. As I staggered back the way I'd come, I saw that the champion was almost upon Seven. The dragon agent had rolled over and now laid face down, so still that I'd checked her back for a thrown dagger, but there was none. Just her long hair splayed out like white ivy, and her wings lying limp like a blanket thrown across her. She was feebly scrabbling at the line in the sand. Why is she getting weaker each moment? Did they poison her? It wasn't a thought worth dwelling on. The champion and I got within lunging distance of Seven's body at the same time. The bulky, blue-eyed woman met my eyes, then dove to one side, palms out. She wasn't aiming for Seven, but for the dragon. Her running towards Seven had been a feint. The dragon was onto her, though, and she landed flat in the sand with an oof as the invisible creature wisely twisted away, its movements marked by its prints in the sand. As all this was happening, I dove for the line in the sand where I dropped Seven. My fist hit the ground before the rest of me, as I punched the slot between the hollow spire doors with all of my might. A monumental groan blotted out all other sound as the stored force of the dragon's full weight struck the exact spot where the doors came together. The attack forced the thick metal doors down and apart, forming an eye-shaped hole just large enough for one person to slip through. I began to slide into it, and Seven with me. By sheer luck, the incline of the bent metal pulled at the champion too. She, miraculously, slid clear of the dragon as it tried to stomp on her prone body. Then all of us were sliding, as well as half a dune's worth of sand. I tried to grip the slick metal, but gave up when I realized that there was no going back for me. If my fiancé and the others were in this dragon dungeon, then that's where I needed to go, even if no one had ever returned from it. Hell, maybe I'd be the first. I fell through first, and purple light shrouded me on all sides. There was no sensation aside from a change in temperature from hot to pleasantly cool. I looked up, and in the space of an instant I saw the entire portal, a great circle of light about 30 feet wide, its surface roiling as if with pale flame. It had been violet before, but now it shone silver-white, almost metallic. I couldn't see through it, but I knew the metal door was a few feet above the portal. The portal was actually larger than the doors had been, hovering a few feet beneath the surface of the arena. 7 fell through next, at the center, her wings flaring as they caught air. The champion's legs followed, then stopped. She must have caught herself on the edge of the open doors, and only her lower half had gone through the portal so far. Would she be able to climb back out? I might never know, because I was still falling, getting farther away from the portal each moment. I did hear the dragon's voice cry out, though.
Atraxin! Do not let them escape!
The dragon's cry of distress was the last thing I heard as I descended into darkness. I'd made it. We'd made it. I'd returned 7 to the hollow spire from which she had come. Now, she could tell me everything that she knew. I could find the woman I was supposed to marry. That is, if we could survive this fall, that wasn't looking likely at the moment. I plummeted headlong into the darkness. Chapter 9. A Long Drop. I tumbled through empty air, the blackness around me distorting. It gained color, all kinds of color, in cool greens and blues and even vibrant oranges. But one color was predominant: purple. What I thought was an endless dark cavern was something else entirely. I was falling through sky, through aurora. I'd seen such lights before. Once, I'd witnessed a rare dragon turn herself into aurora, but she couldn't do it on this sort of scale. No, this was more like a natural aurora, like the one I'd seen to the far north of Partial, where some of the oldest dragon tribes lived. Those northern mountains were known for their stunning skyscapes, elusive light shows that only appeared on random nights. That's where the similarities ended. This place was not snowbound, it wasn't cold, and I saw no mountains as I fell. In fact, I saw almost no ground whatsoever. I was falling into ceaseless sky. This world had no horizon and no sign of solid ground, only pieces of ground, great shards of land, hung suspended in the vast and colorful nothingness, the floating stone platforms totally still, as if they were frozen in time. Some were the size of pebbles, while others spanned acres. They cast faint shadows on each other, backlit by the aurora. A soft ambient glow emanated from below, not from the void, but from the stones themselves, lines of luminescent, violet veins pulsing faintly across their undersides, like glowing roots. The air smelled of cold, wet stone. All this I managed to glean in the few moments I was falling. Then I slammed into one of the platforms with enough force to break half the bones in my body. Damn, I hope I don't get used to this. My body skidded across the rocky surface, which hovered at a slight angle. Once again, there was no pain, which meant that my magic worked here just as well as it had worked in Partial. The hollow spire had no negative effect on my strange new abilities that 7 had yet to explain to me. 7. Fuck, where is 7? When I finally stopped slipping across the smooth surface of the stone platform, I lay there for a moment, breathing hard, lifting my head. The huge rock had started moving horizontally when I struck, propelled by the impact, but only horizontally, when it should have been forced downward. That was odd. I saw no sign of 7 anywhere, falling or otherwise, and with a grunt, I pulled my broken body to the edge of the platform and looked down. Maybe she'd fallen past me. We'd only been a few paces apart, but with the ground here broken up into little pieces, I saw a flash of green shoot away beneath me, but it happened too fast for me to have any idea what it was, and then it was gone. One thing was sure. I didn't see 7's crumpled body anywhere. She might still be falling into that infinite void. Damn it. I need to talk to her. She can't be dead. The thought was ridiculous, but then again, my brains and body were scrambled. I could feel the pressure of my fall building inside of me. I would have to release the impact soon, and it would be a forceful one, possibly even more forceful than when the dragon had stepped on me. Is there a limit to this? I caught myself wondering as I scanned this new world. How many times can I do this before I can't anymore, before the next strike outright kills me? I rolled onto my back by some miracle and pushed myself upright, squinting into the strange light of another, smaller platform about 20 feet above me. The slab of stone beneath me was maybe 30 feet wide, floating gently through the void. Wait, it's floating. It isn't dead still. All around me, the other platforms seemed stationary, but this one was spinning very slowly, even wobbling a little. Had my impact shaken it from its stillness? It must have. In every direction, other chunks of land hovered in place. Some were jagged, rife with obsidian spikes, while others were gray and cracked and barren. All of them glowed with veins of that same violet ore. My eyes went wide. One platform, far off in the distance, had buildings on it. From here, the structures appeared to be made of white stone, curved into bizarre shapes and clustered. But the smoke was unmistakable, and the figures, I saw what looked like people, human people, walking around. Seven said something about humans living here for generations? What did she say? There were 7,000 of them? The settlement was barely large enough to house 100, but if Seven was gone, maybe these people would have answers for me. Seven had said that the humans here knew the same language she'd been speaking. Perhaps I could even talk to them. It was as good of a next step as any, especially when the sound of wrenching metal came roaring down out of the sky.
Atraxen! Where are you?
The night dragon roared.
Those who fell through, you must kill them! Atraxen!
Crap. The dragon must be forcing the doors open to come after us. This place might be some sort of alternate dimension, or possibly an illusion, but it was still connected directly to the arena of Unity City. If I could fall in here, then so could that night dragon, and like most dragons, that one had wings. Apparently the dragon also knew someone down here named Atraxen. While she worked to open the doors, she was trying to sick this Atraxen fellow on us. She didn't want us getting away. It was time to be going. I rolled over slowly, steadying myself as the stone shifted beneath me. It wasn't anchored to anything, just bobbing like a raft. The settlement was built into a much larger, more stable slab, several 100 feet away from me. I had to get there. The pressure in my chest, hips, and knees was growing harder to ignore. The impact needed to be released, but when I tried to stand, I couldn't. Parts of my body were too broken to function, pain-free or not. So instead I crawled to the backside of the platform, treading carefully, making sure not to tip the platform over. The sound of screeching, rending metal cut through the aurora so sharply that I could have sworn the colors faded, as if cringing in fear. I had to adjust my limbs as I neared the edge, spreading my weight out to keep the platform from flipping. It angled lower, and lower, and lower, until I was inches from sliding off. Close enough, I thought, hooking my foot onto a small outcrop. I lifted my hand out over the edge of the platform and slammed my palm against the side of it. A pulse of force cracked the stone underneath me, and instantly air rushed in my ears, as loud as the heaviest storm I'd ever stood in. The impact of my fall had just come up against the side of the platform, not enough to shatter the stone, but enough to push it. It was like the platform was a ball, and I just hit it with a bat. I barely held on as the rock island shot backward, gliding through the void toward the settlement. I could immediately tell that it wasn't quite going in the angle I'd intended. I was traveling horizontally, moving neither up nor down. These rocks must only move along a horizontal plane, I thought, as the chunk of land lurched along. Wind tore through my hair, obscuring my vision, but at least the rest of me felt capable. All my injuries had once again vanished. In the same moment I'd reflected the damage. I had all my mobility back, but I spent that renewed muscle on holding on. Where am I? Where's the settlement? I can't see. It's behind me. I'm going to run into it rather than pass above it like I meant to. I didn't think this through. My floating island hit the edge of the village like a battering ram. Stone crumbled beneath me as I went flying, dust and scree swirling around me. I plowed through something hard and white, and it snapped in an all too familiar way. I was breaking my own bones again, but the building collapsed in much the same way. I finally slowed, rolling across an open area and only coming to a stop when I slammed into a low wall. Well, I guess my aim was good. Groaning, I fought to sit up, just in time to hear angry voices and see steel flashing. People came pouring out of the white, misshapen buildings that spun in my dazed vision. These were human, but most were dark of skin, much darker than was common in Partial. Some distant part of me thought of the cart driver who had lent me his dragon. What, a half hour ago? Had it only been that long? To a person, these men and women were dressed in mismatched, shoddy dragon armor and glimmering but shabby robes made from a fabric I'd never seen before. Some held spears or axes tipped with dragon talons. But there was no metal, no blades. Seemingly at odds with this lack of technology were the crossbows, dozens of them. All their faces were hard, confused, afraid, furious. I couldn't tell, not in my state. I felt suddenly depleted. Was that my magic giving out? No, you're just exhausted.
Stay down!
Hands where we can see them. People were shouting at me, but I swayed where I sat. They sounded like they were far away. I raised my hands slowly. Easy. I didn't mean to... A dragon's roar cut me off, and an angry one at that. It was distant.
Atraxin comes!
A woman's voice cried.
Hide him, quickly, and hide this damage!
But we did nothing. He was the one who drove an island into the middle of our village.
Envy's dragons don't discern fault, they just kill us! Now hide him!
We should hand him over.
The words seemed to be passing between a woman and a man. The woman sounded more in charge than the other guy.
We're with the Ascenders now, Henrik. If the dragons are chasing him, then we want him. Come on, everyone! Go, go, go!
I'm sorry, I mumbled. The world refused to stop spinning. In seconds, a swarm of men in silent armor surrounded me. They must wear leather under all their dragon scale to keep it from clinking. They bound my wrists and dragged me across the open area I'd plowed through. Meanwhile, people without armor were hurrying to clean up the debris as best they could, to pile it up in a way that looked purposeful, as if they were building a fire pit. I vaguely felt more pressure building in my arm, my hip, and one leg, but it didn't seem pressing. I heard fabric snap as someone whipped a blanket open wide and laid it across some of the damage I'd done. What did they plan to do, have a picnic? They're hiding what I did. Hiding me. People stared from windows and low, bone-white porches, muttering curses, whispering prayers. An old man spat at me. I didn't fight. I could have. I could have reflected the damage from my collision at any one of them. But I was tired, and they were human. My people. And that still meant something, even here. I blacked out, but not for long. When I awoke, I'd been shoved behind a pile of objects that looked almost like dragon spines. A man was crouching over me, poised and still, his shadowed face a mask of anxiety. He was shielding me from something. Above us, the sky rippled, wind stirred with the beat of massive wings. I squinted past the man in time to see the night dragon circling high above in all its black and violet glory, scanning the village with burning purple eyes. It must have gotten through the portal. I blinked. The spines were black on that dragon, not purple, except near the tail. It had a violet stripe up one side as well. That's not the same dragon, I mumbled. The man went still above me. What? Not the same as the one on the surface, he huffed. Of course it's not. Dragons can only pass through the portal once. The other one is trapped on the other side. That's its mate. I tried to absorb this information as the new night dragon, a Traxon, by my guess, roared again. Thin tendrils of light hissed from its jaws as it turned and disappeared into the void. Some of the tension went out of the man. "Thank the mother," he said. I knew what he meant. The dragon hadn't seen me. I was safe, for now. And holy demons, I was tired. "I think I'm gonna sleep now," I murmured. The next moment, the world went black all over again. This time, there was no aurora. There was only a shallow, dreamless sleep. Chapter 10. A Hole in the Ground. I drifted in and out of consciousness as the villagers shoved me into a narrow cell carved down into the rock of the island. The trapdoor clanged shut above me, heavy and somewhat ironic, given I'd used trapdoors earlier today to escape something. Yet there was light here, emanating from the purple veins of ore in the stone. Its shade varied from the more bluish to more red, but it was always a definite violet. It reminded me of the aurora, and I got the sense the aurora related to this ore. This is the ancestral home of the dragons, I thought as I came awake. Here even the stone bleeds magic. I waited a beat, then slammed a palm on the floor, cracking it with the reflected force of my crash onto the island. That was all the damage it did, though. I knew the stone was thickest beneath me, so it was the safest place to release my pent-up magic. The impact killed the pressure building inside of me, healing my body completely. I could have struck the trap door or the ceiling to break myself out and run, but where would I go? This place had been my destination, and I needed to rest and to get more information before I did anything else. I slumped back against one wall. The room wasn't square. It was more of a hole that someone had carved out of the earth, with a few sharp edges where the stone was too hard to break down, and more space where the stone had been softer. It looked to have been built with hand tools rather than sculpted with magic. The floor was also cracked now, thanks to me, with the deep black line striping from one wall to the other. I palmed a wall, and it felt warm, as if the whole island was alive, breathing with the raw, ancient power of this place. To stay conscious, I tried to remember everything I could about the hollow spire. 7 levels, each one presided over by a dragon god that is stronger than any of the 4 demons were. These gods supposedly grew more powerful the deeper you went, but most of that was hearsay. This was only what had been learned from the few dragons that had left this place. Now, I knew why so few dragons had left. They sacrificed their power to do it. And that was about all I knew about this place. The dragons kept the secrets of this place close. It was a miracle they had allowed humanity to discover it at all. But the Great Uniter had changed everything 25 years ago when he formed a true and lasting alliance with dragonkind on the surface. I hadn't been alive for his greatest adventures, but I'd been raised in a world that had been working hard to respect dragons, to integrate them fairly into our society, to treat them as partners and equals. It benefited us more than warring with dragons ever had. Where once humanity had been closed in on all sides by walls, we were now free to roam a world that had been cleared of our enemies. The Great Uniter had watched over it all. We'd even met him a few times, as he was old friends with my mother. He was a man of about 50 years now, and he always took a kind, if aloof, interest in me. I had liked him, but there was something about the man. You could feel him there, right in front of you, even with your eyes closed. Power. He was inundated with it. As a kid, I had asked him once why he wasn't a king when he had power like that. He'd knelt right down to my level to give me his answer. No one should have what I have, he had told me. Some humans in the past had power like mine, and they did horrible things with it. And as much as people trust me to do good, to be righteous, I am only human myself, and thus I am corruptible. Then he'd ruffled my hair, which had been the first and only time he'd ever touched me. I remembered his smile so clearly. It had been sad and happy, all at the same time. I'd never seen another smile like it. Am I corruptible? I had asked him. With a mother as wily as yours, most definitely, he had joked. He then stood up to leave, but I had caught his sleeve. How do you stop yourself, I asked, from being corrupted? There had been something inside me then, something I still felt, a craving, a need to understand. Perhaps it had come from not having a father, or from the way my mother kept me away from the world, or from the heavy expectations she always seemed to place on me, or maybe it came from something much deeper than that. The great uniter had paused, taking me seriously in a way my tutors rarely did. He'd scratched his salt and pepper beard. I stay away from power. When I have the choice whether to wield it or not, he said. As for when I don't have a choice, well, I think it comes down to love. I love widely and I love deeply. My wives, my children, my people. I keep them always in my heart and I fight for them. But never at the expense of the lover, the child, or the subjects of someone who loves just as widely and deeply as I do. I thought about those words now, here in the softly glowing dark. Those words were what had driven me to find my fiancée, even when all of the Queen's scales had been deployed to find her and the other missing women. She was mine, however little I knew her. I was determined to love her, widely and deeply, just like my mother's old friend had done. As I sat here, however, thinking about the hollow spire and how the great uniter himself had discovered it, I wondered if he had forgotten his own advice. He had doggedly chased down this place and unearthed it, even against the will of his dragon allies, but even he hadn't been foolhardy enough to enter it. I had to wonder how he'd found the place. Had he been chasing more power? He'd already conquered or befriended all of the 4 demons by that point. He'd married not 1 but 2 queens, and a high-ranking noble of a democratic nation besides. King or not, he had been the most powerful man alive. So why had he tried so hard to find this place? And where in the hell was he now? He disappeared 2 weeks before the princess and her ladies had vanished. Holy fates! Are the 2 things connected? The trapdoor opened at that moment, shedding more violet light on the small earthen space. A woman descended the rough stone steps, closing the door above her. There was a thump, as if something heavy had been shoved over the door. For the time being, I would be trapped here with this woman. I straightened. My name is Silas Halstern, I said, extending a hand. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. She eyed my hand as if she wasn't sure what to do with it, and I took it back into my lap. She had to slouch here because she was so tall, maybe a few inches taller than me even, but her bare arms were lean with muscle. She wore a vest of multicolored dragon scale, and a glittery, sleeveless shirt underneath. Her pants were the same material, wide at her ankles, billowing as she sat in front of me. She crossed her legs so that I got a good look at a pair of dark leather boots and the even darker skin of her ankles. She regarded me another moment with pale eyes, the color of which I couldn't discern.
I am Zorana,
she said, cocking her head. This made a few coils of dark hair bob in front of her face.
I am the headswoman of this village. And who, exactly, are you?
A headwoman, huh? She looked quite young, perhaps 22 or 23, and some of the guards that had taken me here had been older. She was also a rare beauty. There was no doubt about it. Her curves were graceful but obvious, heightened by the sleeveless shirt, which seemed to be held aloft by her breasts alone. She had an oval face with high cheekbones, the kind of face used to depict stern queens and steady-handed huntresses in storybooks. A beautiful young woman like that had to have some serious skill if older men were content to take orders from her. I had to tread lightly here. I smiled, trying my best to be disarming despite my exhaustion. I know it's hard to believe, but I'm only a bartender. I'm here by accident.
You are no mere bartender,
she said.
Your aura is like none I have ever seen before.
I was startled to hear she could see my aura, as that was a skill relegated only to dragon-touched people or people with the proper enchantments. However, I didn't think she'd appreciate me asking her a bunch of questions when she was the one in charge at the moment. I leaned forward. I can't see auras. If you could tell me what mine looks like, I would appreciate it. It's caused a lot of confusion for me today. Seven had said it looked like a dead dragon, after all. I wanted to know more about that, and maybe this woman had answers.
You have the aura of a dragon,
she said.
Yet you appear to be human, and your aura is inverted in all but your right hand.
I glanced at my hand, which was the same one I'd been using to cast my reflect magic all day. This was where she said I had a normal aura. My eyes widened at the appendage. There was a mark on the back of my hand that hadn't been there before, but it was hard to see in the dark. One thing at a time. I lowered my hand. You said my aura is mostly inverted? What does that mean? She took a breath, which might be a sign that her patience was wearing thin.
When a dragon passes into the beyond, there is a moment where its aura inverts,
she said.
It is hard to explain, in the same way the color blue is hard to explain, but it is somewhat like an inflated water skin. When you blow air into a skin, it expands, and that is what a living dragon aura looks like. But when you suck enough air out of a water skin, it does more than flatten. It curls in on itself.
She paused as I digested this. Then she said,
6/7 of you appears to be inverted in this way, but your right hand is not, and the power there, it is the power of the dragon god Envy, and it is incredibly dense.
Wait, it's Envy's power? Wasn't that the god that Seven wanted me to kill?
Yes. Her aura is unmistakable,
Zorana said.
There is no other aura so large or so green.
I flexed my hand, thinking, does that mean Seven is Envy herself? No, I'm missing something. I accidentally stole this power from a dragon agent of Envy, I said. Or at least I think I did. Does that sound possible to you? Zorana cocked her head.
I am not sure. But it is true that dragon agents serve as conduits for their god's power. So, I suppose it is possible you gained the magic through an agent, but I've never heard of such a thing happening. Only the gods themselves can bestow their power on humans and make them agents, but they do this by choice. It can't be stolen, as far as I know.
Well, I guess there are exceptions to every rule, I thought. Now I did look closer at my hand, tugging my sleeve down lower and holding my arm next to a glowing ore vein. I could now clearly see what looked like a tattoo in the shape of a 5-pointed green star, with a black circle surrounding it. Another black line ran down from the circle, continuing along the back of my wrist and up into my sleeve. Wait, how far does this thing go? Without thinking, I went for the buttons on my shirt. Zorana tensed.
What are you doing?
These tattoos, they're new, I said. I want to see the rest. She didn't protest as I shrugged out of the shirt. Fuck, I said, breathing out the word. The black line on my wrist ran straight to my chest, where another black circle presided. This one was a hollow outline with no colored star inside it. It also sprouted 5 more lines, running in several directions. 1 led to my other hand, 2 led to both my feet, 1 stopped below my navel, and 1 led up my chest. I felt up that line, unable to see where it terminated. Are there tattoos on my face? I asked Zorana.
Yes. A line goes up over your chin and nose and stops at your forehead. There is a black circle. You truly do not know this?
I laughed ruefully. I haven't exactly been concerned about mirrors over the past few hours. So all these lines all ended the same way, with a hollow circle. There were no other star tattoos aside from the one on my hand. That must mean I was storing the reflection magic there, represented by a green, 5-pointed star. I thought of the Queen's scales and how they fought. Each one chose a node through which to cast their magic. Most used their hands, but some breathed it out or channeled through a weapon. Occasionally, someone used their feet. Each of those 7 circles must be nodes, then. Each would allow me to cast in a different way. But could I hold 7 powers? Or was I just able to move my one power around to 7 nodes? Or I would have to figure it out as I went along. I tapped the circle at my chest, from which all the others sprouted. Tell me you know what these marks are, I said, because I have never seen anything like them. Zorana had been frowning down the flat of my chest, but now she raised her strange eyes to mine.
I do not have the answers you seek,
she said.
And it is time that I received some of my own. Now, Silas Halstern, you will tell me your story. You will tell me how you came to be here and what your intentions are. And if you lie to me, even once, I shall kill you.
For the first time, the woman smiled at me. It was not a kind smile. She said,
You may begin.
Chapter 11. Murder for Hire. I told Zorana everything, because what else could I possibly do? Oh, I had no doubt that I could overcome her and escape this isle if I truly wanted to. My new powers had yet to fail me, but I could hardly get true answers without telling the whole truth, so that is what I did. When I finished, I found that Zorana had leaned toward me, her eyes wide and still oddly colorless, like glass marbles absorbing the colors in the environment around them.
You said that you felt magic swell inside you,
was the first thing she asked me.
When this agent of envy passed her god's power to you?
Is that what happened? I asked. She seemed to realize she was leaning, and she pulled back. I was only slightly disappointed. Her leaning forward had been giving me a nice view of her more enticing qualities. You idiot, I chided myself. You're too damn tired, and you're thinking with the wrong head. Don't screw this up.
If she was truly an agent of envy, then her power would not work on the surface. As you said, it did not. Yet, you were able to gain her power and use it. Since you did not purposely take it, she must have transferred it to you herself. And that swelling feeling is what happens when a dragon agent gains magic from their god.
I chewed my lip. Are you saying that 7 might actually be envy? But she looks like a human. Aren't the dragon gods, I don't know, dragons?
Most have taken human form,
Zorana explained.
Do not ask me how or why, because I don't know. However, if 7 purposely passed her magic along to you, then yes, I suspect she is envy.
I see. Do you recognize her description?
No, I have never seen envy in person. Humans don't usually live through that experience.
Damn, this envy lady sounded like a piece of work. I thought it over, but the word purposely kept tripping me up. But she very clearly didn't mean to give her magic to me, I said. She was just as surprised as I was. Zorana's shoulders sank.
Well, then she is not a god. You also claim she sent you here to kill her mistress. And no god would be stupid enough to go to the surface and then try to return to the Hollow Spire. The gods are dragons and cannot pass through the portal twice. It will kill them. No, It would not be so easy, would it?
So easy? Did she mean... You were thinking of killing Seven, weren't you? Just in case she was envy in disguise? Zrana only looked at me, which was confirmation enough, but I found that I couldn't blame her. If my enemy fell out of the sky, injured and half dead, I wouldn't risk keeping her alive. I'd find her and cut her throat to be rid of the threat. Luckily, it didn't seem like that would be happening now. Are you sure Seven is a dragon agent, then? I asked. Just to clarify, I have no way to know if she was lying about that. Zrana tucked an errant white curl behind one ear, a move that made her tight shirt shimmer.
You said she had horns?
The head woman asked me. Yes. She nodded once.
That is a mark of an agent. All dragon agents were originally humans, but a part of them is transformed when they accept their god's magic. Some grow wings, or sprout scales. Some gain slitted eyes or sharp spines. Some even grow tails. Horns are uncommon, second only to wings, but not unheard of.
Well, she did say she was powerful. She was Envy's 7th agent and her favored one. Have you heard of her? If Envy herself was so powerful, maybe her strongest agents were well known. But Zrana shook her head.
Envy does not preside over this plane, nor is she able to visit without consequence. This plane is the domain of Sloth, and its entire purpose is to prevent anyone from entering the Hollow Spire without an escort.
She paused.
Yet, you survived.
I tapped my knee with a finger. You mean, that's why there's no ground here? So that if humans come through the entrance, they fall to their deaths?
Precisely. A lazy but effective solution.
Makes sense if the god here is named Sloth. Are they all named like that? Zrana gave a sage nod.
Yes, and they fit those vices well.
Her gaze flashed, her expression going serious.
But time is short. If this woman, Seven, is a runaway agent, then she will soon be found and killed. You will be hunted with the same severity. It is clear that Envy wishes you both dead.
I thought of all the dead men and women in my tavern, people who had just been there to have a simple drink, and who had died just for being in the same room as Seven. I had a strong feeling that Zrana was right. I was in very deep dragon shit. She shot a furtive glance at the trapdoor, then scooted closer to me.
I have a proposition for you.
I tried not to think about how close we were. If it gives me more answers, then I'm all for it. Her voice dropped to a whisper.
Among the humans of this world, there is a faction. A rebellion, you might say.
My eyebrows rose. Rebels? Against who?
The dragon gods.
She replied.
Once, long ago, there was peace here. We might not have been brothers and sisters to the dragons, but we were not treated as livestock. But things changed. We have been kept prisoner here for centuries, never allowed to flee to the surface as we once were. Our children are taken and used as agents, any against their will. We are killed any time we get in the way of dragons, and it is our suspicion that we are being hunted for sport.
Wow, was all I could say. My eyebrows had crept up to my hairline. I'd had no idea what to expect from the Hollow Spire, but a human farm had been the last thing on my mind.
This rebel organization is called the Ascenders. My village is about to become a part of it.
Yeah, I'd gathered that, I said.
My offer is this. If you perform a certain task for us, I will tell you everything I know about your circumstances. We have information on the missing humans you mentioned, and your condition. I have some idea what it is, but I must do some research first. In the meantime, You shall perform this task.
I narrowed my eyes, tensing. What task is that exactly? She swallowed. I had trouble believing she was nervous, but there was no other explanation for the way her face lost all its assuredness in that moment. Demons, she's about to ask me for something big. I crossed my arms. Why me? Why not perform this task yourself?
Is it not obvious?
She said.
You have magic. Magic that functions independently of the god from whence it came. Agents like Seven, their gods can track them or cut off their power, even their life, at any time. I suspect the only reason this didn't happen to Seven was because she went to the surface. But if that were true of you, you would already be dead. You are in the Hollow Spire now. Envy could have teleported directly to you as soon as you injured yourself. Or she could have taken her magic back from you, or killed you. Yet she has not. This means that she cannot harm you, at least not directly.
That was good news, but it made me worry about Seven even more. Had Envy killed her as soon as she fell through the portal? If that were true, though, if Seven was already dead, which seemed likely, then her information had died with her. Zorana, meanwhile, seemed to have some of the same information. I would happily trade for it if it meant I could find the kidnapped women and also get out of the dragon dungeon alive. When Zorana chewed her lip instead of speaking, I dropped my hand and said, "All right, now, tell me what you want me to do."
We know the location of this plane's god, of Sloth.
My eyebrows rose.
And we would like it, very much, if you killed her.
Chapter 12. If you insist. My lips parted. My jaw dropped. Zorana had the good sense to flush. "You want me to do what?" I gasped.
Reflection magic is arguably the most powerful god magic in the Hollow Spire.
Zorana burst out, dropping to her hands and knees now. She crawled a foot closer to me.
You may not think you have a chance, but in fact, you may be the only human in the entire spire to have a chance. And against Sloth, she's the laziest god.
As Zorana got uncomfortably close, I tried to back away, but I was against a wall in a very small space. Her hand dropped to my thigh, way too close to my crotch. She put weight on it as she brought her face up to mine, until we were almost nose to nose.
If you do this, the rebellion will be revitalized. It will be the rallying cry we need. And Sloth will not see it coming. How could she? No humans have ever had any chance of killing a dragon god. Until now.
My heartbeat kicked up, so rapid she had to feel it through her palm on my leg. I held my hands up as if I were trying to keep from being arrested or something. Fuck. If I say yes, will you back off? I thought, but didn't say. Zorana must not be aware of how stunning she was, or of how my body was reacting to her, completely against my will.
Say yes.
She breathed.
Please, I beg of you.
I didn't like being told what to do, but those words, coming out of her mouth in this position, I wanted this situation diffused right now. And besides, what else could I do? Beat the information I needed out of her? I wasn't that kind of man. How about this? I said. I'll try to kill Sloth, but I will only promise to perform good reconnaissance on her.
Reconnaissance? What is that?
Information. Good information. About her location, her defenses, her weaknesses. Zorana frowned, but retreated, taking her hand off my thigh. I breathed out hard.
We know her location already,
she said slowly.
But, yes, I can see now that I have asked too much of you. Yes, I will exchange information for information. And then, perhaps you will join the Ascenders. and we can kill her, and any others who refuse our terms.
That sounded very ambitious, but I didn't say that. Great, I croaked. It's a deal then. When do I leave?
During the day cycle, in 8 hours' time,
she said.
Sloth and her agents are at their sleepiest then, and clearly you require sleep.
I realized my hands were still up and I lowered them, trying hard to unsee the round tops of Zorana's impressive tits, to unfeel her hand on my thigh. I thought time was short, I stammered.
It is, but this hole is a well-hidden place,
the head woman said.
Envy's dragons will come to inspect our isle any moment now, but they will pass over this spot. They've done it before. It won't escape discovery on a second pass, but it will take them a lot of time to return. There are dozens of settlements for them to look through, and thousands of unsettled isles to check. In fact, it is better that you remain here, at least past that first inspection. This will be the safest place for you, for some time after that.
She seemed to be rambling. I'll take your word for it, I said, wondering how the woman could vacillate so wildly between self-assured leader and whatever this was.
So, you will want to sleep now,
she said. I suppose so. She glanced at the trapdoor above her, then back to me.
Would you like company? I could help to tire you out.
I blinked.
Only if you would like that,
she blurted, as if afraid to offend me. She waved a hand.
No, forget I said.
Did you just offer to sleep with me? I asked. She swallowed audibly, her pale eyes wide.
I did not mean offense. I know you are betrothed.
I was betrothed. To a woman I'd never met, and after living a life with several other women in it. This isn't wise, I told myself. You don't know Zorana at all. You don't know this culture, and she keeps glancing at the trapdoor like she's waiting for someone. It could be a trick.
Please, answer quickly,
she said.
Or else my absence will be noted. You see, I've promised myself to a man as well, for the good of the Ascenders. It is an alliance of sorts, and I don't want to have his children. This is my only chance to be alone with another man without suspicion.
My mouth worked. But, wait, children? She crawled forward, placing her hands on both my thighs.
Please, I would never forget your kindness. You did this for me.
Tentatively, she reached for my belt. I was too blown away to stop her as she opened it up. But you barely know me.
I know that you are strong, and that you protect those who need help. That is enough for me.
With that, she reached into my trousers, her eyes widened with what she found there. Her hand brushed against my cock, and then slowly closed around it. I released a pent breath, and so did she. She leaned close, so that her whisper tickled my ear, as her hand gave its first tentative pump down my shaft.
Please,
she whispered.
Have me.
I shouldn't, but damn if I didn't want to. I'll keep an eye out for tricks, I told myself. In fact, as long as I stay aware of my surroundings and give her a good time, it's unlikely she can get the jump on me.
I know it's strange, but you are my only chance.
Zorana pleaded. I slipped a hand around her hip. If you insist. Chapter 13. Even harder. Without further ado, I pulled Zorana close, pressing my lips to hers. After a flick of my tongue, she invited me in. The kiss was instantly, wildly passionate, enough to make my eyes widen. She was in a hurry, her tongue sweeping around mine, her head tilting to push deeper. Her hand was certainly doing plenty of pushing, riding my cock in heady, frenzied strokes. My hand around her waist slipped lower, diving beneath the bands of her pants. They were tied with some sort of hidden string, but loose enough for me to push further, to get my hand around her thick, bare ass. I squeezed and shuddered, our breaths intermingling between each heavy kiss.
Yes,
She murmured as I gathered as much of her butt cheek into my hand as I could and squeezed harder. Her stroking sputtered for a moment, the strokes losing some momentum at my touch. I grinned against her lips, and I'm not even getting to the good stuff yet. A part of me knew this was mad, but my whole day had been madness, and her hands were the kind of madness I liked. As she rocked forward to stroke me, I slipped my other hand into the bottom of her shirt. She threw her head back, moaning as my hand ran up her smooth stomach and over her breast. Her nipple was hard between my middle and pointer finger, both peaks visible through her glimmering shirt. What material is this? I exhaled. It's so soft.
dragon down.
She gasped, kissing me again. Never heard of it, I thought, but I could take it off well enough. As she stopped stroking to dig into my pants for my cock, I twisted my hand around and tugged her shirt down. It had neither straps nor sleeves under her vest, so her tits popped free with little complaint. I left the vest because it had no buttons, so her tits were big enough to force it aside anyway. It hardly obstructed my view, and instead made her seem a little more foreign to me. She was nothing like the women back home. Demons, her tits were lovely.
Silas.
She murmured, as the flesh swung free in front of my face. I ducked closer to taste her, to swirl my tongue over the hard nub of her left nipple, while my other hand pressed her right breast to my face. I buried my mouth in her cleavage, licking and sucking as my cock emerged into the warm, stale air of the cell. As soon as it was free, she gripped my head to press me closer, straddling me. With a hand still on her ass, I forced her pants lower, around the curve of those soft, squishy cheeks. She wore nothing beneath, and my fingers curved over her pussy as she worked to get the pants low enough for us to make contact. She got them about down to her knees, but didn't bother to remove more. It was enough for her to put her hole to my cock. I reached around to grip my shaft and angle myself into her. As I did, I pulled my face from the bliss of her tits and looked up at her. The way she bit one side of her lip nearly undid me right there. She looked almost worried. "Are you sure about this?" I croaked. She hesitated.
It's just... You're big.
I laughed, but it sounded like sandpaper to me. All the saliva had dried up in my mouth, leaving only hunger and want. I don't know about that. My size is close to average, last I knew. I'd seen plenty of drunks passed out in alleys, so pickled that they fell asleep while trying to take a piss. I'd seen things I'd never wanted to see. I knew what I had was good, sure, but nothing to be afraid of. But the expression on her face was clearly some kind of fear.
Maybe I'm just more inexperienced than I thought.
She smiled and circled her hips, making me crazy as my head swirled around her entrance. For all her worry, she was plenty wet already. She tossed her head back, her curls bobbing.
It feels nice.
I didn't want to wait, so I freed up both hands to grab her ass. She tensed as I tugged her down, as my cock began the slow plunge into her sex. I groaned, because she was so tight that it caught me off guard. As slick as she was, her channel closed in on me almost as hard as her fist had. Her body jerked, and she let loose a delicious, half-pained sound, but she didn't stop sinking onto me. "Oh, fuck," I heard myself say, as she came to a stop, her juices slicking up the base of my cock. I could swear there was enough to drip down around my balls. Then she shuddered, and my hands clamped tight on her ass. If she did that again, I might just come early. I could feel her every move in my cock. "Are you all right?" I asked, watching her face. The way she chewed her lip made me insane with desire.
Are all surface men this big?
She breathed.
It's never been like this.
Does it hurt?
A little.
Damn. I felt like I was with a virgin or something, but it was hot, so hot, to be inside a woman who'd had me thrown in this very cell. She was powerful here, a leader, with men twice her age looking to her for guidance. A rebel. I barely knew her, but she was brave and strong and wily. But on my cock, she'd been melted down into quivering gelatin in my hands. In that moment, I knew I could do whatever I wanted with her. She would let me. I grinned. Why don't we loosen you up a bit? She shook her head and met my eyes.
No, there's no time.
I freed up one hand to rub at the top of her pussy, and she stopped speaking as I found her sweet spot and circled it. Ride me, I said, as slow as you want. I'll make sure it feels good the whole way. Zrana nodded, her mouth hanging open, and her tits jiggled as she started rising up off my wet shaft. Damn, she felt good, ready and tight. It had been too long. I'd have to work not to spill over. To that end, I put all my focus into rubbing her with the right combination of hard and gentle, of circle and press, all while keeping alert for a trick. She made that part hard, moaning my name, putting her hands on my shoulders. She reached the pinnacle of my dick, letting it out of her and teasing my head before descending again. Her channel was thick and warm, and I ached to thrust my hips up, to plow deep and rough. Every woman was different, though, and Zrana required patience. I kept my fingers working.
Oh, it feels so good.
She breathed.
So big.
All for you, I replied. Go faster. Her face scrunched up in concentration, but she rose up and sank down again, whimpering with the thud of her downswing. My fingers kept up their pace and pressure, testing until I got a cry out of her. That was where she liked it. Her hands turned to claws on my shoulders. She began to go faster as I built her up, tying her pussy in sweet knots of pleasure.
Silas! Silas! Silas!
At one point, she had to slap a hand over her own mouth to stifle her cries.
Oh, Collins!
I heard her mumble past her fist.
Oh, dragons devour me! I'm going to... Yes!
When her body jerked and shot down onto me, I couldn't handle it anymore. I shoved off the wall, making her cry out as I slammed her down onto her back, without us ever losing our joining. As her legs spread wide to either side of my hips, I plunged deep. Her quivering moans turned to a grunt of raw want. As her climax raked through her, I did too, thrusting fast, pushing her back with each impact. She gave a muffled scream, the word yes still trapped behind her hand. I clung tight to her, those perfect tits wedged against my bare, tattooed chest as her legs locked at the ankles behind me. We merged, a single sweat-slicked beast of rhythm and ache. My hand curved against her tits, squeezing one nipple tight, while I used the other hand to prop myself up enough to look at her. She was so ethereal, her neck and tits slick with dim violet light, her eyes like spun glass, her hair moon-pale and luscious and plastered to the stone all around her.
You're so deep.
She breathed between thrusts.
Please, please give it to me.
Where do you want it? I barely managed to say.
Inside, please, inside.
Something within me fell cold and I paused. Inside. She had said something about wanting children.
No, please, don't stop.
She begged, her claws sinking into my back as she tried to pull me close. I don't know about this.
No one will ever have to know.
She breathed.
Please, please, I'll do anything.
I thought about that. Anything. I'll do anything.
You're planning to return to the surface?
She said, each word spent like breath.
This will never come back to haunt you. Yet, it will make my life so much more bearable. Please.
She had so much information she could give me. I could bargain, right here and now, for whatever I wanted. Killing Sloth? I'd never even have to try. She'd agree to anything, if I only came inside her. A part of me was about to make that very deal, but then I looked down at her again. She was beautiful and strong and mine in this moment. All mine. I thought of what the Great Uniter had told me. I love widely and I love deeply. I'll tell you what you can do, I growled, bending low to nip her ear. You can let me break your fucking engagement. I didn't give her a moment to tell me no. I just threw myself into her again and again, sweating and grunting with the effort of getting her to moan again, getting her to melt, getting her legs to lock onto me as my shaft rode her slick channel.
Silas! Oh, please! Silas!
The way she threw her head back, the way she gripped my ass, it finally broke me. Against all my better judgment, I burst apart inside her. Come sluicing out of me as if through an open floodgate. I came hard, and there was a lot of it. 1 spurt, 2, 4. Each progressive pulse made me loosen against her, until I lay atop her, my nose to hers.
Thank you,
she said. There were tears in her eyes. I realized too late that if I intended to break her engagement, there would be no need for any child. But it was too late now. The deed was done. I pulled out of her, wet and limp, and she gave a sweet little moan of dismay and sat up. You had better go, I said, before they miss you. She was breathing hard, her tits sweaty and swinging with her breaths. She shot a look at the trapdoor again.
I'm too sweaty. I need to dry out for a minute.
I ran a hand back through my hair. What did I just do? That's okay with me, I croaked out. Her shirt had gathered around her waist, and her pants clung to just one ankle. She'd never actually removed the dragon scale vest, and seeing her like that, clothing half on and tits out, was enough to make my cock jump for more. I leaned back against the wall as exhaustion swelled inside me, twice as strong as envy's magic had been. I heard Zorana's voice, but it seemed to come from some other world, some other reality.
Silas, do you think we could try again? In the morning?
But she was too far away, and I was already gone. Sleep took me, even harder than she had, and I welcomed it with open arms. Chapter 14. Off the Edge. I woke up alone, the trapdoor still closed above my head. It took my eyes a few moments to adjust to the soft purplish light of the glowing ore veins in the walls, but when I could see well enough, I found a basin of water, a pile of clothing, and a plate of food. I wasn't worried about being a prisoner. Zorana would let me leave when it was time, which had to be soon. For now, I might as well eat and wash up. I might have had a very good time with Zorana last night, or day, or afternoon, or whatever time meant in this place, but it had left me feeling grubby. That and running through tunnels, fighting dragons, and just generally getting my ass kicked, whether I could feel the pain or not. My stomach felt like a burning hole, so I moved on that first, curious to see what I'd find. There was a large chunk of meat, which surprised me. The people here had seemed poor. I'd expected some sort of ugly root vegetable. The meat wasn't too good, gamey and without spices, but it sated me well enough. The loaf of bread was similarly tasteless, but light and fluffy and well made. I had seen no moon here, but maybe there was a sun during the day cycle, as Zorana had called it. A place without a sun probably didn't produce a lot of herbs and spices. When my stomach was no longer a distraction, I went ahead and dipped the rag into the bowl of water that sat under the door. The bowl looked like it had been made from a stone similar to whatever made up the prison around me. And the water smelled like petrichor. a deep rain scent that made me nostalgic for home. I'd been raised on a farm in a region called Das, where my mother's estate grew the fire hops that made most of the beer that had ended up in my tavern. We always used to celebrate the rain when it came, because Das was hot and volcanic, rife with geologic activity. It still rained, though, and it rained hard. I sighed as I washed myself down. Life had grown more complicated since those days. I'd had a good childhood, spent running wild through the mountains and orchards, often while chasing wild dragons. I hadn't realized then that the dragons were afraid of me. That's why they ran, never once attacking me. No, that discovery took longer. I didn't chase dragons anymore. With my shirt already off, thanks to Zorana, I set about scrubbing as best I could. A chunk of something soap-like sat in the bottom of the bowl, and I made use of it, undressing myself as I went, until I felt naked and clean against the chipped stone of my prison. The clothing waited, but I sat in silence for a while. I'd had a tutor once who had schooled me in the art of meditation. In the silence of my mind, I could stay focused, stay centered. I could make myself more aware of the world around me. I only spent about a minute doing this, and when I opened my eyes, the veins in the walls seemed to glow brighter, a predominant sheen of violet that gave the place a murky but ethereal feel. Curious, I reached out to touch one of the veins, half expecting it to hurt. It felt only like cool stone, even glass. What was this material, though? In fact, what was this place? I'd fallen into the hollow spire and traveled a few miles at most. Did the landscape of the Dragon Dungeon change the further you got from the portal? Would I see farmland on my way to hunt the dragon god Sloth? I knew so little about the hollow spire, its inhabitants, its culture, its food. I didn't even know how time worked here. All I knew was that the dragon gods lived here, and they each occupied a different level, or plane, as Zorana had called it. Also, humans never left the dungeon. Not humans raised here, and not humans who entered here from the surface. It might as well be a steel trap. But where were all the dragons? Surely there was more than that single night dragon Atraxon. After all, this was the Dragon Dungeon. It ought to be chock full of dragons. I wasn't about to get an answer by just sitting here, so I set about throwing my new clothes on. They were almost as fine as Zorana's clothing, but they were black and blue instead of white. The glittery smooth material had a heft and thickness that felt similar to leather that had already been comfortably worn in. It fit me closely, molding to my skin, but not too tight. They'd given me a shirt, a pair of pants with loops for my old belt to slip through, and a pair of shorts that I guessed went on under the pants. Once those were on, I stepped into my old boots and threw on my coat, as they had provided none. It wasn't cold enough for a coat, but not hot enough to leave my coat behind either. In fact, this place was remarkably temperate, like a perfect summer evening. Outside of this cell, there had been a breeze. I waited another half hour or so, making a mental list of all the things I needed to learn about this place if I was going to survive here to find my lost wife-to-be. As I made what few plans I could, my gaze was drawn back to the purple ore. I watched it swirl and glimmer, not really seeing it. Until I did. I sat up, eyes wide, and pressed my fingertips to a vein again. Inside the glassy material, the colors swirled and rolled, but it wasn't colored light that was moving. The material itself was shifting, moving, flowing like water under my hand. The trapdoor creaked as it opened, and that's how Zorana found me, leaning close to a wall, the purple light illuminating my face. I looked up, squinting, but it was barely any brighter above ground than below. "Is this ore alive?" I asked. She cracked a ghostly smile, then smothered it. I got the sense people were watching her, surrounding the hole, possibly with weapons trained on it.
In a way,
she said.
That's the ownerite of this plane. It's the physical manifestation of Sloss's power.
You mean it's raw magic? She shrugged.
The aurora is raw magic. You see that everywhere. But ownerite is a more condensed form of that magic. And unlike the aurora, it It can actually be used for something. Except only sloth can change its form, so it's useless to you. Aside from sloth's hands, there are no tools that can work with it.
I glanced up at the sky, past her silhouette, where the colored lights danced and swayed. That was magic? In its wild form? The magic was so thick, it was visible? It dawned on me that I was still squatting here in awe, and I shook myself and ascended the steps, asking more questions as I went. "Does the Onorite make the platforms float?" I asked. I had seen it glowing in all the floating chunks of rock I'd seen so far.
Yes,
Zorana said. "So you can use it to make things float, then?"
it doesn't take well to being mined. Like I said, it's indestructible.
Zorana explained as I straightened beside her. There was indeed a ring of warriors, all with crossbows trained on me. Apparently they hadn't quite realized that the bows wouldn't work. I'd take the hit, then give it back to the next person I touched, and I'd never even feel the pain. "Indestructible?" I asked, thinking of dragon-forged steel, the same stuff the champion could turn things into with her magic. Dragon-forged steel wasn't indestructible, but it came damn close, and most magical attacks couldn't pierce it. When forged from wyvern blood, it even negated magic in a field around a person, but of course, that sort of armor was wildly expensive. Zorana began walking toward the spot where I'd crashed the boulder into the village. There was nothing left on the spot except rubble and bits of split wood and whatever building had been there before. But the villagers had done a good job of making the whole place look like a burn pit.
Yes, indestructible.
She said.
But it's not as useful as you're thinking, since you can't forge it into anything. You can extract little bits by chiseling the rocks around it, and you can wear those pebbles on your person, and it can make you float, and maybe even deflect hits for you. But it's inefficient, and pretty much useless against Sloth's agents. And they love to imprison anyone they see using the stuff.
They do? Is it against the law? We stopped next to the rubble pile, where an old, rugged-looking man waited with a bow in one hand and a sword in the other. He raised them up for Zorana to inspect them.
Sloth has no laws. She can't be bothered with them. She just imprisons people for whatever annoys her at any given time. But eventually, she tends to let them go.
When Zorana finished speaking, she shook her head disapprovingly at the sword. The man handed over the bow instead, then dipped his hand into a bag of weapons at his side, and procured another. Zorana turned.
What melee weapon are you best with?
She asked, handing over the crossbow.
Ken here is the smith for the Ascenders. We called him here last night to provide you with weaponry.
I prefer a split spear, I said. Or 2 short swords.
Not a shield guy, then?
No, too clunky. She turned to Ken, who was already digging around in his sack. He brought out 2 blades and Zorana nodded at them. Ken handed them to me, both in scabbards.
I've never heard of a split spear,
Zorana commented. It can be split in 2 to dual wield, I replied. But I guess you wouldn't have that here since it takes an enchantment to forge one. Otherwise, they'd be weakened whenever you were using them as one long spear.
Well, we can't enchant here. Not without the goddess Lust. That's her specialty, and she guards the technique well. However, Ken can try to build a split spear his own way, with dragon parts, although it will take time to make one,
she said.
We can also give you a spear now, but I wouldn't recommend that. Spears are a liability on this plane, to be honest. Too many floating bits of rock you could hit.
I nodded and looked the swords over. This is fine work.
Ken's the best the upper planes have to offer.
Upper planes? I asked. How many are there in total?
7,
she said, which did agree with the surface rumors I'd heard.
The upper planes are our word for the highest 3,
she added.
Those are the planes that Envy does not fully control yet. All the lower planes are either under her control I have not made contact with the upper planes in recent memory.
Zorana scanned the horizon as she spoke, those glassy, colorless eyes throwing me off. Seriously, what color were they? And these planes all have their own god? I asked. I might as well confirm the basics.
Yes, at least they should.
She said.
Each plane is ruled by a dragon god, or was ruled by one in the past. This is the first plane, dominated by Sloth. Wrath presides over the second plane, which is the next one down, and Lust rules the third plane after that.
My ears caught on that word. Down. I glanced at the edge of the village rock platform. How far down exactly? She chuckled.
Oh, you don't go that way,
she said.
How about I explain more when you get back?
I could read between the lines. What she really meant was if I got back. No sense wasting time educating some clueless foreigner if he wasn't going to survive his quest anyway. All right. I'll stop stalling, I said, even though I wasn't. I was getting enough unfriendly looks from the other villagers to make me want to leave anyway. But since I figure I'll be fighting Sloth's agents before too long, can you at least tell me what her agents can do?
Telekinesis,
she said.
Of objects.
Ah. I could see why being able to float using Onorite would hardly be an advantage against them.
But they cannot control you or themselves. Only objects. And Sloth herself has an additional ability, but no one has ever seen her use it, so we have no intelligence on that.
I nodded. All dragons had two separate powers, and it seemed the gods of dragons were no different. Once I'd affixed my new weapons to my person with the various straps and bags that Ken gave me, Zorana reached out and tapped the hip pack I now wore on the back of my belt.
Your map is in there. It should lead you directly to Sloth's citadel. If you come back with good information, something we can use to kill her, then I'll fulfill my end of the bargain. I'll tell you what I know about your missing betrothed.
I raised an eyebrow at her, and her cheeks flushed slightly, but she said nothing about my offer to break her out of her engagement. She probably didn't think I had meant it. Well, I had, but I could tackle that when I returned. I couldn't tell her so, however, since it seemed we'd attracted the attention of the entire village by now. We were surrounded by haggard-looking people, their eyes sunken, dark-skinned faces drawn. Some looked at me with hope, some with disdain and distrust, and still others seemed to see through me. Those were the oldest ones. They've lived here all their lives, I realized, in a dark, earthless netherworld. As beautiful as this place was, it was also barren. What sort of life could that have been for them? It suddenly struck me as so sad that they would be born and raised in a place without the brightness of a sun or the vivid blue of a cloudy sky. Speaking of, wasn't this supposed to be the day cycle? Do you not have a sun here? I asked, looking around. The sky was brighter, in an ambient sort of way, but the light didn't come from any sort of heavenly body. I looked for the portal, but it had vanished.
I don't know what that word means.
Zorana sighed, before lowering her voice and leaning closer.
Silas, you really need to go now. Can't keep being this friendly with you.
Fair enough. I turned back around. Which way is the citadel, then? Zorana pointed in the direction I'd originally come from.
That way.
With another nod, I strode past her. She caught my arm, and I paused to let her talk next to my ear. I knew she was taking a risk to do it.
If you die, and there is a child, I will raise it with all the love I have to give,
she whispered, our faces close enough for me to see her eyes clearly in what counted for daylight in this place. Colorless, I thought. Like glass. I fought the urge to kiss her, to tuck her hair behind her ear. She was betrothed to someone else, and although I intended to do something about that when I returned, there was no guarantee I could survive fighting a literal god, much less a god of dragons. So I wouldn't ruin her reputation with any sign of affection, in case I never returned to make up for it. I would just whisper what truth I could. If I die, then I'm glad I get to live on through a woman like you, I told her. Take care of yourself, Zorana. It's been fun. Then I left her, walking right up to the edge of the village's foundational stone island. I looked down, scouring the abyss for the right floating rock in the right place. When I found it, I took a deep breath. Great Uniter, preserve me, I whispered to no one. With my next breath, I stepped off the ledge. Chapter 15. More Than Instinct. I fell through open space, plummeting at speeds that grew stronger with each passing second. The wind felt like a solid thing around me, roaring and alive. My eyes burned as I tried to see beneath me to aim for the rock I had chosen. I had selected one that was within leaping distance of the village foundation. With some strategic angling of my body, I was able to change my trajectory just enough to land in a heap of mess and bone on top of the platform. As I hit, I made sure to shield my head as best I could, because if my skull broke, I wasn't sure if I would be able to think enough to command my arm to hit something to reflect the power, even if there was no pain. I broke a lot of bones on that impact, but my arm remained intact enough for me to reach out to the edge of the platform and smack the side. In an instant, all of my damage was transferred into the stone, striking it at the same speed and power as I had struck the platform originally. Just like before, this allowed me to go sailing into the open abyss at almost the same speed I had been falling. I headed in the direction of Sloth and her citadel, at least according to what Zorana had told me. As I cruised away from the village, I felt over my body to make sure I hadn't taken any permanent damage. Nope. Still fine. It continued to be remarkable. I never used magic directly before yesterday, just the occasional enchanted item, and yet here I was, getting used to it already. Humans are nothing if not adaptable. After that, I hunkered down against the rock, on my hands and knees, gripping the front edge against the whir of moving air. Just as with falling, there was wind in my ears, loud enough to drown out thought if I let it. If I'm going to be doing this a lot, I'm going to need goggles, I thought, my eyes already watering against the gale. I squinted, still trying to scan my surroundings as best I could. If I was about to plow into another stone, I needed an exit plan first. As much as I could use these things to travel, I had to stay on them. I could take almost any damage, but I couldn't survive the abyss. I should have asked if there is a bottom to this place. Then again, landing wrong will kill me a lot faster than some endless fall. If I break both my arms or shatter my skull, I can't reflect the damage I took. It was a sobering thought. All magic had limits, after all. As I paid what attention I could to the path ahead of me, something caught my eye. There were shapes standing on a platform I was rapidly approaching. The floating rock hovered about 100 feet above the spot where I would pass by, far too high for me to jump up to it. As I got closer, the shapes resolved into 3 human-like figures. 2 were standing, reaching down for a third. I tensed. The third person was limp. They're trying to haul them over the edge. I had no idea what situation I was flying into, but I wasn't about to sit by and watch someone get murdered. With a shout of effort, I punched the rock beneath me with all the might I could muster, with the wind acting against me. Something crunched in my hand. Broken knuckles, maybe? I reflected the magic back moments later by scooting to one side of my boulder and slapping the side. The stone rocked, but my hit wasn't nearly as strong as the one that had got it going to begin with. It was only just enough to change my trajectory slightly. Damn, don't these things move up or down? I thought. So far, I had only been able to send them flying along the same linear plane, although they could still tilt this way and that, so there was no way to make it go up. As I closed in on the 3 figures, I punched the rock several more times to position myself so I'd pass directly underneath them. The 2 standing figures had dragged the third almost to its feet, and it hung limp. They've beaten that person up, I thought. Shit! I don't think I'm going to be fast enough. I was about to fly under the stone, but my speed had not flagged very much, and I was now a good 20 feet away from passing beneath them. If the person fell, it would be near impossible for me to catch them. I needed to try something else, a different platform. My eyes flicked and I fought to my feet when I found a platform just beyond and below the figures. I tensed my knees, readying myself for a jump, trying to calculate how fast and far my additional speed would carry me. At least I don't have to worry about getting hurt, I thought, and with a shrug, I leaped. I'd already flown past the figures, but I twisted in midair as if to kick the boulder I was aiming for. My legs cracked in several places when I slammed into the thing. Although the damage was still painless, it was still one of the most concerning sensations I had ever felt. My legs collapsed, and I scrambled for a hold before I slid off the platform, which wasn't terribly flat to begin with. I looked back to pinpoint the platform with the figures, and then I slapped my rock to reflect my impact into it. The rock had already started moving from the transferred momentum of my hit, so I'd gone quite a bit past the figures. Now, though, my new boulder jerked and started going back the other way. My aim had been true. I'd get under them now and at a more manageable speed. If I could do some punching and reflecting and punching, I might be able to slow the rock and catch the person as they fell. I was 50 feet away when it happened. The figure toppled off the stone like a doll. It had horns and wings and the body of a woman. I understood who it was. Someone shouted. I didn't hear the words. I wasn't going to reach Seven in time. She was going to fall into the abyss, maybe forever. So I jumped again. Mistress Vaughn would kill me for trying this, I thought. I always had the thought when I did anything stupid. She would kill me, but she might also approve. Mistress Vaughn had been an interesting woman. For one, she taught me a different sort of combat, the sneaky kind. How to slit a throat from the shadows, how to slice heels as they passed, and cover mouths when your target fell, how not to be seen or heard, or even magically sensed. I hadn't been any good at it. I'd whined, asking why I had to learn such a thing. I wasn't going to assassinate anyone. I was just the son of a famous but commoner soldier. Tiff Halstern had already taught me how to fight in the light of day. Why did I need to learn to fight in the shadows? Mistress Vaughn had said,
I'll show you why.
Then she'd taken me to a windowless room, and she had snuffed out all the light. After that, I learned why it mattered to fight in darkness. You could not plan for darkness. It had its own plans for you. In that room, over months, I learned to react not to sight but to sound, to the movement of the air, to my sense of location within the space, things that blurred together the more I trained. In short order, my attacks and dodges in that subterranean place became instinct, so much so that I stopped knowing why I moved left or ducked right. I just did, and somehow I survived the next whack from Mistress Vaughn's stick.
This is what I'm here to teach you,
she had explained.
Instinct. In darkness or in light, it is often the difference between life and death. But you can only truly learn it in darkness.
It hadn't answered my questions about why I had to learn it, but of all the tutors, all the training, all those days with Mistress Vaughn had come in the most handy. I now trusted myself implicitly. I knew what to do and when to do it, except when there were lives on the line. Vaughn had let a cat into the room with us one day, and when I had sensed her going for it, to kill the one thing in the room that could confuse her senses against me, I had roared and leaped in front of the poor quivering animal. I'd woken up a while later on the floor, with Mistress Vaughn holding a candle and looking down at me. My head thumped, and there was blood in my eye. The woman had been smiling, perhaps the first smile I'd ever seen on her.
Throwing caution to the wind to save someone else,
she had said, before laughing.
If I didn't know better, I would think you Warren's son.
Warren, as in the great uniter himself. Apparently I was just like him. All that to say, I could be an idiot in some circumstances. Circumstances like right the fuck now. Shit! My mind trilled as I soared toward the tumbling form of 7. Boulders whipped past me, some near misses, but really, I should want to hit one of them. I'm jumping into the abyss. I should let her fall. We would both die otherwise. But she was turning over and over in midair, her wings whipping and flapping as she flipped, slowing her even though she didn't seem conscious. I could get to her. I could reach her. But for what? So we'd die together? I could have angled for one of the last boulders in my vision, but that same awful, stupidly heroic instinct was steering me toward her and only her. 7. She knows something, and I need her. Also, I saved her once already. It can't have been for nothing. My pulse pounded in the same staccato whiff as the wind, until all the world was my pulse and my goal. I reached out and grabbed hold of the back of her leathers. I turned her toward me. Her eyes were closed. Fuck. She might be dead already. And below us, there were no more stones. But we had slowed, almost imperceptibly. Her wings. Her wings! It had all felt like a blur, but in short order, I had 7 in my arms, facing away from me, with my crossbow bandolier unclipped across my chest. The crossbow whipped away, gone forever, but without it, I now had enough leather to strap us together. I clipped the thing around her, just under her breasts. With her body secured to mine, I could safely spread my own arms wide and grip the spots just above the joints of her wings. This flared both appendages, the membranes catching as much wind as possible. We'd turned into a two-human glider. I groaned against the weight of our speed, using all my strength to stabilize her wings. We slowed, harder now. We were swooping low, but angling up. The thing was, I'd never learned how to fly. I closed my eyes, praying to Mistress Vaughn, as if she were a goddess that I could beseech. Please let instinct be enough, please. I let my senses take it all in. My body, my arms and legs, the wind, 7's slim form, the tension in her wing bones, the flap of her wing membranes, her white hair in my face. The air, gale and breeze, harder from the left. I tilted her right wing, pressed my legs down, flared her wings up and out. We came up out of our arc, and suddenly the world felt upside down as we shot skyward. We were soaring. Not close enough. I could sense that. We were still so far from the boulders. We slowed as our momentum dried up. I angled my legs again, leveling us out. I pushed on her wings, above the joint, where I had all the control I needed. I didn't need to touch the points of her wings. The muscle and tendon and bone of each wing was all a part of one great mechanism. Push here, rotate here, and you could flap the whole thing. I flapped. Again, then again. We were still falling, but only barely. I cut us into a slight decline, a slow dive. I built up speed with distance. I swooped again, brought us higher, like a pendulum swinging. It took several long, miraculous minutes, but eventually, I opened my eyes. There was a shift in the wind, and just as I'd known, there was a boulder fast approaching. I landed us both on it, as easy as breathing. My feet even touched down first. Her weight suddenly pulled on me, and I staggered to stop us from toppling. My mind seemed to emerge from a haze of smoke, from some surreal plane of existence where I had been a dragon, not a man. That wasn't instinct, I thought. That was a dream. I had laid 7 down, unstrapping her from my chest. I thought of the great uniter and Mistress Vaughn one more time. I love widely and deeply, and I fight for it. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were his. I blurted out a laugh, a great burst of sound in the sudden quiet. Mistress Vaughn hadn't chastised me that day, even though I'd lost my fight against her just to save a stray cat. Now I understood why. Fighting for someone gave me more than instinct. It gave me the same quiet power as the great uniter, the most powerful man to ever live. And it had taught me, against all odds, how to fly. Chapter 16. Soul Stealer. We navigated through the air on our rock platform for a good half hour before 7 even stirred. I had propelled our boulder by punching it, damaging myself, and then punching it again to release the damage. I had to do it dozens of times to build up enough speed to move at a fast walking pace, but it did do the trick. Falling 50 feet and breaking half my bones would have worked better, but there were no other floating rocks beneath ours. Since the platforms could not move along a vertical plane, this was the best I could do. Regardless, I'd sent our little boulder in the direction that Zorana had sent me in the first place. It was hard to figure out where I was in this strange world, but at one point we passed a large floating obelisk that was marked on the map. By triangulating around it, I was pretty sure I now had us headed in the right direction. Ours was an uncomfortable stone and an uncomfortable shape, but I gave Seven the best spot on the platform. Tucking her away into a little nook and keeping one eye on her and one eye on our surroundings. There was no telling where those first figures had gone to and whether or not they had been agents of Sloth. If we were headed in her direction, then I had no doubt that we would be seeing more dragon agents soon, and that they would come at me with all the power they had at their disposal. And when Seven came to, murmuring, her eyelids fluttering, I leaned over her and stopped paying attention to everything else. At least after I made sure that we had a clear path ahead of us. For a good mile or so, our speed had slowed to a crawl with time, so the wind wasn't too bad. I could hear her when she spoke. She said.
What?
I smiled, and somehow that movement drew her gaze to mine.
Silas.
She said, like a statement of fact, not a question. Hey, glad to see you're awake. Long story, but you're safe now. I caught some people trying to hurt you, and, well, right now we are headed on our way to, fight a dragon god. She moaned and raised a limp arm to her head, draping it across her temple.
Tell me you didn't just say we're fighting a god?
Yeah, Sloth. Well, if I'm lucky, I'll only get some intel on her. In exchange, a rebel leader named Zorana is going to give me some more information on the missing women. With her eyes covered, she said,
That's good, then. I can tell you more about the women. So we don't need to fight Sloth.
I'll happily take whatever you know, I replied. But unfortunately, I am kinda honor-bound to go back to Zorana regardless, and I can't exactly go back empty-handed. Now she looked at me again, her green eyes vibrant with disbelief.
You have got to be kidding me.
Nope. Like I said, it's a long story. I told it to her as we flew, keeping half an eye on any especially misshapen objects around us. If a formation was bizarre enough, it might show up on the map that Zorana had given me, and I could double-check our location to make sure we were still headed in the right direction. It happened once before the story ended, when I glimpsed a pair of boulders that were both totally spherical and hovering next to each other. They were a crude joke waiting to happen, but I kept it to myself.
You did all that in, 9 hours?
Seven asked me. I hadn't even told her about the sex. Yeah, I said. And where were you? By this point, she had recovered enough to sit up.
I was trying to get control of my flight when we fell. I had planned to go back to you, but I'd only just landed when you knocked the wind out of me.
I frowned. What? I never hit you. Did I? She sighed and my mind ran wild. Had I damaged the boulder she'd been sitting on during my flight to Zoran's village and somehow missed the fact that she was on it?
The power, Silas.
She said.
The reflection magic.
She indicated her long, fragile body, the leathers beaten and dusty, the top button of her shirt unnervingly undone.
It saps my energy when you use it, apparently.
My eyes went wide. No.
Yes.
She replied.
I figured it out when you dropped into that arena and used my magic to land. All the wind went out of me. I felt like a severed tendon. I'd been fighting against that champion woman, but the next thing I knew, she was just dragging me.
I remembered how weak she had looked while the Dragon Touch champion had been lugging her toward me. It had made me think that the champion, or maybe the other queen's scale, the one that had gotten away from us, had roughed her up. I was glad to hear that Seven had only been sapped of energy, not beaten.
Then, when I fell through the portal,
She went on.
I had just managed to land on one of these stupid rocks when my knee caved in like wet noodles. I figured you must have used magic to land safely yourself, and it completely knocked me out cold. I woke up later, and I don't know how much time had passed.
I took a deep, steadying breath. While this really did complicate things, my new reflection magic had felt unlimited up until this point. Obviously, it had more limits than I'd thought. Damn, I said. I'm glad I didn't test the magic more while I was imprisoned. I could have killed you. It was something I normally would have done. Always know your weapon, some tutor or other had told me. Probably more than one of them, as it was good advice. Thankfully, I had taken it easy during my rest and hadn't spent the time testing the parameters of my new abilities. Maybe I should thank Serana extra for distracting me and putting me straight to sleep.
I'm glad you didn't, too.
Seven said.
If and when you killed me, you might have also killed yourself, depending on the damage you were trying to absorb at the time.
She was right. I suppressed a shudder. I have to be careful with this magic, way more careful than I am with a blade. And those figures standing over you on the rock, do you know who they were? I asked. She seemed to hesitate, which made me think she was keeping a secret even before she spoke.
I knew them,
she said.
They were other agents of envy, coming to get me. Did they hurt you?
No, I blew right past them. I set about explaining how I had managed to save her from falling, and her eyes grew progressively wider the more I told the story. I haven't seen them come after us. At least not yet, I said. Maybe they saw you fall, but didn't see me rescue you. I think we've bought some time.
Yeah, I hope so,
she said. We trundled along for another half-minute, each of us amazed at the fact of our own survival. Finally, I spoke again. So when I absorb damage, it saps your energy. Do you think the amount of energy you lose lines up with how much damage I take? Like, if I just bruise, you barely feel it, but if I fall 100 feet, you could end up unconscious? She licked her lips, mulling it over. On the surface, magic often worked this way, especially for dragon-touched people, but really, most magic was fueled by somebody's energy, and too big of a spell could kill them. While they might not even notice the small spells.
If I drained the same amount of energy every time you got a paper cut, I'm pretty sure I'd be dead already,
Seven concluded.
When we fell through the portal, I landed just before you. The next second, when you landed, that was the biggest hit to my energy that I've taken so far. So, yes, I think the more fatal something is, the more it saps me.
She shook her head, then ran both hands back through her long white hair. Even after the wind had whipped it this way and that, it still looked smooth and wavy. Damn, she looks perfect. My eyes drifted to her horns, then her wings. Exotic as hell. I wonder what those wings would do if we... I turned off the thought before my mind could wander too far down that particular path. There was no relationship to be had here. Seven had something I needed, and presumably, I had something she needed. I needed to focus on that. I readjusted my position next to her, basically wedging myself between two sharp points on the ever-sailing stone. Seven, how did this happen? She cocked her head at me, and then she readjusted too. Our knees touched. It was really a very small rock.
You mean your magic?
She said.
You're wondering how you got it from me. Zorana probably told you that only gods can give magic away.
I surveyed the area with a glance as I kept doing every few seconds. Nothing new, no threats, but I would need to speed us up soon, or we'd take an age to arrive. That meant potentially knocking her out again. She said that, yeah, but there's the tattoos too. I said, holding up a hand to show the green 5-pointed star tattoo and the black line leading down into my coat. Seven circled her knees with her arms and hugged them close, resting her chin between her kneecaps.
I don't think I know as much as you think I do,
she said.
I mean, it makes sense that you think I'd know a lot. I came to your world with horns, and then I sprouted wings. I'm not fully human, clearly, so that makes me seem knowledgeable in ways you might not be. I also asked about your missing women, and I somehow gave you the magic of my god, which I should not be able to do.
She shook her head, her hair flowing to one side in an easy wind.
The truth is, all of this is unheard of. I can only speculate.
Then speculate, I said. She chewed her lips for several seconds, and I wondered how much I could trust anything she said. I didn't think she was an enemy, but she was a bit of a suspicious character. Or maybe skittish, I thought. Really, she's had a rough few days. She probably feels she can't trust me any more than I trust her, except for the fact I've saved her life. Twice.
My god is envy,
she said.
Well, she is sort of the ruler here. She rules most of the other gods with an iron fist, and she even killed one of them. Gluttony. Her own brother. Centuries ago.
That was news to me, but I said nothing. The silence seemed to egg her on.
Her base power, the power she grants to her 70 agents, is reflection magic. The ability to store damage and reflect it back.
Which is what I have, I said. So does that make me—
You're not a dragon agent,
she interrupted. I noticed that she wouldn't meet my eyes, but only looked at my mouth. I didn't think it was because she wanted to kiss me. She was focused hard on what she was saying, and for some reason, my gaze distracted her.
Dragon agents gain a dragon god's base power,
she said.
It's what I have. What I had before you sapped it from me.
That posed a lot of questions. Wait, you're saying you used to be able to cast reflection magic?
All of Envy's agents have innate reflection magic, so long as they keep it activated,
she said.
And no, I can't do it anymore. It does appear that you stole it from me. All of it. Even though I'm back here where my magic is anchored. However, that's not the crazy thing here. You see, only Envy herself can cast the improved version of reflection magic. All gods have a base power they share with their agents, and an improved, stronger version that only the gods themselves can use.
Again, this was similar to dragons on the surface. They all had two abilities as well, and one was often far stronger than the other. So you're saying Envy can do more than keep herself from taking damage? I said. As in, she's more than just functionally immortal? Seven huffed a laugh, and finally looked into my eyes.
Remember how I said you couldn't take physical damage, only magic damage? Well, I've clearly been proven wrong. What do you think that means?
I blinked. The physical resistance. That's something only Envy can do? My head spun with the implications. I have the power of a god, not just of an agent, a god. Seven gave a nod.
That's right. Until you, Envy was the only person or dragon who had immunity against both magical and physical damage.
She paused.
I have to wonder if she even has that power anymore. Maybe you stole it from her, too.
I could barely wrap my head around it. I see. She shook her head as if to say,
No, you do not see. You could not possibly see. It's all impossible, is what it is.
Seven said.
You stole magic from me that I didn't even have, since I'm only an agent. Somehow, I became a conduit through which you stole the magic of Envy herself.
I had to spread my palms and look at them, both the tattooed green star through which I cast Envy's magic and the empty circle of my left hand. But how? I asked. Back at my bar, I remember the feeling of something building inside me. After I jumped in front of you and took the icicle to the gut, I think that's when I stole your magic. But all you did was touch me. You didn't want to pass your magic along to me.
You're right. The transfer wasn't intentional. I also couldn't even use the magic myself at the time.
She added, her body slumping. She leaned back on her hand and said,
But I think I have a guess as to why it worked. It has to do with Envy's name. Her vice.
Before I could ask what she meant, Seven caught me off guard by taking my hand, the one with the circle. She rubbed her fingers over the markings, but she did so absently, as if she were contemplating something. She looked up, suddenly and earnestly. Her intense gaze dried my mouth up.
As Envy's agent, I am constantly envious of others in one way or another.
She explained.
You learn to ignore it, as it's pretty constant. However, when you stood in front of me and that attack was imminent, I stopped being envious of you. I knew you were about to die. I didn't want to be you. I pitied you. And, in a way, that's the opposite of envy.
I gave our surroundings another scan, this time also looking behind us. Is something moving back there? A dark shape, minuscule from this distance, seemed to be leaping from one boulder to another, approaching us at a faster speed than we were moving. It was still far away, and it couldn't be an agent of sloth, since it wasn't using telekinesis to simply fly. All the same, I wanted to speed us up, so that we could be sure to outrun it. So, every dragon god is limited by a vice, the one in their name, I summarized, turning back around. And if I make even one of their agents stop feeling that vice, I can just steal the god's power? Seven closed my fingers over the star tattoo.
It's not something just anyone can do, but yeah, that's my guess. But you should know that I have never ever heard of anything like you, or like these tattoos, either on the surface or in the hollow spire, and I've studied widely. But the 5-pointed green star easily represents Envy's plane. She is the 5th level, and her ownerite is green. That makes me think those other circles on your body are like, I don't know, empty slots. Slots where the magic of the other gods can go.
She took her head and let go of my hand. I instantly missed her touch.
Honestly, Silas?
She said, hugging her knees close once more.
I think you're some kind of soul stealer. A weapon built to counter the gods of dragons. A weapon meant to destroy the dungeon itself.
Chapter 17. Sloth. Well, that was something you didn't hear every day. I'm a weapon meant to kill dragon gods. Yeah, that makes complete sense. Even the thought came into my head with sarcasm attached to it. I was no weapon. I was just some guy. Then again, all those tutors, my mother's insistence on my training, and the visits from the Great Uniter. I'd always known there was some secret surrounding me. My mother had insisted I learn just about everything, and with the Uniter's help, she managed to fund the best teachers in the world. But she never spoke of Arkan, my father, who had died in a troll skirmish when I was 5. I barely remembered him. But maybe he had been special. Maybe I'd inherited some special power from his line.
Never mind your father,
My mother used to tell me.
He was a foolish, handsome, brave, and wonderful bonehead, and that's where your similarities end. You're meant for something more than him, and even more than me.
We just don't know what it is yet.
I used to think that she was just mothering me, especially when all the military branches rejected my applications, and she refused to put in any good word for me. I thought she'd been trying to keep me safe. To be fair, I hadn't really wanted to be a soldier anyway, so I hadn't thought too deeply about it. I had never been sure what I wanted to be, except maybe a father. One who would be there for my own kids, who would survive long enough to stick in their memory. I couldn't even remember my own father's face. So when the Great Uniter and my mother had negotiated a betrothal for me, and my fiancé had agreed and then subsequently been kidnapped, well, I'd been given a purpose. A way to use all that I knew, all that I had been tutored in, and that search had led me to Unity City, where the women had last been seen, all while the women themselves had led Seven to me. Something like this, it couldn't be random chance. There was no way that was possible. So what was I missing? What was the connection that I wasn't seeing?
You're meant for something more. We just don't know what it is yet.
We. Had my mother included me in that word, or was she referring to someone else? In that moment, the obvious occurred to me. Warren, the Great Uniter. He was written into my story at every turn. As the most powerful man alive, why should he take any interest in me? Why should he help pay to tutor me? He and my mother were old friends, but this went beyond that. Was he the other half of my mother's we? Seven, I said slowly. Before the women went missing, did anything else happen in the Hollow Spire? Anything of note?
Like what?
She asked, probably surprised by my change in subject. She'd just declared me to be a god weapon after all. Like a man, another surface human. Did someone come down here before the women were taken? Shadows moved across Seven's throat as she swallowed, and I found myself mesmerized by it.
Maybe. There was a man. I don't know where he came from, but the Ascenders, that's the rebels, they called him War. He pretty much appeared out of nowhere. He was captured just before the women were.
I nodded. War might well be shorthand for Warren, which was the Great Uniter's real name. He had disappeared 10 weeks ago, and the women had vanished 2 weeks later. Warren got captured by envy, I breathed out. Well, fuck, no wonder the women didn't ask for you to find him. He was already in prison with them. Hell, they were probably kidnapped because of him, maybe to force him to do something. The princess is his daughter. If envy had threatened her... I trailed off while Seven's eyes widened.
Are you saying that War was a king? Envy has imprisoned one of your kings?
Well, not technically, but you could argue that he's more important than a king. Wow, I thought. It is looking more and more like I'm involved in this for a reason. Like the Great Uniter knows something about me that I didn't. Maybe Princess Atonia knows it too, and that's the real reason she asked Seven to find me.
We've slowed.
Seven said abruptly.
And whoever is behind us is catching up.
I glanced back to look at our pursuer again. Seven was right. The figure was still jumping between floating rocks, moving in elongated, unnatural arcs. How the hell were they doing that? Regardless, they were gaining on us. Yeah, we need to speed up.
You'll have to knock me out again, won't you? To propel us faster.
Seven asked. I nodded. She let out a breath, then stood up, her wings shivering as she unfurled them. She was clearly still exhausted, but she'd recovered relatively quickly. Her energy returned faster than it would on a regular human, which was good, since she was basically my battery now.
It is what it is,
she said.
I can't fly us far, but I can get us to a higher platform at least. From there, I'll glide down onto another rock, and then you jump onto the same rock and do your thing. It will knock me out, but it should propel us a lot faster.
If we want to outpace them for as long as you're knocked out, I warned her, then I'm going to have to take a really big hit. Can your energy levels handle that? She squared her shoulders, resolute.
I can take it.
She said.
Just, when I'm asleep, don't absorb any more damage. If you do, then I might not wake up.
Seven must already trust me to be unconscious with me for this long. The thought came to me an hour and dozens of miles later, just when the citadel was coming into view. I knew it was the citadel because its shape matched the distinct illustration on the map. It was a sphere, but not a very good one, made of different floating boulders all jammed together. A tower stood out here and there, although I couldn't tell if they were hollow enough to be towers. Maybe they were just strings of rocks. All in all, it looked like a castle some kid had built from rocks and mud, before getting distracted by something shiny halfway through. Seven did say that the dragon gods are all affected by their vices. If Sloth is really as lazy as her name would suggest, then I suppose this childish architecture makes sense. I would get there in about 10 minutes, and with Seven still asleep on our uncomfortable floating vehicle, I had to ask myself, how exactly am I going to deal with Sloth's agents, or even Sloth herself? If I'd had all the time in the world, I might have just hung back and allowed Seven to fully recover her energy. Then I could go into this with as much reflection magic at my disposal as possible. Unfortunately, that jumping figure behind us had me on edge. If we stopped for an hour to rest, it would catch up to us. Maybe it wasn't an enemy, but since I knew absolutely no one in this place, I had to assume it wasn't my friend. So I had no choice but to try to sneak into this citadel, get some good information, and sneak out again. I'd been letting the floating platforms slow to make us less visible, using small punch attacks to edge us into thicker clusters of rock. It was the best camouflage I could manage out here. But if Sloth had guardsmen watching, and we were seen, I would be forced to go in head first, swords blazing. At least I still had the 2 one-handed blades, plus a knife, even though the crossbow had been lost. I figured I could take a hit or two without draining Seven dry. With that limitation, I would need to get serious fast. My plan was to go straight for Sloth and kill her. Her agents would probably lose their power if that happened, and I could pick them off if they didn't run. There was another option, too, if I could swing it. If my tattoos were any indicator, then I had 6 more slots I could fill up with the magic of the dragon gods. Seven claimed that I'd defeated her goddess's vice, that I'd negated her sense of envy when I'd stood in front of her to take an ice shard in her place. It then stood to reason that if I could make Sloth herself forget her own laziness, then I could maybe get access to her magic as well. After all, I had 6 empty slots. If I gained her telekinesis, then her agents might lose their power too. Even if they didn't, I could kill Sloth just by draining her power dry, cast enough spells, and she'd fall unconscious, just like Seven had. It was an idea, at least. I tried to focus on it, and not on the fact that I was going up against a literal god, and one worshipped by the most powerful creatures alive. Dragons. Where are they, anyway? Isn't this the dragon dungeon? I hadn't seen any dragons on my journey here. I didn't actually know if that was unusual or not, but it did give me a bad feeling, and I wasn't one to ignore my bad feelings. At least that night dragon, Atraxon, hadn't made an appearance yet. He was still off hunting me in the other human villages on this plane. Fighting a dragon goddess and up to 70 of her agents would be bad enough without throwing an invisible, lightning-wielding dragon into the mix. And right now, I didn't actually know what Sloth looked like. Was she in human form or dragon form? What sort of dragon would she be? If only I'd asked Seven before I knocked her out. As we got close enough to see the jagged outcrops that counted as battlements on the citadel, I rose into a crouch and started maneuvering our rock manually. We were slow enough now that I could just shove off of other rocks, essentially pushing us from one to another, getting us a few feet closer each time. If I hadn't been so near to a potential grisly death, I might have marveled at the smoothness of the flight. of the bizarre sensation of passing through a space scattered with magical floating rocks. The violet onerite had grown brighter in the time it had taken us to come here, possibly from our proximity to Sloth. That, plus the violet aurora, made the whole experience feel like a dream. Maybe it is a dream. Maybe I am really in a coma somewhere, with an ice shard through my gut, with the famed Tiff Sternheart leaning over me and yelling at me to get up already. Well, if that were true, then living or dying here wouldn't matter much. It would only continue the dream. The citadel loomed large, blocking out half a sky's worth of looping, dancing aurora. I had slowed us to a crawl, passing lazily beneath a series of larger stones. The last expanse I had to cross was wide open, but it would take us to the citadel. We were nearest to the bottom of the structure, and I could see a rough platform there, leading into a set of stairs that spiraled up and around the whole sphere. It looked rickety, even though it was made of stone. Sloth really didn't put much effort into anything, did she? I kept my eyes peeled as we sailed the extra distance, scanning the bulging, haphazard walls of the citadel. If it could even be called a citadel. Finally, our rock bumped into the large, flat stone that served as a landing pad. I really didn't like how exposed we were here, yet no one attacked us. Maybe Sloth's guards are just as lazy as she is? I hoped that was true as I unloaded Seven. She stirred, but didn't fully wake. I looked for any sort of door to hide her behind, or even a large enough crack in the stone to stuff her into. I could hardly protect her and fight a god at the same time. There was no means of egress on the platform that I could see, however. Whatever was inside this giant stone orb, I couldn't access it without using reflection magic to blast the stones apart. Maybe I should push Seven away on the rock we'd come in on. She could wake up there later. If I survived, I could catch up with her. And if not... The grating of stone against stone interrupted my thoughts, and my stomach sank as the stones that made up the stairwell started to spread apart. Shit! They know we're here! Instinct took over. I scooped Seven up in my arms and raced for the disassembled stairs, leaping across to one stone, then to another. In those moments, I couldn't have been more grateful for my restful night, nor for the lifetime of physical training that kept my legs strong and my body fresh as I surged up the staircase. The rocks spread apart beneath my feet. The entire citadel seemed to explode in slow motion, every piece shoved away from the central core. That's where Sloth had to be, the center. The timing wasn't coincidence. She knew I was here. She just hadn't bothered to attack or send her goons after me until the moment I'd set foot on her domain. She hadn't bothered. Her laziness. I can use that. Sloth's personal vice supposedly applied to her agents just as well as to her. They would all be lazy. Some had to be watching me even now, waiting until they had to get off their asses and act. I stumbled once, then again. I went down to a knee so hard that I felt the hit store up inside me, the reflection magic of a bruised knee ready to be released at my leisure. I huffed, I puffed, I looked around in dismay. I was about halfway up the citadel now, my legs burning from the ascent. It all became too much for me. I started to back away, but I couldn't tell where I was, which way was in, which was out. There were stones everywhere. At least, that's what I looked like I was feeling. In reality, I knew exactly where I was going, and I didn't even feel winded, not yet. I heard a laugh, male, through the melee of stone. Then another. I looked about, wide-eyed, pretending to wonder where the voices were coming from. I made myself look overwhelmed, outmatched, pathetic. All while I was getting closer and closer to the center of the mass. A wobbly step here, a frightened jump there, readjusting Seven in my arms as if she were too heavy, even though she couldn't weigh more than 120 pounds. I could bench that much in my sleep. When I saw a figure in the corner of my eye, a woman lying draped across a long lounge chair, I almost forgot to keep pretending. I hadn't expected a lounge chair in the middle of all this. Certainly not a human that looked like that. "Seven," I hissed. "Seven." What does Sloth look like? Seven pressed her face against my neck, hugging me with weak arms.
I heard she's really hot. Like 90% tits.
I swallowed. This woman fit the bill. My sweat became very real as I came to a stop on the first platform I'd seen in 5 minutes that wasn't moving. There was a ring of them surrounding the stone where the woman lay, reclining across a chair of glittering fabric, with a violet and black dragon skin rug laid across the floor, while a side table sported a crystal decanter full of dark liquid. Other bits of the same ostentatious decor floated around me, dislodged by the spreading of the citadel. Tapestries and rich designs and colors, all leaning toward purple. Curtains. Glass panes that might have been windows once, rugs and crystalline vases full of flowers, the water sloshing inside them, an entire dinner service on a silver tray. And at the epicenter of it all, the human woman, lying down as if sleeping. She wore a pale purple silken dress, so sheer that I suspected it was a sleeping shift. Her nipples prodded up against its fabric, perfectly visible, especially with the weight of some seriously big tits behind them. Call me a fool for seeing those first, but they were meant to be seen first, with such a vast expanse of light brown skin left exposed at her chest. She lay with one knee raised, the other leg down, her feet bare. Her hips were wide, cushioned by enough ass to draw my eyes next. She was voluptuous from head to toe. This was not a skinny woman, but she couldn't be called fat by any measure. In fact, despite the raw sexuality of all the delectably touchable flesh, this woman looked like the human embodiment of comfort. Her figure called to me. I wanted to drop onto the lounge beside her, fuck her slowly while holding her close, and then fall asleep on her chest with a smile on my face. I swallowed thickly, trying to keep my attention on things that wouldn't get me killed. I had trouble believing this was sloth and not lust. After all, someone had mentioned a god named Lust, right? Maybe the two had swapped places, just for today? One of Sloth's arms had been slung across her eyes, as if to shield herself from bright daylight, even though there was none. So I couldn't see much but her plump lips and healthy cheeks. Her hair splayed wild around her, black and so shiny that it reflected the aurora on every strand. As soon as I stopped moving, taking care to keep huffing and puffing as I did so, the woman somnolently raised her arm and peered at me with dull but sparkly violet eyes. Violet, the color of the onorite of this plane.
Why, hello there,
the dragon god said. Chapter 18. Betrayal. I stood unmoving before Sloth, working past my surprise by keeping my attention on my peripherals. This woman was not about to make any sudden moves. Nothing about her was sudden. She even spoke slowly. "Hello," I said, taking note of her agents. They sat on boulders all around us, at least 6 of them, 2 men and 4 women, all of them overweight in loose clothing. Some had horns, others scales, and at least 2 had the same violet eyes as their mistress, although their own eyes were slitted. Hers were normal. The agents dangled their legs over the edges of the rocks they sat perched on, and they watched me with amused smiles. I saw no armor, no weapons, no concern at all. Good. My play at being helpless worked. Now to make the best possible use of it. I took in everything I could about the people and things around me. Each of the agents' boulders moved in a different way than the vast majority of them. The agents were controlling their own stones, while Sloth was controlling the rest. Or perhaps just letting them float aimlessly, but she must have been the one to split the whole thing apart. Sloth started a low moan, seizing my attention again. She rose as she made the sound, swinging her feet off the lounge chair and stretching so limply that I doubted it had any effect on her muscles at all. Her limbs flopped back down onto her knees as she looked at me, half asleep but still somewhat quizzical. I thought fast, then held 7 out to her. The smaller woman slumped between both my arms. "I'm looking for Sloth," I said. "Please. I'm from the surface. This woman is a dragon agent of another god, and I met her there, and she was hunted. The humans here tried to kill us. I don't know where to turn. Please help her." Sloth blinked slowly, like a drunk trying to make out my features, then rolled her eyes as she raised an arm.
"That's me,"
she sighed.
"I'm Sloth."
I swallowed again. "But you're not a dragon." I was trying to look clueless, but for some reason the comment seemed to piss her off. She scowled, and her gaze was a little sharper when she looked at me again.
"How did a surface human survive the drop, anyway?"
she asked me. Her gaze dipped to my feet, then crawled its way back up again. I half expected her to lick her chops.
"You are more than you appear to be, aren't you?"
I put on my best terrified face, and then stepped tentatively onto the platform, which was at least 20 feet wide. We remained far apart as I gingerly knelt to lay 7 down. "Please, I think she's hurt. I can't rouse her."
"Kill him,"
Sloth said.
"Leave the girl."
My eyebrows shot up, and I dropped 7, the last inch, to the rug as I spun around, my swords already drawn. She'd been speaking to her agents. They were about to jump me. But they all watched, frowning for a moment too long. Lazy, right? I lunged. It came easily to me, finding the path through the debris field. I practically galloped up a string of rocks, using them as steps to reach the nearest agent. The stones held my weight, just like all the others, no matter how small they were. Unless telekinetic magic was used on them, they could not move along a vertical plane. I wanted to hesitate as I came upon the first agent. The woman looked so human. Her slitted eyes were growing wide as I reached her. But Sloth wanted me dead. She was not my ally, and neither were these agents. So, I killed her dragon agent in one swipe. I slashed across the agent's exposed throat so fast that I let the momentum of the spin propel me toward the next closest agent. I cleared a wide gap and jumped onto a rock that was angled, leaping sideways off it and onto another of the agent's platforms. The male dragon agent scrambled to his feet, and he held out an arm as I swung at him. An enormous boulder plowed into my shoulder, throwing me off his platform. Fortunately, I took part of his arm with me. His scream followed me as I felt my bones crunch and collapse. It seemed the other agents had gotten wise. I focused on keeping my grip on my blades as I collided with a floating rock that was too small for me. The thing hit me in the gut, driving the wind out of my lungs and the iron from my stomach, but it held me. In this place, even a pebble could hold my full weight. Maybe I could use that as well. I rolled off the small stone, landing flat on my back on a much larger platform. None too soon, as another rock whizzed into the one I'd just been using. The two of them shattered apart, all the debris exploding away in a horizontal line. None of it came down toward me, but none of it shot upward either. Meanwhile, the stones that Sloth and her agents had moved had gone in all directions. The inert ones didn't move that way. Only magic could make them go against their nature and either ascend or descend. I flipped over again, landing on another platform on my feet before a third flying boulder could slam into me. I'd already taken 2 sizable hits. 7 couldn't handle much more. As I ran, jumping between stones, dodging until I saw a better opening, I glimpsed Sloth rising from her lounge. She began to walk unhurriedly toward 7's limp form. Once there, would she be able to tell that I'd taken 7's power? She hadn't warned her people yet, so she must not have realized. Lazy or not, surely she would warn her people once she figured it out. I had to finish this before that happened, but the other agents had stopped being lazy. Acting like a winded idiot had earned me 1 kill, possibly 2, but there were still 4 enemies in this rotating forest of stone. I'd be dead already if Sloth would just fight, I thought, dodging another thrown boulder. I landed at an angle on a floating shard the size of a dinner table, the stone jerking slightly under my weight before drifting sideways. A telekinetic pulse snapped past my ear like a whip. It must have been another thrown rock, and I dropped flat in case more followed. Unfortunately, not all these platforms were super solid. A chunk of rock crumbled under my hands, unable to take my weight. I didn't dare stay put. Pushing off with my heel, I launched toward the next floating boulder, but I kept myself directly in the line of sight of the shape that had just attacked me. I could almost feel the agent's singular attention as she sighted down the clear path, chose a winner of a boulder, and threw it. A whiff of displaced air alerted me that a slab the size of a wagon was about to pummel me in the ass. I landed on the formation I'd purposely selected for this purpose, one with 2 wide boulders hovering above it. This put me in a sort of dead end, like a box made of stone. I turned and saw the slab coming through the opening of that box. Then I dropped one sword and punched the flying slab, hurting it before it could hurt me. Boom! The rock exploded into a scatter of shrapnel, but this shrapnel was focused because it had happened inside my little box shape. The 2 sides of the box guided all the debris into a narrow column, and as the torrent of stones sped away, it stayed on its horizontal plane. Because the stone couldn't move up or down, and because I'd focused it into a small area, the blast of debris was highly concentrated and highly deadly. I didn't stay to see the blast hit the agent, but I heard a female's scream that faded in volume. Telekinetic or not, she hadn't been able to handle that many individual pebbles racing her way all at once. 3 down, 3 to go, I thought. I curled into a roll as I hit the next platform, 3 more shots of smaller stones raining around me. I used the strikes to pinpoint where my enemies were, and I saw 2 of them closing in, one from above, the other to my left. The left one extended both arms, summoning a floating field of 3 jagged stones between us. 3. Ha! Why aren't they throwing more? Their power must be limited too. The shrapnel attack had proven that this telekinetic power worked by individual pieces moved, not by volume. Another weakness to keep in my back pocket. I slashed my right sword up, and with my left hand, I slapped my palm against the platform I was standing on. I released the strike I'd taken to the gut, which hadn't been nearly so powerful. The platform should have shot downwards, but now I knew that it couldn't. Still, the power of the attack had to go somewhere, and it rebounded against its own invisible boundary and shot forward. I jumped straight upwards with all of my might, gaining some extra height and earning me a landing behind one of the agents. The moment I landed, I twisted hard and sliced across her back with my one remaining sword. The woman's limbs spread wide, blood arcing, and I ducked beneath another whizzing rock before slicing the back of her feet as well. She finally started to cry out, but I kept moving, switching to another platform as she collapsed into the embrace of the void. 2 left. I could dodge these 2, and I zigzagged my way toward the nearest. She turned and fled when I got too close, but she was overweight and I wasn't. I put my blade through her back, just as a shadow fell across us both. A massive rock crunched against my back, blocking out all light as it closed on my entire body. It pancaked me and the dead woman together in a squishy, bony melange that I would have nightmares about later, if I survived. But as always, no pain. I took a moment to recoup my senses as the boulder was hiding me from view. I twitched my arm. I could lift it. I could reflect this damage back. But 7, was this too much for 7? It was too late now. I couldn't exactly control whether I absorbed an impact or not. I could only control its release, and I was pretty sure that's not what sapped 7. The impacts were what drained her. If I just killed her, then there was nothing I could do about it now. The damage was done. My eyes lolled. I could still see through one of them, and through a slit in the cracking stone around me. I saw an agent lying unconscious on a stone as it spun past me. I hadn't done that. These attacks take energy. Maybe he sapped himself? For now that meant 6 enemies down, but the one without a hand might still be a threat. Most likely, though, he had fled. There was no one left to protect the goddess. I readied my magic. Let's go. Chapter 19. All Mine.
My. That human savior of yours really did a number on my agents.
I heard Sloth say. I couldn't see her, but her voice was close. That savior of yours. She was talking to Seven. Sloth didn't know I was alive. But that couldn't be right. Seven had said that I had a dragon aura. Sloth, as a god of dragons, had to be able to see my aura. Even I knew that dragon auras vanished when the soul attached to them died. So Sloth had to know I was alive. She didn't know how alive, though. She probably just saw one of my legs jutting out from the collision of stones, bleeding all over everything. She must think I was near death. I heard a yawn, and then the floating stone around me abruptly changed direction, as if someone had yanked on it. I kept myself mentally ready, brutalized, but not feeling any of the pain, waiting for the right moment to flop out and attempt to reflect all my injuries back onto the goddess. It wouldn't be graceful, but it would be effective. The rock hovered lazily, and when the tugging stopped, the stone kept on cruising under its own momentum. Sloth hadn't even bothered to bring me right up to herself. She'd brought me halfway and had let the boulder coast the rest of the distance. Well, I was about to surprise her. I slapped the boulder with the flat of my hand. Instantly, my body reverted to wholeness. The rock beneath my hand disintegrated, scree bolting away along the horizontal plane like sparks spreading out from a firework. The boulder above me remained whole, but without anything underneath me, I dropped out into open air. The crushed dead agent fell with me. I was falling right beside the edge of Sloth's stone platform, which was inches away from me. I reached out a hand. If I could catch it and pull myself up... Sloth gave a shout, and I came to a stop with a grunt as a dozen smaller rocks thudded up against my stomach and chest, hanging me up in the air like dirty laundry. I wheezed, grappling with the stones as I tried to get my breath back. All the rocks close by had fallen dead still, and I was just as still as they were. It felt almost like time had stopped, like I was trapped in some frozen panorama.
Oh my.
Sloth breathed out, standing over 7, not 5 paces away.
You startled me. I can't remember the last time that happened.
She flicked a hand, and I grunted as she used the rocks underneath me to throw me aside. I landed with a long slide on her dragon skin rug. It bunched up underneath me, and I hurried to my hands and knees. Sloth's hand was still raised toward me, but only halfway. She looked flushed, but otherwise her easy calm had apparently returned. Seeing her hand wielded at me like that made me remember what Zorana had said about Sloth's power. She could make objects move, but not people. At least she didn't have direct control over me.
Whatever you just did to make that rock explode, if you do it again, I'll toss you into the abyss.
Sloth said, cocking her head.
My. Is that envy's power you've got there? But I don't see any dragon traits on you. Not like this one.
She nudged 7 with her foot, and 7 didn't stir. I couldn't help it. I looked worriedly down at the fallen agent. Is she dead? I asked.
No, not like you appear to be.
Sloth replied. With her head still cocked, her eyes slid down and sideways to my hand, the appendage where my body seemed to house envy's power.
Ah, you have envy's magic, but you're not an agent. You are something else entirely. I take it you sucked the agent dry.
Not on purpose, I hurried to say, because I knew that I was toast. Sloth was now aware of my abilities, and even if she wasn't, I couldn't use them. I would kill 7 if I absorbed any more damage. Sloth was also formidable, that was for sure. When compared to the power her agents had wielded, hers was almost obscene. Stones rotated around us, but they went in a lazy circle. She was controlling them, dozens of them, all at once, almost like her power was infinite, while her underlings had only moved a few stones at a time. Sloth regarded Seven again, idly scratching at a spot on her neck.
Interesting. You stole Envy's magic through her agent, who served as a conduit. Meaning, instead of draining Envy dry when you cast the magic, you drained this woman instead. Either way, Envy must be furious. I doubt she can use her power anymore. Although her agents should still have access to it, due to the way spirit lines work.
The words trailed off as Sloth yawned into her hand. After, she indolently blinked her eyes a few times at me, as if she had just bored herself to tears.
Who are you, anyway?
She asked. I ran through my options and then settled for a deep bow. My Lady Sloth, goddess of the dragons, I fear we might have gotten off on the wrong foot. She gave a little scoff.
I should say so,
she said.
You just killed 6 of my best agents. It will take another 10 minutes before reinforcements even arrive to clean this mess.
I swallowed. Reinforcements? I had barely survived the first 6. Those were your best? I asked, taking a new tack as I met her eyes again. She smiled with one side of her mouth.
When they apply themselves,
she said before shrugging one shoulder. Sounds like you need better agents, I said. Might I be able to offer my services? She raised an eyebrow, then rolled her eyes and gave me a wave as she strode casually back to her lounge chair. I noted that she kept me in her peripheral vision as she went, but I was under no illusion that she couldn't send me flying into the abyss with the flick of a finger. I could absorb the impact of a boulder to the gut, but it would still take me off my feet. So I wasn't going to get closer without employing some sort of trickery. But what would I do if I did get to her? Strangle her with my bare hands? The thought seemed preposterous as I watched her flop onto the couch and spread herself out like a beached fish. Her tits rolled, her skin jiggled, but I honestly didn't think she was trying to be tantalizing. Laziness bled out of every pore.
Oh, that's better,
she said as her body relaxed. It sounded like the wind had gone out of her. Even though she'd barely moved throughout the whole fight, she rolled her head toward me and smiled, then crooked a finger. I hesitated, then stepped closer. Maybe I wouldn't need to trick her after all. Her smile remained as she sized me up a second time.
You know, from this angle, you are much cuter,
she said. She dragged herself up into a sitting position, her shoulders low as she looked up at my face. Then she waved her hand, a casual movement, like a princess waving into a crowd. A rock the size of my head rammed into the back of one of my knees. I cried out in surprise, my body going loose, but it hadn't struck hard enough to do damage. She merely meant to drop me to my knees. I thought fast and toppled theatrically, landing hard on my elbow, but not feeling the sharp, wretched pain that usually came from that kind of hit. Sloth snapped a knee and leaned forward, possibly to laugh at me. Before she could, I kicked the rug up in her face. It had bunched up so much during my slide onto the platform that I was able to get the fabric between us in a heartbeat. As I held it up, I scooted to one side. A rock came hurtling into the spot where I'd just been. Instead of hitting me, it hit Sloth in the knee. She cried out, punching at me through the rug, which I was still holding above my head. I'd done it to hide my position from her, but now that she was punching at me directly, I dropped the fabric and lunged, grabbing her arm. Then I reflected the zing of elbow pain through her. she hissed, jerking back on her arm, but I held it fast.
Why, you clever little...
Sloth didn't finish the sentence. She went pale, her eyes going wide, real wide this time. It was the difference between seeing a spider drop into your kitchen and seeing a full-grown dragon land on your kitchen. There was real, bone-shaking surprise on her face. In that moment, the magic bloomed inside me. I recognized the feeling as the same one I'd felt back at the Lady Chaser when I'd accidentally stolen magic from Seven. A sensation like expanding heat, rapidly filling my chest, tingling its way to the tips of my fingers and toes. Sloth gasped, and before she could move, I was on her, straddling her on the couch, both my hands around her throat. She reached for my hands, already making choked noises.
No! What?
I squeezed harder, and she clawed at me, slapped at me, and finally made casual gestures to the side in a feeble attempt to use her magic. None of it worked. When I'd hurt her elbow, I'd given her impetus. I'd goaded her into punching at me. Punching meant direct effort, and effort was the opposite of laziness. She had not been lazy when she'd hit me. She'd been fast, reactive. I stole it, I said through gritted teeth. I stole your power, and now it's all mine. Chapter 20. The First Dungeon God. Sloth's movements weakened as less and less air got past my hands on her neck. There was real fear in her eyes. She looked so like a woman, like any human woman. Could she really be a god of dragons? Could something so powerful be this weak without magic? Without magic, I thought. The word echoed through me. My heart stopped. She's not a threat without magic. I let go and recoiled as she sucked in air, both hands going to her bruised throat. I almost apologized, but instead I backed away, putting myself between her and Seven. She'd been defenseless, mortal, and way too damned human. There was no way I could kill someone like that.
What did you do?
She rasped, swinging her wide eyes to me. She didn't look angry. She didn't even look afraid, now that death was no longer imminent. I watched, bewildered, as she hastened to rise off the couch. She staggered toward me, and I held up a hand to warn her off from coming closer. She stopped, still dizzy from lack of air. Her tits swung distractingly as she swayed in place. "Come any closer, and I'll throw you into the void," I said. I didn't spare you out of the goodness of my heart. Except I had, but she didn't need to know that. She chuckled, a choked sound.
Yes, you did. I'm a helpless and beautiful woman, and you have a soft spot for those, clearly.
She nodded towards Seven, finally taking her hand off her neck. It's not that, I said. Yes, Sloth had just told her underlings to kill me. The thing was, there hadn't been any animosity in the order. It felt more like a matter of course. You guard this, realm from the surface world, right? I said. It's your job to kill me. It wasn't anything personal, was it? She crossed her arms, looking shaky, but she was still remarkably calm for someone who'd almost been strangled to death a few moments ago. Then again, could she die? How old was she anyway? If she was a god of dragons, did that make her ageless?
Just because I'm supposed to kill intruders doesn't mean I don't enjoy it,
she said, without a trace of malice or humor.
Obviously, it is safer for you to kill me. So, why didn't you?
As I fought to find an answer, Sloth grinned at me. It made her violet eyes sparkle like faceted gems.
If it's not because I'm the plushest hunk of mating material you have ever seen, then why spare me?
She said, her grin going lopsided.
Do tell. You have me curious now.
Damn, I have to think about that one. Because you're like her, I said. Nodding to Seven, the white-haired woman was totally still, and my worry was rising. Had that dumb elbow attack sapped all she had left to give? Sloth snorted.
I'm nothing like her. She's not even a normal agent. And you are something else entirely.
As she said this, I realized the true reason I hadn't killed her. I needed to know what she knew. Seven had already proven to be a treasure trove of information about the dungeon. If a dragon's agent knew that much, then how much would a god know? Explain that, I said. I know I'm odd, but Seven? She flicked 2 fingers at Seven's prone body.
Go on. Check her pulse before you have a conniption. She's alive, by the way. I can tell, even if she's been hollowed out by whatever you did to her.
I was leery of doing anything Sloth suggested, but my worry was a thumping thing in my ears right now, so I backed farther away and knelt beside Seven to check the pulse at her neck. It was there, and now that I was closer, I could see her chest rising with slow, even breaths. I kept an eye on Sloth as I checked Seven for injuries. You said she's not a normal dragon agent, I ventured. What do you mean by that? Sloth sighed, making her tits rise and fall sharply. With her arms crossed like that, I thought they might spill right out the top of her dress.
She's odd because she has multiple dragon traits,
Sloth said.
Dragon agents only gain one symmetrical dragon trait. A pair of eyes, horns, or wings, symmetrical patches of scales, a tail, or a full spine set, or matching pair of shoulder spines. But, as you can see,
she went on,
this woman has both horns and wings. Her eyes also glow, which isn't exactly a human trait. I've never seen any agent like that.
She was a highly valued agent of envy, I said, standing again. Maybe envy gave her extra powers, making her get multiple traits? Or maybe 2 gods gave her 2 powers? Sloth pursed her lips and bobbed her head.
The first isn't possible. We gods can only give one kind of power, our primary. But getting powers from multiple gods, maybe. It's against the rules, as it tends to kill the humans in question. Then again, Talonous Envy has been making her own rules lately.
2 gods, meaning 2 powers. Is Seven hiding something from me? Another ability? I would have to look into it later, when she was awake. Right now, I had to decide my next steps, especially since I could see a huge group of stones hurtling toward us in the distance, growing larger each second. Also another shape. In a different direction, back the way I'd come. The figure doing those weird jumps. Damn. Our pursuer was making good time. I nodded back toward the approaching agents. When they arrive, you will tell them to stand down. If you don't, I'll kill you.
Sure thing,
she said immediately. I blinked and she laughed.
Oh, aren't you cute? You thought I was going to fight you. Far from it.
She turned toward the couch again and picked up the decanter on the nightstand, taking a long swig. When she was finished, she continued.
Do you know how rare it is that anything interests me enough to get me off of my lounge? I am going to go with you, of course, on whatever quest you seem to be on. My agents will be happy to follow.
And there it was again, the complete lack of malice. That was why I hadn't killed her. I couldn't kill someone who didn't wish me harm, and especially not someone whose knowledge I needed. The agents were almost upon us now, a veritable horde of them, 20 at least. There was no sense running at this point, so I'd just have to wait for them to see if Sloth spoke the truth. I really could kill her faster than her agents could, And if I could learn to wield her power quick enough, I could kill her agents as well. Zorana wouldn't be happy that I hadn't killed Sloth outright, but having her at my mercy was a close second to that. Sloth was completely in my power. Zorana could hardly complain. I have to return to a certain village, I said. I promised them something, and I will deliver it. We can decide the next steps in my quest from there.
Sounds good to me,
she said, turning. She raised a lazy hand as the agents arrived, spreading out around us in a hovering circle of boulders.
You may stand down,
she said, her voice rising, but not by much.
This man and I have forged an alliance of sorts. We will accompany him to his destination.
The agents exchanged glances, especially among a clump of 3 of them. One of the 3, a man with the same night-dark skin as the rest, hovered closer. He was less sloppily dressed than the others, in a black suit of dragon down. "But your Taloness," he said, his eyes dipping to 7. "That woman there, her Taloness Envy, has demanded her death on sight." I tensed, ready to throw the man into the void. I wasn't yet entirely sure how to use my new magic, but I could feel it pulsing dully in my offhand. I would start with a flick of my wrist and take it from there. Sloth dropped a palm to her hip and smiled.
Is she now? The woman in Envy's order had no visible dragon traits. This one has 2.
"But the green eyes and white hair," the man protested. As he spoke, I picked up on something in his voice, something I didn't like hearing. Fear.
I admit the description is close,
Sloth said.
But I'm not inclined to give a damn. Taloness Envy demands a lot of things, you see. Doesn't mean we have to listen.
I stepped closer to the goddess. Sloth. Above us, the man turned to the 2 people behind him. Their faces were hard. All traces of laziness were gone. Not just from them, but from all 20-something people around us. Something was wrong here. Very wrong. Sloth turned to me, still smiling, said,
So, where do you want to...
The man moved. His movement was too quick, nothing lazy about it. His hand flung out. Before I could think, I leaped in front of Seven's body, bringing up my own left hand to protect Seven from the boulder the man had just hurled at her. Before the big rock reached me, I willed it to stop, just as I had learned to will my stored reflection magic to emerge when I struck something. The boulder didn't stop, but it did veer to one side.
What in the depths? I said to leave these people alone!
Sloth said, her voice rising. Your power is gone, her agent said. You can't stop this. I am sorry. Then all of the agents started to move. I spun in place, hand out, trying to throw my will against the wall of boulders and stones, suddenly hailing down at me and Seven, but there were so many. By some miracle, they all missed me. So long as I could lay eyes on something, I could affect it. But I was trying to exert more pressure on the boulders to fling them all back at their casters. All I was doing was deflecting them. Sloth staggered backward several steps, as if she'd been hit by something, but I hadn't seen anything get to her. They were all aiming at Seven, not Sloth. Surround them, the man shouted. I tried to deflect again, and some boulders went off course, but most of them slammed into the platform we were standing on. One by one, they stacked up around us, forming a sort of dome. Sloth hurried up to my side, but she made no move to attack me, wisely stopping a half-pace away. I tried to shove the boulders out and away, but once again, I couldn't seem to exert enough power. Was I that much weaker with Sloth's magic than she was? Or was I using it wrong? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sloth collapse. The rocks had stopped coming, so I stopped trying to use magic. Sloth, what's wrong? Were you hit? As I spoke, a final stone closed off the last piece of sky, leaving only the Onerite ore to light this place in its creepy purple glow. The rocks weren't silent, however. They grated and rumbled as I knelt beside Sloth. She was on her hands and knees, shaking her head. We were out of immediate danger, but I was pretty sure those rocks were coming in on us, tightening like a noose. Sloth, what happened?
I'm so tired all of a sudden,
she said. Now is no time for a nap. She shot me a withering look.
I know that. This is magical exhaustion. I think you're draining my life force to power my own magic.
Oh, crap. I looked around. The half-dome prison of rocks had indeed shrunken in size. I had telekinetic powers now, but I didn't know how to use them, and everything I'd already used had dropped Sloth to her knees. How could I get out of here without killing her, and without being chased? I could move just one rock, maybe, and get through the opening, but what then? My brain reeled off a string of curse words as I turned my attention back to Sloth. This magic, how do you use it? The boulders are barely responding to me.
It's your hand movements,
Sloth said, her voice a bit raspy. She struggled to sit up on her knees.
You have to just sort of flick your hands. Or wave them, like you barely care at all. It concentrates your will. It's the laziness of it.
She was rambling, looking around at the prison as if we were surrounded by dancing pigs, not deadly rocks.
I can't believe this,
she said as I flicked a hand at the nearest boulder. It ground against those around it to free itself, and then launched away into the aurora. The boulders to either side immediately closed the gap. Sloth gasped, dropping back onto her hands.
What? Stop casting! I'm going to drop dead if you do that again.
I'm not sure if you've noticed, but we've got a fist of rock closing around us, and it's about to grind us to powder, I snapped. I need to use magic if I'm gonna get us out of here.
Out? Where? They'll give chase. You have to leave her behind. They only want the girl,
she said. Her name is Seven.
I don't care what her name is. She's the one they want.
I chewed the inside of my cheek, glancing down at the lovely prone woman beside me. My teeth ground together. No, I said. I won't sacrifice her, and you won't either. Sloth rolled her eyes, an annoyed groan crawling up her throat.
Oh, seriously? Those boulders are like 5 feet away. You think they have any choice?
She was right. The rock dome would have us in another 20 seconds, and the fact that it had shrunk meant that it was also thicker now, heavier. It was probably at least 10 feet thick with gathered stone. I couldn't make an escape route by dislodging just one boulder anymore. I'd have to do 3 at least, and that would almost certainly kill Sloth. At least the close-knit stone had increased the glow of the Onorite, which meant I could see myself die. Wait, the Onorite. What had Zorana said about it? It's a physical manifestation of Sloth's power, but only she can use it. That was no longer true. I had Sloth's power now. Worth a shot, I said aloud. I slapped my left hand to a vein of Onorite on the surface of the platform we stood on. Nothing happened. Sloth's eyes widened as she realized what I was doing.
Lazy movements. Lazy.
The ceiling and walls were inches away now, forcing Seven's legs to fold up as they drew closer. My thoughts thundered, meaningless, as I slowly, lightly, lazily trailed a fingertip down an exposed vein of Onorite in the platform we were kneeling on. The violet material flickered under my hand. Stop floating, I thought. Please stop floating. The Onorite obeyed, and we fell. Chapter 21. My Absolute Pleasure. We both shouted as the platform beneath us gave a monumental downward jerk and began falling. I looked up in time to see the knot of stones closing on the spot where we'd just been sitting. I raised a hand and waved, not at those boulders, but at the boulder under the man who seemed to be leading the agents. I called to the Onerite in the stone. The purple veins in his platform went black. The man shouted as he plunged, and I managed to drop 2 more agents before the whole lot was out of sight behind a field of hovering stone. They'd give chase once their astonishment wore off. Meanwhile, our platform was rocking, slamming into other stones as it fell, tilting precariously with every hit. The other rocks around us couldn't sink, and if I couldn't see their Onerite veins, I couldn't make them stop working. We were now vulnerable to getting completely upended. I reached for the platform, planning to touch it with another half-hearted movement, but Sloth caught my arm.
Controlling something that big, it will drain me dry. Call more Onerite instead. Call it to us.
I met her eyes, half stunned to hear such quick thinking from such a lackadaisical woman. I looked around and up, sighted down more glowing Onerite, and I flicked a hand. Come to me. It was really as simple as that. The veins of material slithered out of the stones like thin purple snakes, coming to me while leaving their host rocks behind. The rivulets of Onerite swam toward me through the air itself. As the boulder field thinned out, I called the strips of Onerite to wrap around Seven's waist, then Sloth's, then mine. One by one, our falls slowed, the platform dropping out from under us. By that point, Sloth was a good 20 feet above me, having slowed sooner, but I still heard her say,
Aw, I really liked that rug.
I looked down to see her rug, the broken remains of her bed, and even the crystal decanter all flipping madly into the abyss as the platform finally struck something the wrong way and tipped over. In addition, plenty of other boulders were tumbling into the void, unable to float without the Onerite I had taken from them. I had slowed enough now to call more Onerite with less pressure, and in short order I had the 3 of us outfitted in enough of the stuff to stop us dropping any farther. I wrapped it around our legs, our upper arms. It was almost like some kind of weird occult jewelry. Once we were all hovering safely in place, I added more Onerite to my own collection of the purple material. But it didn't make me rise any higher.
It won't make you go up unless you ask it to.
Sloss said, each word a struggle. She hung slumped inside the bonds I had used to save her life, draped as if half asleep. How are you feeling? I called up to her.
I think I've got one more spell left in me.
She croaked.
Any more than that.
Her head lolled, eyelids fluttering, gaze bleary. We weren't out of the woods yet, and if any of those agents came for us, we would probably be toast. However much magic Sloth commanded, I definitely command less of it, I thought. She could control a lot more, for a lot longer than I currently can. I reached out, and with a casual wave, I commanded our Onerite jewelry to rise. It did. With a few careful but easygoing gestures, I navigated all 3 of us onto a rock platform large enough to hold us all. Unfortunately, that left me with 2 unconscious women. That last spell had knocked Sloth out cold. Now what? I asked. Naturally, no one answered. I looked up, worried about what I would find overhead. That's when it started to rain. I cursed, jumping away from the edge only a second before a boulder-sized silver object crashed into my chosen platform. It landed with a heavy clank, jostling the entire rock. If the Onerite keeping this thing aloft had the ability to go down, it definitely would have upended us, but we were thankfully stable. The great silver object rolled off a moment after it struck, but as it rolled end over end, I got a better look at it. It was a person, made out of metal. What the fuck? Another metal shape plummeted past us, then another, as the first rolled away into the void. I had trouble believing what I was looking at. It was raining statues now. What kind of insane magical bullshit was this? Oh no, I muttered, as one after another the shapes kept falling. People, made out of metal. Those aren't statues, I thought. But without any magic left to safely cast, I couldn't do anything but watch the sky and use kicks against other stones to push our platform clear of the silver statue rain. I might have a way out of here, but it wasn't any safer than outrunning the agents would have been, especially since all the people falling were the agents. They'd just been turned into metal. I had chosen a platform near another floating stone, and once I was moderately sure it had stopped raining dead people, I reached out and shoved off the rock. This got my platform moving faster. I made sure to propel us toward another stone, so at the very least, I could keep pushing my way out of this mess. There was no outrunning what was coming, though. I counted 18 bodies, which meant that the person killing Sloth's agents would be here any moment. They merely had to finish their work. I saw her coming a few minutes later. She flashed overhead, the aurora flickering its colors off her thick metal armor, dull though it was. That dull silver was reminiscent of a very specific kind of dragon. The armored woman spotted me easily, because it wasn't actually that easy to hide out here. I could have tried, but with the way she was jumping from one large boulder to the next, with a long pole to help her vault between them, she was the one following us. Holy shit! She landed with a clank, her armor shifting in place to help take the impact. I watched, both astonished and impressed. As the human champion of the Unity Festival straightened, her helmet still covered her face.
Damn, Silas. I knew you were a bastard, but I didn't know you were a fast bastard,
she said.
It's been a real bitch tracking you down.
I swallowed. You say that like you know me.
I do know you,
she said.
And that's why it is my absolute pleasure to tell you that you're under arrest.
Chapter 22. That's what she said. Arrest? I asked, dumbfounded.
Do you submit?
The champion asked. I took her measure for a second time, but didn't come away with much more than I had back on the surface. The woman wore a helmet with blue-gray eyes showing through its visor. Whatever her hair color, it was hidden, tucked away. Her skin was pale but suntanned, standing out in the shadows of the helm, meaning she was likely a full-blooded Parsian. In one hand she held a long, textured pole. Now that I could see it up close, I knew it for what it was, a piece of rope that had been transmuted into dragon-forged steel. She must have used it to climb down from the surface portal to a rock platform, and then had turned it into metal to help her vault between the floating stones. Ingenious. I shouldn't underestimate her. As I set about choosing my next words, she lowered the pole, setting it down so that it was balanced on our rock platform and wouldn't fall away to either side. She moved slowly, all the better to catch me by surprise, as she drew a long sword off her belt in one swift movement. I held up both hands. Sorry, yes, no, I submit, I said. Her eyes narrowed, then slid to both Sloth and Seven. I stepped in front of Seven. If you try to hurt her, we are going to have a problem, I said evenly. And if I end up dead during that problem, well, I hate to play the mom card, but Tiff Sternheart is going to be rather upset with you.
I'm sure your dear mother would be just as displeased as the rest of us to find out you had aided and abetted a mass murderer.
I blinked. Mass murderer? She indicated Seven with her sword point.
That woman is responsible for the deaths of every damned patron in your bar. Or were you asleep when that was happening?
What? She didn't kill those people. Who told you that?
I found out just after I subdued that night dragon you left me to deal with. It came straight down the chain of command.
I blinked. During our fight in the arena, the champion had thought Seven was just a trespasser. Now her tune had changed. The Queen's scale. The one that got away. He must have invented a story about her so that he could cover up his massacre. Anger sparked in my chest and my teeth ground together for a moment. I was getting tired of everyone wanting Seven dead on sight. She deserved a fair trial, even if the accusations were all true, which they weren't. Look, I said, you've got your information all wrong. This woman sought me out because she wants help getting the princess back. She knows where Etonia is. This must have caught the champion by surprise, because her sword point lowered a hair. She recovered quickly, the point snapping back up.
Oh, then why didn't she go to the authorities? Why did she go to you?
It was a good question. But now that I knew Seven, the answer was easy enough. She didn't know who the authorities even were. She's from here. From the Hollow Spire. And someone here, a dragon god called Envy, is the one who's put a hit out on her. A hit that got all the way to the Queen's scales, and then to you. The champion recoiled, only slightly, maybe half an inch.
You dare to say the Queen's scales are compromised?
I frowned even deeper than before. Not all of them, just the one. She hesitated, probably trying to sense a trick, but the fact that she was even humoring the idea meant that she had some faith in me. That again suggested that she knew me, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out who she was. The champion didn't move for a few heartbeats. Then she breathed out and used her free hand to take her helmet off. A tail of strawberry blonde hair unspooled, held together by a cord at the base of her head. My mouth dropped open at the hard face in front of me. I had to pick my jaw up off the floor. Victory? I asked. She chuckled.
Looks like you remembered me better than I remembered you. You look loads different than when we were kids,
she said. If there had been a chair close by, I would have had to sit in it. Victory Manax, of all people, the younger daughter of the great uniter and his first wife, Jolene Manax, the renowned dragon breeder, cousin to Princess Etonia and the Queen. As a kid, I'd been privileged to spend time with a large number of the Uniter's relatives, due to his regard for my mother. Some had tutored me. Some had trained alongside me. Some had been playmates on occasion. Victory Manax had hated me more than all of them put together. I couldn't blame her. I dropped a frog down the back of her shirt twice. As if she were remembering the same thing, she rolled her shoulders.
I'd like to say that it was good to see you again, but I never did like you,
she said.
I do respect your mother, though. She wouldn't have raised a traitor.
She sheathed her sword, but kept her hand on it. I knew she could draw it dangerously fast if she wanted.
So, how about you explain this situation to me?
She said.
We both know I can turn you to metal if I don't like the answers. I can tell your power's low, even if your aura is the weirdest one I've ever seen. I'm confident I can take you.
I should think so, I thought, remembering the reign of 20 dragon agents. She had defeated them handily, thanks to her powers as well as her magic-resistant armor. The vaulting pole had probably helped too. I had to laugh. You know, I remember you going through old Markham's obstacle course. You were a sight to behold even then. I guess a world of floating rocks is child's play by comparison.
I do what I can. Now spill.
All right, but first you'll tell me why you descended into the fucking netherworld to hunt me. No one's ever returned from here. You know that, right? Why did you think I was even alive? She huffed.
Because I'm not that lucky,
she said. Damn, she really did hate me. We'd been sparring partners when we were about 13 years old. No one her age had beaten her in years, but I'd managed to do it over and over, usually with a bit of Mistress Vaughn's trickery to aid me. That naturally pissed Victory off, which only made her fight worse, which only made her lose more, and her father had insisted she keep fighting me until she beat me. It had taken another 15 matches. Her enmity for me had obviously not waned since then. I didn't know you'd become dragon-touched, I said. Who was the dragon?
This isn't about me.
She replied, crossing her arms with a series of clanks, a movement that might have looked frightening if it hadn't taken her hand off her sword. Regardless, I'd crossed a line in asking what dragon had given her its power. That was always a painful subject. I'm not trying to deflect, I just want to congratulate you on coming so far. I mean, champion of the Unity Festival. That's really something, Vic.
Don't call me that!
She snapped.
And the Battle of the First Flame didn't even happen, thanks to you stealing my limelight. Again.
I doubted that was true, since apparently she had defeated the Night Dragon after I'd left, but this was one thing I did remember about Victory. As one of the youngest of the Uniter's 17 children, and heir to none of his estates, she had craved respect and acknowledgement from an early age. It was why she could fight better than any of his other kids, even the sons that were older than she was. It was also why I'd put the frogs down her shirt, to piss her off enough to make her lose to me when we sparred.
Blind rage makes people do stupid shit,
Mistress Vaughn liked to say. It had worked both times, and one of those sparring matches had occurred in front of Victory's father. Come to think of it, maybe that's why she hated me. Maybe that was why she'd chased me down here. She just hated me that much.
So, care to spill your half of this mystery?
Victory asked. I sighed. I suppose I owe you that much, at least. It all started when Seven came to my bar. A half hour later, Victory was using her pole to prod us off one rock, while I was using my bare hands to shove us away from another. We had Zorana's map out, held down by bits of rubble. I'd gotten very turned around in all this mess, but Victory had a great sense of direction. We'd found a few landmarks to work off of, and now we were headed generally back towards Zorana's village.
That is one hell of a story,
Victory commented as she swung the pole toward the next stone. Our transversal of this strange, groundless place was going slow, but she had taken pains to leave no survivors among the dragon agents. No one should be following, at least not until a patrolling dragon or agent happened to lay eyes on us. You're telling me, I said. Well, do you believe it?
Would I have my back to you if I didn't?
She replied. She gave a mirthful huff and shot me a look.
You might be a dirty little cheater at sparring, but my father sure liked you. He has a good sense of character, and he wasn't much for liars.
This was true. It was the main reason all the Queen's scales had to wear lie-detecting enchantments. The Great Uniter had convinced the previous queen, another of his wives, to institute that mandate, before she had passed the crown to her stepdaughter, Camilla. Queen Camilla, the Uniter's first child, had chosen to uphold the decision, with one caveat: her own personal guards could lie. This now posed its own problem. If the guy who massacred my customers claimed Seven did it, then he must be among Camilla's personal guard. I shuddered at the thought, but didn't voice it. I'd have to let the Queen know as soon as I could. I shook my head, as if she would listen to me. Sometimes it startled me how much I knew about the Uniter and his kindred, but I forgot how forgettable I was to most of them. I'd met so damned many of his kids and wives over the years, to the point they had become like normal people to me, but I wasn't one of them. They had endless wealth and influence and power, and I was just a semi-famous woman's well-trained son, meant for some destiny that no one seemed to have a name for. I'd been bartending to pay my bills, for demon's sakes. My personal search for my fiancée had been just that, personal. Nobody had been funding me, because I was nobody. So, I asked, are you still planning to arrest us then? Victory would certainly appreciate the fame and fortune.
Nah,
she said.
I'm already here, and no clue how to get the fuck back out again. Plus, you were right to guess that my dad is down here somewhere. Might as well come with you to find him and the princess.
I released a breath, and I'd been holding it so long that it tasted stale coming out of me. So it was true that the Uniter had come down here. His daughter had been kidnapped only 2 weeks later. It was good to have these facts confirmed. We'd built up a bit of speed now, and we had a straightaway ahead of us without many boulders to work with. I stepped away from the edge and back toward the center, where we'd gathered Seven and Sloth together. I stopped. "Sloth?" I asked.
Hey, handsome,
the goddess replied, making Victory spin around. Sloth lay on her side, which wasn't where we had left her. She must have roused while we spoke. She lay against one arm, looking about as comfortable as was possible on a bed of rough rock. She yawned into her other hand, then winked at me.
Interesting story,
she said.
I especially liked the part about all my agents getting killed.
Behind her, Victory's hand went to her sword and even started to draw it, but she paused. I told her that Sloth was a dragon god in human form, but neither of us really knew what that meant yet. Sloth chuckled.
You can tell your girlfriends to relax,
she said.
I am totally powerless now, after all. It makes for a nice change.
She yawned again, then gave a little wave at something behind me.
That formation there, the one that looks like a mushroom, we should head for it. I've got a room there. Haven't used it in centuries, but I have my agents keep it stocked with food just in case I feel like visiting. We can get some rest and food in us, and then you can use my powers, or Seven's, to get us back to this Zorana woman faster.
At the mention of Seven, I checked on her too. She was less pale now, and she had also changed position, but she remained asleep.
God magic regenerates rather fast, especially with food,
Sloth added. I exchanged glances with Victory, who nodded at me. Fine then, I said. We'll head for the mushroom. Sloth's lazy smile grew a little wider as she closed her eyes. She murmured.
That's what she said.
Together, Vic and I rolled our eyes. Chapter 23. Making It Count. By room, apparently Sloth meant mansion. The mushroom rock was much larger up close than it had looked from afar, and it contained over a dozen rooms full of long-abandoned objects. Sloth had just finished the laziest tour I'd ever been on.
And that way is the kitchen. That way is some servants' quarters. I don't know what's in them. Never been. And I think there's a wine cellar somewhere.
Now she was running her fingertip across the surface of an enormous string instrument sitting upright in the entryway.
Typical,
she said. What? I asked, feeling uncomfortable. This place was practically a castle and fully outfitted to boot. Someone was going to know she was staying here. I doubted we'd have enough time to take a nap before being discovered.
They didn't dust,
she snorted.
I told them to dust.
Who? She squinted, rubbing her fingers together.
You know, now that I think of it, that was another generation of agents. Maybe 150 years ago? I guess they'd all be dead now.
The amount of dust certainly suggested it had been that long. Maybe no one would think to look here after all.
We're going to be caught if we stay here,
Victory said.
Your known safe houses will be the first place envy looks.
Sloth gave a dramatic sigh and dropped her dusty fingers.
No, we won't. The agent in charge of this location was one of the ones you both murdered. I have 70 such houses across the plain, one assigned to each agent. I switched between them whenever I got bored enough to bother. Did you find anything in the kitchen?
The question was directed at Victory. Seven was still asleep, tucked away on a foyer couch whose cushions we had flipped over on account of the dust. I was still fairly certain the cushions would disintegrate if she moved too much in her sleep.
Yes, actually. Fresh food,
Victory said.
The servants' rooms next to the kitchen had fresh linens, too. Should we expect a batch of servants to show up?
Oh, no. I just call for them when the old ones die.
I felt cold. Did we leave servants behind at your citadel? I didn't see any other rooms.
Nah. I didn't have any servants there, aside from my agents. I hadn't gotten around to replacing the last ones.
Victory huffed.
Well, whoever you had watching the place probably slept here themselves from time to time, since the food is fresh. Not that I recognize any of it.
Good.
Sloth said with satisfaction.
Then let's eat. Which way?
You literally just pointed me toward the kitchen a minute ago, I said.
You assumed I wasn't picking a random location to point at.
She replied, her hands on her hips now.
As if I'd remember where everything was in one of my 70 houses.
She rolled her eyes, which I was starting to think counted as exercise for her.
So, which way?
Victory gave us directions, adding,
I took some jerky. Not too tired yet, myself, so I'll keep watch for now. You all come get me when you're ready to leave.
I cocked an eyebrow. You're not afraid we'll run out on you? She smiled as she turned away.
I would love to see you try. There aren't other exits, and this place is one giant piece of rock. Moving it might kill you both.
With that, she exited out the extremely creaky pair of double doors, made of a sturdy whitish material shaped like giant pelvic bones. I had a feeling that might be exactly what they were. For now, I didn't ask. Sloth and I made our way to the kitchen, which was clean but ancient. The technology there was so old that I didn't think I could start a fire to save my life. I was too used to household heat-type dragons, or enchanted fire starters, or dragon flame lamps. There were contraptions here that I didn't even recognize. Thankfully, jerky needed no cooking, and I dove into the storage tin of mystery meat until my mouth settled. Once sated, I packed some up and left it next to Seven for when she woke up. Sloth sat at the kitchen counter the whole time, falling asleep into her hands. Aren't you hungry? I asked, holding out a fruit that looked somewhat like an apple. I'd only seen her eat a few bites of jerky. She even nibbled lazily. She waved off the fruit.
I'm a dragon. We don't need to eat. Those few bites of jerky made me sleepy enough.
I frowned. What do you mean you don't need to eat? She yawned into her hand. It was possibly the loudest yawn I'd ever heard.
Dragons feed on magic,
she said finally, standing up.
The hollow spire is made of magic. We absorb it through our scales, so we never need to feed. Not unless we get a craving for something.
She winked at me, then moved out of the room. I followed her. You're kidding, I said. Dragons don't eat? They eat loads up on the surface.
Yeah, well, your surface isn't made of magic, is it? They had to find some alternative.
I had to pause on a threshold to take this in. Even simply being in the hollow spire was skewing my whole view of the world. Shaking myself, I chased Sloth down, more questions already screaming for release. I found the goddess already snoozing in one of the servant beds in the next room next to the kitchen pantry. I moved for one of the remaining beds, but Sloth rolled over to look at me.
Don't,
she said.
My agent rotated through these beds. That's why they're all made. This one is fresh. The other two aren't. They've been slept in.
Now that comment had me intrigued.
What?
She asked. My expression had given me away. I sat on the edge of one of the mussed-up beds and leaned over my knees. I just didn't expect you to care about cleanliness, that's all.
Well, I don't do the cleaning myself. But that doesn't mean I want to go about lying in some human sweaty sheets.
I almost made a comment about how sweaty sheets could be a good thing, but I wasn't yet sure of my audience. Besides, another part of her comment caught my attention. You say that like you aren't human, I said. She sat up in bed, and I blinked hard when she rose from the blanket without a single shred of clothing on. My mouth opened, and I almost sputtered out, "What happened to that skimpy dress you were wearing? Wasn't it skimpy enough?" As my eyes fell to her swinging tits and the tight nipples that capped them, she said,
I'm not human. I just look human. It's complicated.
I was feeling very, very male in this moment. My throat was dry. She looked down at her own chest, as if only just noticing that she wore 2 toddlers' worth of flesh on her chest. She cupped her tits in her hands and squeezed them, rolling her own nipples before looking up.
You wanna fuck?
She asked. My own stillness was palpable. I felt like if I moved, reality might crack. What?
It will help me sleep. You, too. If you're well rested, that will improve the efficiency of your magic use.
What? I knew I was repeating myself like an idiot, but this woman was a god. She was hundreds of years old. She wasn't human. Did she even have the right machinery?
You should take me up on the offer,
she said.
I don't remember the last time I felt like summoning the energy to fuck. It's too much trouble, usually.
She jiggled her tits at me.
But for someone as odd as you, and after a day as bad as today, I could use an orgasm or two. Either that, or I should dig up that wine cellar. You know what they say, drink to forget.
Forget what? What was so bad about today? I almost asked, but my brain kept getting hung up on the wrong things. It's bad because I stole her magic, and because her agents all died, obviously. This has to be a trap. She wants revenge on me. But Sloth just shrugged and let go of her chest.
Fine. Fuck me. Don't fuck me. I'm going to sleep. If you want anything, just hop in and get started. I'm sure it's obvious that I'm not the most energetic lover. If I wake up with you inside me, I won't be bothered.
She rolled over then, leaving the blanket at her waist, exposing the line of her back and her thick and very grabbable hips. Her body called to me like a damned charm dragon. I was hard as the stone fortress we were floating on. I got up, stepped closer, and took off my belt. I removed my coat and shirt and pants, then went ahead and got rid of the undershorts too. Then I lifted up the blanket and nearly choked on the sight of her perfect, enormous ass. I'd never known you could choke on a vision before, but this is definitely what it felt like. I crawled into bed with her, wedging my cock between her warm cheeks.
That feels nice. Good size,
she said. A younger me would have blushed. I felt like I'd lost control of the situation somehow, but I'd never had it to begin with, had I? Well, that left just one thing to do then. I slid a palm up along her side, then curved it into the V of her hips. My caress slid across smooth, hairless skin that couldn't be natural until I found what I was looking for. I parted her folds.
Ladies first. So you're that kind of lover.
I was still in denial that the whole thing was happening as I began to massage her nub. She moaned and rubbed her ass against me, her cheek squeezing my cock. I stifled a groan. This is just like Zorana, a woman throwing herself at me, twice in 2 days, with 2 different hot women. No man is that lucky. This has to be a trick. But I'd been trained in trickery too. Mistress Vaughn had overseen that as well. I knew what liars and manipulators looked like, what tactics they employed. Sloth was using none of those. Her breathing was also speeding up. I raised myself up on one arm to watch the side of her face. Her dark hair glimmered on the pillow beneath her, and her plump lips were parted in pleasure. She was gripping the bedsheets, not hard, but hardly the lazy grip of someone wanting to play the limp fish. I dipped my hand lower and swallowed another groan. She was desperately wet. My hand went to my cock and I gripped my shaft and poked around until I found what I was looking for. I pushed her onto her stomach. Then I slid into her.
Oh, wow.
She exhaled into the pillow.
Wow. Yes.
I didn't thrust. Instead, I put my hand back where it belonged, on that tender little trigger just out of sight now, and I flicked it carefully, slowly, adding whatever amount of pressure made her breathe the fastest. Her pussy clenched on me, her walls tight and welcoming. She had a lot of texture, strong inner muscle, and when I gave a half thrust, my head rode a pleasant, bumpy path.
Silas,
she said.
Yeah, that's nice.
I leaned into her ear. I'm only just getting started. It wasn't every day a man went to bed with a god, and I was going to make every thrust count. Chapter 24. I make only one promise. I focused on Sloth, on her movements, every writhe and twitch under my hands. I nibbled her ear to stay close to her head, to catch the changes in her breath, to help me figure out whatever technique she liked best. It turned out to be one of the silliest, writing out the Partian alphabet on her clit. Each move of my fingers was a little different, so I supposed it kept her from getting lazy. I thrust into her with every third letter, and with each push, she grew slicker. Tell me what you like, I whispered. Her pussy was so hot around my shaft that I almost needed talk. One did not come first, not when pleasing a god, not when you wanted to get a second go-around out of it.
I like it all,
she moaned. Her voice was rough, and with the next letter she jerked against me, ramming her ass into my hips, taking me as deep as possible at this angle. Lazy, I whispered against her ear, smiling while I did it.
Fine. What you're doing, keep doing that,
she said.
That, right there.
I stayed with the movement for 6 slow thrusts, teasing her for a long and languorous 30 seconds. When her body loosened, I switched it up again. She shuddered.
Not fair.
Can't have you falling asleep on me. We kept it slow, building her up. I licked the inside of her ear, and her whole body quivered, my fingertips swishing jaggedly against her spot while I had to fight the ache in my cock. I wanted to fuck her into oblivion. Soon.
Silas, deeper. You feel good. Oh!
That last was a cry, louder than she'd been so far. Her walls tightened and her ass reared up.
Oh, fuck. You're gonna make me... I'm gonna...
Her body bucked, her pussy hammering back against my base, and I wasted no time in shoving her back down onto her stomach. As she moaned, racked by pleasure, I straddled her for better leverage, and then I started to hump like a madman.
Oh,
Talons! Oh, God's below! Yes!
Sweat broke out on my forehead as I puffed air out my cheeks with the effort, my eyes glued to her ass. There was just so much of it, all jiggling, the cheeks parting low to admit my cock. My shaft was reddened, slick, a vein bulging out along one side. My balls dragged across the soft, silken sheets. I watched her folds, or what I could see of them, bend and suck around my skin. Pink and delicious as they welcomed me, turning the bed wetter with each kick of my hips. I fucked her hard, at my best speed, until I felt my own climax crouching to pounce. It curled low in my stomach, ready. Not yet. I stifled a gasp as I slowed, pulled out, and rolled her over. She was flushed, mouth open, eyes half closed as she spread her thick thighs for me. I put both hands on her huge tits and laid my full weight against them.
Why'd you stop? Silas, please don't stop.
Am I that impressive? I rasped. She grabbed for my ass, pulling my head against her hole. I obliged, sinking into her, squishing her tits in my palms. The nipples poked out between my fingers and I squeezed them.
It's been ages,
she said.
Literally. Don't make me wait. Please.
I massaged her tits and thrust again. She threw her head back, lifting her hips to invite me deeper. The base of my shaft got its first taste of her juices, enough to overflow and drizzle onto my balls. But I didn't give her more. I descended on one of her breasts, pulling the hard nipple in between my teeth. She jerked against me, and oh, demons, I almost broke. I circled her nipple with my tongue and then kissed a path up the flat of her chest to her neck, over her jaw, until my lips brushed hers. You said you're not human, I murmured. Just how not human are you?
I don't know.
I thrust and she cried my name.
Silas! Fuck! I don't know what you mean.
I mean, can I come in you?
Yes.
She snapped her wide legs closed on me and used her impressive ass muscles to rise up, giving me the perfect angle to sit back and start going at her like a demon's damned woodpecker. I let my head hang back, my neck tensing, teeth gritted against the stifled need. I'd waited too long to come, and I'd held myself back. Good. It would last longer then.
Gods, you have to come.
She moaned.
I need you. Come for me, Silas.
My muscles burned from the speed and force, my thighs aching, but she stayed open against me, shoving her sex to my cock. I rode her channel hard, driving at her, until my balls felt like they might explode. The almost imperceptible squelching noise of her need was what ended it.
Oh, Silas, yes!
I threw myself against her, and a full-throated groan choked out of me as the dam broke. I spurted, cursing, and she sat up and clawed at me, pulling me down against her tits and twisting her legs with mine. Each spurt was heaven. I turned my head into her neck. Not bad. For a cold fish, I teased. Is that really the best you've got? She laughed, then tensed her pussy, making me groan again.
You got more out of me than I expected,
she said.
I only wanted to be mounted.
I pulled out of her and nibbled her lips. Well, we can always try that later. I kept descending, and she said,
What are you doing?
Making sure you want to try later. I licked a line down her throat and in between her tits, pausing to use both hands to mash the beautiful things against my face. Definitely the biggest I'd ever had the pleasure of sticking my head in. Either head, really. With my thumbs left depressing her nipples, I kissed lower, dipping my tongue into her navel.
No, I'm too sensitive.
She protested. I positioned my head between her thighs. Then I'll have to be sensitive right back. Her pussy gleamed in the light of some onerite I'd taken with us, purplish and still wet. I saw a spot of my cum and rubbed it away with a thumb before dipping my chin against her hole and my upper lip against her clit. She twitched, hard, practically boxing my ears. I hadn't even done anything but touch her. You weren't kidding about sensitive, I said, my lips tickling her. She bucked.
Are you mad? You'll never get me to come again until I've had time to... Oh!
I set to work, this time with both hands, parting her delectable folds and sliding a good 6 fingers into the hole that my cock had opened wide. I set about licking the bead of flesh, as soft a touch as I could manage. Her thighs grew moist with sweat, and her head hung back. When I looked up, I could just glimpse the underside of her jaw beyond her tits.
Silas, get hard again. Please. I want more.
Oh, I'll give you more, I thought, but my mouth was too full to say it. I pulled off for a moment, licking the opening between my fingers. That set her off in another round of shudders, enough to make her thighs ripple. I returned to business. It happened fast.
Oh, fuck yes. Gods, you're making me.
As she gave that shout, I rose up and slammed my cock back inside her. I wasn't nearly as hard as before, but she was so wet that my aim and heft didn't need to be great for me to get into her as her orgasm peaked. The words she let out were in a language I didn't even recognize. She writhed, tossing the sheets, clamping onto me. "Second time's the charm," I said, thrusting, joining my movements to the waves of her coming. I laid against her, kissing her neck, her tits making me wild as they cushioned my bare chest. Her legs and thighs couldn't decide what they were doing, locking on me, going airborne, bracing her to buck back at me. Her hands, meanwhile, were raking down my back. I kept it simple, just ransacking her, in and out, until her body went limp, overspent. Then she just held me close with all of her.
Keep going.
She breathed.
Use me up, Silas. Don't stop until you've given it all.
The rest of the lovemaking was quieter. A long, easy hump that eventually unwound another knot in my gut. I leapt against her, rising onto my hands and knees as I finished. I met her eyes, my mouth open and dry as the second round of ecstasy raged through me. Her violet eyes twinkled beneath her tired lids. We held each other's gazes until I was done.
That was really good,
Sloth admitted, and I laughed and pulled out. My poor, bedraggled cock had seen better days by this point, and I flopped down beside her on the too small servant's bed. Instead of spooning, she turned to face me, and I draped an arm over her to bring us close. I never wanted those dangerous tits to stop touching me. Her nipples had gone wide and soft, comfortable. I was definitely about to sleep well. I had an urge to kiss her nose, so I did. She giggled.
You're an odd one, Silas,
she said.
And pretty damned energetic for someone who is 5/7 dead.
That made me chuckle low in my throat, but it also reminded me of the strangeness of my current situation. I still had no explanation for why I had a dead dragon's aura. Then again, I seemed to be filling my aura up with the partial auras of dragon gods. 2/7 of me, as in 2 of my tattoo-looking slots, now contained the magic of 2 gods. I'd gained Envy's magic through 7, and I'd gained Sloth's magic directly. "Sloth," I said. The word, coming from me, seemed to relax what remained of her tension. She cuddled against me, one hand to my chest.
That was so good,
she said.
It made me forget all that bullshit for a while. So, thanks for that.
My eyebrows rose. Bullshit? I was sure she meant the fact that I'd stole her magic, but she said,
My agents. You were there. You saw them. Betraying me.
I blinked. Right. They all went against her direct order. Can they even do that? I asked. She was a god, their god. She was the one who had supplied them with their power. She could easily take it away, couldn't she? Or was that my job now? Could I take her power back from her agents?
That's the thing,
she said.
They can do that. Go against me without consequences, I mean. But they shouldn't be able to know that they can. Envy must be sharing secrets meant only for us gods. She really is out of control.
It occurred to me that Zorana was well aware of Envy's bad side, but Sloth was only just now cluing in. Did the gods ever interact with each other? I wanted to ask, but another question was more pressing. Can I take the power away from the agents you have left? I said. If you show me how to do it, then we can neutralize the threat of them attacking us again. Sloth was already shaking her head.
No, they have a shard of my power permanently, until they die. It's part of how the gods stay immortal.
What? I said, half a laugh. You're going to have to explain that to me. She sighed.
Let's not talk about it just now. We need to sleep. Is that all right?
A god asking me if something is all right? She should be ordering me around, demanding things. Even during sex, she'd begged more than she'd demanded. I had to be missing something about what these gods actually were. But I could respect her desire to talk later. We were both tired and about to have one of the best naps of our lives. Besides, her mood had definitely shifted. Now I understood why. I lifted my chin and buried a hand in her dark hair, tucking her head against my neck. I'm sorry about your agents, I said. Sloth gave a tiny sniffle.
I just didn't expect it. They've been with me so long, and this has never happened.
I'm sorry, I said again. You didn't deserve that. She scoffed a little.
How do you know? I could have been the most evil mistress around.
But you weren't. They were all as lazy as you. If I had to guess, you were a good master. Maybe too good. Or Victory and I would have had more trouble killing them.
They can't help my nature. But I did try to keep them happy. I had so little else to do.
The comment made me frown. I started to see her in a new light. Centuries in this place, an endless nothing of floating stone, with her only job being to let trespassers fall through the portal uninterrupted. It had to be a dull life. Even a lazy person might go mad with it. I kissed the top of her forehead. Well, if you stay with me, I promise to keep your life interesting. She reached around, grabbed my ass, and squeezed.
I'm going to hold you to that,
she said. Chapter 25. Worth Dying For. After a satisfying nap and a little more food, the four of us left the safe house with Seven fully conscious. Using a combination of telekinesis and another bout of reflection magic, I got our transport rock moving quickly and smoothly back towards Zorana's village. The two spells did a number on both Seven and Sloth, but they remained awake and alert. Seven had to sit down for the ride, and Sloth was going to sit down no matter what, while Victory used her pole to adjust course now and then. I filled Seven in on everything that had happened while she'd been out cold. I was almost finished when Victory hissed,
Dragon!
I jumped up. and with a lazy flick of my left hand, I hid us under the nearest knot of boulders by commanding the stone underneath us. Stopping wasn't optimal, as I would need to drain my 2 magical partners to get us going again, but I didn't want to drain them dry in a fight with a dragon. The dragon we saw through the cracks in the floating stone canopy wasn't the same one that I'd seen before. Rather than the black and violet of a night dragon, this one was mount-sized and silver-white, a cloud dragon, whose breath was effectively knockout gas. It passed by after a time, never seeing us. When it was out of sight again, I allowed myself to breathe out. Glad we didn't have to deal with that one, I said. It could have taken all of us down at once from 20 feet off.
It wouldn't have bothered me,
Sloth said. Why not? I asked, scanning the map to double-check our new heading.
Because it's one of her descendants,
7 said.
This level is occupied by sky-type dragons, and Sloth is essentially one of them. The original sky dragon, you might even say. Yep, they worship me,
Sloth said proudly, like she was a toddler showing off a beloved toy.
I have a soul-deep connection to all of them.
What does that mean? I asked. She tapped her chin.
I'm not sure anymore. I must have forgotten. It happens.
I almost thought she was teasing, but she shrugged like she meant it, but also didn't care. Damn, this world is so weird. I handed the map off to Victory and pointed ahead of us. Get us started in that direction, will you? We're close enough that I can just use telekinesis, but the spell will take less energy if we already have momentum. As Victory set to work with her pole, I turned back to Sloth and 7. So is that what a dragon god is? Like an ancestor?
Yes.
7 replied.
The dragon gods are the original dragons, which were birthed from Hollow Mother herself. They each have extremely powerful magic that cannot be duplicated by other dragons.
What do you mean by extremely? I asked. Sloth yawned, but started to speak before she was done.
Means our power is infinite. Apparently not when you use it, though.
I looked at my hands again. Sloth's magic was represented by a violet circle on my left hand, rather than a star with points. The circle had filled up the tattoo node, just as the power of envy had filled up the other. Even the icon is lazy. I thought with a smile. Why bother with points when you can just make a circle? Infinite power. I can see how that alone could make any one of you undefeatable, I said.
We also don't age.
Sloth said.
Perks of being a god.
And you choose your own forms? Sloth's expression slackened.
Well, we were given the choice at one point. Seemed like fun at the time. So, I said yes. But then the guy that transformed us went and disappeared. Now, those of us who changed are stuck.
I glanced at 7, but she shrugged.
Don't look at me. I'm just an agent. I'm not immortal. I didn't even know this was a thing. The gods have had human forms for centuries, all except for pride.
By this point, Victory had earned us some good speed with her pole, so I knelt to cast a movement command on the Onorite vein at my feet. With a gentle caress, I convinced the stuff to start moving on its own. I'd figured out that I could give commands to Onorite, and it would obey without needing my constant attention. However, it would still drain Sloth's energy, just not as badly as moving the boulder would. So, Envy is human? I asked, once I was finished. In form, anyway?
Yes.
7 said. Demons. Hope she's not half as hot as Sloth is, or I'll have trouble killing her. What does she look like? I said, in case I need to look out for her. 7 rubbed the back of her neck.
She's, quite severe looking. Dark hair, dark green eyes, dark skin. Very tall. Sounds like a form she would take.
Sloth muttered.
Since she's gone and decided she's the boss of us.
My eyebrows rose. You've never seen her?
Nah. Gods can't leave our planes. Not unless we have a sudden urge to suffocate.
Sloth said.
If we communicate with each other at all, it's through agents or through portals. It's been centuries since I've seen Envy, and she was still in dragon form then. I also ignore most of the messages she sends me.
You ignore the top dog among dragon gods? I wanted to say. Maybe there's a reason your agents turned against you. I latched onto another part of her explanation. Did you say the gods can't leave their planes? Both women nodded.
It is a part of the pact they made with the Hollow Mother,
Seven said.
It was meant to keep too much magic from escaping into the surface. Basically, the gods themselves contain the vast majority of magic, and they keep it anchored here with their forms and with their agents. I'm not clear on the details, though.
She added.
The pact with the Hollow Mother was millennia ago, and, from what I've heard, the gods themselves don't even remember what happened.
Yup.
Sloth put in.
We've always been here, and always will be here, and that's all that matters, really.
She tapped her temple.
And even an immortal dragon only has so much headspace. To make new memories, we have to discard some of the old ones.
That actually made immortality sound a little less lonely. I couldn't imagine loving people that died while I was immortal. It would be better to forget, or to have those memories written out in a book or something. I doubted Sloth had bothered with anything like that, but maybe one of the others would have a history that I could read through. So you're saying even Envy herself can't change back into her dragon form? I asked. She would certainly be easier to defeat if she wasn't 30 feet tall. Sloth made a ch noise.
None of us can, thanks to gluttony. Not unless we leave the spire and go to the surface. But if we do that, we'll weaken our power immensely and probably die. It ain't worth it. But the whole gluttony thing is a long story, and I think I see the village. I hope they have a nice couch I can lie on.
We were indeed only a few minutes out now. I watched the sky for more dragons. Seven caught me looking.
It's rare to see many dragons up here.
She explained.
This is the most uninteresting plane of the 7. Most dragons born here choose to move to other planes, or go to the surface instead.
Sloth didn't bother to protest this. Even she agreed that her whole world was lazy. So dragons can move between the spire's 7 planes, but gods can't? I asked.
Pretty much. Dragons, humans, and agents can move freely through the plane portals. Only gods are anchored to their planes, although no one knows what would happen if one of them tried to go to the surface. That portal is different than the others. They would lose power, for sure, but they might also suffocate. And since the surface portal is one way, no gods have tried it.
I scanned the sky again. Why would any dragon want to stay here, though? This place has no sunlight, no prey.
It's because dragons love power.
Seven said. My skin prickled. How so?
If a dragon leaves the spire, they lose power and don't live as long.
She said softly.
So the ones that remain here...
She trailed off, and I thought about it. I shivered. Their magic is stronger, and they've lived a lot longer, I said. So they're bigger and smarter, and have deeper wells of power.
And they're meaner.
Seven said quietly.
A lot meaner.
She swallowed.
Or maybe a better word is... mad. The oldest dragons go mad here. Only the dragon gods are able to remain sane after centuries, because they can let their memories slip.
Well, isn't that just peachy? I was in a dungeon full of incredibly powerful, highly intelligent, and absolutely lunatic dragons, ruled by someone who wanted all of us out of the way. Out of the way of what, though? I thought, looking sideways at Seven. Why did Envy want Seven dead? That's how all this had begun. It has to do with the Great Uniter, with Etonia and the others, I thought. I only hoped it was worth dying for. Chapter 26. Bait. Zorena's village had been mostly rebuilt since I'd plowed into it on my first foray into aerial boulder navigation. As we drew closer, I got a better look at the white, jagged spines of the buildings. It's just like the doors at Sloth's hideaway. I think these people built things out of dragon bones. In a world where cultivating crops was probably tough, to say the least, it made sense to make use of every available resource. I did wonder how the resident dragons felt about the whole thing. They didn't have to hunt food in the traditional sense, but did they mind having their dead bodies repurposed? Back home, people could only use a dragon's parts if they had an after-death contract with the beast. I landed much more neatly in the village this time, commanding the ownerite to come to a slow stop so that we could step off in the middle of the settlement. Half the town had been stacked along a sort of rocky but defensible slope, while the rest was flat but exposed. Several of the windows glowed faintly in the ever-present twilight. I wondered how they made glass here, if it was glass. A lookout had spotted me coming, and a few muted shouts gave the alarm. A man met me as soon as I stepped clear of our floating platform. I tensed as his eyes slid to Sloth. He recoiled.
Gods below! Is that—
She's with me, I said. I stole her magic, so there's no need for any theatrics. For her part, Sloth looked amused, her arms crossed. We'd managed to cobble together a less revealing dress out of the ancient storage trunks in her safe house, so at least she wouldn't be distracting in that way. The long furred gown did bulge precariously in a few places, though.
But that's Sloth! Wait, no magic, you say?
The man stammered. He drew a spear off his back, but the two men behind him had already beaten him to it, one sporting a bow while another wore a sword.
Get her!
Someone shouted from one of the houses, and the man with the bow drew. I let him release it, gesturing vaguely as he did so. His arrow stopped in midair. I flung the object aside. Like I said, she's with me, and she's under my protection. If you have any issues with Sloth, you can take it up with me. But right now, I've got to make a report to your head woman. Where is Zorana?
You think we're gonna tell you?
This new voice came from my left flank. I'd seen the figure stalking up, not hurried at all. I turned to find a man standing with his feet planted and arms crossed, his expression carved from bedrock. He had midnight skin, gray eyes, and a voice that rumbled like distant thunder when he spoke. I thought I recognized him from my last visit here. Zorana made it pretty clear that I should report to her when I got back, I pointed out.
Yeah, well, she ain't here to take your report.
I frowned. Are you in charge in her place?
Name's Henrik, he said. And yeah.
I held up a placating hand. Then I'll report to you, and you can pass it along. Zorana will want a new plan for the Ascenders now that Sloth has been, neutralized.
I resent that,
Sloth said, but she smiled as she did it. I had yet to ask exactly why the Ascenders wanted the dragon gods dead, but I had trouble believing Sloth, of all people, had bothered to terrorize a bunch of human villagers. It seemed more likely that envy was causing problems, and all the gods were taking the blame. Henrik harumphed at Sloth.
Well, you'll have to leave that one here if you want to go to Zor, he said. How about a trade? You leave Sloth here, and I'll—
With a flick of my hand, every weapon within a stone's throw rose into the air, shot toward Henrik, and stopped to hover point first in front of his face. I stifled a smile. I am definitely getting the hang of this. I don't like that trade, I said. Henrik's throat bobbed as he swallowed, loudly.
Zorana's on the other side of our portal, he rushed out. I just meant gods can't pass through. Them's the rules. We can keep Sloth in the hole, safe and sound, till you're back.
I don't think so, I replied. Where's this portal, and why did Zorana go through? Did something happen?
She's to be wed, Henrik said. It's got naught to do with you lot. The date was set weeks ago.
My stomach sank. Zorana hadn't said she was getting married that soon. I thought that I'd have more time to stop it.
It'll be a quick ceremony, though. She'll be back in no time,
Henrik added, his eyes darting from one blade point to another. He uncrossed his arms and held up his hands.
You can wait for her if you want.
I don't want to wait. I want to stop her. Where's this portal? One of the other men, the one who'd had the bow, stepped forward. Don't tell him, Henrik! We need this alliance. We can't... I interrupted him with another rapid relocation of the weapons, this time only a half-inch away from the naysayer. I'll only ask once more, I said to a very relieved Henrik. Where is the portal? He jerked his head toward a narrow path, snaking away from the village, hugging the cliffside of the island before it disappeared among ragged stone.
Follow that trail. It'll take you to the portal in a cave, in the heart of the isle, impossible to miss, but it will close when the night cycle starts.
And where does it go? Seven leaned close and tapped my hand.
It leads to the next plane down. That's Wrath's plane. All portals here lead to Wrath, except for the one surface portal.
How many portals are there?
Hundreds on each plane.
I sighed. Later, I would have to tell Seven how much I appreciated her explaining this stuff to me like I was 5. I needed that. I was only 2 days old as far as this world was concerned. I knew almost nothing, and I appreciated the information. Will the portal be guarded? I asked, flicking a finger to call 2 of the hovering swords to my scabbards. They weren't as nice as the ones from that blacksmith guy, but they would serve in a pinch. I regretted having lost both of those, and the crossbow to the void. Did they just fall forever? Best not to think on it. Seven shook her head.
I doubt it. There are so many portals that they aren't worth guarding.
Sloth, who was now lounging on a bit of broken wall, added a slow shrug to the conversation.
I don't know. This one is close to the surface portal. Envy might be looking for Silas around here. It might be guarded now.
Victory spoke for the first time.
Then we'll kill the guards. Can we go now?
I nodded. To Henrik, I said, where will this wedding be exactly, and why has Zorana got to do it? She had mentioned that the marriage was political, meant to ally her village to the Ascender rebels. But why did the Ascenders want the head woman of a village this small? She can't be that important.
It's because she's a dragon agent,
Seven said softly.
Isn't that right?
The statement gave me chills. Zorana works for a dragon? But Henrik was already waving his hands at us.
No, you got it all wrong. She used to be an agent. That's why her eyes are all transparent-like. She got dragon eyes when she turned agent, but she lost them about a week ago. No one has heard from her god since then.
Which god was it?
Seven asked.
Pride, Henrik replied. He was the original leader of the Ascenders, working against Envy, but he went missing months ago, and only a week ago all his agents lost their powers.
I exchanged a glance with Seven, and she slipped me a small nod that said the story checked out.
So she doesn't have magic, then?
Victory asked, shifting from foot to foot. I could tell she was getting antsy.
She's got no powers, but she can still see dragon auras and speak Draconic, Henrik replied, turning his head back to me. And Sir Silas, you asked why Zorana needs to do this wedding. It's because Pride's agents are the first lapsed agents in centuries. The Ascenders want to study her and her offspring to see if they could be useful for the war effort.
Offspring? Fuck. The wedding. Has it already happened while we've been sitting here, dithering? I drew a calming breath as my body lit up with the need to run. All at once, the hovering weapons dropped in a circle around the other villager. He actually sank to his knees from relief. Fine, we're off then. I thanked Henrik, if a nod counted as thanks, and I started down the trail at a jog.
You're gonna make me run?
Sloth called after me.
Seriously?
I yelled back over my shoulder. Would you prefer to stay with them That got her moving, if reluctantly. Victory waited long enough to pull up the rear, just in case anyone got any ideas about putting a bolt through Sloth's face. Vic is damned competent, I thought. I'm glad she's with me. Seven ran at my side, and we led the party together as the path curved sharply around the island's mountainous far side, winding through cracked stone and thorny brush, the area growing darker the further we went from the village lanterns. As we reached the island's far edge, the path spiraled down, shrinking, turning into a thin ledge along the side. Below us, the abyss stretched on forever, black and hungry. I'm going on ahead, I said. I can run faster using telekinesis to keep myself from falling. Seven caught my arm.
Are you really going to stop this Sorana person's wedding?
Of course.
But why? Do we really need to get involved with a sender business?
I met her eyes with a hard look. Seven, my fiancée is missing. Envy took her. So my goal now is to get to Envy's plane. Zorana's on the next plane down, so keeping my word to her won't cost us much time. But if you don't want to come with—
No, I do.
She insisted, letting go of me.
I get it. Go. And be careful.
I took off without another word, moving even faster than I dared to. The path was no wider than my boots, crumbling at the edges with every rushed step. Jagged stone jutted up around me, slick with moss and some kind of dew. I kept moving. I didn't slow. The trail curved sharply downward, snaking along the cliffside like a scar. Every few feet I had to steady myself with one hand against the rock, the other never far from the hilt of my sword. The footing was terrible, the pace worse, but I didn't have time to go slow. Zorana was about to sell her soul to a man she despised, and I had the power to stop it. A rock gave way beneath my foot, and I slipped. The world lurched sideways. I was grasping, tipping, falling, my boots skimming empty air, stones tumbling into the endless dark below. I flicked my left hand and put my will behind the casting. My Honorite bracelet lurched back the way I'd come, slamming my hand back onto the rock face and yanking me along with it. It basically reset my footing, as if the slip had never happened. I rubbed my wrist. I was damned happy I'd made these bracelets on the trip here, although Seven said they wouldn't work once I made it through the portal. After taking a shaky breath, I launched myself down and forward, climbing over the remains of some sort of mudslide and squeezing between jagged outcroppings when the path started to cut back into the stone. Finally, I spotted the cave entrance, half hidden behind a hanging veil of sickly ivy. I ducked into it without pause, boots scraping across the loose gravel. It was narrow at first, the ceiling low and uneven, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and something faintly metallic. Blood, maybe. I hoped it wasn't blood. The cave sloped down, deeper than it looked. I followed the incline, half stumbling, one hand trailing along the rough wall. My breaths came fast, too fast, the urgency in my chest clawing at my ribs like a second heartbeat. I sensed something down here, something worse than a forced wedding. Then, color. I saw red, literally. Just a faint glow at first, silhouetting the sharper edges of the tunnel, but the further I went, the brighter it became, flickering like firelight. I expected heat, but none came. It was colder here. The passage opened without warning, and I teetered out into a large chamber. The ceiling arched above like the inside of a cathedral, carved in fluted, eroding shapes. In the center of the stone floor lay a perfect circle of red light, its surface smooth as glass and yet rippling with angry light. Its carmine glow pulsing from somewhere beneath. Fire, I thought, but it wasn't fire. Wrath's plane. That's the portal to Wrath. I took one slow step toward it, my heartbeat rumbling like falling stone, the sound of it loud in the silence. The portal looked like a wound torn through the world. It ought to make noise, to scream and rage, but it didn't. At first the cavern looked empty and unguarded. I kept picking my way forward, sliding down the loose stone of the path, but as the shadows shifted, I caught sight of a floating boulder spinning slowly just above the center of the portal, mere inches away from its roiling scarlet surface. Something lay atop the stone, but before I could get a good look at it, I nearly tripped over an object that didn't feel like a rock. I paused to look back at it and jumped. It was a villager. He'd been bitten in half. Unguarded my ass, I said, resuming my run with renewed vigor. I kept my attention on everything and anything, but nothing moved. I came across another corpse, also male, also bitten, and the shape of the object atop the floating stone resolved into a third body. Oh no. I recognized that one. It was Zorana, and she wasn't moving. Her platform rotated in place above the portal as if someone had reached out to spin it. One of her arms dangled off to the side. "Zorana!" I shouted, leaping forward. Behind her, the cave continued deep into the mountain, a much wider path, and something shifted in those darker depths. It unfurled from the dancing shadows of the portal, as big as a house. A low growl rippled through the air. Black scales shimmered with reflected red light, and its eyes, two embers of violet hate, locked on mine. So the portal had been guarded after all, but it wasn't meant to keep Zorana out. It was meant to keep me out. Zorana had never made it to her wedding. She'd only come this far, and now she was bait. Chapter 27. The Beast at the Gate. The dragon circled me, its violet eyes locked on mine, its thick muscles coiled beneath gleaming black scales. It moved with sharp, ancient grace for something so large. There was none of the sluggish arrogance I'd seen in other dragons fighting in places barely large enough for them. This one was hunting, and I was the prey. Atraxan, the mate of the night dragon from the arena, he found me after all. I had already heard this dragon's mate speak to me, so I tried at first to placate it. "I don't mean you any harm. Just go on ahead through the portal, and we won't have to fight each other. Envy never has to know we crossed paths."
"I cannot understand you, fool human. I can only kill you."
My throat felt gummy as the dragon growled in threat. I wondered how it knew to take Zorana hostage. Fuck. It must have smelled me all over her. Neither of us had accounted for that, apparently. Atraxan must have smelled me on Zorana when he came back through to do a second search on her village. Then he'd followed her here to bait me, thinking that she was my mate. That was dragon logic at its finest, and it had worked. "Your goddess, Sloth, she'll be here any moment," I said. "Listen to her. She won't want you to fight me."
"Where is the white-haired one? She is not with you. She must also die, but I can make your death quicker if you procure her."
That sounded like a shitty bargain to me. I changed tack again, since the dragon couldn't seem to understand me, but I could understand it. I called a rock to my hand to indicate that one of Atraxan's gods had granted me power. Maybe, if he realized that Sloth was on my side, then he might... The dragon's patience ran out. Bolts of lightning cracked overhead, making me shrink away. At the same instant, the dragon disappeared, vanishing into thin air. Shit! The lightning hadn't been aimed to kill me, but distract me. After images burned in my vision as I looked around, trying to pinpoint the dragon by its lumbering steps. Unfortunately, this dragon had no lumbering steps. It was quick, it was lithe, it was light on its feet. Another bolt of lightning split the air with a raucous crack, raking across the ceiling and walls. Rocks shivered loose from every surface as I ducked behind a boulder. A low growl rolled out from somewhere deep in Atraxan's throat. The noise amplified and rebounded until I couldn't tell where it really came from, and my ears were ringing. It was trying to deafen me, and in a way, it already blinded me by going invisible. It was targeting my senses. It really was highly intelligent, just like Seven had warned me. A hulking black shape appeared behind me. I gritted my teeth and pivoted fast, barely ducking a searing arc of lightning breath that split the boulder I'd been hiding behind. Crack! My sword flashed up, but I knew it wouldn't help against something this size, and certainly not against lightning. Before I could do anything, the dragon vanished again. Damn it, I cursed. Why had the dragon appeared at all? Maybe it meant to disorient me. The air shifted at my back, and I turned just as one of the fluted cathedral pillars exploded. The dragon's tail, invisible and fast, was hammering through it like the stone fluting was made of dry twigs. It was enough to make part of the cavern's ceiling give way. I looked up to see a huge chunk of rock torn asunder, quaking as it fell toward me. All of this happened in seconds. I didn't have time to wonder why the dragon wasn't just biting me in half. It had to be toying with me, or taking my measure, or both. According to Seven, not only were spire dragons smarter than surface dragons, but the oldest ones were half mad as well. Whether smart or mad, this one apparently wanted to collapse a whole cave on me. I raised a hand and shoved myself to the side by sending a command through my bracelet. It was enough to get most of me out of the way of the falling chunk of stone, but my shoulder took some of the damage. The rock crushed the bone, and pain lit up my arm, my chest, my sternum. My stomach rent apart with nausea out of nowhere, but I didn't fight the sickness. I just absorbed it. I didn't feel the agony at all thanks to my reflection magic. I didn't store the damage for long. I cast about for something that would help me, and I dropped to one knee and punched the stone pebbles of the walkway that I'd taken to get here. The pebbles ran deep, judging by how hard it had been to walk across them. The pebbles blew apart, thousands of them launched upward in a wide spray of my attack, scattering across the cavern like fleeing birds. Some of them struck something that shouldn't have been there. I traced the dragon's shape to its mouth, where I caught the barest shimmer of bright violet light. Its throat was building lightning for another attack. I moved to dodge, but tripped again on the corpse that I'd passed by before. Seeing it made me realize, again, that the dragon hadn't even gotten close enough to bite me in half. It wasn't biting me. It wasn't getting close to me on purpose. It was afraid of me. Or it was playing with me. Or something else is going on here. As the haze of pebbles began their descent back to earth, I seized as many of them as I could with Sloth's magic and hurled them at the building light of the dragon's breath attack. One after the other, the tiny rocks shot down the creature's invisible throat. Its breath stuttered. It gagged and coughed pops of light. I seized my chance and launched forward, telekinesis boosting the onorite discs in my boots. I aimed straight for Atraxon's throat as the whole creature came back into view. Teeth flashed as the dragon closed its jaws on me instinctively before I could get deeper into its body. Everyone knew that a dragon's weakest point was the back of its throat. The trick to killing dragons was getting under their skin, and that was the easiest and most foolhardy way. The jaws snapped shut around me with a crunch I could feel inside my head. The sensation was iron hot and wicked sharp, but not actually painful. I felt the ribs in my side crack like wood, snapping over hot coals. Blood surged into my mouth, but I felt none of the pain. It was so unfair how I didn't feel pain. I immediately channeled the attack back out of myself, with my right fist slamming the roof of the dragon's mouth between two of its largest teeth. My stored energy detonated, the compression shockwave of clamping jaws coming down on the very teeth that had first bitten down on me. Teeth shattered and bone cricked, releasing a noise I'd never heard before. It was a sound made by splitting dragon bone thicker than my wrist. There was no coming back from this. The dragon's head snapped back with a deafening snap, its jaw wrenching open as it howled and dropped me. I hit the ground in one piece without a trace of blood in my mouth. As I came out of my landing roll, I looked up to watch the dragon whip its head from side to side, raining blood on the walls, on the fluted pillars, on itself. It would bleed out before too long. "We're supposed to be allies," I shouted. "My kind and yours."
What have you done to me?
The beast cried, its words edging into my mind directly, even though I'd never heard dragons speak before yesterday.
You have the aura of death. You cannot have killed me. Dead dragons cannot kill.
There was rage in that statement, rage and madness. Blood was dripping from the poor beast's eyes now. Smoke drifted from its open mouth, along with pebbles, which hit the ground and went tumbling into the portal. Zorana still lay atop the platform, untouched by any of our fighting. I saw her and instantly understood why she was still there unharmed. I knew what was coming next. The dragon's tail rose above its head, its body already starting to seize. This would be its final act, a strike meant to flatten Zorana and take something from me, even as I had taken its life from it. There was no time to run, no time to throw anything, no time to reach her. I didn't even think I could move the boulder she was lying on fast enough to get her out of the way, but I still tried, my mind alight with the need to get to her. Pop! I heard the noise, and the next instant, I was right where I had asked the magic to put me. I was standing over her body. I hadn't taken a single step. I hadn't flown there. I hadn't forced the Honorite I wore to fly me there. I was just there. I had teleported somehow, and now I stood between her and the dragon's tail as it came down and missed. The dragon crumpled, all its breath gone out of it. I heard its last words in my head.
I tried. You can see that I tried. Don't take me. Let me die. Please. He's in Theron, the village of Theron. Surely that is of use.
My heart hammered. My hands shook. Zorana was still alive, and I had just teleported. I looked at my hand. What the hell? Chapter 28. On second thought, the answer came to me a few quiet minutes before the others finally arrived to the portal. All dragons had two kinds of magic. I sat on Zorana's rock to think it over, just floating there above the portal, catching my breath. Zorana's chest was rising, so she would probably be all right once I was confident I could teleport us both back off this rock. The distance from here to the edge of the portal was a bit too far to jump with a woman in my arms. Right. So all dragons, even gods, have two kinds of abilities. Telekinesis was Sloth's primary magic, the one she shared with her agents. Teleporting must be her second ability. Seven had explained this to me earlier. Essentially, the agents of the gods could do one thing, but the gods could do an advanced, stronger version of that one thing. For Sloth, that meant teleporting. It was a stronger version of her base magic, telekinesis, moving one's body instantly instead of moving objects in real time. I had known I could do it because I hadn't seen her do it. But once again, this proved that I could use abilities just the same way the gods could. I had a smaller well of magic because I relied on Seven and Sloth's energy to power my spells, but otherwise, I had the same abilities as Sloth and even Envy. Seven said Envy's agents can only reflect magic damage, but I can reflect physical damage. That must be Envy's secondary power. This is why I can do both. But as I sat there thinking in the dead quiet of the cavern, something nagged at me. There was something inelegant about Sloth's magic. Envy's made sense. It was an advanced version of itself, with little change. The power and target were the same, but the type of reflected damage was different. However, Sloth's magic changed the target itself. Her first ability targeted objects, and her second ability targeted herself. That seemed like a significant shift. Could I also teleport people? What about objects? Could I teleport them? The shout of,
Silas, you son of a bitch!
broke through my thoughts. This was the first I'd heard of my companions catching up to me, and of course it was Victory who spoke. She was yelling from the half-destroyed smaller entrance to the cave.
I barely caught Seven when she collapsed.
Victory went on, stamping down the gravel path, with Seven thrust back over her armored shoulder.
You need to be careful about using her powers when she's on a thin ledge like that, you idiot!
Oh, don't get mad at him, sugar,
Sloth said, punctuating her advice with one of her customary yawns.
You had your pole at the ready to whip us back against the wall at any time. You knew that a poorly timed power drain could happen. You just want to yell at him because you think taunting cute boys is fun.
Victory scowled, but she was handling Seven as gently as she could, despite the potato sack way she held her. It was a battlefield hold, more effective but less comfortable. It was actually impressive how carefully she was walking, given how much metal she wore. You really had your pole ready for that eventuality? I asked, glancing at Zorana again. She didn't look well. She needed medical attention, but I didn't dare go through the portal without Seven's advice. She would have some idea what to expect on the other side, such as an ambush. Victory didn't answer my question about her pole, which was currently nowhere in evidence.
What happened here? It looks like a dragon tore through the place.
That was actually a common idiom that meant this place is a huge mess and you should be ashamed of yourself, but in this case it was actually true. I indicated the dragon's body, which was posing as a shadow at the base of one wall. It was partially covered by more fallen rock, which further helped to hide it from view. That is the dragon in question. I believe his name is Atraxon, I said. I was just waiting for all of you before I did anything else. I'm not sure what to expect on the other side of the portal. Victory had gone pale at the sight of the fallen beast.
Shit! The Accords!
She said. She meant the pact that the Great Uniter had made with the Surface Empress of the Dragons. The two leaders had vowed not to harm any of the other leaders' citizens except in self-defense. It was self-defense, I told Victory, and besides, the Hollow Spire dragons don't obey human laws. But she shook her head.
This is all going to be a diplomatic nightmare if Partial ever tries to make peace with the dragons down here. Are you sure you couldn't have left him alive?
I thought about the dragon's last words.
I tried. You can see that I tried. Don't take me. Let me die.
I don't think there was any way to let him live, to be honest, I said. He seemed like he wanted to go, and he was also passing on information about our whereabouts. Probably to Envy. Unfortunately, it's better this way. Victory's scowl remained in place, but she said nothing more. She wasn't wrong about this being a political clusterfuck, but there wasn't anything I could do about it now. Queen Camilla would have to deal with the aftermath someday, and I definitely left her a mess. Atraxon's breed didn't help things either. Night dragons had once been a coveted variety, and only the Partian royal family was allowed to own them. Now that dragons could no longer be owned, only contracted with, that tradition had gone out the window. However, the deep respect for their power remained.
Hey, sweetie.
Sloth said. I guess she was talking to me. Yeah?
Your chest is glowing through your shirt. I think your tattoos have been triggered again.
I blinked, then looked down at my shirt. There was indeed a ring-shaped glow beneath the strange fabric, and I hurried to whip off my shirt. Sloth whistled. I ignored her. In the center slot of my tattoo, a violet ring glowed feebly. It was the same color as Sloth's circle symbol on my left hand, but its light was weaker.
It has to be a Atraxon, right?
Victory said, hefting Seven to readjust her weight, then stepping nearer. I felt my neck heat as Victory's gaze focused on my bare chest. I glanced at the shadowy corpse of the night dragon. It had come from this plane, which was the ancestral home of sky-type dragons. Sloth's color, purple, would match it, since she was the god of this plane.
Victory's right,
Sloth commented.
Its aura is now linked with your aura, even though it's dead. When it died, you must have absorbed its power somehow. I've never heard of that happening.
There was one way it could happen. Someone could become dragon-touched, but that obviously wasn't the case here. A dragon had to die for someone, not be killed by someone, for their essence to be transferred over in that way. Sloth might not know about that, though, since it was a relatively recent discovery on the surface. Maybe it had never even happened down here. Although, as I thought over what she'd just said, I realized she'd added a modifier. Its aura is linked with yours, even though it's dead. Wait, the aura. Is it a dead dragon aura, not a live dragon aura? I asked. From the start of this adventure, I'd been told that my natural aura appeared to belong to a dead dragon, except where the magic of sloth and envy had been installed.
Yeah, it's as dead as the rest of you. Is that what that weird inversion is?
Victory asked.
I've never seen it before. That's because it's usually gone within seconds.
Sloth said.
It might be more accurate to say it's the aura of a dragon on the verge of death. One who has gone past being saved.
The women drew up next to the portal as Sloth went on to explain the visual differences between the auras of dead and alive dragons to Victory. As she spoke, I thought back to the history of the Great Uniter. Long story short, the man had forged the draconic accords by aiding the souls of dragons that had not been allowed to die. Instead, their souls had been endlessly recycled to power spells. It was a long and detailed history, but one thing in particular was coming back to me. In normal circumstances, if a dragon's soul was used as a power source, it obliterated that soul. It wasn't death, but erasure, which was heinously worse. The Great Uniter had made it a cardinal sin, punished even more harshly than murder. If my guess was correct, then I now had the power to drain this dragon's soul the same way. Shit, I said, looking down at the glowing node again. I can probably use its abilities, but I might erase it from existence if I do.
Are you sure?
Victory asked.
Because lightning or invisibility powers could be useful.
At our feet, Zorana shifted, murmuring. She would wake soon. I didn't have time to figure this out. There are ways to test it, I think. I used to study aura manipulation. Victory made a face.
Really? But you're not dragon-touched. You can't even see auras, and you can't get a visor unless you're a scale.
Yeah, well, I was trained in all kinds of stuff that seemed useless at the time. Now, I'm not so sure. I turned. Anyway, Sloth, do you mind popping through the portal to check what's on the other side? These portals aren't one way, correct? Sloth yawned, her hand hovering before her mouth. She had already lain down on a long boulder, and she made exaggerated smacking noises with her lips as she finished the yawn, looking up with droopy eyes.
Me? Why? Am I the sacrificial lamb?
No, it's because you're a god. I don't think anyone will try to destroy you on sight, and also, I'm pretty sure Envy has put descriptions out for me and Vic. You currently look like our prisoner, which makes this safer for you. She licked her lips, her violet eyes sparking, and then she laughed.
Talent, Silas. If you wanted us to try out erotic asphyxiation, you could have just taken my clothes off and tied a rope around my neck.
I blinked, then slapped at my forehead. Shit, I forgot. Gods can't go through portals, right? They'll suffocate. I'm sorry. I've been taking in way too much information lately. Sloth laughed and sat up.
Don't worry your pretty little dick over it, sweetums. Sure, I can pop my head through.
I glanced at Victory, then back to Sloth. Way to make it obvious that we're sleeping together. But is it even safe for you? I asked. Sloth stood and stepped right up to the portal.
I can take a little suffocation. Unlike the surface portal, all the interior portals are two-way. I can pop through, hold my breath, and then come right back. So come on, let's go crash a wedding.
Chapter 29. Fancy getting hitched? She took a step toward the pool of molten red magic, then dropped to her knees. I knew that it hovered about half a foot off the ground. If I were standing next to her, I would be able to see the stone cavern floor under the portal.
Here goes nothing,
she said, and she stuck her face through. She sat like that for a good 10 seconds, on her hands and knees with her butt raised slightly into the air. I was tense the whole time, wondering if she was dying. How long could someone hold their breath for? Why had I never learned that? Then she straightened back onto just her knees.
Huh,
she said. I nearly leaped off the floating rock to get to her. What? What is it? Her expression was concerned in a way I'd never seen before.
I can breathe down there. I shouldn't be able to, but I can.
I frowned, then knelt at the edge of the floating rock to look at the portal's surface. It looked a lot like a pond, albeit a pond that roiled with red color, while somehow maintaining a perfectly flat surface and making no sound at all. Wild. Is it safe? I asked.
Yeah, there's just a stairwell on the other side. Empty.
I took a breath, then leaned forward, steeling myself for pain as I put my face to the portal. It looked like lava, after all. Surely it would hurt. It didn't. There was a flash of heat right on the edge of pain, but not quite there. Like getting so close to a campfire that you needed to move your chair back, but not so close that you actually burned. The pain only came when I had contact with the flat plane of the portal, though. Right now, that was a ring of heat around my jaw and up into my hair. I opened my eyes on the other side. The first and only thing I saw was a set of stairs leading down, lit up by violet light. I looked right and left, only to find that the portal was a different color on this side. It burned purple, indicating that it led back to Sloth's plane. Below me, the stairs appeared to be made of a yellowish substance, probably dried clay. They moved down and away in a spiral, and the angle wasn't very steep. Essentially, they had been built so that if anyone stepped into the portal from any side, they wouldn't have more than a few feet to fall before landing on a step. The stairs wove down around a central stone pillar, so I could see nothing beyond them. I ducked back out. It's clear, I confirmed. I stood, brushed off my pants, and then pointed to a spot close by along the edge of the portal. That's the best place to take the first step without having to catch your balance. I'll take Serana and go first. No one complained, not even Sloth, as I stepped off into the stairwell. My feet hit ground a few feet down, and I twisted around to pull Serana into my arms. Then I went all the way through. The others followed, and we found that the stairs grew steeper after the first time we circled the central pillar. Just when the portal's violet light vanished behind us, veins of red onerite appeared in the walls, lighting our path with an eerie, hellish glow. Unlike Sloth's onerite, these veins had been carved into decorative designs. They were ornate, symmetrical, and quite well done, but for all I knew, they could be curses written in some language I had yet to learn.
Wrath has really outdone herself on the remodel.
Sloth commented after a minute.
Last time I peeped through here, centuries ago, it had just been another of her famous empty towers. She used to get so angry when anyone came through without asking her permission, so she built traps around the portals. Most dragons would get stuck in the towers and suffocate, and humans would fall 100 feet.
She sounds nice, I said, pausing to angle Serana's so that I didn't bump her feet against the central pillar. She was stirring more now, and her eyelids kept fluttering. Dozing. That was good.
Wrath was entertaining, is what she was.
Sloth replied.
Always flying off the handle. It was really something to see, on such a tiny woman, and with such volatile powers, too.
I had been afraid to ask, but now I had to. As I faced the next curve, I said, So, what are Wrath's powers, then? Her base power that her agents share, and her greater power?
Torture magic, obviously,
Sloth said.
That's the lesser power.
My throat went dry. How unpleasant.
Like, she just hurts people?
Victory said.
Quite effectively, too. Her agents have been known to get creative with it. She has been Envy's main supporter, one might say enforcer, for ages now. Seven probably knows her pretty well, if she's an enforcer, too.
I hated to think what Wrath's greater power would be, but Victory beat me to the question.
And that's just the base magic? What else can she do?
Well, the torture magic is like a combination pain-healing power. Her agents inflict both those things at once, so that the person being tortured never actually dies, but keeps perpetually healing. So, Wrath's secondary power allows her to heal without also torturing people.
I swallowed. You're saying she's a combination torturer/healer, but her agents never get the healing part?
Pretty much, yeah.
My pulse picked up. Wonderful. We are walking into the plane of an immortal interrogation expert, one who used to kill anyone who entered without her permission. And now that she's paved the way with a stairwell, I had to think that it wasn't a courtesy. Wrath wanted people to come down whole so that she and her agents could torture them. Dying from a fall hardly made a good show.
Don't worry,
Sloth said.
There are dozens of portals like this one. If your pretty little friend had been about to come down here, the way must have been cleared. Besides, Wrath's agents are typically busy in other planes. She works for Envy, remember? There's Pride's insurrection to deal with, and all that.
Before I could ask Sloth more about that, a small voice drifted up to me.
Silas,
Zorana said.
Is that you?
I met her eyes, which were open but still tired and definitely confused. Her eyes rolled as she looked around us.
Are we headed down to Roth's plane?
Yes. Do you know what we should expect at the bottom of these stairs? She glanced back at Victory, squinting as if trying to see past her, but luckily Sloth was perpetually around the corner. I didn't want to have to explain her to Zorana just yet.
I feel numb. Don't think I can move. Where are my attendants?
My lips thinned. The dragon must have electrocuted her. People usually didn't recover from getting struck by lightning. Your attendants aren't coming, I said, remembering the half-bitten corpses in the cavern. I'm so sorry, Zorana, but they were killed by a night dragon. It was lying in wait for all of you, and it used you as bait to lure me to fight it. I beat it, but you're injured. I'm hoping your betrothed will want to heal you. That hope was dimming now that I knew her ailment. I'd been hoping she'd just suffered a bad bump to the head. When I decided not to return to the small village back on Sloth's plane, it was because I doubted the place would have the resources to help her. On the other hand, her future husband had to be someone important for a marriage to be arranged with him. I had been hoping he had the means to fix whatever the dragon had done to her. Now, I doubted there was anything that could save her. It was a miracle she was even alive. The dragon must have used just the right amount of voltage to make sure she wasn't a threat, while still being able to breathe.
Good. That's good.
Zorana said, her eyelids fluttering.
This marriage must go through.
She faded off again, and Victory broke the ensuing silence by saying,
Her fiancé isn't going to want a vegetable for a wife. We had better be prepared for a fight if we deliver his betrothed like this.
A fight or a trade.
Sloth added.
How about you, Vicky? Fancy getting hitched?
I stopped and looked back, startled by the comment. Victory stopped too and shot Sloth a scowl.
This is no laughing matter,
Victory said. Sloth gave one of her trademark lazy smiles.
Oh, I think it is.
I almost started arguing, but I'd had 2 very long days already. Best to get to the end of these stairs and face whatever waited there. Victory had a point, though. These people, these ascenders, were rebels against the gods. They weren't pushovers, and they didn't know me. They also wouldn't appreciate Sloth showing up. She might as well be their mortal enemy. With that in mind, I prepared for combat, clearing both of my short swords and my scabbard. I kept myself tense for battle as the stairwell leveled out into a flat hallway. It didn't go far before I started to hear the low murmur of people and music? Musical string instruments were being played, lower in pitch than Partian instruments. I heard laughing. What on partial? Up ahead, a square of light marked the end of the hallway. I was starting to see groups of people there, some of whom wore dresses. The light wasn't red, but the pleasant flickering yellow of bright hearth flame. As I watched, a shadow peeled off the wall and ran for the exit. We were about to be announced. I thrust out a hand, ready to throw one of my swords into the guard using magic, but they were already shouting. "She's here!" a boy's voice shouted. "The bride is here!" I lowered my hand an inch at the tone. The kids sounded relieved, as if they had been waiting a long time for Zorana and had gotten worried about her. There was a pause where the instruments lost their rhythm, one of them screeching across the string, and a hush fell. The next moment the music picked up again, slower, more regal, without the voices to smother it. It grew to a resounding volume. Sloth giggled.
Well, what are you waiting for? Keep walking, Silas. It's your moment. They're already playing Here Comes the Bride.
Chapter 30. Here comes Silas. And that was how a bartender, a dragon goddess, a champion of the Unity Festival, and 2 unconscious women crashed a wedding. I stepped out into the warm light of a dining hall with fires blazing and 4 hearths and 6 long tables set with plates. People stood beside their seats at those tables, their expressions bright and expectant, until I came into full view with Zorana in my arms. The music stopped again. Faces fell, transitioning into concern. A young man in a finely tailored dragon-down suit stood in front of me. He'd been waiting to receive his bride. "Aye," I said. "Before you try to kill me, it would be nice if you let me explain." Weapons went up, weapons I hadn't even seen until now. They must have had them stored under the tables. The line of men nearest to me, who had previously sat at the front tables, all hefted matching spears. The men alternated equally between pointing at me and raising their spears over one shoulder, ready to throw. These guys are well trained, I thought. Everyone but the groom had the dark skin of most of the Hollow Spire humans I had seen so far. As for the groom, he was pale, like Seven, but he also had scales, marking him as a dragon agent. They were a mottled orange-pink. They covered the white skin of both his exposed arms. But if the groom sported orange scales, was he from another plane? This plane was associated with red. As a dragon agent, he could pass between planes just fine. In the suspicious silence that followed, I chose my words carefully and opened my mouth, only for a young boy's voice to squeak, "Is that Sloth?" I turned. The voice came from a boy who couldn't have been older than 13. He had been the one to announce our coming, and he had stood aside from the door to let us enter, which put him closest to Sloth. I had enough time to notice the boy had red spines sticking up off both his shoulders before the groom in front of me shouted, "Get her!" I waved a hand as I whirled, taking care to wave it the right way, as if I didn't care at all whether the spell worked or not. Thanks to my lazy gesture, the spell did work, and the 8 men running toward me gave a shout as their spears shot out of their hands and slammed flat against the ceiling, out of reach. That had left 8 more men to throw spears too, but I caught their spears with a second gesture. They stopped mid-flight, rotating in mid-air from their own stalled momentum. They almost looked like decorations hanging from strings, not unlike the banners and paper flowers festooning the clay walls and open-air windows of the hall. Sloth cried out, crumpling behind me. I had drained her energy to stop the spears, but I wondered if she was pretending, because I was pretty sure she could handle more than this before losing consciousness. Oh well, it would probably be better if she slept through all this. I dropped my hand, and all the spears fell with a clatter. "I asked you to let me explain," I said, in the silence that followed. The man in front of me scowled. His pale skin tone made him look washed out. But maybe I had just scared him. I wanted to ask where he'd gotten his skin color, but now was not the time. "You've brought an enemy god into our sanctum," the man growled, hands flexing. "And you think we'll let you talk?" "I just used Sloth's magic," I explained, sweeping a hand at her crumpled form. "You all saw it. This means I have control over her, and you all know that I could have done worse." The word cut off in my throat. The next thing I knew, I was setting Zorana down on the floor. It was not a conscious action. I hadn't chosen to do it. What the hell? I could move only my eyes, and when I looked around, I saw the bridegroom making an odd gesture in the air. The man had cast a spell, and he was controlling me. Whose magic was he using, since it wasn't from Wrath? "I've got him under thrall," the groom said. "Collect the others." The men started to move, and I heard a curse as people rushed behind me. The ring of steel made them stop.
Come any closer, and I kill this one. Let Silas go.
Damn, Victory, that was fast. She must have assessed the entire situation, dropped 7, and taken someone hostage in the time it took the groom to give his order. I certainly hadn't been able to warn her. But now, my body went loose as the groom's eyes widened. I stumbled, gaining back full control. "Don't," the groom said, his hands up. "I've let him go, see? Don't hurt the boy. You'll call Wrath right to us." I glanced back to see that Victory had selected the red-spined boy as her hostage. The boy must be an agent of Wrath, then, while the groom was an agent to someone else. I straightened my arms. "My name's Silas Halstern," I said. "I come from the surface, and I come bearing a gift that can steal power from the dragon gods. I've already displayed the magic I took from Sloth, magic which, as you can see, has rendered her useless. Now, if you would be so kind as to punch me in the face," I said to the groom, "then I can show you that I've also stolen the power of envy." I smiled. "Take your best shot." Chapter 31. Everything is a weapon if you know how to wield it. The wedding hall had grown quiet, so quiet I could hear the crackle of the 4 hearths and the clink of silver goblets being hastily pulled from the long dining tables. People were backing away, in fine robes and jeweled shoes, pressed to the walls. The ceremony had paused. The air reeked of roses and smoke. The groom was already stepping forward, teeth bared in a grin that didn't touch his blue eyes. "Well, if you want a punch, I'll be happy to give you one, pretty boy." He cocked his arm. I didn't move. I just watched him. He was smart enough to hesitate, but not smart enough to stop himself. The strike came, and I recoiled, reacting to an injury I couldn't truly feel. The reaction itself was something I couldn't stop, pure animal instinct. He hit hard, too, hard enough to break my nose. He was clearly pissed that I had crashed his wedding and brought his future wife here in an unconscious state. I couldn't blame him for that, but I could definitely blame him for being an idiot and taking me up on my suspicious offer. I straightened right away, raised an eyebrow, and as his face switched to an expression of surprise and uncertainty, I lifted my own arm, casually, and smacked him lightly on the cheek. It worked. His head whipped back, and he staggered away with a grunt before falling. He really had hit me hard, but in so doing he'd hit himself just as hard when I reflected the punch back on him. I'd been kind enough to spare his nose. "What the fuck?" he cried out. I smiled. Good to know that some of the curse words in the hollow spire were the same as the curse words up top. He wasn't about to go down easy, though. He straightened, and with a growl, he grabbed a spear from a fellow soldier standing near him. I tensed as he tested its weight with a practiced twirl. "I'm not here to fight you. That was just a demonstration," I said. I spread my arms at the crowd. "As you can all see, I just used Envy's own magic, her god magic." I flicked a finger, calling forth one of the roses on the walls, using Sloth's power. It landed daintily in my hand. And I can use Sloth's magic too, while she cannot. So again I say that she is no longer any threat to you, and Envy will be next, if you lend me your support. "Fuck your support," the groom growled.
Careful, Holt,
someone said in a warning tone from the crowd. It was a woman's voice, but I couldn't pick her out. No one else argued, though. All eyes had fallen to us. I crossed my arms. "Is this really necessary, Holt?" I asked. "You do realize I can hurt you just by getting hit by you, right?" "Let's see how you do without your magic tricks, then," he said. "If you can't fight like a man, you don't deserve to be a part of what we're doing here." Again, no one argued. That said something about these people. I displayed my power, sure, but they didn't trust power. Not that kind of power, anyway. I had to win them over by showing them the sort of power they knew how to trust. "Fine, I'll fight you as myself, but, just let me remove the magic." I turned my back on Holt, daring him to go after me like a coward, but he didn't take the bait. Still, I was a little concerned. Could I even do this? Remove Seven's magic? Not remove it, unequip it, I thought. I wondered what that meant, exactly. Oh, I could just pretend to take Holt's hits and then release the power into the stone floor, but if I were caught, I would appear to be cheating. These people would not respect a cheater.
You sure about this?
Victory asked. I didn't answer her. Instead, I turned to Sloth. She was sitting up now, looking dazed, but her eyes were clear when she met my eyes. She really was pretending. "Do you think I can, unequip this power temporarily?" I asked in a low voice. She shrugged lackadaisically.
I don't know how you would do it. You're weird. But you could try moving it to another slot.
I considered that. I had 7 slots, including 4 in my limbs, 1 under my navel, 1 in my chest, and 1 in my head. For the first time, I considered the different options and what they could mean. The different slots were somehow familiar to me, now that I was thinking about it. Whenever a person joined the Queen's Scales, right when they bonded to their dragon scale armor and gained its abilities, they had to choose how to bind their magic to their body. Most used the left or right hand. Some wilder people chose their feet. But people could also choose to cast through their mouth, the same way dragons breathed power. That would be the head slot, I guessed. Another option was to channel the power into a weapon. I used to think weapons channeling was just an extended version of casting with the hands, but now I wasn't so sure. My old military tutor was laughing at me right about now. Damn, I should have paid more attention when I was being tutored on the history and abilities of the scales. To be honest, I hadn't really liked hearing about them, because I knew I'd never be able to join them. Dragons feared me so terribly that they would never form an after-death contract to give me their scales for armor. So, maybe the weapons channeling is related to the chest or stomach slot, I thought. To Sloth, I asked, "Can you ever turn your magic off? And what does it feel like when you do that?"
Oh, sure. I mean, it's been a while. Like, a long, long while. But I used to turn it off whenever I got busy,
she said. She made a circle motion in her crotch area.
You know, so I didn't lose control and make my bed float or something.
I chewed my lip. That sounded like the navel slot. "We're waiting!" Holt called out. I shrugged and held up my palm. I wasn't sure what to do from here, but I figured, why not try the simplest thing first? I pressed a finger to the tattoo at the center of my palm. The tattoo of Envy's star lit up green, brighter than usual. With a deep breath, I dragged my finger down the line of the tattoo. To my astonishment, the green glow followed my fingertip. Holy dragons, this actually works? In short order, I had moved the green power to the slot at my navel, where it settled into place without complaint. I had to check it had happened by looking under my shirt. I did the whole thing surreptitiously, because obviously it was going to look weird to everybody watching. It worked. Now to test the theory. I pinched myself. Yeah, that actually hurts. I said nothing, just turned around and walked over to the nearest wall, where a few ceremonial spears had been mounted as a part of the decor. I chose a spear with an etched silver haft and a duller tip than I would have liked. Well used, but not kept in good condition. These people had retired it, clearly. All the same, I pulled it free and turned to face Holt. It wasn't like anyone else had bothered to offer me a weapon matching his. "I'll defeat you with a subpar spear, then," I said, grinning. Just to prove I can. The crowd murmured at that, then pressed further back, forming a malformed circle around us. They jostled and jangled with finery, and I looked over their style, which was very different than the fashion impartial. They seemed fond of using as many colors as possible, but it wasn't garish. They blended the colors together throughout their outfits in a pleasing way. Dragon down was everywhere, but also raw scale plus jewels that had an odd opaque look to them. Men wore suits, but their jackets touched the floor, and the women's dresses looked not that much different. The air thickened. Somewhere a musician set his instrument down with a thunk. Holt wasn't impressed. He glowered, but as soon as I rounded to face him and set my feet, he didn't waste time. He lunged. Fast and precise, I thought, before he was on me. His first few strikes came clean and smooth, the kind that didn't need any flourish. He fought with deadly economy. I could already tell. This wouldn't be as easy as I'd thought. I blocked, spun wide, deflected. My arms vibrated with each clash. He wasn't showing off, but trying to hammer me into submission. I didn't comply. I kept moving, sweeping the spear in arcs, not to attack but to keep him back. I needed space and some time, because while I was good with a spear, Holt was better. This wasn't my weapon of choice. He closed the gap, driving short-range jabs at my torso, crowding me toward the columns holding up the center of the room. I paid close attention to my surroundings as he herded me between two tables with deliberate footwork. I retreated quickly, but not fast enough. He thumped me on the side, not a piercing blow, just a hit. The pain reverberated through me, making me gasp. It had been a long time since I'd felt significant pain. I hadn't realized how little I had missed it. Near a bench, I faked a stumble, shifting my heel just so, my knees bending awkwardly. Holt adjusted to avoid hitting a well-dressed man behind me, then whipped another blow at my side once he was clear. Pain seared through my ribs, worse this time, since Holt had been able to pick up more momentum. I hissed and scrambled backward onto the table, feigning ineptitude, kicking silver platters and goblets as I went. One of the kicked plates struck his shin, making him grunt. He deflected another, and I used the moment to jab forward. My steel grazed the side of his neck.
Always use the environment against your opponent.
Mistress Vaughn's advice echoed through my mind, as it usually did during bar fights.
Your opponent won't be smart enough to pay any attention to the things surrounding him. He'll just be focused on getting his hits in. Meanwhile, you can plan 10 steps ahead and tangle him up in the scenery.
Her advice was sage, as usual. Holt recoiled, slapping a hand to his neck, but I hadn't cut very deep. He glared at me. Go ahead, I thought. Just assume that was lucky, and that I'm not showing you all kinds of mercy. Without telegraphing his movements at all, Holt vaulted the table in a perfect arc, driving his spear down in a brutal, vertical sweep. I raised mine just in time. The hafts cracked together. I didn't think my rickety old weapon could take another hit like that. While we struggled against each other, I lashed out with my boot, hooking the top of a chair. I lunged to one side, spinning in a move I'd learned from an acrobatics tutor. I managed to throw the chair back at him with my foot, while he was still unsteady from not having my pressure against his spear anymore. As I fumbled the landing, toppling onto my back but slapping the ground to keep from hurting myself, he took the chair to the leg, lost his balance, and fell off the table. The crowd parted to leave room for him to crash into a couple of chairs and a bench. A stream of curses rose up from him, but I couldn't see him from where I was. I got to my feet, readying my spear to throw. As soon as I saw his face, I tossed my spear, aiming for his shoulder and arm, not wanting to actually hurt him. He caught my spear with both hands and tossed it aside. "You thought that would end me? You don't realize how much training we've got with these things," he said, grinning. Sweat had broken out on his brow, so at the very least, I was winding him. Now, weaponless, I rolled toward the nearest hearth, ignoring the protesting screams of my ribs. As soon as I got close, I picked out the best log for what I wanted. one with one end not fully encased in the fire. I seized my chosen log with my bare hands and hurled it right at him. He threw up an arm to block, and he managed it, but ash and cinders sparked off the log. As that was happening, I grabbed the fire poker next to the hearth and darted up to him at full speed. He must have heard my feet because he dropped his arm and leveled his spear. Too late. I kicked him in the chest. He stumbled back, coughing on the smoke and the pain. I whirled and jabbed my poker up to catch one of the long crimson banners hanging between the central pillars. I yanked hard. The banner came down like a falling curtain, tangling Holt's arms and weapon as he tried to gather himself. He slashed at it wildly, stabbing through the thick fabric and trying to dislodge it. The moment his spear was angled to one side, I leaped close, grabbed his shirt, and head-butted him clean in the mouth. Now it was his turn to lose his spear. He dropped it with a cry, snarling now. He pulled a knife from his belt and slashed toward my face. I backed off, but my breathing was clean and even, controlled. I had barely broken a sweat. Neither of those things was the case with Holt. His skin was flushed a deep, dark pink from the anger that had been building up in him. That was yet another piece of advice from Mistress Vaughn, to goad my enemies, rile them up, give them every chance to make mistakes. I kept backing away, keeping my poker at the ready. It wouldn't be nearly as sharp as his knife, and parrying one with the other was likely to get my fingers cut off. We played cat and mouse like that for a few more seconds, with him advancing on me, lashing out with his knife, giving me no way in. I needed one final trick to show everyone here what I was really made of. Funny enough, I was going to end the cat and mouse with something of a similar name. I let him back me into a wall where roses and herbs hung at the end of another banner. One of those herbs was easy enough to recognize. Mistress Vaughn had taught me how to use poisons, too. Honestly, Vaughn, you were a jack of all trades. I'll have to send you a gift basket when I'm back on the surface. Gonna use more ribbon again? Like a woman? Holt ground out. He thought I was about to go for the banner, but I never used the same trick twice in the same battle. Holt was smart enough to learn. I laughed, then smashed the poker's tip back against the cat's bane berries. They were black, purely decorative, with a terrible flavor. They were considered bad luck in the surface, but apparently not down here, if they were hung for a wedding. In striking the berries, I coated the head of my weapon with the poison. I didn't think Holt noticed because he was already busy moving to strike again. He really did think he had me backed into a corner. I guess even the best fighters can't stop wishful thinking, I thought, ducking his blow to scuttle toward the nearest bystander. This happened to be the boy with the spines, the young dragon agent. The kid who probably had torture magic. Maybe this isn't such a good idea. Still, I grabbed the kid by the back of his shirt and hurled him at Holt. Holt turned his spear aside so as not to harm the boy, and he caught him by the shoulders and shoved him behind himself. Little did he know that I came in swinging right behind the kid. As soon as the kid was out of the way, I thrust. The poker prodded into his left shoulder, barely sharp enough to pierce the skin. Holt backhanded me, and I took the hit, dropping the poker. "What the talons was that?" he shouted. "Using an innocent child as a shield?" I stood straight and cracked my back. "What? I knew you wouldn't hurt him. You're too good. I also knew I wouldn't hurt him, so he was perfectly safe." "That's fucking cheating!" "You didn't set a single rule, if you recall," I replied. Then I shrugged one shoulder. "Besides, you're better than me. You can't blame a guy for compensating for that, can you?" He ground his teeth together, his jaw working. Then he swayed and started blinking. "What?" "Cat's bane," I explained. "It's a sedative. Powerful stuff." He took a step toward me, but all the menace had gone out of the clumsy movement. "You bastard." "Hey, be careful with your words there, bud. Just because I was born out of wedlock doesn't mean my mother won't kick your ass for saying so." I didn't think he heard my quip. His legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed hard enough against the flagstones, folding up like a raggedy leather blanket. The good thing about cat's bane, the poison took hold fast. The bad thing, its effect didn't last, and it wasn't ever lethal. I walked close and stood over him, blood dripping down my side. I had no weapon on me. I didn't need one. I came in here telling you I had a god's magic, I said, but I only need to be human to beat you. Holt glared viciously, but we both knew it was no use. He spat at my feet, but he still said, I submit. Chapter 32. Don't we all? Submission or not, it turns out that reflecting a man's own sucker punch back at him and then destroying him in a fight where he should have had every advantage does not put him in the best mood to negotiate terms. The moment the cat's bane wore off and Holt realized his condition had been temporary, he started to get up and come back at me. By that point, however, I had already taken the liberty of guiding Envy's power back up from my stomach to my right hand. It was easy enough to do quietly under my shirt as the onlookers broke out in chatter. Even one of the musicians gave a few twangs of a tune to celebrate my victory. So when Holt came at me, I just sighed, ready to reflect whatever damage he managed to do. He never got that far. A gray-haired woman at the edge of the crowd flicked her hand, and two enormous men swiftly stepped in to hold Holt back. Holt was indignant. "He fucking poisoned me!" he shouted. "On my wedding day!" The old woman sighed and approached me.
You'll have to forgive Holt,
she said.
My son is not known for his ability to turn the other cheek, or to have his own cheek turned. He'll calm down.
I regarded her, impressed at how easily, even silently, she had ordered those men to do her bidding. I quickly deduced that she was the real power in this room. "It's my wedding, damn it!" Holt raged. "And he showed up with my bride like that?"
That is quite enough, boy,
his mother said, her voice going cold and snappy as she shot a look at her son.
This day was not about you. It was about the future. Our future.
Holt looked aghast. "You can't be serious. You want to treat with him? He just attacked one of us."
"No, son. He put on a show of force when you requested it. Now I'm going to find out what he did it all for."
She turned around, flicking a few fingers just like Sloth might have done, and it was enough for the guards to get the hint and begin dragging their compatriot from the room. I held out a hand. "Silas Alstern, and you are?"
"Kelga Harp. And that there is Holt Greedson, my ward."
We shook, and I said, "Greedson? He doesn't share your name?"
"His is a god-spawn name."
When I just stared at her, she elaborated with a curious tilt of her head.
"It means he is the spawn of the god Greed. Are you not also spawn? You are pale, just like all of Greed's children."
That explained Holt and Seven's skin color, then. "I didn't even know dragon gods could procreate," I said. "On the surface, my skin color is common." She frowned, looking down to my toes and back up.
"Is that so?"
But I had other questions. "Are you saying, mated with a god? To have Holt?" I shouldn't have asked it. Surely she would be offended. Lucky for me, she just laughed.
"Me? No, I wouldn't be here if that were so. You don't know much about our hollow spire, do you?"
"Unfortunately, no." She patted my forearm affectionately.
"Well, it's like this. Every now and then, a woman, be she dragon or human, gets pregnant off one of our male gods. This woman always dies in childbirth if she chooses to have the baby, and her children are taken on as wards."
Ah, so Holt was one of those, and so was Seven. Maybe that explained how Seven had multiple dragon traits. I still hadn't had a chance to ask her. "Did the female gods ever have children?" I asked curiously.
"Not to my knowledge."
"And the children, do they have power?" She smiled at me in a lopsided way.
I am not a teacher, Silas Halstern. I am here to negotiate terms with you, whatever those might be. Perhaps we could start with that.
Oh, of course, I'm sorry, I replied. My curiosity kept getting ahead of my good sense. I take it you lead the Ascenders here?
Yes, I do.
Her smile reached her eyes, and she patted my arm, leaning closer.
And no, Godspawn do not have special abilities that we know of.
I smiled back, trying to express some of my gratitude for that answer. Then I glanced at Zorana, Seven, Sloth, and Victory. Victory had thrown Seven back over her shoulder, and she shrugged at me with a get-on-with-it gesture. Sloth looked bored enough to fall asleep where she stood, but she was standing, at least. All her pretense of being half-dead was gone. "What is the name of this place?" I asked.
Hearken,
she said.
It's one of Wrath's portal forts. She built one around each day portal.
Day portal? I'm sorry, I don't mean to make you tutor me, but you'll have to talk to me like I'm a bit dim. She chuckled and crossed her arms, which were wrapped in diaphanous red sleeves, not unlike the fabric from Zorana's village. Her dress was regal but severe, with sharp-angled cuts that changed from orange-red to deep burgundy. Hardly a sweet, matronly mother-of-the-bride ensemble.
Oh, I don't think I am stupid enough to make that mistake,
she said before pointing up and back the way I'd come.
That portal you went through? It's a day portal. It's only open during our day cycle, which should have ended about 10 minutes ago. Meanwhile, the night portals will be opening.
I released a breath that had been winding up tighter in my chest with every minute I'd spent here. You mean, we can't have been followed? I'd been worried about that. With his dying words, Atraxon had given away our location to, well, someone. I had no idea who he had been talking to, but I had to assume it was Envy.
Not for another 12 hours, no. At least not without ample advance warning. We have scouts watching all the closest night portals.
Good, I said, because we could use the rest. Then as quickly as possible, I laid out my offer. I would grant my services to the Ascenders here in exchange for healing for Zorana and the nullification of her marriage arrangement. Kelga's crossed arms tensed at that last one.
I can agree to healing her. But Zorana, she is too valuable. We have so few former agents to work with.
I suppressed a spot of nausea at that. By to work with, does she mean whose wombs are up for sale? Because somebody mentioned studying Zorana and her children. I had played politics before, or at least I'd been taught to, and I hated it. So I figured, why not be direct? You should know that Zorana might be pregnant with my child, I said, dropping my voice to a whisper that no one else should be able to pick up. So you'll want to at least wait a few weeks to make sure she's still able to bear the kind of children you want. I wasn't sure if these people cared about having virgin brides or not, maybe just fertile ones. Zorana hadn't seemed like a virgin. I'd been expecting anger, but as I spoke, Kelga actually dropped her arms. All the animosity seemed to go out of her, and she brightened, looking more like the happy mother of the groom that she no longer was. It made me lose my train of thought.
Really?
She asked.
Do you mean to say she might have a child soon, with your abilities?
I can't know for sure, I stammered. I didn't even know what my abilities were.
You would allow us to study the child?
I had no idea how to answer that one, but politics gonna politic, I suppose. I don't see why not. But we'll need to ask Zorana. Kelga actually grabbed my arm in her excitement.
Wonderful! It will be an even better experiment than mating her to a godspawn.
She let go and put her fingers to her own chin, her eyes to the floor as she muttered to herself.
Fine, fine. Her marriage to Holt can go on hold for now. I won't have trouble convincing the other leaders of that.
She straightened.
But right now, let's get Zorana the care she needs. I can also find rooms for your friends, although Sloth will have to begin under lock and key. I'm sure you understand.
I nodded. I doubt she'll care anyway. She prefers to stay in. Kelga patted my arm again.
Don't we all, son? Don't we all? But maybe, with a little help from you, we won't need to stay in for much longer.
Chapter 33. Sweet Little Dreams. Another 10 minutes of explanation, demonstration, and negotiation later, the hall was abuzz with talk yet again. This time I was the subject, not the runaway bride. When she hadn't arrived on time, they had all thought Zorana had gotten cold feet, but it turned out the real gossip had been so much juicier.
She's so pretty, too,
said the young boy, the dragon agent, as I laid Zorana out on one of the tables.
The Talons know I was jealous. Holt was a lucky guy. Was.
I couldn't imagine this kid could have been that jealous on account of him being maybe 13. Yeah, well, that's off the table now, I said. Pun not intended. We cleared the plates so Zorana could get treatment the moment Kelga approved it. The old woman had spryly left the room to call a meeting with her researchers, and I could only guess that I was the subject. "Where's your healer at?" I asked the boy as I carefully set Zorana's head down. Her shirt had fallen slightly open, and I could see the veining marks of the lightning that Atraxon must have inflicted on her. Kelga said there was one in the room already, but she didn't say who they were.
"Oh, that's me," the boy said, hopping from foot to foot
as a hollower woman helped tuck Zorana's arms against her body. "You?" I asked the kid. "But doesn't Wrath— Hey, what are you doing?" I directed this question to the woman who was fussing over Zorana. She had procured rope from somewhere, and she was looping it over Zorana and bending under the table to grab at the tails. She paused, looking up at me fearfully. I had been getting a lot of looks like that ever since I'd bruised Holt's face by reflecting his own punch back at him. As visually terrifying as Sloth's power was, it seemed Envy's magic commanded deeper fear.
"Don't worry, she's supposed to do that," the boy said brightly. "I'm Corin, by the way. I'm a dragon agent, but I'm working for the Ascenders, not just for Wrath. I could tell you were wondering. Our gods only ever know where we are when we get hurt or die, which is why Holt was afraid your friend might kill me when she took me hostage. That would have attracted Wrath, who would have figured out that I'm double-crossing her by working here."
This kid sure talked a lot, and I didn't like that the woman was still tying Zorana up. "Why would killing one of her agents attract Wrath?" I asked.
Because all agents are tied to their gods.
Seven said, slumping into the seat next to where I was standing. She had finally come awake after a human partygoer had spooned some food into her mouth.
Gods can feel when their agents die.
She went on.
And where they were when it happened. You don't want to go killing dragon agents for that reason. Not unless you want their gods to show up in person.
She looked woozy, but she'd regained consciousness, and that was an improvement. I preferred for Victory to use her sword arm on her swords, not on toting unconscious women around. "How are you?" I asked. Her green eyes lifted to mine, and then she blushed and looked away.
I'm fine. Just try not to use my magic for a night, okay?
I frowned. Why was she suddenly embarrassed?
"That should do it,"
Corin said, spreading his hands out and hovering them above Zorana's chest. Zorana was now tied up snug to the table.
"Wait,"
Seven said, stiffening. She gripped my pant leg, almost reflexively.
"You need to tell him what healing looks like. He'll think you're hurting her."
Corin blinked, then looked up at me.
"Oh, right. You're from the surface. Well, it's like this."
He then explained healing to me. "No," I said. Corin tilted his head.
"No as in don't do it, or no as in please dear gods, don't let it be true?"
My knees weakened. Both, I didn't say. Seven rose next to me and took my hand, which drew me out of the unpleasant thought.
"Come on,"
she said.
"We can go to another room. It would be better that you didn't have to see it, and she's lucky to start the process unconscious.
I normally considered myself a man with a strong stomach, but this time I let Seven lead me from the room. I jerked, tensing, when Zorana began to scream behind me. Seven tugged hard, and I let her lead me away. Is it really the only way? I asked, my chest feeling light with anxiety. You can only heal people by torturing them?
It's a part of the magic,
she explained.
Wrath's magic inflicts injury while simultaneously healing injury. It's why it's so effective at torture. The person is never killed, and the same fingers can be broken over and over again. Don't worry, though. The healing is quick. 10 seconds for broken bones, 20 for internal bleeding. For a lightning injury and full paralysis, it will take maybe 30 seconds tops.
I caught the last of a scream as the door closed behind us. I didn't even know who had closed it. We were in a hallway, but I wasn't seeing anything.
In here. This should be a guest room,
Seven said. I followed her into a simple room with a simple double bed, a rug, 2 tapestries, and a curtained window. How'd you know this was a guest room? I asked, glad for any distraction.
Wrath's guest entrances are all the same design. She drew them for me a few times. She's very proud of them.
I snorted. The Queen of Pain is proud of her architectural design? Are you sure there aren't hidden death traps in the walls? Seven bit her lip.
No, it's not like that. Wrath, she picked up some new hobbies when envy took over. Even Wrath doesn't appreciate being bossed around, you know. And I think building stuff took her mind off things.
I opened my mouth to ask why she didn't just torture Envy. But another scream reached me from the hall, and it suddenly felt like my whole body had gone pale. Seven noticed my pallor.
Here, rest,
she insisted. I let myself be led to the bed where I sat. It felt plush, nothing like the table Zorana had been strapped to. Zorana is in all that pain, I couldn't help thinking. Because of me. No, I shook myself. No, Envy did this. Envy commanded Atraxon to capture me and kill Seven. If I hadn't stopped him, Zorana would be dead. Seven sat beside me on the bed, which might have put certain thoughts into my head, if not for how exhausted she looked. She'd been unconscious for hours, but being unconscious made a person tired. After all, waking up took a great deal of energy. I knew that from experience.
I'm about to collapse,
she said, as if reading my mind.
And there are some things you should know before I'm out cold again.
I turned toward her. Please, tell me. Please distract me, more like.
You've done well to tell these people that you're joining their cause,
she said, not meeting my eyes.
It was also a good move to demand they break Zorana's engagement in exchange for your services, rather than just to tell them you're here to help. I don't think they would have bought the surface savior act. No one in the Hollow Spire does anything for nothing. This wedding being a case in point.
I nodded. During my discussion with the slighted groom, I'd picked up on how the people here seemed suspicious of everything. That same suspicion had been mirrored in Zorana's village. Plus, I could hardly declare myself an altruistic savior and then demand their leader give up his duly contracted wife in the same sentence. So, better to pretend to be a sellsword who lusted after the same pretty woman their leader was marrying. Then again, in a way, my designation as a mercenary was completely true. I hadn't come to the Spire to help these people. I hadn't even really come here to help Seven. I'd come here to help my fiancée. I sense a but coming, I said to Seven. Tell me, what did I do wrong? She took a breath, and it shook. She needed to sleep.
It's just... nullifying this marriage will be worrisome to these people. There's a reason the Ascender faction of the First Plane were willing to offer one of their own to another leader of the Ascenders. The marriages are strategic in the long term.
That was a strange way to say it, and I said so. A smile ghosted across her lips, then was gone again. She still wouldn't look at me.
Agents of different planes. When they procreate, their children gain the ability to resist becoming agents. We didn't figure this out until recently, so there are very few such children, but...
She trailed off, and as interesting as that tidbit of information was, I still didn't get what she was so worried about. So what? There will be less kids with this ability? And that blowhard Holt will be pissed off? That doesn't seem like such a huge loss to me. Her hands clenched on the red patterned comforter.
Silas, you don't get it. The people here, the Ascenders, they know they have no hope of defeating the gods. They are mortal, while the gods are not. And they are the minority of this place. Anytime humans have managed to band together to kill a dragon, 10 times as many dragons come back to rip them to pieces.
I frowned. This wasn't the case on the surface. There we outnumbered dragons.
The humans' numbers are also tightly controlled, at only 7,000 per plane.
7 went on.
More humans can't be born until the old ones die. It's a part of the Hollow Spire's magic.
You're kidding, I said. I had no idea what kind of magic could even do that.
I'm not. What's worse, even if humans become dragon agents, they can still have their power taken away remotely by their gods, and the gods can track them anytime they get injured. This makes it hard for anyone to go against their god.
I thought of Zorana, who had been forsaken by her god, her powers taken back and her eyes left colorless. But what does this have to do with anything? I asked.
What I'm trying to say is that there's no hope, Silas.
Seven said, finally looking up. Our gazes met and she flinched away, her cheeks reddening. No hope? You mean of beating the gods? But the Ascenders are organizing. That's the start.
The children are the hope,
she interrupted.
Creating a new generation, one that can't be used by the gods. That is the main goal of the Ascenders. It's not some grand rebellion, Silas. It's a long-term goal to take tools away from the gods. And you just stood in the way of the one thing that they feel they can do to even begin to fight those that rule them.
I was at a loss for words. That was the plan? Marry the right people off and start pumping out magic babies, then fight the real war in 18 years, or 50, or 1,000? Before I could speak, Seven leaned into my shoulder. Instinctively, I put my arm around her. I see what you're saying, Seven, I said. If I don't actually go on to fight the gods, if I'm just pretending to be a savior for hire, then I shouldn't be stopping them from fighting the gods. I should respect their goals too.
Yes. They aren't like you. None of us are like you.
I squeezed her closer, suddenly pleased that she wasn't pulling away. Well then, maybe I should use this power for good. Maybe I should fight their war for them. I had the power, after all, and Envy had my fiancée. I had to defeat her anyway. Wasn't our end goal the same? I'll do it, I said. I'll free these people from tyranny. I was starting to understand what that tyranny was. People were being controlled from all angles. Their numbers were controlled. They lived off dragon scraps. Their women died when they gave birth to the children of male gods. In short, humans here were a minority with no hope of gaining equality with dragons. They were small, and dragons were big, and I couldn't blame humans for being tired of the system. Even the agents, with all their power, were basically glorified slaves and playthings. I mean, I liked Sloth, but she hadn't lost any sleep over her agents dying. So, what do you say to that, Sev? I asked. How about I save your people, not just mine? Seven didn't answer. I leaned forward to look at her. She'd fallen asleep, her mouth open, her expression peaceful and dreamy. I smiled. I guess her tiredness had caught up with her. I ought to lay her down on the bed and go check on Zorana. I ought to, but I wouldn't. Not just yet, anyway. Another minute, I told myself. Just another minute. I held her close, and together we were silent. dreaming our sweet little dreams. Chapter 34. Cheater. The next morning, I woke up next to Seven. She was still asleep, her face soft. I couldn't help but run a hand down her cheek, and she murmured in her sleep and nuzzled against me. I shouldn't be here, I thought. Seven had practically collapsed from exhaustion. That was the only reason we'd ended up in bed together. Still, it was nice to see her at peace instead of limp and unconscious, or terrified and running for her life. Those seemed to be the only two states I'd ever seen her in, despite the fact that she was a highly trained dragon agent of the most powerful god in the Hollow Spire. I'd chewed my lip as I thought about that. There had always been a sort of, bewildered aspect to Seven's fear. It occurred to me now that she wasn't used to being powerless. On the surface, she had lost her connection to her magic. Then I'd accidentally stolen it from her, leaving her powerless here too. She wasn't used to being at someone's mercy, yet for some inexplicable reason, she didn't seem to hate me for it. It almost seemed like she was relieved to shift the burden of her magic to me. My eyebrows rose as I realized. The young dragon agent, Corin, had given me the answer yesterday. Envy can sense the locations of her agents. All the gods can. It must be that, with Envy's power transferred to me, the god hasn't been able to track us. I've muddied the connection somehow. My eyes flared even wider. Holy shit, have I messed with Sloth directly? Is that why she can breathe on this plane, because I took her magic? Am I shielding her from her own demise? We hadn't had time to discuss that particular miracle, but it suddenly felt like a pressing matter. I rose from the bed, set on looking for Sloth, but as I slipped out from the sheets, Seven caught my wrist. I turned back to find her eyes cracked open.
Rat, where are you?
Her eyes went wide, and she let me go.
Oh, Silas. Sorry. I thought you were...
I couldn't describe her expression as anything else but mild panic. I wasn't sure what to do here, but I also couldn't deny my heart was thudding with sudden envy. I supposed that vice was a part of my blood now. I tried to smile. Who's Rat, a lover of yours? She blushed, just like she'd been doing all day yesterday, and sat up. We'd both gone to bed fully clothed, but the sight of her white hair mussed, her leather clothes rumpled, and that sweet pink in her tanned cheeks, my body reacted. I did my best to ignore it.
It's not... It was a casual thing.
Seven blurted.
I mean, Rat and me, we kept it under wraps.
I smiled. You mean literally? The joke didn't land.
It was a matter of life and death that we not be discovered,
she said.
Rat was... She was a god. It wasn't allowed, not even in Envy's ranks, but... We weren't.
Exclusive? I wanted to ask, but I didn't want to let on that I was suddenly very interested in knowing that. I rose and spread my hands. Your love life isn't my business, Sev. We fell asleep from exhaustion last night, and I was just leaving. She bit her lip, eyeing the door. Do you not want me to leave? I asked. She shook herself, then ran a hand back through her hair.
Sorry, no, you should go. I don't know what I'm just confused. I think I need more rest.
I forced a nod. Of course. I'll go check on Zorana. As I turned to go, heart pounding much harder than it should have been, Seven blurted out.
It's just this place, Silas. This plane. It messes with me because of some things that happened in the past.
I looked back at her over my shoulder. Okay. Her blush worsened.
I just mean how I was acting yesterday. How I'm acting now. It's not... It's just best we not... become romantic.
Oh. You're trying to tell me you aren't attracted to me. Her green eyes shimmered and she looked away.
I'm sorry,
she said. I laughed. It's fine, Seven. I've got my hands full enough with Zorana and Sloth. Speaking of, I'm going to go before this gets any more awkward, all right? At the mention of the two other women, Seven's face went slack. I guess she hadn't known, but why did she appear to care? Rest up, I said. In the meantime, I'll try to figure out where to go next. With that, I practically threw myself out of the room. Anything to escape that weird look on her face, not to mention the sexual tension. Tension that I had to be imagining. Outside the room, the hallway was bustling with people. I might have called them servants, if this was a castle, but it was more like a military compound. Kelga had called the place Harkin. I explored down the hall for a minute, and I found most of the rooms occupied. Half the corridor itself was filled with random stuff. Weapons, armor, merchants, guards, people practicing with various fighting styles. By asking around, I found Sloth's quarters. She was sleeping soundly, with an empty wine decanter tipped over next to her bed. I roused her enough to ask about whether or not she was still breathing fine.
Yup, it's a fucking miracle.
She slurred, not even bothering to open her eyes. What other powers did gods have? How else could I test this? Can you sense my location? As if I were your dragon agent?
Don't need to.
She rumbled.
My power is all over your aura.
Yes, but can you?
Nah, you're a big mystery man. Big, sexy mystery man.
Then she started to snore. I let her be. This was only partially good news. For one, Sloth could go with me anywhere so long as I held on to her magic. But on another hand, Envy could travel wherever she was. But maybe she wouldn't figure out she could do that. Regardless, she couldn't track Seven even if Seven were hurt. I was blocking Envy from that connection, just as I was blocking Sloth from the connection to her own plane. So if I could steal magic from other gods' agents, I could hide those agents from their own god too. It was another of the very few advantages we had. Kelga would definitely want me to marry Zorana now, if there was even the slightest chance that it gave our kids this ability. I could essentially turn agents into free men, but they would have to lose their magic to do that. I'd best set this aside for now, I thought. The Ascenders need magic users, but it might still come in handy. We'll see. I left Sloth's quarters and moved on through the warren of fired clay halls, until I found Corin tending to Zorana in a long infirmary-style room. All the other beds were empty, but how long would it be before Envy sent people here and started killing Ascenders? With his dying breath, Atraxon had told Envy that we were in a place called Thirin. That must have been the name of Zorana's village, meaning Envy had to have figured out where we were staying by now. Fuck. I hadn't meant to fall asleep. How is she? I asked Corin. The boy assured me that Zorana would wake up soon, hale and healthy. The body just goes into shock after torture magic, the kid explained. I mean, I could keep torturing her to wake her up, but it would sort of defeat the purpose, right? Yeah, let's not do that, I replied. For someone so young, this kid was awfully cavalier about the pain he inflicted, but at least he didn't seem to enjoy it. I needed Zorana awake. If I was going to extract more information from her, I had delivered Sloth to her on a silver platter, and she had promised me information about my missing fiancé in exchange. For now, I'd have to settle for having another question answered. Corin, do you know the name of Zorana's village? The one that's on the same island as the portal to this place? The boy blinked, then put a finger to his cheek in a very childlike gesture. I think it's called Phyllis, something Illis, anyway. That got my attention. Wait, not Thirin? You're sure? Oh yeah, Thirin is half a plane away from our portal. It's a bigger place, much more well-known. Thanks, I said. Not sure yet what I could trust this random kid with. I dipped my chin at Zorana. When she wakes up, have someone send for me, all right? Sure. Where will you be? No idea, but people tend to be able to find me, apparently. I left him, mindlessly continuing on down the hallway, no longer with a specific location or goal in mind. The night dragon. When it died, it was talking to someone. I heard it. It told someone that we were in Thirin, but we weren't. So the dragon had lied. It had also begged. What had it said? I tried. You can see that I tried. Don't take me. Let me die. There was definitely something weird going on with Envy's followers. Sloth had been startled by her agent's betrayal too. Was it possible they were all under some sort of duress? Atraxon had given Envy bad information. Did his loyalty not lie with her? But if so, why go to such lengths to obey her? With his dying breath, he sent her on a wild goose chase. That doesn't sound like a follower to me. The agents I could maybe buy, if Envy threatened them with the power of Wrath's torturers, but dragons? Were they susceptible to that magic too? It seemed unlikely. Dragons were hardier than any other living beast. Most were invulnerable to something or other. Even if dragons weren't impervious to torture magic, they outnumbered and outweighed Envy's agents by a lot. It would not be a contest if her agents were to fight an equal number of dragons. So what would make a dragon follow someone they didn't want to follow? And the gods themselves were dragons, right? Why would Envy hurt her own subjects? Dragons had true freedom here. This was their ancestral homeland, not their prison. The unmistakable sound of blades clashing drove me from my thoughts, and my body reacted, breaking into a run before I even realized I was doing it. I was long past the spots where people had been training, and my instinct told me that there shouldn't be fighting in this part of the compound. As it turned out, it wasn't happening in the compound. As I went through the hallway, I came upon a set of double doors that had been flung open. For the first time, I actually exited the palace and found a vast desert before me, so bright that I had to shield my eyes from the infinite light of a sickly reddish sky.
And that's how you do it!
A woman shouted. I recognized it as Victory's voice.
Did you have to turn it to metal?
Another woman whined. The two women were fighting in full armor with spears, just to the left of the doorway up against the outer wall. Several groups of other women seemed to be sparring, and I noticed that their weapons were silver, while before they had been built out of dragon bone. A few women were also lined up close by, as if waiting for their turn to fight against Victory. It was just sparring then. Victory had probably gone stir-crazy here, and instead of resting and eating, she'd set about training people how to fight. When she set her stance and her opponent did the same, if a little less expertly, I figured these people were in pretty good hands.
If you can't handle the weight of it, then you need to practice until you can,
she was telling her sparring partner.
Dragon-forged steel is going to be a lot more useful to you than plain old dragon bone spears. A dragon's bones are only impervious to the spells that the dragon was impervious to. A blunt force can break most of them, just like blunt force can break real bones.
I smiled, retreating into the shadows to watch as the two women sparred. When it proved obvious that Victory was going to win cleanly, since she could actually lift her own spear, my attention drifted to the landscape itself. From here I could see that the structure of Harkon was vast, with towers that stretched toward the sky in ornate, spiraling, symmetrical designs that were also totally useless. I knew that none of those towers currently had any rooms in them. They were solid, built out of the same sand as the rolling dunes of this desert. This place was basically a giant sand castle. When Victory summarily defeated this opponent as well, I stepped into the light. She looked sidelong at me, and I knew that she had known I was there the entire time. That didn't surprise me either. I'm guessing you weren't impressed with Holt's men yesterday, I said. From what I can see, all the local soldiers seem to have a pretty good handle on using their spears. You don't have to spend your time teaching them. She harumphed.
There's a lot they can still learn,
Victory said.
But the guys here don't want to learn from a woman. So, I called all the female soldiers from their beds and got them going. Unlike the men, the women who chose to fight with me are going to walk away from this with much stronger weapons.
I laughed. She could turn anything to dragon-forged steel, including weapons, and those soldiers were going to regret pissing her off. I'm sure the men will come crawling back once they figure it out. I don't think these guys are going to underestimate you for very long. She opened her mouth to respond with some other cutting remark, but at that moment a horn sounded in the distance, across the desert. It was an unmistakable, long note, and my blood ran cold at the sound of it. Well, that can't be good. Above us, probably somewhere among the roofs and towers, I heard a shout followed by another shout. I was pretty sure I caught the phrase, "Agents sighted." As one, all the female soldiers closed ranks in front of the open doors and lowered their weapons at the horizon. I could appreciate the discipline, but the fact that I'd heard agents, plural, had me a little concerned. Victory jogged over to me and thrust a spear into my hand.
I figured this would happen. We might have gotten away clean from the portal, but it was only a matter of time before Envy figured out where we'd gone through.
I nodded. Atraxon had bought us time, but Envy had all kinds of people and dragons working for her. One of the people at Zorana's village would have given information under torture. Damn it. Why did I fall asleep? Was it really so comfortable lying next to Seven? Victory eyed me.
Because you knew I was with you, and I would have woken you up. I told Kelga to do just that, but she wouldn't allow it. She said Harkin will already be implicated for housing you, once Envy figures out what portal we went through. So she wanted to see what you could do once Envy did attack, which is probably what's happening now.
Red auras! Another lookout shouted. One rank! Possibly scouts! Victory gesticulated at the woman she'd been sparring with.
You there, Oberyn. What's a rank?
4 enemies with dragon mounts.
Oberyn called back. Victory and I shared a look. 4 men weren't terrifying, but add a set of mount-sized partner dragons to the mix, and things could get muddy. And if the phrase red auras meant what I thought it did, then these people would be Wrath's agents. We had our work cut out for us.
You ready to go up against 4 torture mages?
Vic asked me. I grinned. Race you there. Then I pulled on Sloth's magic, knowing that she was still fast asleep in her room. I could draw hard and she wouldn't collapse. So I used her power to teleport as far forward as I dared, testing my new skill in a way I hadn't had a chance to yet. And then I started running. 50 feet behind me, Victory cursed.
Cheater!
I kept grinning, then teleported again. Chapter 35. Black Magic. It wasn't until I had teleported a third time that I realized this place had no sun. The dunes stretched in rolling heaps in all directions, with a heat haze rippling between them. Some of the haze even looked like red aurora, clinging to the ground and dancing there as if alive. Until now I had assumed it was a sun creating all this color, but there was no sun. There was only empty sky and a soft reddish light permeating everything. I'd taken it for the sun being covered by a cloud or something. But now I realize it was just the ambient light of this netherworld, and the aurora really was everywhere. Raw magic. That's what I'm looking at. I was never able to get close enough to touch it before the aurora faded away. Regardless, the place was still hot. I felt like I was cooking. I could feel the heat through my new boots, and I was pretty sure the soles of them had been made from dragon bones. And there was no shelter, no cover. I wouldn't be able to use the environment to my advantage in this fight with the 4 dragon agents, not in the same way I had used it against Holt. In fact, if these dragon agents were indeed from Wrath, then they were far more familiar with her home terrain than I was. I'd be at a disadvantage. The rippling shimmer of heat distortion made the horizon dance, but the expanse between me and that distant line was empty when I came out of my latest teleport. The attackers must have stopped advancing to hide behind a dune. I crested the next rise, trying to get used to the bad footing of the sand. There was no place quite like this in Partial, except maybe some of the beaches. I didn't have a lot of practice on sand, which made me uneasy. When I reached the height of the dune and scanned the field ahead, my enemies were impossible to miss. At least I had that going for me. 4 figures stood out starkly on the side of the next dune over, their silhouettes hard-edged against the sky. They wore full-body leather armor made from all black dragon scales, with red insignias and thin red mail underneath. Each rode a violently orange lava dragon the size of a warhorse, the kind that spit molten death and smiled while doing it. And one of them had cargo. A prisoner, bound and gagged, had been strung up against the back of the saddle on the third dragon, draping over its ribs like a pair of saddlebags. It was a man in the armor of the Ascenders. I squinted, shielding my eyes to see him better. He had the strangest color skin on his arms, a pale gray, and it shone as if he were glass. There was a pattern to it, almost like... Were those dragon scales? I focused on his face. My stomach twisted. Hold. His skin and scales had changed, but it was still him. He must have betrayed us, I thought with a scowl. He brought these people here. It didn't explain why his dragon scales had changed color from orange to that strange gray, but I'd been up close and personal with the guy during our fight. I knew who I was looking at. But had he really gone so far out of his way to betray his entire organization just because of me? Had I upset him that badly by getting Zorana out of their marriage contract? Or was he just touchy about losing to me in a fight? I wanted to believe there was more to it, but sometimes people were just assholes. It didn't matter now. He was a traitor, and I had to defeat the people he'd brought to me. The 4 dragons with their riders began to fan out. I glanced behind me to check on Victory, who was about 200 feet away. Her silvered armor caught the sun like a beacon, making a gleaming target out of her. But everything was a gleaming target out here. I had faith in her combat abilities, including her forge magic. But if any of these bastards touched her skin, she'd be writhing from torture magic before she hit the sand. I had to hope her armor would protect her. She had to be touched by the skin to be affected, and she was decked out head to toe in dragon scales. We need to get her a ranged weapon for fights against Wrath agents, Sloth and Seven too. I took a breath and tried to guess how the dragon rider pairs planned to position themselves, but they didn't move at equal distances. They were encircling me, but there was no regimented feel to it. They're all planning to attack me on their own. They might fight in coordination with their dragons, but not with each other. Hopefully that meant they'd come after me one at a time, but more likely one would come at me while another one snuck up from behind. I'd have to watch my back. I was suddenly grateful to have Victory here. Before the agents could get close enough to attack, I reached out with my magic and yanked Victory through space to my side. Only after it was done did I realize I could do it. I'd acted on instinct again. Great. I can use teleportation on others as well as myself. That ought to come in handy. Victory stumbled up next to me, but caught herself just before falling.
Warn me next time,
she hissed. I can't shout that far, and don't expect me to be able to do it again. I can't imagine Sloth has much energy left after we both crossed this much distance. She reached up and closed her visor.
How do you know your next spell won't kill her?
I tapped the back of my hand. I can tell by how bright her tattoo is glowing. It was something I had figured out while waiting on Victory and the others to arrive at the portal cavern yesterday. Given the way I could transfer my powers between slots on my body, I had taken a closer look at all my tattoos.
And you can't even see auras.
Victory sniffed, turning around and backing up against me, so that we stood back to back, each holding a spear pointing out.
Do you cheat at everything, Silas? Or just against me?
I didn't realize our magic was in competition, I started to say, but Victory cut me off with a short shove as she dropped to one knee and slammed her gauntleted palm into the sand. Her forge magic rippled out from her fist, turning the sand a dull silver in a rapidly expanding triangle ahead of her. The magic consumed the next dune over until it looked more like a pile of iron shavings than sand. The dragon atop the dune spat lava at the oncoming rush of steel, melting it but not stopping it, as it leaped back to take flight. Victory said,
Chest wide open, Silas. Throw.
She'd meant only to scare it, to make it rear and expose itself. She too could not damage anyone without touching them directly. The dragon-forged steel was a feint. But instead of throwing my only weapon, I gestured. I needed a ranged weapon, one that was precise and magically cost-effective. The grains of sand didn't have to be for show. With an easy expenditure of magic, I sent a single fat grain of sand lancing through the air at the dragon's rider. As his mount had reared, the fabric veil fell over his face had flipped back, revealing his eyes. I sent the grain of sand into an eye. The rider's hands went to his face, and he toppled, crashing down the incline in a flurry of limbs and curses. He kicked until he found purchase, scraping at his eye socket. I'd forgotten that I needed line of sight for telekinesis, so when the grain had gotten into him, I hadn't been able to do anything more with it. I'd been intending to scramble it around. Victory was already running for him.
Get the dragon!
She called out as she fell upon the beleaguered agent. But the dragon had taken flight, and it was well out of range of anything I could do. I ignored her command to check my surroundings. Another agent was rushing Victory from behind. I closed fast and reached him first, catching his wrist mid-lunge. That put my skin in direct contact with his. His magic pulsed into me. I could sense the cruelty in it, the gut-wrenching twist of the torture, but I couldn't actually experience it. Until that moment, I hadn't been sure I could reflect a god's magic, but I did. I used my other hand to punch his own magic back into his face. He went rigid, and then a piercing scream squeezed out past his frozen lips. His knees gave out, and he tipped over, rolling at a rapid clip down the dune. I tensed to give chase. A shadow fell across me. I whirled. A man's dragon was upon me, and I grabbed for its open jaws. They closed on my entire right forearm. Before I could tear my arm off, I wasn't sure I could manage the removal of an entire limb or not, I stuck my fingers into the back of the dragon's throat. I wasn't sure what I was touching back there, but I reflected the dragon's bite into whatever my fingers touched. It released me with a crunchy, wet grunt, shaking its head back and forth as it retreated. Blood drained from its jaws, and it made terrible hacking sounds. I felt so guilty. I hated to hurt dragons. That's when it dawned on me. These dragons didn't fear me. Neither had Atraxon, and neither had the dragon back at Unity City, the one who had flown me to the arena. I'd known it all this time, but the fact hadn't truly landed until now. Dragons aren't afraid of me anymore. I caught sight of a dark shadow above, and I left the injured dragon to suffer as I snatched my spear back up and took off running toward Victory. She had finished off the first agent with no trouble and was now engaged with the third, who appeared to be female. 2 dragons circled overhead, including the one belonging to the first agent. Before I could reach them, the dragon agent managed a kick to Victory's chest. It shoved her back into the ground, and both dragons instantly dove at her, mouths firing orange. They're going to spit lava at her. The agent wasn't fighting. She was trying to get Victory at a safe distance from herself so that the dragons could roast Vic alive. Why is everyone fighting her? Why aren't they attacking me? Fuck. They must know what I can do. Victory threw up a useless arm against the twin torrents of lava, suddenly gushing down at her, propelled from the open mouths of the dragons. I threw my spear toward Victory's head. As dragon-forged steel, both Victory's armor and my spear could take the heat of lava for a while. As soon as the spear passed over Victory's head, I stopped it dead in midair and commanded it to spin at full speed. The lava collided with the spinning weapon, which flung the hot molten liquid off in all directions. Some still got through, but not enough to eat through Victory's armor. "Get up!" I shouted at her as the agent began to scream. Some of the lava whizzing, coming off the spear had gotten to her, and she dropped and rolled in the sand to put out the small fires that sprouted on her leathers. Victory listened to my shout and stood, running toward me. Her gait was uneven. She must have been injured while grappling with the third agent and her dragon. I grabbed her arm to throw her behind me, just as one of the dragons breathed lava again. I took the hit to the chest as Victory ducked into my shadow, trying to avoid the attack. The dragon gave up quickly, banking away. I'd absorbed its lava. I felt the magic roiling inside me, and I could see the way it had eaten through my chest leathers, my skin, my sternum. "No, gross, don't look. I told myself. Somehow, I always forgot that the damage still happened, and remained until I reflected it. I just didn't feel the pain. A subtle whomp was my only warning before something pummeled me from behind, striking between my shoulder blades. I sprawled forward, sliding halfway down a dune before I could look back. "Victory!" I shouted, because she was in the sky now, struggling against another enemy dragon. She must have kicked me when the thing snatched her up. I needn't have worried, though. As I watched, she managed to slap the dragon's bare ankle right above where it held her. Silver sparked, and the dragon's leg turned to metal. She gave a shout as the two of them fell out of the sky, the silver creeping up the dragon's leg. If she held on long enough, the creature's heart would be next. I was running toward them, but the dragon had gotten plenty far away, and in the few seconds it had her, I tried to use telekinesis to shove the dragon away, but it didn't work. The dragon forged steel. I can't affect it. The stuff was known for being impervious to most magical attacks, and it was plenty hard enough to manage anything physical. I think it was only weak to lava, acid, and a few other random things, including telekinesis, apparently. I gave a worried curse as Victory and the giant metal lump of dragon collided with a dune. If she'd been under any part of the dragon when they'd struck, she could have broken bones, or worse. But no, I could see her crawling out from under it. The cry turned my head around. To one side of me, one of the dragons had found the rider I'd crippled with his own torture magic. It snapped the man up in its jaws, and for a moment I thought it was switching sides, joining us. Instead, it used every inch of its coiled muscle to hurl the agent toward Victory. The guy flailed on the way, and he landed hard, but the dragon's aim had been true. The man landed beside Victory, rolled, and crawled toward her with outstretched fingers. "Behind you!" I yelled. She turned just in time, grabbed him by the hair. He turned to metal in her grip, but not before his hand brushed her exposed neck. She convulsed and dropped with a gasp. The movement was so unnatural that it felt like just seeing it tore my chest in two. "No!" I heard myself say, but I was already running toward her so fast that the wind stole some of my voice away. I reached her in short order, taking a leap to crash into the sand beside her. "Victory!" I cried, lifting her by a shoulder. She cried out, and I realized a talon had been embedded in that same shoulder. The dragon must have gotten her before it turned silver. I dropped her, afraid to worsen the injury, and cupped her cheek. "Vic, stay with me." Her eyes rolled, mouth parted.
Silas.
She didn't look good. She was in shock from the pain. I looked around. The dragon that had thrown the agent was airborne again, circling menacingly, but the dragon I'd injured in the throat had collapsed. 3 agents lay dead around us. But where were the 4th agent and his mount? The dune lay still, reddened by blood and bodies, but lifeless. I didn't even see Holt anywhere. Just in front of me, the sand started to move. "You're kidding me," I whispered. The final dragon was underground, tunneling, coming for us like a serpent under the earth. As I stood up, the sand went from shifting to roiling, and it started to turn orange. It's using lava breath to melt a path. Lava dragons were impervious to lava, so if the thing melted a lava path under the ground, it could safely swim through it to get to me. I reached for Victory, intending to drag her free, but she wouldn't budge.
"Stuck.
She rasped.
Leg."
I cursed as the orange got brighter. At the same time, alarms went off in my chest. The lava attack that I'd absorbed was burgeoning inside me, desperate for release, but I couldn't use it here, or else I might hurt Victory.
"Leave me,"
Victory said. I rounded on her. "You wish." I growled, reaching for the dragon in a useless attempt to lift the thing off her. Unfortunately, I didn't have super strength. I got nowhere. Dragon-forged steel was really just that good. The steel. That's it. I dropped to a knee and took Victory's hand, slapping it to my ankle. The circle of bubbling sand was fully molten now, inches away from us. The dragon would burst free any moment, raining death on Victory, and possibly me as well. "Use your power on me," I shouted. Right now! She gave a little whimper.
No, Silas, run!
It'll help us win. Do it! Her eyes widened, and understanding dawned on her face. She squeezed my ankle. Her magic poured into me. My body began to turn silver, and I realized, almost too late, that Victory actually had the power to kill me. I could hardly use my hand to cast a spell if I was made of metal and couldn't move it. Lucky for me, the forge magic didn't work instantly. While my leg turned to metal, I twisted around and I punched the liquefied ground. The pool of molten sand turned silver, spreading from my fist, and the magic stopped affecting me and instead turned to the lava mass beneath us. My skin seared, and I didn't even want to know what my hand looked like as I pulled it free of the fist-shaped hole in the metal earth. I stood, clutching my damaged but agony-free hand to my chest, watching as the smooth surface of the melted sand went still. I waited. A few grains shifted here, a few there. Seconds passed.
It's suffocating.
Victory muttered.
It's aura.
The word ended in a long exhalation, and I turned to see her fall unconscious. I hurried to check her pulse, but it still thudded under her skin. I looked around. The last dragon agent was nowhere in sight. Had he been down there with his dragon? No, Victory would have said they were suffocating, not it. Besides, Wrath's agents weren't impervious to lava. I checked the sky, but the last dragon was gone. Had it picked up the last agent and fled with Holt? Was it running away to tell its superiors where we could be found? Wrath has 66 more agents where that came from. Shit. Whoosh! The sound came from my left as the top of the nearest dune exploded. Dragon and rider pierced the cloud of sand, bearing down on me. The agent had power in his hands, a black orb, twitching, unnatural but familiar. I knew that color. Wyvern magic. Just as the wyvern blood in Mistress Vaughn's tunnels had kept her safe from magic, wyverns themselves could negate magic with their cries. Wyverns weren't dragons, not really. Their history was complicated, but only one person had ever been able to wield their magic directly. Until, apparently, now. The magic in that man's hand was undeniably wyvern in nature, and my body instantly went into fight or flight. I knew that magic could kill me. I couldn't cast against that. I had half a second to defend myself. I didn't have time to move. Magic would be useless, and my spear was too far away, discarded in my haste to get to Victory. I searched everything I had and came up short, and in that state of complete panic, I cast the one thing I didn't recognize. I cast the wild card that I'd forgotten. I cast the Night Dragon's soul. The beast had been stored in my chest slot, and I was pretty sure that meant it channeled through a weapon. It just so happened that one of the fallen dragon's claws had pierced Victory's shoulder. I yanked it out of her and stabbed it into the ground, channeling the power of the Night Dragon into it. Raw, violet energy fizzed out of me, not from my hand, but from my chest. It leaped to the weapon, and from the weapon it expanded in wicked fractals into the sand, making the material kick and shudder. The arms of the lightning bolt spread away from me like snakes. In that instant of oncoming death, I didn't think rationally. I thought, damn it, the lightning should have gone into the air, not the sand. And without even meaning to, I used telekinesis to lift the lightning up. A tree of glass came up instead. The lightning, it turned the sand into glass? The dragon collided with it, screeching. An arm of the lightning tree ran the agent through. I could only stare, mesmerized and uncomprehending, as the hardened silicate shape of my spell slaughtered my enemies for me. Both dragon and human fell still, pierced a dozen different ways. The glass had shattered in twice as many places, but there had been so many arms, so many veins to that lightning, that their doom had been all but assured. In a daze, I touched my chest. I blinked, then tugged on my collar. My chest tattoo, once filled with the violet circle of the dragon's magic, was empty. I'd used it up. I had sucked its soul dry. Chapter 36. Knuckles Sandwich.
The dragon's soul doesn't look erased to me.
Sloth said, poking at the tattoo on my chest. Her nose was so close to it that her breathing tickled me. I just arrived back to Harkin after giving a quick report to Kelga Harp. I'd gone straight to my quarters to bathe. I'd been trying not to think of the dragon whose soul I just used up to power that lightning spell. The guilt was eating me alive. It was there on my chest, then it wasn't, I said. Sloth, I did worse than kill it. I erased it from existence completely.
I think it's more complicated than that,
she replied, tapping my chest slot. She swayed on her feet, but was doing a good job of pretending to be at full energy. I'd sapped her pretty good with those teleport spells.
See?
She said.
There's an extra circle around the slot, like a double border. It's gray instead of black. It wasn't there when we fucked before.
My neck heated, and I glanced at Seven, who went pale. She stood with her arms crossed close by, examining me alongside Sloth, but she was definitely standing more stiffly than she had been a second ago. I was only wearing pants, and I felt exposed. I reached for my shirt. Forget it. It's done.
No, Sloth's right,
Seven said, her voice tight.
That mark is new. There's a faint aura to it that matches your original aura, the aura of a dead dragon. I think you just imprinted the dragon's soul on yourself somehow. If it were gone for good, why would there be another mark?
I squinted at the tattoo, and for the first time, I thought I could glimpse the gray circle they were both saying was there. Maybe it was wishful thinking. I paused a moment, shirt in hand, before I went ahead and touched the half-imagined mark with my own finger. I seemed able to manipulate my tattoos directly with my hands. The mark sparked violet under my fingertip. It felt warm. Maybe you're right. Sloth straightened and crossed her arms under her ample bosom, which was perilously close to my hand. I hastened to put the shirt on before my thoughts wandered somewhere inconvenient.
Either way, its magic is gone, used up. But now you've got 3 more lava spells stored in the same way,
Sloth said.
I'm guessing that's from killing the 3 dragons with Wrath's agents. Did Victory get the 4th one?
Yeah. Just like with the Night Dragon, killing the lava dragons had granted me their essences? Souls? I wasn't sure what exactly. There were now 3 small red rings inside my stomach slot. They'd originally gone to my chest slot, but I'd moved them down where they'd be inert. It was a little strange, though, that I could gain Dragon's abilities so easily. Killing the agents hadn't given me their magic, and I said so.
If I had to guess, it's because the agents aren't using their own magic,
Seven said.
They're using their god's magic by proxy. And it's a god's magic anyway.
Sloth put in.
We're basically primordial. I'm sure safeguards were put in place when the Hollow Mother created us.
She huffed and straightened.
It's not like she didn't impose other rules on us.
I slid a coat on over the shirt. You say you're sure she put in safeguards, but you don't actually remember?
Nope.
It did make some sense, though. The vices were the way I stole magic from the dragon gods. I had made Seven not envy me, thus stealing Envy's power by proxy, and I had made Sloth not lazy, stealing hers directly. Once I defeated their vices, I'd gotten their powers just as easily as I'd taken the dragon's powers. This Hollow Mother dragon, whoever she was, wouldn't want her gods to lose their power just by having agents die around some future interloper like me. But I still took the power pretty easily, which was concerning. I mean, I was benefiting, but what the hell was I? A knock sounded on the door, and I called for the person to enter. Corin, the young dragon agent healer of Wrath, poked his head in. "My Lord Changer," he said, "the Lady Victory is conscious. She has agreed to your procedure." I hadn't heard that title before, but I ignored it and nodded. Lead the way. The boys scurried out of the doorway and I followed. 7 kept at my heels, but Sloth fell behind. I heard her yawn before the door closed behind us. Doesn't sound like she's packing, I commented to 7.
She said she's got nothing to pack. Also, she wants to know where we're going first.
7 said. That depends on what Kelga gets out of her son, I replied. We'd found Holt after the battle, still bound and gagged under a heap of sand, his arms' scales a translucent gray. He'd been fine, but we'd delivered him to his mother for interrogation. I was almost disappointed that Corin wasn't doing the interrogating. Regardless of what Kelga said, it felt wrong for the Ascenders to still be here. Wrath herself would know where her agents had perished, and could come any moment. From there, it would be easy enough to figure out which portal settlement we'd come from, and Wrath could pass that information on to Envy. But when I'd said as much to Kelga, she'd shaken her head.
You were far enough away. It will be fine.
But we were in visual distance.
Trust me. You weren't close enough to expose us.
The response rankled me, because it made no logical sense. This entire settlement should be evacuating. The dragon god Wrath could be bearing down on us at any time. I mean, I could try to beat her and take her power, but if she brought her other 66 dragon agents to bear... We turned a corner and came upon a young couple in the middle of the little-used corridor. They sprang apart as if they'd just been caught kissing. As we passed them, I said to 7, "It doesn't feel right. This place is full of rebels. They should be fleeing. We should be fleeing." If the Ascenders felt safe, well, that was on them. But I didn't feel safe. I was going to get out of here, just as soon as I could figure out the wisest next step.
I agree that you and I should stay on the move.
7 said.
But you can trust Kelga on these people being safe. To Envy, this is still just another settlement, because none of those agents got a way to report to anyone directly.
We discussed that too. With the Night Dragon, I had heard it talking to someone who wasn't physically present. I hadn't heard that from the Lava Dragons. We suspected that the Night Dragon had been speaking to Envy, using some means that even 7 wasn't sure of. I still didn't know why I could hear that, since I'd never been able to hear dragons before. If I didn't hear the same thing from the Lava Dragons, then they weren't reporting to Envy, at least not directly. So, we were supposedly safe from the big boss, for now. And to Wrath? I pressed, looking over my shoulder at 7. To Wrath, is this place just a settlement? 7 looked away, her brows drawing low. She almost looked upset, like she might cry or something.
To Wrath, this place is nothing,
she said.
Every place is nothing, unless she's right next to it.
Well, that comment certainly merited more exploring. But I got distracted when I bumped right into Corin.
Sorry,
he said. He'd stopped by a door. Sorry? Why are you sorry? I ran into you, I said. My frustration about Wrath must have seeped into my voice, because Corin flinched. I tried again. Sorry, kid. I wasn't looking where I was going. This the place?
This is the private infirmary, yes. Come on in.
Corin swung the door open, and we entered into a room just as austere as the rest of this compound. Every room and hall in this place was straight-edged and unmarked, the flagstones bare, except where the Ascenders had filled it up with their own things. While the outside of this massive sandcastle was architecturally gorgeous, the inside seemed like an afterthought, all except for the stairwell leading off the portal. Wrath had built that area to feel impressive, even welcoming. Also, she could wear down people's defenses before torturing them, if I had to guess. To think a character like that could walk through our front doors any moment, and no one is panicking. I couldn't fathom it. What was I missing? In the room, Victory sat up in a long cot. I was disturbed to see she was quivering. She looked at me through pained eyes, her teeth gritted.
How come every time we're in a fight, you walk away like you just took a stroll in a meadow, and I walk away like this?
She was pale, all trace of sun gone from her skin. Normally she looked tan, but the torture magic had taken something out of her. Despite this, she seemed to have plenty of energy. Seven hovered behind me as I sat in the chair next to her bed. I smiled. Maybe I'm just better than you, I said.
Ha!
She blurted.
Sure. I'm a worse fighter than some guy whose only combat practice in years has been breaking up bar fights during 2-for-1 Tuesday.
How'd you know about 2-for-1 Tuesdays? I asked, grinning now. She scoffed and looked away.
Every bar has those.
Nope, only mine.
Oh, just shut up, Silas.
I was goading her, and we both knew it. A particular special was common, but I knew she'd hate to be accused of being obsessed with me, and if she was angry, she wouldn't feel the pain quite so badly. Speaking of, I thought, you really proved yourself out there today, Vic, I said. I mean it. I'm glad to have you with me. Together we'll find Princess Atonia in no time. Victory eyed Corin, who stood awkwardly on the other side of her bed, fiddling with his hands. Victory's scowl seemed to sink deeper into her face.
But to get on looking for her, I need my shoulder and leg healed, and not the natural way,
she said evenly. She turned her head back around to glare at me.
That's why you're here, right?
I leaned forward over my knees, my hands clasped. It's your decision, Victory. Heal naturally or heal with torture. But... I let the word hang a moment before raising my right hand. I have an offer for you. I'm going to let Corin torture me first, and then see if I can reflect just the healing back on you. Her eyes widened, and she looked at Seven, then Corin.
Is that possible?
It is.
Seven said quietly. That was another thing that surprised me, the fact that Seven was sure that this experiment would work. I'd gotten the idea after funneling Victory's forge magic through me.
How can you know this?
Victory said.
Envy and wrath were able to do it in the past.
Seven said.
I saw it happen several times. The two were very close until recently.
Really? Then demons, yes, I want to try.
Vic said. She held her good arm out to me.
Lay it on me.
We can't know for sure that it will work, I explained, since I'm not Envy herself, just a proxy. Vic said, shrugging her good shoulder.
Worth a shot. I would have said yes even if I had to feel the torture anyway.
I bit the inside of my cheek, then gave a nod to Corin. He scampered around the bed again, and I held up my arm. How long should I do it? As long as it takes to heal a broken leg and wounded shoulder, I said. He looked so nervous, and I sighed. I promise it won't hurt me. Go on. He took a shaky breath, then grabbed my wrist. I sensed the ravaging, the hurt, even the cruel rejuvenation of the spell. The sense spread to my whole body, making me shake and twitch. But I didn't actually experience the agony. Corin held on for 10 seconds, then let go. I examined my palm, where Envy's green 5-pointed star had been magically inked into me. I showed my hand to Seven, who leaned close, a lock of her white hair drifting over one shoulder. Look, there's a new ring around the slot, I said, tapping the tattoo. It's just like the used-up night dragon's ring, only it's glowing green.
The damage you store physically manifests on you,
she said, the word like an exhalation.
How strange.
I touched the outer ring with one of the fingers of the same hand. It brightened, and the sense I had of the torture magic flared inside me, as if it were striking me again. Yeah, that's your magic, I said. I tapped the inner ring, and this time I felt that odd, rejuvenating edge to the torture magic. Yeah, that's the healing. Good, okay. I was basically muttering to myself, and everyone else watched raptly. I had no idea how Envy had done this, since the gods didn't have tattoos, so this was new territory for all of us. I took 2 fingers of my other hand, touching the inner healing ring, and I pinched it, hoping to shrink the ring so that it would go into the main tattoo slot. It worked. The ring shrank, then popped into the attack slot alongside Envy's 5-pointed star. It made a pretty little design. Easy enough, I said, holding out my palm for Victory. Your hand, my lady? She smirked as she handed it over, unafraid. I pinched her fingers in mine, then squeezed, hard enough to administer pain. That seemed to be the trigger for Envy's spells. I had to do a movement meant to inflict pain, however mild. It was enough to release the magic. Victory's blue-gray eyes flung wide, and she gasped loudly, her eyelids fluttering. Then she stilled, slipping her hand from mine. She looked it over, then rolled her shoulder and raised her leg. She was no longer shaking.
It worked.
She breathed. She suddenly seized me by the arm, grinning.
You're a healer, Silas.
She laughed uproariously, throwing her head back.
Now I'll never be half as good as you at anything. Might as well stop trying.
I chuckled along with her, but she seemed to be getting way more of a kick out of this than it was worth. She kept running her hands back through her hair. I had to think it was all relief. She had expected to be tortured. Again.
Damn, Silas. You're really something.
She said.
Damn it all to the dungeon, hey? Get it?
I gave her a funny look, then turned around when Seven tapped my shoulder.
The torture portion of the magic?
She asked. I held up my palm. Still there. She chewed her lip, and my gaze drifted to her mouth where her lips glistened. I hastily met her green eyes again, hoping she hadn't noticed. When I looked back up, Seven was frowning pensively, tapping her hand on one arm, deep in thought.
I bet what you just did, those rings, I bet they've been showing up all this time, and you've just been casting them by instinct without knowing it.
I nodded and stood up. That was what I was thinking. Not like I've had much time to look the tattoos over and experiment. The dragon spells appeared as colored rings when I gained them, then turned gray and moved outside the slot when used up. My stored magic, the damage I took, also appeared as rings, but they vanished once used. This must be because they were a part of one of the reusable powers. The ones that came from gods and had their own permanent symbols. But if the gray circles from the dragons remained, that had to mean that I hadn't erased the dragon's souls. If there wasn't something left of them, why would the rings still be printed on me? The thought gave me immense relief. I was not erasing the souls of dragons like I'd feared. Still, it appeared the dragon spells were all one-time use. Only the god magic could be reused.
What about the torture part of the stored magic? The other ring?
Seven asked.
Who are you going to use it on?
I glanced over my hand again, then strode to a wall and smacked it. Nothing happened, but the ring was gone. Apparently it can affect stone, I said. I had been quivering slightly this whole time, but now that the torture magic had evaporated, I felt normal again, my body gone still. Seven looked at the wall sadly, as if she felt bad for it.
Almost a shame to waste it,
she said. Spoken like a former enforcer, I thought. Yeah, well, I'd stored some lava magic in the desert that I had to waste after we beat everyone, I said. There had been some left over after the fight. Otherwise, I'd still be walking around with part of my damn sternum visible. Seven flinched at the idea, and I added, besides, I don't like how the stored attacks feel inside me. I hate to think what would happen if I let them build up. Have you ever seen that happen to Envy? Seven had been hugging herself, and now she did it even tighter.
Nothing good,
she said.
I wouldn't try it. Not if you don't want to, dismantle everyone and everything around you.
Ah. Well, that gave me something to go on, at least. Not worth testing it, then. Too unsafe. Victory was now moving to get out of bed, but Corin stepped forward.
Wait, you should stay under observation.
What? Demons no!
Just 10 minutes,
Corin pleaded. Victory huffed, then smiled.
Oh, kid. You're too cute.
She looked at me.
Any word from that Holt bastard yet?
None. I was just about to go have a chat myself. She nodded me out the door.
Do it then. I'll be right behind you.
She grinned, raising a fist.
But make sure there's something left for me, all right? I got a nice and tasty knuckle sandwich just for him.
Chapter 37. Know who your friends are.
Apologies for the delay.
Kelga told me. Her arms were crossed over her chest, and for an old woman she looked formidable in her blue dragon scale uniform. The Ascenders favored color, but their scale armor was white underneath, setting them apart from Wrath's agents who'd worn red under black. I shielded my eyes against the red glare of a sun that wasn't there. Kelga had called us to one of the few rooftops of the palace that was actually accessible from inside. The path up here had basically been a maintenance shaft, useful for airflow and not much else. We stood on a flat balcony with no railing that ran along one of the castle's prettier facades. Holt had been tied to a chair, and he sat there, shivering, without a mark on him. You tortured him? I asked, looking around for other Wrath agents like Corin.
Oh no. The Wrath agents were the ones that tortured him.
Kelga replied, her voice rougher than the last time I'd heard it. It had to be tough to watch your adoptive son go through this, traitor or not.
We've been trying to help him recover his wits this whole time.
I recalled that it was currently the height of what she had dubbed the night cycle. Maybe a sun came up during the day? There hadn't been a sun during the day cycle on Sloth's plane, but that didn't mean all planes were alike. Kelga kicked the leg of Holt's chair.
Go on, son. Tell him what you did.
Holt hadn't looked up since I'd come here, but he did now, staring past us, out to the desert. I didn't mean for this to happen.
Yeah, well, thanks to this guy, nothing did happen. He engaged with the enemy far enough away from the compound, and he didn't leave anyone to tell the tale.
But it was close, I added, letting a growl slip into my voice. So tell me what you did. Holt drew a shaky breath. I have a contact among Wrath's agents. Envy has been threatening her unit, and if they didn't come up with something to give her soon, she was going to start killing them off. My contact let me know yesterday that Envy wanted that woman dead, so I told her where she was. He nodded his chin towards Seven's feet. She stood behind me, silent, always listening. She was my encyclopedia in all this. If something didn't make sense to me, it would make sense to her. I was starting to think of us as partners, at least when she wasn't lying unconscious. Kelga looked at me, eyebrow raised. Envy does have orders out to kill Seven on sight, I admitted. They have been very persuasive orders from what I've seen. They even got to the surface. Kelga's gaze slid to Envy's seventh highest ranking agent.
That isn't unusual. Double agents are rare, but they exist, although the gods hate to admit their agents ever turn against them. We're lucky to have Corin, even with Wrath how she is.
I didn't know what she meant by that last part, but I knew she was lucky to have Corin in other ways too. People drawn to the vice of Wrath were hardly going to be decent people, but he seemed to have some morals in him. We think Seven is Envy's only weakness, the only crack in the wall of her power, or she was until I entered the picture, I said. The words hung, and then Kelga, who had been staring intently down at her son, blinked up at me, as if only just now noticing the silence.
Oh,
she said.
You want to know if we'll turn her in? Well, we won't. We're not interested in helping Envy.
She scowled back at her son.
Or at least, we weren't supposed to be interested in that.
That was good to hear. To Holt I said, so you gave your contact a tip that Seven was here. Why? Wouldn't that have put your people at risk? No, the opposite, Holt said. It would take suspicion off Harkin if we cooperated with you, and my contact would buy her unit some goodwill with Envy. Since Harkin was basically disguised as a simple settlement, I supposed his rationalization made some sense. Give the enemy what they want, and maybe they'll be so grateful and relieved that they won't notice you're hiding rebels too. The monetary reward was also good, Holt admitted. I rolled my eyes. So you told on us. Then what? He flinched and shook his head. It was Kelga who spoke next.
Then he tried to leave, so it wouldn't look like he was the one betraying us.
She spat.
But his contact wouldn't let him go. She used torture magic to keep him around.
She was afraid, Holt whispered.
Don't make excuses for them.
Kelga hissed, and he shook his head and finally looked up.
No, I mean, she was terrified. She tortured me because she was terrified I'd leave and mess up her chance to get 7. I knew her. We were together,
Holt said.
Off and on, anyway. I'd been hoping.
He trailed off. Knew? Were? His contact must have been the female agent we'd killed today. Terrified, huh? That was starting to sound familiar. The dying night dragon had seemed terrified too. I was starting to think that Envy wasn't controlling these people on a reward or even loyalty basis. She was using fear to control, but it was a powerful fear. But these were agents of wrath. They used torture magic all the time. What sort of fear could control a whole cadre of torture mages, turn Sloth's agents against her, and bully a night dragon, not to mention the lava dragons? So you meant to turn 7 into Envy, to take the heat off Harkin, I summarized. And if they killed me too, it would be a bonus for you. You could get your promised wife back. For the first time, Holt looked at me. There was a flare of rage in his eyes.
You've got everyone else fooled, but not me, he said. You make it sound easy, like defeating Envy and all the other gods will be child's play, but they are gods, and they have been for centuries. We're like rock roaches to them. Our only hope is to play the long game.
You mean the centuries-long game of breeding abilities into yourselves? I replied, glancing at 7. She had warned me that these people would have trouble letting go of their long-term plans for rebellion. Apparently, Holt had betrayed us for his belief in those very plans. Holt didn't answer. He just looked away. I figured he had suffered plenty for his choice. Right now, I had only one more question. And your scales, what's up with that? You had orange scales before. Now they're, what, some kind of weird gray? Holt closed his eyes, going still except for his jaw. I could see it working as he ground his teeth. 7 spoke for the first time.
His god took her power back from him. When that happens, an agent's dragon trait goes transparent like that, loses its color.
It's why Zorana's eyes are colorless.
Kelga added.
Her dragon trait had been the eyes.
7 stepped up to my side.
But why? Wasn't his goddess lust? Why did she suddenly forsake him?
It happened the moment he started getting tortured.
Kelga explained.
During torture, a dragon agent comes close enough to death that their god can sense their location. Lust realized he was in a camp of Wrath's agents, and she assumed he had either betrayed them, or shortly would, through torture. So she took her magic back.
I had to process that for a second, chewing the inside of my cheek. I looked back across the rolling dunes, scanning the reddish sky for any sign of dragons or gods approaching. I saw only more of that dancing aurora, clinging to the ground in random places. When we'd arrived back to the compound, I had asked if it was normal, and everyone had assured me that it was. Damn, I was starting to sweat up here. Could I get sunburn without a sun? This is good, I said after a while. It means we have a new destination. Both Kelga and 7 looked at me, their gazes sharp. Even Holt looked up. If Lust took her magic back because you betrayed us, I said, then that means she's on our side. So our next step needs to be a meeting with her. Kelga tucked some gray hair behind her ear.
It won't be easy. Lust is in hiding. Even her bathhouse is under Envy's constant guard.
Can Holt lead us to her? Presumably, he's met her to get his powers from her, right?
You can try, I suppose,
Kelga replied, before dropping a hand on Holt's shoulder.
To be honest, it's the only way I can think of for the damn fool to redeem himself. Take him with you. Do whatever you need to. Keep him chained. I don't care.
She curled her nose.
Today, he is no son of mine.
For the first time, I felt the emotional edge in her voice, a current of fear and shame. I realized the predicament she was in, as a leader. Holt had betrayed the Ascenders, and she was the human face of their movement. He could either come with me and earn back their trust again, or he could die. There were no other options. Can you bring us to her? I asked Holt directly. If Lust was in hiding, even her agents might not know her location. I can take you to a place where you'll have a chance to meet her, he said. It's where people go when they want to become one of her agents. Want to? Doesn't she just choose people? Only the ones that survive. She sounded like a real tough nut. All right, I'll take him, I told Kelga. To Seven, I added, do you think you can work with the people here to make preparations for us to leave? I need to talk to Zorana. I wasn't sure what Seven would make of that request. I was essentially asking her to be my assistant, but as a former high-ranking agent of someone as powerful as Envy, would she find such work beneath her?
Of course,
She said, exhaling the words as if relieved.
I would be happy to get an expedition ready. We shouldn't stay here long, anyway. But...
The word lingered, and Seven absently reached for a lock of her long, luscious hair.
what do you need from Zorana?
She promised me information in exchange for Sloth, I replied, and frankly, I have waited long enough. Chapter 38. A very strange effect. After some poking around, I found Zorana working in a glorified storage closet. The room was twice the size of the private infirmary, but it seemed to contain more stuff than the rest of the compound combined.
She should be in here, sir, the soldier told me. She's been running us in and out of here ever since she woke up, making requisitions for her people back on the first plane.
As she closed the door, I looked around at the towering pile of objects in the storage room. Some of them looked like chunks of dried meat, while others were clearly rolls of glittering fabric. I saw enormous bones and jars of powdered bone, but also armor sets, bricks, window shutters made from dragon spines, even a door that looked to have been sent here for repair. There were white-colored weapons of every variety, long strings that were possibly used for instruments, and what looked like a flying contraption with a familiar-looking wing. A dragon's wing? Oh, everything in here had been made from dragon parts. I'd suspected this for some time now, but here was confirmation. The humans of the Hollow Spire used the remains of dead dragons in their construction, their weapons and armor, and obviously anything else they could contrive. I regarded the large, meaty object again, and wondered if they ate dragons too. No, I think that's a liver. Maybe it had useful properties. On the surface, enchanters used dragon parts for all kinds of things, but only if they had an after-death contract with the dragon in question. Partial still had a black market on some dragon parts, but Queen Camilla and the Empress of the Dragons cracked down wherever they could. "Do you kill all these yourself?" I called out, unable to see anyone in this mess. "Some of these bones look really big." I heard a crash.
Silas, is that you?
Zorana's voice replied. "Yeah?"
Hold on, I'll come to you. No, wait. Come to me. I might have, sealed myself in.
I cracked a smile and ducked into the only real pathway I could see in the mess, between what looked like a thigh bone and a tower of bricks. As I edged my way past objects of every shape and size, my hands above my head to give me more room to maneuver, I kept talking, if only to triangulate her position. "So do you kill them?"
Oh, no, we just use their graveyards.
She called back, then grunted, as if trying to heft something large. "You're telling me humans never kill dragons in the Hollow Spire? Ever?"
Not if the humans are smart.
She replied.
The laws are strict here. Dragons aren't supposed to eat us, but if we even scratch them, our entire villages are forfeit.
I had to stop to untangle 2 bolts of fabric that had inexplicably been tied together. You say they aren't supposed to eat you, but do they do it anyway? I haven't seen a lot of other game for them to hunt.
They don't need to eat here. They survive off the raw magic of the place.
I know, but dragons love a hunt. There was a pause.
Yes, they do. Some of them bully us. They don't usually kill us, though. Just toy with us.
Her voice was close enough now that I could see her dark hair, her head bobbing a few feet to my left. Between us was an entire dragon skull. It seemed she was attempting to lift it. I ducked to poke my head through an eye socket. There you are. She smiled at me through a crack in the back of the skull.
And there you are. I was going to see you later, but I guess I'm glad you found me. I was putting it off.
I cocked my head. Really? Am I so frightening?
Oh, no. Can you help me lift this? It's not as heavy as it looks. Belonged to a wind dragon.
I nodded and spread my feet, hooking my fingers into the jaw. We counted to 3, then hefted. It came up so easily that Zorana gave a little shout of surprise. Where to? I asked.
Back. My way.
I'll go slow. Just tell me where you want it. I couldn't see her over the skull, but I did hear her breathe out, then say nothing. We waddled the skull over to an area she must have cleared for it, then set it down and rolled it so that it formed a sort of giant bowl. Zorana stood next to me, regarding it silently, scratching at her elbow. She had cleaned up nice, her braids gleaming, her curves clamped tight into a long silvery dress that matched her odd eyes. It was an extreme color against her dark skin, and I couldn't help enjoying the way the dragon fabric clung to her. I tugged at her sleeve. This material, dragon down, how is it made? I keep seeing it everywhere. The stuff was ubiquitous. She looked down and fiddled with her dress as if she hadn't realized she'd been wearing it.
It's made from dragon muscle fibers, if you can believe it. It's strong stuff. Not strong enough to deflect a blade, but it takes ages to fray.
Well, it looks very well made. They must have a hell of a tailor here. Her cheeks darkened.
I made this.
That gave me a start. Really? She looked away.
I know you think I'm some sort of leader. Everyone does, just because I'm a former agent. I do fit the role, but most of the time, I feel like I'm in over my head.
She sighed.
And I just spilled my guts to you for no reason.
She looked back at me.
You have a very strange effect on me, Sir Silas.
Just Silas is fine, I said, smiling in an attempt to put her at ease. And by strange effect, are you referring to our night in your village's little prison hole? The fact that we'd slept together was clearly the dragon in the room. She fidgeted with her sleeve a bit more, drawing my eye. It really was impressively made. The varying colors of dragon down must relate to the types of dragons used to make it, I thought. Unless they made dye from dragons too? I looked around. They sure seemed to make everything else from dragons, even building materials. So, what are you doing in here anyway? I asked, changing the subject before the tension got too thick.
Kelga signed the alliance with Phyllis and its surrounding villages, even without the marriage.
She explained. Phyllis must be the name of her village. Corin had been pretty close when he'd guessed it was called Phil-Is.
The alliance gives me leave to send supplies back to my people, and I had a list.
Zorana went on.
I was going stir-crazy around here, so I figured I'd get started.
She threw an arm at a wall of fabric bolts.
I just found this. I got so excited that I toppled the damn skull.
She chuckled at herself, then turned to face me, one hand resting on the edge of the skull.
Silas,
she said. I stepped closer, suddenly aware that we were hidden, and that no one was likely to come hunt me down for some time yet. Sure, I had a question for Zorana about the missing women, but it could wait. I touched her sleeve again. She didn't pull away. I curved my hand around her arm, then raised the other to sink it into her braids. She didn't move away. Her body went loose, her eyes closing, her head tilting back. When I leaned in to kiss her, she returned the gesture, her lips soft and plump against mine. She said my name again, in an aching breath.
Silas.
I traced a thumb down her cheek, marveling at the darkness of her skin, the elegance of her beauty. She looked so regal, and I wanted her. But I had to be sure this wasn't some kind of, I don't know, a form of thanks. I didn't get your marriage contract voided so I could take you for myself, you know, I said. I know Kelga thinks that's why, but I just thought it was wrong that you had to marry someone you didn't like. You don't owe me anything, especially not this. She slid a hand along my belt to my hip, and then opened up those otherworldly, transparent eyes.
I haven't stopped thinking about you since that night.
She whispered.
Silas, I just want you, like a love-struck fool. Is that wrong of me?
Not at all, I said, leveling her with another kiss. She pushed for a second kiss, then a third, until her tongue probed for mine and found it. Next thing I knew, I had her pressed up against a rack of fabric bolts, each one spooled around a thin dragon bone, possibly from a wing. It was the only remotely plush thing to push her up against. I broke our kiss, if only to breathe. She gasped as I trailed kisses down her throat, then slipped a deft hand under her dress at the shoulder, tugging on it so the sleeve slipped down. She gripped the back of my head as I feathered her with kisses, from her shoulder down to the fallen neckline of her dress, and then lower, pushing the fabric out of the way. My lips closed on her nipple, sucking softly. She moaned.
Please take me, Silas. I want you.
I straightened, my hand arcing over her breast and squeezing the luscious flesh. As her breath caught, I put my nose to hers. I'm happy to oblige, I said, but you have to know, I'm engaged to someone else. I can't make this official. I didn't want her going into this thinking it was something it wasn't.
That's fine.
She rasped.
It's fine with me. Whatever you have to give is fine with me.
Are you sure? I asked, before nipping her ear. She gave a cock-teasing squeak.
Yes.
And this isn't about more children? I know that stuff is important to the people here.
No. I mean, not opposed. But it's not what Oh, Silas!
I had started to kiss her neck again. I had the answers I needed, and it was clear that she melted whenever I put my lips to her throat. She raked her hands down my back and through my hair, then cried out as I nipped at her breast again.
Oh, fuck! Fuck!
She said.
Oh, I wanted to do this to you, and here I am letting you do it as me again. Damn it. You melt every thought from my head. Oh!
I melted her words away next, uncovering her other breast with a casual flick to her sleeve. Her round bare tits bounced free, and I knelt to get between them. She bent her knees to give me better access as I slunk a hand up under her skirt. She shook where I touched her, goosebumps rising.
Silas, don't wait. Please, Silas.
I found the crux of her legs and the heat waiting there. With a grin, I slipped my fingers inside. Chapter 39. Round 2. I sucked one nipple in past my teeth as I sank 2 fingers into her. Her entrance was slick, the muscles contracting around my fingertips. I found a good position and started working her. She pressed my head to her chest, breathing in short, harried breaths as I sucked hard at her tits. I put a rhythm to it, my fingers going into her and pressing against her nub at the same time I sucked on the dark peaks of her chest. Her grip on me grew more desperate, her breaths faster. She was mine, all mine.
Oh, Talons! I'm already so close.
At the first flicker of tensing muscle, I stood up. She swayed against me, hands clamped onto my shoulders to brace herself as pleasure rocked her. While she moaned and said my name, I slid a roll of dragon fabric off the rack and tossed it to the floor, then another, then another. By the time I'd made a nest for us, Zorana was already sinking to her knees. I let her fumble off my belt, and I groaned as my cock bulged against her cheek. She turned her mouth to it, licking from base to tip. I was damned thankful I'd taken the time to bathe after my fight with the agents today.
I'm going to please you,
she said, her lips moving with the words, brushing my tip. Those lips parted, and she kissed my head, then sucked just a little, just enough to get to the ridges and back again. She immobilized me as she set to work, slowly slickening my shaft, moving each kiss and suck just a little bit farther down. When my tip met the back of her throat, I groaned. When it went deeper, I shuddered, my knees weakening. Zorana, I muttered, that feels so good. She swallowed me, going harder until I had completely forgotten the little bed I'd made for us. For the next few minutes, I had the distinct honor of learning how good she was at deep-throating my entire cock for several thrusts at a time, rarely choking, rarely surfacing for air. I was going to come. She was so good at it. I looked down at her, pushing an errant braid off her face, but in looking down, I saw the bed. A throat was one thing, but pussy was another. With all the personal restraint I could muster, I eased her off me, watching my head slip out past her puffed lips, a string of thick saliva coming with it. It almost undid me right then. I gripped her braids and tugged her gently but urgently back. She fell away, sprawling neatly on the fabric, her dress still rumpled about her waist. I slunk in between her legs, found her hole by tucking her underwear out of the way, and angled into her. The way she breathed as we joined, the sharp catch of a loud breath. I was way too close. Her pussy tensed, once, twice, her thighs crunching against me. I couldn't help but thrust again. It was a mistake. Oh, fuck! I cried out, pulling free of her. My cock erupted, spitting the first round of cum across the folds of her dress and the underside of her curving tits. She watched the crown of my cock, mouth wide open at the sight of spitting cum, and then her thighs locked onto me again as she grabbed for my head. The final few spurts she caught with her hands. I watched in carnal amazement as she spread my cum across her nipple, then rubbed it.
More!
She gasped.
I need more!
You like that? I said. You want it all over you.
Everywhere?
She muttered, arching her back, her free hand sliding in between her legs. Oh, no, you don't, I said. You made me come too fast with that evil deep-throating of yours, so I'm not gonna let you come until I'm ready to fuck you properly. With that, I thrust her over the edge of the upturned dragon skull, essentially draping her over it so that her ass was raised up for me. I tucked my soft cock between her thighs, and they were so slick with her juices that when she locked her legs on it, it felt almost as wet as her pussy. I reached around and got her underwear off her, tossing it away into the mass of dragon objects where some poor soldier might one day come upon it. Then I used the same hand to go to town on her sex, while the other set about doing things to her tits that her nipples would regret come tomorrow. She moaned, jerking against me when I squeezed just hard enough, but she never stopped me. I hardened enough to start thrusting, working myself up by pushing into her jiggling thighs. I couldn't believe I'd come so fast. The sound she made, the need of it. Sometimes it wasn't just sensation that tipped the scales. Sometimes it was just being wanted. I watched her ass bunch up against my lower stomach as her sex grew so slick that I'd have no trouble getting into her, half chub or not. The skull started rocking as she herself rocked against my hand and my cock, desperate to come again.
Silas, what are you doing to me? Silas, I'd give anything.
I moved her, bracing against the edge of the skull too. There was something erotic about fucking against a dragon skull, and the way it rolled, letting me swing harder through her thighs, allowing my finger to crook deeper inside her. She gave a choked cry.
Silas, I'm going to break. Silas!
I slammed into her, my cock ready for it. She screamed so loud that I had to cover her mouth in case one of the attendants outside came running. She grunted into my hand. I let go of her mouth to grip her ass. I was driving deep, my face going slack with the senseless pleasure of her wet channel closing in around me. Her ass slapped against my stomach in loud rhythm as I lanced into her, parting her cheeks as I pulled free, then shoving them back as I sank deep again, moving her body however I wanted. She went almost limp against the rocking skull, moaning quick moans with each breath. I had chased down her full orgasm, but she'd been so wet that I couldn't feel the muscles contracting. Now, with the euphoric pleasure over, her wetness began to dry up just the slightest. It offered the perfect amount of friction, and I seized my advantage, pulling out to my tip, holding until she begged for me, and then fucking her.
Oh, Silas, don't stop. Yes, Silas.
Every thrust was a grunt, a word, a request for more.
Something. Need. Yes.
I puffed air out my cheeks and thought about asking where she wanted it. I could come inside. She had said so. It would feel so incredible. No, she might be pregnant already, but the chances weren't 100%, and I couldn't let sex make me stupid. Sloth was one thing. She couldn't get pregnant by me because she wasn't human. But Zorana, I didn't want to leave bastards down here, not until I could offer them a future and a father. So when the ache inside my balls clenched up in warning, I pulled out again. I teetered on the edge of climax. One good thrust away from breaking. Apparently Zorana had a talent for edging me. It even happened when I was in control. I stood, turned her around and pushed her mouth onto my cock. She took to it with a pleased murmur, pulling me deep into her tight throat. As her hands sank into my ass cheeks, as my balls swung with her feverish movements, I thought about it again. About being a father. Would this gorgeous woman have my child? Was I a part of this world forever? And why did it feel so damned right? My breath stuttered, the thick vein in my shaft quivering as cum forced its way up and out. The shattering crest made me gasp her name just as wildly as she had cried mine. I held her tight to me as I finished, and she held still, taking whatever I had to give. Finally, the tension went out of me, and I let her go free. She smiled at me, then turned her head and spat into her hand. I let out a bewildered chuckle as she spread cum and saliva across her tits and her sternum. "You really like that?" I asked. She shuddered as her fingers dipped cum into her navel.
Apparently so. You're unlocking some crazy things in me, Silas. Oh, I think I'm gushing again.
I grinned. Really? Because I'm feeling thirsty. How about I go in for round 3? Chapter 40. Count the Gods. It was a battle of delicious proportions, but 10 minutes later, I found myself with a sticky, cum-stained naked woman clinging to me. I had satisfied her 3 times over.
You've ruined other men for me.
She breathed.
I hope you know that.
I stroked her shiny braids. That's good, because I'm a jealous lover. I won't want to share you. She snuggled closer, bunching the silky dragon fabric between our tangled legs.
Keep doing me like that, and I'll share you with Envy herself, and then some.
She purred.
Oh, just please keep doing me like that.
I laid a hand against her cheek, and she met my gaze. This close, her eyes commanded attention, with their surreal transparency, the irises like glass. I could also see her pupils this close, and while she had a very human black circle at the center of her irises, there was also the faded remnants of points. Once her pupils had been slitted, like a dragon's. Seeing those incredible eyes in such detail reminded me that I had come to see her for several reasons. As nice as our little nest of fabric was, we would need to leave soon. Seven was currently setting up our expedition to visit Lust, and we needed to leave with all haste. I still didn't like staying in a large group of people. Holt might not be the only one with ideas of betraying us, and that wasn't even mentioning the threat that Wrath posed, whether everyone else was in denial about her or not. Zorana, your eyes, they're really something, I said. Kelga and Seven told me they're like that because you used to be a dragon agent. It was not an accusation, but I was afraid she'd flinch away from me. Instead, she averted her gaze, and an expression of worry came over her face. It softened everything about her.
Until a week ago, I was.
Who was your dragon? How did she bond you?
It was a he, actually.
She replied with a sigh.
I grew up with the nobility of the seventh plane of the Hollow Spire. When I showed promising skills at a young age, Pride took an interest in me. He offered me the chance to be his agent.
Pride, eh? I thought. I knew almost nothing about him, or greed, or gluttony, but I'd gotten the sense all three were male. Is that how agents are chosen? They're selected for certain skills? I asked. I already knew she was good at commanding others, whether she had confidence in herself or not. All those village men back at Phyllis had deferred to her. And they'd been older than she was, not to mention the way she'd taken over this requisition room.
Pride took a tour every few years, looking for talented people to replace any of his agents who died or retired.
She explained.
He wanted the best of the best, and I was the best seamstress on the plane, at least for my age. He offered to give me combat training, as well as the means to hone my craft.
That sounds like quite the achievement, I said.
Yeah, well, Pride likes people who have good reason to be proud. He doesn't suffer fools.
I nodded. I could respect that. Also, I found that Pride being male was a relief to me. If I had to go about defeating all these gods and taking their powers, I preferred they not all be gorgeous women. Sloth had said that she chose her form, even if she had been trapped in it. So it stood to reason that the goddesses would all be alluring. Why would any of them choose ugly forms? He sounds almost decent, I said. She nodded.
He expected a lot of his agents, so I think we were trained better than most. And he was the most vocal opponent of envy.
I rubbed my thumb under one of her eyes as I cupped her cheek. So why did this happen? Why did he retire you? Why aren't you his agent anymore? Her eyes closed a moment, as if she were steeling herself, and then she reopened them. The worry did not leave her face.
6 months ago, 20 of his agents were killed, and he vanished. The rest of us went into hiding. None of us were sure what to do, so we opted to plant ourselves all across the Hollow Spire in case, to try and find evidence of his whereabouts.
6 months ago, I thought. That was well before the Great Uniter came down here.
But I still had my power until a little over a week ago.
Zorana said.
Pride didn't take it away in person, and there was no warning. I hate to think what might have happened to him.
A week ago? That seemed convenient. So Pride was in league with the rebellion? I asked.
He and Lust, yes. They have long treated us humans well, and they have been advocating for giving us equal footing on all planes of the Hollow Spire for centuries.
She shook her head, then tucked her forehead against mine, squeezing me tightly.
I just know something bad happened, Silas.
She said in a pained whisper.
I wasn't the only one he retired. Every agent he had among the Ascenders, everyone I knew, they were all retired at the same time. All of us lost our magic, and I haven't found anyone who has heard from Pride since.
I'm sorry, Zor. That must be hard, especially since it sounds like you liked him.
Not in that way,
she said, even though I hadn't been thinking that.
He kept his dragon form when the other gods didn't. But, yeah, he was a good leader, even if he was a dragon.
She released her hold on me, then sat up with a long sigh. I rose with her, and when she started looking for her dress, I fished it out from the nest of discarded clothes beside me and handed it over. As she threw it on over her head, I said, "You've learned about Sloth by now, right? About how I've brought her with me?"
Yes,
she said, her voice muffled. Her head popped out the top of the silvery dress.
Kelgar briefed me.
So, am I in the clear to ask for whatever you know about my missing princess? You did say you'd trade that for Sloth. She smiled ruefully.
It's okay to say you're after your betrothed more than you are after the princess. I'm not jealous. What was her name again?
I swallowed. Liara. She was a seamstress and a noblewoman, just like you, one of the ladies-in-waiting to the princess. She slapped my arm casually.
You have good taste. And yes, I'm happy to tell you what I know. It's not much. Only what I could find out through the Ascenders network, which is still weak, without many interplane alliances yet.
As she rose to her feet, I joined her, kicking into my pants as she smoothed down her dress.
A man came to the Hollow Spire about 2.5 months ago, from the surface.
Zorana explained.
He was searching for something. No one had ever seen anything like him. The power he had. It was incredible.
The Great Uniter, I thought, but I didn't want to interrupt her.
He made his way down the plains. He got the lay of the land, learned about the Ascenders. He even found and met with lust. He might have done other things, met other gods, but that's what we know for sure. He asked a lot about gluttony.
Gluttony? I asked. I don't know much about him yet.
He was the former god of the fourth plane.
Zorana explained, turning to help me button up my shirt. It made me smile. The move was so intimate, so, I don't know, wifely. No one had ever buttoned my shirts before, not even my own mother. It made me feel pretty good.
Envy and gluttony were siblings.
Zorana went on.
Envy killed him, back when her reign of terror began. That was centuries ago.
That caught me off guard. I was wondering whether gods could die or not.
They definitely can, especially when they're in human form. But this human, he was asking all about gluttony. And just like you, he might have been searching for something else, but he still offered to try and help the Ascender's cause. He went to Envy to try to talk some sense into her.
I nodded slowly as we both lowered our arms, fully dressed now. I held both her hands in mine. And after Warren went to her, he didn't come back, I said. And 2 weeks later, the surface women were abducted, probably to be used against him somehow. Zorana went still and looked at me.
Wait, do you know him? You know War?
I think I know, yeah. His name's Warren, but his title is the Great Uniter. Wait, did he call himself War?
No, that's the name people gave him, down here.
I almost smiled. Almost. If the Uniter was going to go by a name similar to the gods here, then naming War as his vice made sense. He never did seem able to escape a good fight. But, more likely, it was just a twist on the guy's real first name. Perhaps the people here had decided he was godlike. I shook my head, then turned toward the slim, cave-like exit of our little sanctum made of dragon bits. I tugged Zorana by the hand, her fingers weaving into mine. Well, I have to hand it to Envy. She knows Warren's weakness, I said. If he's who I think he is, then he'll do anything for people he loves. Princess Etonia is his daughter, so he'd move sea and sky for her. The other women were only her ladies-in-waiting, but he cares for innocents whether he knows them or not. He would give his life for just about anyone, so they say.
I never met him, but I've met people who did, and they seem to think he was a good man.
Zorana said. Oh, he is. But what I can't figure out is how Envy did it. I went on, frowning as I gingerly pushed a leaning greatsword out of our path. The Great Uniter has never been bested, except by his wives, he likes to joke. He's defeated untold enemies of untold power. If Envy managed to get the better of him, I couldn't finish the sentence. Then she has to be formidable indeed. If I really went to fight her, would she reach her hand up to the surface to capture my mother, or my friends, or more innocent people, just to get me to capitulate? My goal this whole time had been to rescue those women, nothing more. But Envy wouldn't know that. She would think I was following in the Great Uniter's footsteps, seeking answers to some mystery about a dead god, or maybe just trying to overthrow her. My hand tensed in Zorana's. Would she come for Zorana? 7? Victory? Envy had already turned Sloth's agents against her. Anyone who joined me on this quest would be in real danger. When we reached a crossroads in the storage room and I looked both ways, Zorana pointed me to the correct path. I nodded and slipped between two teetering sets of colored armor, grateful to have her with me. I didn't have the best sense of direction. I stopped halfway to the room's exit and twisted around, pressed in on two sides by racks covered in bone jars. Wait, you said the Uniter was imprisoned. How do you know that? How do you know he wasn't killed or something else?
Another agent told me a few days ago,
she said.
Lost was in contact with one of Pride's agents, and he passed the message along to the rest of us.
And who did Lust learn it from? I pressed. She shrugged.
She said he had a source, someone that saw it all and escaped.
I thought of 7. An agent?
Maybe. It was a she, that's for certain. But whoever it was, Lost didn't want to say any more about her, for her own protection.
Maybe it had been 7. 7 hadn't told me this, though. Was she keeping secrets? Or just waiting to figure out whether she could trust me or not? Or was the informant a different woman entirely? Well, I wouldn't find out the answers from Zorana. Thanks for telling me all this, I said. It confirms some things for me. We had reached the door now. I had a lot to think about, but before I descended deeper into this hellish domain and put everyone I loved at risk doing it, I had one more question. Just something to fill in the blanks. Zorana, what powers did Pride have? I asked. What could you do as his agent?
Oh, we could negate magic.
I stopped with my hand on the door, then turned back. You could negate... like wyverns? She tilted her head at me, obviously confused. She would be. There were no wyverns down here. Your magic, is it black? I asked.
It was,
she said.
Silas? What happened?
I worked my jaw, then faced the door and turned the handle. As of this morning, there was at least one of Pride's agents still out there, I said. He tried to kill me in the desert. I killed him instead. Maybe Pride wasn't on our side. Maybe, like Atraxon, he had been forced to join Envy. One thing was sure. I had to be very careful who I trusted, because Envy had eyes everywhere. Chapter 41. Story time. As soon as Zorana and I stepped out into the corridor, we had to step back into the requisition room. Whoa! I exclaimed as a soldier nearly bowled me over running past us. He was followed by another, then another. They were running thick here, all of them armed and suited up in their dragon armor. Hey, I said, reaching out to grab one of them. It took all the muscle in my arm to turn him around. The guy flailed, arms windmilling, as I accidentally swung him into the wall. That's how intent he had been on running. As he reeled, hands going to his helmet, I yanked him toward me. What's going on? I asked. You're that god guy, the one that beat Holt. God guy? I hope they were calling me that because I stole magic from gods, not because they thought I was one. I'm Silas, and yeah, I'm that guy. What's going on? Why is everyone running? It's Wrath, he burst out. She's coming toward us. My breath temporarily went out of me, and I wanted to shout, I told you all this would happen. But Zorana shoved past me and spoke before I could cobble the words together.
Wait, what? Didn't her agents die miles away?
Yes, she came an hour ago, and the scouts were keeping an eye on her. She was wandering off, but someone went out and got her. Zorana paled.
What?
I looked to her. Another traitor? She looked astounded.
Must be, but who would have a death wish like that? Wrath doesn't know friend from foe.
What the fuck does that mean? I wanted to say. Why was everyone treating Wrath like she wasn't a threat one minute, then acting like she would torture the whole world indiscriminately the next? It's that woman! The one that was with you! The soldier snapped at me, wrenching his arm out of my grip. He turned to run again, and I let him. Woman who was with me? Does he mean Sloth? As a fellow god, maybe Sloth would go over to Wrath to have a chat. Dragons below, maybe she had gone to Wrath to betray me. It's not like I really knew her that well. Whatever was happening, I had best be there. I'm going to stop her, I told Zorana.
Wait, you can't!
I didn't hear what I couldn't do because I used the next moment to teleport myself as far down the hallway as I could. Unfortunately, I teleported into a spot just as a soldier was running through that spot. Lucky for both of us, the result wasn't deadly. There was a concussive snap as both of us shot away from each other as if we were drunken brawlers that had just been shoved apart by the strongest bartender imaginable. He hit the wall with a cry and a clank, and I hit the wall with a thud that I could feel down to my toes. While the armored soldier groaned and rubbed his head, I shook myself and touched my skull. My hand came away bloody. Right, I reflected that. Just to make sure none of my brains were about to leak out of my head, I slapped the wall to release the absorbed damage into the clay. The wall cracked, but that was it. I teleported forward again, checking my tattoo of Sloth each time. Pretty faded, I thought. If she's not unconscious, she will be soon. If Sloth was the one with Wrath, had I just doomed her? Had I made her weak in front of a torture mage? Would serve her right for running to Wrath anyway, I told myself. Why would she lead them to us? Why expose herself? She can't use her magic anymore. I was out of the compound and a half-mile into the desert when it hit me. I missed a step. She wouldn't. Sloth wouldn't do any of that. She's too damned lazy. And another half-mile ahead of me, I saw that I was right. Two figures were walking toward me, rippling in the aurora haze so much that they seemed to stumble. One of them in a red dress, and the other in a green dragon's horns. 7? I asked no one. 7 had done this? But that's when I saw that the figures didn't merely look like they were stumbling, they were stumbling. The one in the red dress, Wrath, collapsed into the sand. 7 moved to help her. What in the spire? Sloth was one thing, but I'd saved 7's life several times over. Envy had placed a very persuasive bounty on her head, and she had no friends aside from me. Had she been a double agent all this time? But no, the people chasing her in Unity City had been real. The night dragons wanting her dead had been real. Afraid to drain Sloth too much, I raced ahead on my own feet. No one was behind me. All the fighters back in the compound were settling in for battle, taking up defensive positions around the outer walls and battlements. They made the place look even more suspicious. Everyone acted as if they hoped Wrath might wander off in the wrong direction, and yet their actions would draw her attention even more. It was madness. None of this made any sense. I was almost upon them now, and 7 appeared to be bending down to help Wrath stand up. Wrath was hitting her, slapping ineffectively at her arms and kicking at the sand all around her. It looked like she was trying to get away, or maybe roll over on her back. Why isn't she torturing 7? 7 has no protections, not like I do. Behind the pair, they'd left a trail so torn up that it looked like someone had dragged a dragon through here, kicking and screaming. Speaking of dragons, I thought, as a shadow passed over me. I looked up and recoiled at the sight of the biggest dragon I'd seen in the hollow spire so far. An airship class, bigger than a barn. If it was a heat type, like those lava dragons, then it was probably either a forged dragon or an igneous dragon. Judging by the knobby shape of it, my guess was igneous. Not good. Igneous dragons could turn people and objects into stone or ash by superheating them. One breath from that guy, and we'd be toast. Literally. I tried to hold the dragon in my awareness as I closed on Seven. I wasn't sure what to say. Are you betraying me? What are you doing? Are you crazy? Get back here! Hey! I shouted. What the fuck, Seven? Seven's head snapped up, her green eyes glowing in the desert's oddly suffused light. Her white hair looked red in the haze.
Silas? Oh, thank the talons!
My run lost a little steam, but then I picked up the pace again until I reached them, stopping well out of reach of Wrath. Seven was still trying to haul her up by one arm. But now Wrath was slamming her head down on the sand, or trying to.
Little help here?
Seven asked. I remembered how Wrath's agents hadn't been able to hurt me. I checked my tattoo just in case, but Envy's magic was still there. If this was a trap, I didn't see how it could snare me. Still, I was curious as I drew nearer. What's wrong with her? I asked. I wasn't sure what I'd been expecting from Wrath, but this wasn't it. The woman in front of me was slim and short, even waif-like. Her dark hair and pale skin at odds with her desert surroundings. When she looked up, I saw glowing red eyes with human pupils, but there was a tilt to her eyes that didn't match any person I'd ever seen before. She looked more foreign to me than anyone else in this place had looked. Even Seven resembled people from Partial, albeit with horns and glowing eyes. This woman's face seemed to angle in unfamiliar ways, with a delicate button nose and heart-shaped face, short black hair cutting across her forehead, and those eyes, looking at everything and also nothing, so intensely. Her gaze darted, flicking all around, and yet it had a wild focus to it, as if she were pinpointing specific but random grains of sand and seeing the world's secrets laid bare. Her dress was red, but it hung tattered from a starved frame. I could see way more of her than was modest, but in her state, it was more like looking at a shaved animal than an actual half-naked woman. Abruptly, Wrath started muttering.
No, Envy, please, no!
Seven glanced at me, saw my face, and then paled. She hurried to console Wrath.
Envy's not here, Rat.
Seven said.
She can't hurt you. Envy, I'm sorry, please! Envy's not here. I'm Seven. Seven. Do you remember me? I'm not trying to take you back, Rat. I'm not working for her anymore. No, all wrong! You're not Envy. You're not Seven. Horns, wings, no.
I stepped closer. Wait, this is Rat? Your old lover? Seven gave an exasperated sigh and looked up at me.
Will you please help me calm her down before she hurts herself?
You mean before she hurts you? Seven rolled her eyes, then grunted as Wrath tore her arm free and tried to scramble to her feet to run. Seven lunged, getting hold of her again.
Back!
Wrath cried as Seven whipped her around. She collapsed against Seven's chest and started weeping right into her tits.
Where is it? Where were you? I want to go back. Take me back. She won't torture me, Silas.
Seven said, holding Wrath's face to her chest. Wrath immediately tried to struggle away.
We loved each other. She'd never hurt me like that. Not even when she's like this.
My brain heard we loved each other and found the words too slippery to get a footing on. I glazed over it and jogged forward, reaching for Wrath's other arm. Wrath went instantly limp, hanging between both our grips, putting all her energy into throwing her head back to wail piteously. In doing so, I saw blood on her forehead from where she'd been slamming her face into the sand, and demons knew what else. She yanked on me, and my body buzzed with torture magic. I had to kneel to slap it into the ground, or else it would have made me too shaky to keep my hold on her.
Let me go! Put me back! Too much! Too much! Too much! Too much! Too much!
And then she was sobbing, legs twitching through feeble kicks as she mumbled that same phrase over and over. Too much.
We have to calm her down!
Seven said, glancing back toward Harkin.
If we show up back there with her acting this way, they'll try to kill her.
Seven, she's Wrath! I nearly shouted. She's Envy's personal torturer!
That's not who she is!
Seven roared, shouting with such volume that it drove me silent. I never heard her sound so angry. She was like a completely different woman. If she'd had a blade in her hand, I might have started running. Whoa, there's Envy's old enforcer. I keep forgetting who she used to be. Seven closed her eyes and took a breath, keeping it steady even as Wrath continued to wrench on her arm. When her eyes opened again, she said in a calmer voice,
Rat didn't want to help Envy, Silas. None of us did. Not the gods, not the agents, none of us.
Tears sprang to Seven's luminous eyes, the color of dew-spattered seedlings.
She's mad, Silas. That's why no one's really afraid of her. She's a fucking lunatic. And she's been wandering this desert for half a year, looking for a way out, looking for... I don't know what, but she's looking. And no one will help her, because one touch and it brings them down.
I was at a loss for words now, but when a shadow passed over us, I looked up. The dragon was still there, circling, but it hadn't come closer.
That's Monolith,
Seven said.
He's her companion. He's the only one who wouldn't leave her side.
Seven's eyes glistened, and she dropped her head in obvious shame. Her teeth gritted as she hissed.
Not like me. Not like me. I just left her.
I reached out to her. Seven.
I left her.
Seven screeched.
I left her here. In this wasteland. And I won't do it again. Do you hear me?
I took a breath. Now I had 2 meltdowns on my hands. Seven, I said evenly, gripping her shoulder and shaking her once. Talk to me. I trust you. Tell me what to do here.
I don't know.
Seven wailed, dropping to her knees. Wrath started thrashing again, and Seven released her, dropping her own head into her hands.
I don't know. She's gone mad, Silas. I don't know how to help her.
I barely heard her, as I was now the only one holding the crazy woman, and Wrath wasn't keen on being held.
Lies. Lies. You're not Envy. Lies!
Wrath sneered, kicking and slapping at whatever part of me she could get at. Even the sand seemed to offend her, because she pummeled it just as hard. First things first, I thought. We need to calm her down. What did she like? Before, I asked, frustrated. Seven, before she went nuts, what calmed her down? She's Wrath, for fuck's sake. She had to fly off the handle sometimes. What calmed her down when she got really mad? Seven sniffed, and then she seemed to realize that she'd left her entire burden to me. She leaped up to help again. We both took an arm, gripping Wrath hard, holding her low to the ground. It was tougher for her to kick us if she was on her knees.
When she was angry, I'd tell her stories.
Seven said.
She liked cute things. I don't know.
Cute things? Like what? Seven considered this, her head bobbing as Wrath jerked us this way and that. At least we had a hold on her, but she didn't seem to be tiring so much as trying out new types of kicks.
Too much! Put me back! Lies! Baby dragons!
Seven blurted.
She liked baby dragons!
Hatchlings? I wouldn't even begin to know where to find any nesting grounds in this place. Seven's cheeks were wet.
Yes, Oh, fuck. Maybe we should tie her up.
No, I said, because now that I was grasping the situation, I was starting to understand the cruelty in it. Clearly Wrath hadn't always been mad. She'd been wandering this desert for 6 months, not a lifetime. And if she used to be Envy's torturer, then Wrath probably knows something that I want to know. But to get her calm enough to tell me anything, I needed a damned baby dragon. I could carve one, but out of what? In what time? Could I draw one in the sand? She does seem to be staring at the sand. Hold her, I said. Just for a minute. Seven nodded, and together we helped her get a grip on Wrath from behind, with Seven locking Wrath's arms behind her back, her legs extended out front, still kicking, but not able to hit either of us. I drew my belt knife, one I'd snagged from the requisition room on our exit, and I drew a coarse approximation of a baby dragon in the sand near Wrath. I tried to make it cute, with big eyes and stubby wings, even a little smile. Wrath slowed her kicking, then stopped to stare at the picture. I hid my knife behind my back. See, Wrath? A cute little dragon, isn't that nice? She turned her red eyes up at me. Even wide, her eyes were partially lidded, as if she were tired.
What?
She mumbled.
What's his name?
Chapter 42. Why you did what you did.
What's his name?
It was the first time Wrath had sounded like anything approaching sane, but it was still an insane question. I had drawn a dragon on the sand. It had no name. It wasn't real. But the expectant way Wrath was looking at me, the twitch in her knee, I exchanged a look with Seven. She mouthed the word anything. The meaning was clear. I had better come up with a name quickly, or else the tantrum will start up again. His name is Fortuity, I said, seizing upon the first famous dragon name I could think of. Wrath scrunched her face up.
Fortuity.
She was tensing again, as if she might explode. Swallowing, I hastened to scribble out 2 more baby dragons. This managed to recapture her attention. And this one here is Tempest, and this one is Portent, I said, pointing them out. They're very special dragons, you see.
Special?
She asked, with childlike curiosity in her voice. It was working. The baby dragon drawings were working, diverting her attention. The longer I could keep her from thrashing, the more likely I could get her to remain in that calm state. Sure, they're special, the most specialist of all dragons, I said in a light voice. Do you want me to tell you their stories? Wrath blinked a few times, staring at the image of baby Portent, who had 2 distinct horns that twined together, forming a double helix.
Stories,
she said, trailing off. Since the whole exchange did seem to be calming her down, I settled it to the sand in front of her, sitting cross-legged. Once, 25 years ago, a human hero called Warren had many adventures, I said, feeling silly the whole time. If Wrath had been a kid, it would be one thing, but she was an adult. The whole thing felt condescending, but she didn't seem to care. He lived on the surface, and he saved the kingdom of Partial from a great threat, I continued. Then he united the realms of dragons and men, creating a peace that lasts to this day. However, in doing so, he made sacrifices. Wrath slumped, sniffling. Seven tentatively let her go, and the small woman remained still. She finally met my eyes.
What did Warren lose?
I smiled wistfully. There was so much to this story, but I had to focus on the hatchlings and the drawings. At one point in his quest, Warren bonded to a dragon named Seren, I explained. The 2 became so close that their souls intertwined. Seven lightly laid a hand on Wrath's shoulder and squeezed. Wrath flinched, and I hurried on. Seren lived inside Warren, I said. He didn't have a body, at least not without special preparations. But there was a way for Warren to let Seren out for short periods, and when the dragon was out, it found a mate. This resulted in the 3 hatchlings you see before you. Her gaze went hazy, unfocused, her brows knitting together.
A dragon inside a human had babies.
I chuckled. Warren played with dragon magic the way you and I are playing with this sand right now, I said. All of this was nothing to him. Magical historians are still studying the things he did and how he did them, but that's beside the point. I spread a hand at the drawings. Warren's soul dragon had 3 babies, Tempest, Portent, and Fortuity. They were strange, mysterious creatures, born from 2 of the most enigmatic and rare dragon types. That's to say, they were hybrids that the world had never seen before, and they also sprang, in some small way, from the soul of a human, just as they were sired by their 2 dragon parents.
Is this real?
Seven asked, her eyes wide.
Did this really happen?
I nodded. Yep. My mother tells the story often, but everyone knows the simple version. I'm actually, simplifying it quite a bit. I can explain the complexities to you some other time. Essentially, I was dumbing this down for a kid. I kept waiting for Wrath to feel patronized, but she seemed eager to hear more, her attention solely on me.
But what did he sacrifice?
Wrath pressed. I'm getting there, I said. You see, the 3 babies were born healthy, but as they grew, one of them started to fade. They didn't have names quite yet, because the mother dragon wanted to wait until they saw what the baby's powers were.
That makes sense. With hybrids,
Wrath said, which was perhaps the sanest thing she'd said so far. I didn't want to waste her moment of clarity, so I rushed onward. Over time, they found that one baby could bring 2 people together. He had a knack for finding 2 people in a crowd and getting them to meet each other. Some of these people married, but it wasn't always love that resulted. Sometimes it was business deals. Sometimes lives were saved. This baby dragon was named Portent because he could see the fates of people in the air and see where they intertwined. As I spoke, I added to the picture of the dragon with the double helix horns, adding squiggly lines that led to human stick figures. Portent grew up to become a treasured advisor to Warren. Wherever Warren went, Portent went with him, and this helped Warren to forge many alliances and to help many people find true love. When he vanished recently, Portent also vanished with him. No one knows where they are.
So, is that the sacrifice?
Wrath asked. I moved my hand to the image of Tempest. I'd seen her before, in the distance, a beautiful creature of metallic scales in 1,000 muted colors. It was hard to draw color in sand, though, so I'd made the arced bands of a rainbow bounce off her in my picture. The second baby was named Tempest, I said. She was able to phase in and out of existence in a burst of beautiful color.
Phase in and out. You mean she could become invisible?
Wrath asked. No, you could always see her. She was just faded, like an afterimage on your eyes, until she went solid again. I smiled, wishing I could have seen the trick in action. Phasing had been in Tempest's family line, but she could do it for much longer than other dragons with the ability. She could make it rain, too, I said. Wherever she phased in or phased out, a colored mist would form, and if she did it enough times, she could cause rain. Wrath looked up into the bright but sunless sky, then closed her eyes and stayed like that. She smiled, looking suddenly blissful, as if she were imagining rain hitting her face. My chest tightened at the sight of something so utterly radiant on a person so utterly mad.
Rain,
she murmured.
Rain would be nice.
She dropped her head again.
But rain is not a sacrifice.
No, I said, shaking my head. Portent and Tempest were not the sacrifice. Their brother Fortuity was. A sad look drifted into Wrath's eyes, and Seven settled next to her. When she held Wrath's hand in her lap, Wrath allowed it, although it was hard to tell if she noticed at all. Fortuity was named when his powers became apparent. He could feed on the fates of others. At first, this seemed like a boon. He could eat bad fates like food, and spare people from untold agonies. He could give them a better future and good fortune.
I can't believe.
7 said softly.
There are really such hybrids above us? Such power. It belongs to the Hollow Mother herself, not her children.
I didn't answer her, because I had wrath hanging off my every word now, hungry for the pain, the sacrifice, the bad news. But in a way, 7 was correct. The power had been too great for something as small and frail as a hatchling. As he fed on these people, Fortuity began to change, I said. His form became sickly, misshapen. His limbs turned to sticks. His horns and scales began to flake off, and Warren forbade him from using more magic. But there was no way for him to stop. Fortuity couldn't survive without eating fate, and he could not survive eating bad fates either. And so Warren was left with a choice. Feed Fortuity good fates and harm people doing it, or watch Fortuity die of starvation or sickness.
He chose to harm people.
Wrath surmised.
The great hero turned evil.
I shook my head. No, that was the sacrifice. Warren allowed Fortuity, a dragon that was like his own child, to die. Fortuity was the one thing that Warren could not save. There was another half to the story as well. My mother told it to me.
He wanted to take Fortuity into himself, allow the creature to eat all his own fortunes for survival. They had to talk him out of it, because Warren's fortunes were tied to too many. He didn't care if he was sick, or hurt, or poor, or helpless. But if he died, or lost his mind, so much would be lost with him. There would have been war. His wives could have gone mad with grief, and he had such powerful wives, wives whose grief-stricken bad choices could harm so many. Some of his children would no longer have his love and support. They were all too strong to go unloved. Any one of them could start hating and attacking the world if their father was no longer in it. No one could allow that to happen, not by choice. If Warren died the good old-fashioned way, that was one thing. But if he chose it, that was another.
In the end, the Great Uniter had seen the logic in this argument. He had a responsibility to maintain his good fortune, but it was said he wept for 3 days when Fortuity died, and whenever I asked him about the poor dragon, his face would harden.
He meant something. That's all that matters.
My eyes burn, remembering the words, and all the pain and feeling behind them.
But how is that a sacrifice?
Wrath whispered, looking down into her shredded skirts.
He saved himself, not the dragon. He just saved himself.
I took a risk and reached out to pat her on her exposed knee. What would be worse? I asked. Sacrificing yourself to save someone you loved? Or having to watch them die even though you had the choice to save them? A hard choice, an impossible choice, but a choice all the same. Wouldn't the guilt eat you alive? As I spoke, Wrath began to cry. It was the strangest bout of crying I'd ever seen. She just stared down, tears draining down her face, barely breathing. She didn't shake, didn't sob. She just cried.
Yes, I knew it would. I knew she went too far, so I tried.
7 laid her arm across Wrath's shoulders and pulled her close. Wrath sank into her, silent and rigid, like a doll tipping over.
That's why you did what you did, isn't it?
7 said.
That's why you betrayed Envy. It's why you tried to kill her.
Wrath stared and wept, her eyes wide open and strange.
It was stupid. She punished me. Too much.
Seven closed her eyes and rocked her friend. No, her lover. There was an intimacy here that I was not a part of.
She had this world. She had 3 of us. Why did she need pride? Envy. Envy. When is she going to stop? I don't know.
Seven replied.
Nobody does. She's just evil. That's all there is to it.
I watched the two of them hold each other until Wrath seemed to fall asleep. We'd mollified her, somehow, with a story. She tried to kill Envy? I said quietly. 6 months ago? Seven closed her eyes.
Yes. When Envy captured Pride, Wrath decided to fight back. Until then, we were helping Envy. She said the whole Hollow Spire was at stake.
Seven met my eyes, and the pain on her face made my skin sizzle.
But she was lying.
Seven breathed.
She had trapped us with that lie. We didn't know until she took Pride.
She trailed off, eyes closing. You didn't know what? I whispered.
We didn't know she planned to kill all the gods.
Chapter 43. Dragon Diplomacy. Soon after Wrath fell asleep against Seven's shoulder, a shadow draped across us, and it seemed to stick. I looked up to see the great igneous dragon spiraling down toward us. I tensed, reaching for the swords that weren't there. Damn, I really need to stop losing my weapons. I didn't even recall where these last ones had gone.
Don't worry about Monolith,
Seven said, still cradling the limp Wrath in her arms.
He won't hurt her. He's been following her ever since Envy tortured her. Envy allows it because it makes Wrath easy to find.
Ever since Envy tortured her, Envy being the reflection mage and Wrath being the torture mage. What had Envy done to bring a god of torture to this state? I shuddered to think of it. It had made a decision for me. I kept an eye on Monolith as he landed. I was ready to teleport us all out of his reach, but when the massive creature touched down on the sand, he merely swung his head toward us. He laid his great chin on the ground and regarded Wrath with deep sorrow. He's not afraid of me. None of them are. I was getting used to the fact dragons no longer reacted to me with terror. I bowed to the airship dragon, knowing that dragons, especially large ones, appreciated the reverence that was their due. Monolith's eyes slid to mine, his eyes orange-red and vivid, while his scales were all bulky and black. He was rough in most places, but his horns were made of glassy, greenish obsidian. He was truly a magnificent beast.
Thank you for calming my mistress, he said. At the same time, a low chirrup came out of his mouth. She has not slept in some time.
You're welcome, I said. Glancing back at Seven, she looked up.
Is he talking to you?
I can hear a voice in my head, yes. I looked back around. Can you understand me? The dragon gave a slow blink, nothing more. I don't think I speak his language, but he's speaking mine somehow. I heard the night dragon speak too.
You're not used to this, though, right?
Seven asked.
It began when you borrowed my magic?
Yes, it never happened before then. Back toward Harkin, I spotted a group of people marching toward us, dragging a long-wheeled cart behind them. They didn't seem to be in a rush, so maybe they had gotten a grasp of the situation here. Kelga must have access to far-seeing lenses, or to quartz dragons who had far-seeing powers. Monolith turned his eyes back to Wrath and just lay there, content to watch her. He looked tired too, his body pleased to be at rest. His eyelids drooped, but he did not close them. He's not about to let his mistress go unprotected. Is she so wonderful? Or is this just deference? By nature, dragons automatically deferred to other dragons that were stronger, bigger, or even just far smarter than themselves. Technically, Wrath was a dragon trapped in a human body. A dragon god. Stronger than any normal dragon, even behemoth classes. Even the demons themselves would be weak next to her, in her true form. At least, I kept being told that. It was hard to say without seeing that form in action. But when I looked back at Seven, the way she held Wrath and caressed her shoulder, I knew that I'd gotten the gods all wrong. I'd seen them as enemies, with lust and pride being the exception. Sloth might be lazy, but she'd still been an enemy, ready to kill me because I'd passed through the surface portal. Envy was obviously one hell of a dark force, but Wrath had power over literal torture, and she had still turned against Envy. She had somehow managed to gain Seven's love along the way, too, and I respected Seven. She wouldn't love just anyone. She even said she couldn't love me. I swallowed. These gods, they weren't my enemies. Sloth had been a glorified guard. Lust and pride were rebels. Wrath had given her mind to try to kill Envy, and Gluttony was apparently dead. I didn't know a thing about greed yet, so he was a wild card, but it seemed to me that Envy was the true enemy here. The Ascenders are fighting all the gods, when really they should be allying with them, I thought. If all the gods and all the humans of the Hollow Spire band together to fight Envy, then surely we can all come to a peaceful agreement afterwards. In helping the other gods oust the one god that rules them, humans ought to gain the rights they deserve. I stood up, ready to meet the Ascenders people and wagon when they arrived. I had something to say. This can't go on. They can't plan against the dragon gods generations in advance, and they can't see all dragons as enemies. There's more to this story, a lot more, and even Warren had started to see it. I'll follow in his footsteps. But first I had to prove I could do it. I had subdued 2 gods now, Sloth and Wrath, and I'd stolen the power of another through Seven. Now I needed to gain the friendship of a 4th god without taking her power away, without defeating her, and without treating her like a child during story time. In short, I needed to prove that dragon diplomacy could work. That meant going to Lust as soon as possible. I will lead this rebellion. I will defeat Envy. I am going to make alliances with all but one of the dragon gods, and with their help, I will take Envy down. Chapter 44. Barry and Snuggles. I laid my whole plan out to Kelga when she arrived with the wagon, which was actually more of a sledge with retractable wheels. The whole contraption was being pulled by 2 of her beefiest soldiers, plus Holt. Holt walked with a chain attaching his pale neck to the wagon, but the other men still opted to keep an arm's length away from him.
I mean, if you really think you can manage all that, I'm not going to say no to the help,
Kelga said, dropping a hand on the wagon wheel to lean some of her weight on it. She had walked here, and as impressive as she was still an old woman. She had to be tired. I looked over the sledge. I see you've gotten together some supplies for our trip to Lust's Plain.
Oh, that was all Seven, plus a bit of Zorana. Seven did a good job putting a list together before she got distracted by your little mad friend here.
Together, we smirked at the motley crew I was about to leave with. Zorana and Victory had come alongside the sledge as well, and even Sloth had tagged along, although she currently lay snoozing in the sledge. She remained in chains.
I'll pass the word along to the other Ascender cells to let them know plans are changing. Some might join us, some might not. But if you truly do find Lust and return with her, and with her good graces, then I think this rebellion will get into full swing. A couple generations ahead of schedule to boot.
I gave a nod. I'll do my best. We'll leave immediately. I don't want to go back to Harkin for now, not until I know whether Wrath is under control or not. She tried to torture me several times, but I don't think she was aware of it. She left Seven alone, but they have a history.
So I can see,
Kelga commented. Seven was still kneeling in the sand holding Wrath, stroking her hair and murmuring in her ear.
Well, you have an igneous dragon on your side now, so it seems. So would you mind if I take my husbands back? It's a long walk to Harkin, and I'll be a lot lighter to them than the sledge.
I blinked. Your husbands? She smiled and patted the arm of one of the two incredibly muscular men. The guy's gaze slid to mine, hard and expressionless.
This is Barry, and that there is Snuggles,
she said. She leaned closer conspiratorially.
His real name is Thagmore, but he prefers Snuggles.
It's a better name,
Snuggles grunted. My mouth hung open. It took physical effort to close it. Okay, well, I have other plans for the dragon, but you can take your husbands back. I'm sure we can manage transport. I shot Sloth a look. Provided certain other people can get off their asses. She faked a snort in her fake sleep and rolled over.
Whatever you say, Lord Changer,
Kelga said.
We're off then. Snuggles, Barry, let's head back. I need a good bath.
I frowned after her as she let Snuggles scoop her up into his tree-trunk-sized arms. As a threesome, they began trudging back toward the compound. She didn't say goodbye to her son. Lord Changer? I said to no one. What was that? I heard it somewhere before. Holt sighed loudly, watching his mother go. It's a made-up honorific. We're kinda big on those down here, he said. Some people, they're calling you the Changer of Fates. I suppose it must have stuck. I chewed my lip, still musing about Kelga's choice of mate. No, mates. Damn, those guys are barely older than you are, I told Holt, even if they are twice your size. Holt sighed again, a defeated sound. My mother does what she wants, and you'd better watch out. You're her type. I shuddered, and covered it up by turning around to the others. Victory and Zorana stood between Monolith's front paws, talking to Seven, who was a few paces away. They didn't seem keen to be close to Wrath, but I'd asked them all to share information. To tell each other everything that they'd told me so far. If we were going to be a team, we would need to act like it. Zorana didn't know what had happened to Pride. I hope Seven can give her some closure, although knowing he's captured isn't going to be pleasant.
You're building a regular harem, aren't you?
Sloth said from the wagon, speaking around a big yawn. I glanced over to find a slow, content smile on her face. That's not what I'm doing here, I said. Maybe I should have kept those two guys around after all, if only to be less outnumbered.
Oh, I know that. They all wanted to come with you. The question is, will they all want to come with you?
Sloth winked at her double entendre, and I groaned. It made Seven look over at us.
We ready to go?
She mouthed at me. I waved everyone over. There's one last thing I want to do, I said. If Monolith is amenable. Victory, can you translate?
Sure, fine,
she said. As a dragon touched, she'd been able to learn to speak and understand Draconic. She'd also had practice from a young age. All of the Uniter's kids did. Not just that, I told Vic. I need you to go with him. I want you both to go to the surface. This got a buzz out of the gathered women, excepting Wrath. Seven was helping her stand now. But she stared listlessly at the ground, leaning on Seven. She looked more like a long-dead wraith than like the embodiment of the vice of Wrath. Victory drew herself up, her expression hardening. She wasn't wearing her helmet, and her strawberry blonde ponytail fluttered angrily behind her, caught in the sourceless desert wind.
I'm not going anywhere without Atonia,
she snapped.
I'm here for my princess, not you. There's no way I'm letting you steal the glory.
My jaw worked. Damn, she was stubborn. But then again, who said I was her boss? She outranked me by miles and miles, on the surface anyway. But not here. Before I could make an argument, however, Zorana stepped forward.
I'll go, if I can. I can move between planes just like Victory can. They have experience with a bow.
I looked her over. She had commanded her own contingent of ascenders, and she was smart. Do you know how to deal with nobility? I asked. You weren't taken from your noble family too soon to learn that. She belted out a laugh.
I was Pride's agent. If I can't deal with pretentious nobles, I don't know who can.
When I raised an eyebrow, Seven explained.
That guy thinks he's the Spire's gift to mankind. And to female dragons.
Sloth pointed out.
He's still miffed that Lust took human form to permanently reject his advances.
I wanted to ask, but I had priorities right now. To Zorana, I said, if Monolith will agree to fly you there, I'd like you to take a missive to my mother on the surface. I need to warn her about what Envy might do. When Envy saw the Uniter as a threat, she kidnapped his daughter. If she gets around to seeing me as a threat, she will go for my mother or one of my friends or worse. Not that any of my friends were alive still. I thought of Nella, the waitress back at my tavern. Her young children no longer had a mother, thanks to the massacre brought on by the rogue Scales. But there were others Envy could take. Mistress Vaughn, if she could catch her. Queen Camilla. Any one of the tutors or sparring partners I'd had. Demons. She could empty any old orphanage, and I would be a big softy for them too. I'd also like to give her a full report of everything I've been doing down here, and everything I know about the Uniters and Etonia's whereabouts, I said. My mother is a high-ranking officer in the Dragon Rider wing of the Queen's Scales. She'll be able to get you an audience with Queen Camilla, but you'll be expected to relay the message several times to a lot of snooty people. Can you do that? Zorana gave a nod.
Of course.
I looked to Seven. And can she do that? Go to the surface? Is it safe for dungeon dwellers? Seven chewed on that question for a moment, but it was Sloth who answered.
If they're agents or former agents, yes,
She said.
Humans and dragons can pass through, but only once. It's a one-way portal. Zorana won't be able to return.
I glanced at Seven. She had returned, and she was human. Had any human ever tried with the surface portal? I asked.
Well, no. Not that I know of.
I met Zorana's eyes. She glanced to Seven, reading my mind.
I'm willing to make that sacrifice, if it's needed.
She said.
So I'll at least try to come back through.
And Monolith? I asked Sloth.
He'll lose power and lifespan, but he'll be fine otherwise. But again, he can't return. That has definitely been documented to be true.
I nodded. Maybe he can fly up to the portal and let just Zorana through? After maybe breathing his magic through the portal to turn the arena doors to ash on the other side? Then he can just wait for her to come back. Sloth looked almost confused. I doubted she'd ever thought so far ahead in her life.
I suppose he could try.
It was as good a plan as any. I told Victory to ask the dragon if he would do this for us. Make sure he knows we'll take good care of Wrath while he's gone. She stays with me or Seven at all times. As Victory turned to open a dialogue with Monolith, I explained the rest of the plan to the others. Holt's going to lead us to Lust, I said. We're going to make an alliance with her and bring her back to the Ascenders. With her on our side, in person, and with me not stealing magic from her, Kelga thinks we'll be able to get all the Ascenders to join into one single faction. That will give us more leverage against Envy when it comes to it. Sloth eyed the wagon as if she yearned to sleep on it.
My, aren't we ambitious? Do you really think we can do this?
Zorana asked. I like the sound of that word. We. Did I think we could do this? I took her hand and squeezed it. I can't be sure, I said. Demons above, but I don't even know how I can do what I do. But I do know one thing. My mother was right. I was meant for something special. And I think this is it. Chapter 45. We're all mad here. Are there any gods with strength buffing powers? I rasped, as I finally dumped the wagon's front handle in the sand. It sank a little bit, because the sand was wet here. We'd found some sort of watering hole. Victory grunted as she dropped her own handle. Together we dragged our supplies halfway across the desert, or at least it felt like we had.
Sorry, but no.
Seven said, plopping down on a felled tree. The thing was the oddest tree I'd seen in a long time, with segments and scratchy-looking wood that seemed to be fraying off into threads. It was like a jungle bromeliad, but much taller. Holt had led us on an hours-long journey to this spot. We'd been here long enough for the day portals to open again, so the sky had been much brighter and the desert much hotter for most of this journey. I'd been in the hollow spire for about 40 hours by this point. It felt like it should be longer, but time was liquid here. Day and night didn't act like they should, and they differed on each plane as well. Apparently, all of Lust's portals were situated in places like this, watering holes that Holt called oases. An oasis, apparently, was a big pond in the middle of the desert where these leaning trees managed to grow. He called them palms, but they didn't look anything like hands to me. Wrath sat beside Seven, timid and quiet. We'd seen no outbursts from her thus far, so that was good. Sloth walked on ahead of us to the edge of the pond, peering into it for a moment, then stepped in. She took a few steps, sat right in the water, and laid back to rest her head on the shore. I'd made her walk, so I couldn't fault her for being tired. I was twice as sweaty and exhausted as she was, on account of having done actual work in getting here, and I had half a mind to join her. Holt was the last to drop the wagon. We'd kept him between me and Victory in case he had any designs on betraying us, but he'd done nothing except stop occasionally to check the skies for signs of birds or small dragons. We'd seen plenty, but he'd avoided all of them until now. How do you know this is the oasis we want? I asked him. He pointed up at a circling pair of small blue dragons. They were shoulder class, meaning that even as adults they were barely large enough to sling themselves across your shoulders. They were the most common dragon type back in Partial, but they were the first I'd seen down here. I also didn't recognize the variety. Those are spindrift dragons, he explained. The other oasis we saw all had spring or spark dragons. He didn't clarify, and instead of asking him to explain, I mulled it over. I'd never heard of spindrift dragons, but spindrift was the word for mist coming off waves. I'd never been out on deep ocean, so maybe that's where they lived. Are spindrift dragons from the deep sea, then? I asked. If an oasis was supposed to be a spring, then it made sense that it attracted spring dragons, and spark dragons were the most common heat-type dragon. Since Wrath's Plain was a favorite of heat types, then it stood to reason we'd find them all over. Yeah, spindrift dragons like salt water, Holt said. It means the portal hidden here leads to open ocean on Lust's Plain. She only has one ocean portal. Most of her plane is jungle. I looked around the small glade again, if it could be called a glade. The pool of water was maybe 30 feet across and almost perfectly circular, which didn't feel natural. 10 full-grown palms leaned over the surface, offering much-needed shade. Some scrub grass and small shrubs also struggled to survive near the water's edge, and the nearest one looked to have been picked clean of some sort of fruit. Curious, the spindrift dragons descended from their spiral, landing on the top fronds of the two largest palms. They settled in among the greenery to observe us. I wondered if they might be Envy's spies. I don't see any portal, I said.
It's a night portal,
Seven said with a sigh. She slid off the log to the sand and leaned her head back against it. Wrath copied her movements.
It won't be open for a while yet.
Good.
Victory said.
That means we can set camp and grab some rest.
Without another word, she set about pitching a tent from the wagon, one of the low types that was made for sleeping and not much else. I joined her.
Don't pitch too close to the edge,
Seven murmured. I glanced back at her. You mean the edge of the water? She didn't reply. It looked like she and Wrath had both fallen asleep, shaded as they were by one of the palms. With a shrug, we made camp, and those of us who were awake tried to bathe as best we could, given the lack of privacy. While Sloth snored away under a few inches of water, Victory and I took off our armor and scrubbed down, facing away from each other. She was used to military baths, and I'd had to use the technique several times on different training maneuvers. And that comprised our full party now. Victory, Holt, Wrath, and Seven and Sloth. Zorana had boarded Monolith hours ago, once Victory had convinced him to fly her out of the Hollow Spire. She had taken signet rings from both me and Victory to help her make appeals to the right people. My signet ring was for my family name, Halstern, and Victory's was the signet of the Great Uniter's kin. Put together, the two should help Zorana get the audience she needed to ensure no one I cared about could be taken prisoner by envy. That still left the people here, though, so I would need to keep an eye on them. I offered to take first watch, and no one protested. While the others slept, I watched the light of the desert fade, the sky going to brighter shades of red. That must count as sunset in this sunless place, and it grew more intense with each passing minute. The sky blazed like fire, the clouds like licking tendrils of flame, but not the destructive kind. It was more the kind of low-burning hearth flame that seeps into your chest after a night of good wine. As the sky darkened, it bled deep crimson across the dunes in sloping shapes. It gave the place a layered feel that it didn't have in the daylight, as colors of rose and rust bloomed in the shadowy places between dunes. Clouds caught the light and curled gold at the edges, like parchment scorched at the tips. Every fold of the sky shimmered with heat and softness, as if the world was exhaling after holding its breath all day. The grounded red aurora had dimmed. The wind hushed as I watched, quieting the rustle of the palms. The spindrift dragons chirped in anticipation, their heads turned to the sky to see the same show. Even the sand seemed to react to the failing light. Each grain touched by the day's parting kiss. It was the kind of sunset that made you ache, and I expected to find myself thinking of Zorana, of her sweet cries of pleasure, of my worry about whether she was all right or not. Instead, I thought of my fiancé for the first time in what felt like years. It had been an arranged marriage. I still didn't understand it, but my mother had insisted.
She was chosen to produce your heir. She won't expect you to be faithful, if that's what you're worried about.
It hadn't been. But why do I even need an heir?
Because I'm not about to have any more kids, that's why. We've got to continue the family line.
The whole thing had felt like overkill to me. I didn't have trouble with women, and I had fully expected to find someone someday who would be willing to start a family with me. Zorana might have already proved me right. Still, I couldn't deny the beauty of the woman chosen for me. Hazel eyes with shades of blue and green and brown, all depending on the light, and light brown hair that fell in perfect waves. She had an education, and a good one, and I liked that in a woman. I didn't care what family she came from. But I hadn't known her. Can we at least try courting?
No, too public,
my mother had said. I wasn't the type to capitulate, even to my hard ass of a mother. Tiff Sternhardt could intimidate men twice her size and status, and have gravitas left over to make a whole bar crowd go quiet. However, in my eyes, her intensity was just a part of her. I wouldn't give in just because she said so. The Great Uniter was another story. He had given the arranged union his own personal blessing. I respected the man deeply, and I knew that he never said anything without meaning it. He truly believed we would make a good match. So I had said yes to the arrangement. The next thing I knew, the Uniter was gone and 7 women were missing, my betrothed among them. The princess and her ladies-in-waiting all vanished in a blink, throwing the whole kingdom into uproar. I'd never even gotten to talk to my fiancé outside of a group setting before that happened, and in those conversations, she'd been quiet, demure. Would I ever get to find out what she was really like? Or had envy killed her already?
Can't sleep?
I perked up at the voice. I'd been reminiscing almost to the point of sleeping, which was a big no-no when it came to standing watch. I turned toward the shape rising from the fallen palm. Look who's talking. I told Seven. Aren't you and Rat lovers? You should be sleeping soundly beside her. Seven sat down beside me, the sand shifting beneath her. She was close, and it drove all thoughts of my fiancé from my head.
I just pretended to sleep, to help her fall asleep.
Seven said. Her fingertips brushed mine as she leaned back on her hands.
Setting skies really are lovely on her plane. It's been so long since I've stopped to look at one.
She trailed off, and I felt my traitorous heart pounding. She had said she wasn't interested, and her lunatic girlfriend was right there. So why was I thinking of her in this way?
I'm not tired,
she said, closing her eyes with a sigh, as if the slight breeze were a lover's caress.
I can keep watch. You should sleep after the portal appears. It should be soon.
I looked around again, seeing no evidence of any portal like the rippling, colorful surfaces I'd seen in the arena or in the cave. I'll take you up on that, I said. But before I do, one question. I keep meaning to ask, but there's been no time. I could feel her go taut, even though we weren't touching. I'd started to notice that she always got like that when I was asking questions. If I had once been the left-hand agent to an evil goddess, I wouldn't want to talk about myself either. She had likely done horrible things in the name of envy. She even admitted to obeying her goddess without question, right up until someone she cared about had been driven mad. Even then, it had taken her 6 months to act. I couldn't understand why she'd waited so long. If anyone did to my mother what had been done to Wrath, I shuddered. To see someone so powerful brought so low, that would be a special kind of hell. But envy had a hold on people, one I didn't understand yet. Perhaps Seven had bided her time until she learned something that could undo envy, something like the location of a so-called hero on the surface. She hadn't gone against envy until she'd learned about me, and now all her hopes weighed on my shoulders. I just want to know why you have multiple dragon traits, I said, when all other agents have only one. She finally opened her green eyes with her draconic slits. As her gaze wandered across Sloth, Wrath, and the 3 tents we had pitched, I watched her white hair flit around her twisted, dark green horns. Her wings twitched behind her, as if sensing danger. Wings, eyes, horns. Maybe the hair was even a trait, since that stark white was hardly a natural color at her age. When she didn't reply, I asked, "Are you a god spawn?" She nodded, slowly.
That's part of it. I was fathered by greed, which is why my skin is pale. But god spawn don't usually have dragon traits. They look human.
So where did the traits come from? I asked.
I think it's because I went to the surface.
She pointed up at the sky.
I didn't get my wings or horns or eyes until I went up there. They grew in quickly.
My pulse sped up. Will that happen to Zorana?
Oh, no. She should be safe. She's a normal human, not a god spawn.
I steadied my breathing again. I had already sent Zorana, knowing that she might not be able to come back. I didn't want her to change into a dragon, too. She hadn't agreed to that. I ran a hand back through my hair. So, if you hadn't returned here when you did...
I might have eventually transformed into a full dragon,
she said.
I can't know for sure, of course, but the fact that god spawn seemed totally normal down here... Maybe on the surface, they become something else. Maybe that is the special ability everyone always expected to see from half-dragon, half-human children.
I gave a slow nod. The magic of the surface and the spire seemed very different. Agents lost connection to their magic on the surface, and dragons lost power and lifespan. Gods suffocated between planes, at least normally, so who even knew what the surface would do to a god? And it was proven that dragons could only pass through once. It was humans that it hadn't been proven for. Apparently no one had really explored these differences between our worlds, because humans were afraid that the surface portal only went one way, and for dragons, it actually did. Hard to study a door when you can only step through it once, I thought. I wonder what will happen when I try to return. Thanks for explaining, I said. I don't know if I've told you yet, but I appreciate how much information you've given me. You have helped me make sense of this world every step of the way, and I'm grateful. She nodded, and then a heavy silence descended. Wrath muttered something in her sleep.
Too much. Please make it stop.
Well, I said, moving to stand. I'd better go get some sleep.
Thank you.
She blurted.
For helping to save Wrath.
I sat back on the sand, watching her face. She still wouldn't look at me. I almost asked her why. Was she afraid of me? Or did she think I'd seen her secrets written out on her face?
Was it a true story?
She asked, her voice softer now.
About fortuity and portent and tempest?
Had she been thinking about this all day? Yeah, I said. I've even seen Portent and Tempest in real life a few times. They travel with Warren wherever he goes. She licked her lips.
To think that such incredible hybrids could exist on the surface. I never knew. We've always been told that dragons are stronger here. But maybe things have changed.
My gaze drifted to Wrath. I noticed that Seven was sitting next to me, not beside the woman she loved. Was it guilt? It had to be. Or maybe things have changed. I didn't know why I found myself hoping. I hadn't known Seven long, but after all we'd survived together, I felt like there was some sort of bond there, something to explore. Zorana did say she didn't care if I stuck to only one woman. As for my fiancée, Mother said she felt the same. It was madness, but this whole world was madness. I might as well try to shoot my shot. If Seven said no this time, I would never ask. I hadn't even asked the first time. She had just volunteered a rejection. But she was sitting here with me now. Close. Might as well try. Seven, Bloop! I nearly leaped out of my skin at the incredibly loud noise, barely registering the huge bubble that came with it, rising out of the oasis and popping into mist. The spindrift dragons cawed in response as more bubbles followed, then a hiss. What the curses? In front of me, the oasis was draining. A spiral vortex had formed in the center of the pool. Beneath it was a gleaming, tumultuous orange. The portal to the next plane. It just opened. Seven smiled and said,
Right on time.
Chapter 46. This place isn't big enough. As it turned out, this portal to Lust's plane was inside a water body. When it closed for the day, some of the salt water from Lust's plane ended up trapped here, as well as the occasional dragon. Now it was opening for the night cycle, and we watched the water recede, leaving behind the rotating maelstrom of orange that led to Lust's floor of the dungeon.
She's really quite clever, you know?
Seven said.
Setting up water in a desert to lure people to the third plane?
I guess that suits a woman called Lust, I said. Luring people, although not with her body. Seven made an odd face.
I never thought of it that way. I suppose you're right. She always had a circuitous way of doing things. Envy complained about it often.
I didn't ask, because I figured I'd learn about it someday. For now, the pool was drained, leaving only the portal about where the bottom of the oasis had been. Sloth had sat up to yawn as soon as the water began to recede. Her legs actually hung over the portal's edge, dangling in another plane of existence. She pulled them back and stood.
That wasn't nearly enough sleep.
With that, Sloth tromped over to the only empty tent. Mine. She slipped inside it. Wonderful. Now I'll never get sleep. Should I wake everyone? We ought to go, right? I asked.
There's 12 more hours before the portal closes again.
7 replied.
You should probably prioritize rest. I'll keep the watch and make sure I'm replaced. Don't worry.
I hovered beside her a moment more, listening to the palms creak and the sea wind coming up out of the portal. It smelled suddenly of salt water, and the air was humid and heavy. While a part of me wanted to leap through, I knew better. I needed rest. Besides, at the moment, we should be safe from Envy's spies. If those spindrift dragons had been spies, they would have left long ago, or I would have heard them alert Envy to our location, the same way I'd heard Atraxan talk to her. I had a feeling this sense of relative safety wouldn't last, so I bade 7 a cordial goodnight and headed for my tent. Sloth's plump form filled out the long, skinny space, but I wedged myself in anyway, making her mumble and roll over. "Pitch your own tent," I said as I managed to sit beside her.
Nah,
She said.
too much work.
I sighed, wondering why I was keeping her around. Because the Ascenders will keep her chained up. She is one of their sworn enemies, whether she has ever agreed with that or not, and she'll make them jumpy. I don't want to leave her with people that might kill her when Kelga isn't looking. I punched at the tent to widen it slightly, then stretched out beside her. What I thought would be uncomfortable actually felt pretty cozy. My eyelids drooped as soon as I tugged a sack of bread rolls under my head to use as a pillow. Unsure what to do with my hands, I settled for holding her. After all, she was in my tent. She didn't protest. In fact, she snuggled against me. I breathed in deep, smelling the scent of fresh wind on her hair. My hand wandered to her tits. Still no protest.
You can go ahead and bang me if you want.
She murmured.
I'm tired, but I can just lie here.
I nipped at her ear. The invitation pleased me. Oh? So what we did before wasn't a one-time thing?
Not with a cock that talented.
She replied. Well then, I kissed her neck. I'll see how I feel in the morning.
Tease.
She accused. I moved on to her shoulder. My hand squeezed her breast, her nipple hard between my knuckles. I tugged her slinky dress down to squeeze again, this time skin to skin. She shuffled against me, her hands moving. She was pulling her skirts up. I thought, what the hell? I fumbled my belt open. When a god offers you pussy, you take it. My cock pushed free, ready enough, and she squiggled against me as I worked to wedge myself into place. Damn, her ass ran deep. So much thick, giving flesh. The head of my dick poked at wetness, and I raised a leg for leverage. My fingers worked her nipple as I sank into the warm embrace of her channel. She sighed.
Oh, Silas, you're something else.
I let go of her chest and reached lower, inching my way past her folded skirt until I found her moist heat. Be quiet, 7 will hear us.
And you care about that. Why?
Her why cut off sharply as I hooked fingers into her and thrust at the same time. Because I like my privacy, I growled against the cup of her ear. But if you want to scream to the whole world, I suppose I can stop.
Okay. I'll be quiet.
I planted my fingers in place and began slow, quiet thrusts, listening to the quick huffs of her breathing. I wasn't sure where I was finding the energy, but hey, this was Sloth. She made it easy. Someday, I'll have you sucking my cock for all you're worth, I threatened.
You know that's too much
I bit into her neck and she released a pent cry. I covered her mouth. Shh.
This is so hard.
She had to feel my raging heartbeat against her back as I worked us both into a slow lather. Being inside her was incredible, even if it was too easy. I could do better than this, but it was nice to do something simple for once. The head of my cock popped in and out of her, the tight hole growing slick, yet still gripping me with each re-entry. Her plush ass squeezed me almost as much as her pussy did, and her cheeks were soon wet with the same need as her core. She came with a stifled grunt, bucking against me. I gripped her thigh and lifted her leg up, then went to town, ramming as fast as I could while her inner muscle tensed and pulsed. She was so delicious, so tantalizing, all the right flesh in all the right places. Both tits hung out of her dress now, popped up over the neckline and bulging, nipples hard and pointed. Her mouth was open, her brows drawn low in ecstasy. Every part of her jiggled.
Oh, Silas,
She whispered.
make that big cock come for me, Silas.
With one final heave, I triggered the overflow, my pleasure whipping my head back as it shivered up my shaft and into her. I gritted my teeth to keep silent, muscles taut in my neck as my cock gave way, filling her up with my need. When I was done, I sank back next to her. There was no better sleeping pill than a quick fuck, and I was pretty much knocked out already. Still, I nuzzled against her dark hair, breathing the fresh air scent of her. You don't have to say I'm big. My ego's not that fragile.
I tell it like it is.
She murmured back, her voice so heavy that I knew she was seconds from sleep herself. It was true, though. She wasn't one for social expectations. Was I big? I'd never had complaints before, but that was something I hadn't heard before Zorana and Sloth. Didn't Zorana say something about the men being smaller here? She was guessing, but... Maybe I have another advantage down here. On the surface, everything about me had been average, except for my mother and my training. I'd lived in Tiff Halstern's shadow, and had never really gotten to use the training. Down here, I could steal magic from gods, and I had a big cock to boot. Maybe I'll never need to know if the surface portal is one way for humans, I thought, because I'm not sure if I'm ever going to leave this place. The Hollow Spire might as well be heaven for me, but if I was going to stay, then one thing was for sure. This place isn't big enough for the both of us. The evil goddess Envy had to go.